You'd think the ultimate border between two rival empires would be a normal river, but nope. It's a massive dragon-infested forest born from a clash between ancient gods. Welcome to the Dark Forest, a magical death trap separating the east and west. This glowing woodland serves as a leafy shield, keeping the descendants of these warring gods completely isolated from one another. And yes, it's packed with a terrifying history where no mere mortal is allowed to tread, even during massive global wars. Seriously, who looks at a giant pile of bloody bones and thinks, yeah, let's take a stroll here? But things changed when a legendary dragon-descended warrior named Elphyria Elian stepped up and finally put an end to the brutal war. Now the crowd goes absolutely wild as Princess Elphyria finally makes her grand return. Long live the princess, they shout. The sky is filled with confetti and cheers while a majestic dragon sweeps overhead. Ride a giant white dragon to your homecoming? Talk about an absolute flex of royal power. This artwork is stunning. The villagers are totally starstruck, whispering about how insanely amazing their protector is. Of course, not everyone was a fan, with some bitter nobles previously gossiping that she'd die in the forest. Some even accused her of running away to the rival empire like a complete coward. But now, she's back, and her flawless return is a massive slap to the face for those pathetic haters. Oh, the sweet taste of victory. She steps off her mount with ultimate grace, ready to face the crowd. A handsome nobleman watches her from the side, looking incredibly sleek in his fancy gold-trimmed royal garb. He steps forward with a charming smile to congratulate Elphyria on surviving the perilous journey. Meanwhile, Elphyria rests amidst a bed of red flowers and discarded letters, looking gorgeous but incredibly exhausted. Is it just me, or does this look like a tragic painting? Outstanding colors! Suddenly, the vibe shifts to a local village where some gossiping girls get caught calling a local girl a wicked wench. Meet Syria, our local outcast, whose name literally translates to covered in ash. Talk about some heavy Cinderella vibes. Syria knows her name fits her lowly serf status perfectly, even if she feels completely detached from this miserable village. The local girls glare and gossip, jealous of her tall height and fair skin, predicting she'll just end up as some old lord's mistress. Ah, classic village mean girls. So original. In reality, Syria's rare physical traits actually match the faraway imperial family, making her highly unusual for a country village. Sadly, that uniqueness caught the eye of a creepy 40-year-old baron who claimed her as his future mistress when she was only 6. To prepare her, the baron allowed her family to hunt in the woods so she'd grow up well-fed on meat and eggs. Naturally, while the other starving villagers survived on tasteless gruel, Syria's well-fed family was completely despised. Can you really blame the villagers for being salty about food inequality? Now 10 years old, the forest is the only peaceful sanctuary where Syria can escape the constant glaring eyes. She pays a visit to her friendly neighbors, knocking on their door to say hello. Mr. Yevon opens the door, jokingly complaining about why she calls him Mr. but refers to his wife by her first name. Syria cheekily asks if she should just call him Yevon instead, making his spirit instantly droop in defeat. Kids really know how to deal emotional damage. Yevon quickly changes the subject, asking if she's out in the dangerous woods today to pick wild berries and black currants. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, warning her to stay safe and avoid venturing too deep into the dark woods. And of course, he reminds her to keep a sharp eye out for hidden snakes hiding in the berry bushes. Syria pauses, sensing there's something else Yevon wants to say. What's this older neighbor planning? Oh, she gasps in complete shock when he suddenly asks if she wants to learn how to shoot a bow. Yevon explains he's worried about her encountering wild boars, and he happens to have the perfect wood to craft her a custom bow. He offers to make her a bow that fits her height perfectly if she's willing to learn archery. Syria's eyes sparkle as she realizes her father only knows how to use basic homemade traps and snares. Archery lessons? Now that is a massive upgrade. Yevon kindly tells her there's no rush to answer, suggesting she should consult with her parents first. She happily beams, thanking Mr. Yevon for his incredible kindness before heading back out. As she walks, the thought of owning her own weapon keeps swirling in her mind. Sure, learning archery will be tough, but getting a fancy, custom-made bow for free is an absolute steal. Excited, slaying monsters on a budget? We love to see it. She doesn't care about the village rumors anymore. She's finally getting something valuable of her own. A bright smile fills her face as she dreams of owning something expensive and rare. Hooray, she cheers, raising her fist, eager to gather her berries quickly so she can ask her parents. She gets straight to work, rapidly plucking bright red berries from the lush green bushes. Look at those speed-picking skills. She pops a sweet berry into her mouth, wishing she could eat luxurious food like this every single day. But looking down, she realizes her basket is still completely empty. Knowing she has no time to waste, she starts picking at double speed so she can rush home. Suddenly, a suspicious noise echoes nearby. Uh-oh, did she just let her excitement distract her from danger? She slowly turns around as the nearby bushes violently shake. A cold, sinister shadow looms over the clearing as something massive hides in the foliage. Chills run down her spine as Yevon's warning about wild boars and snakes flashes through her mind. Run, Syria, run! Syria freezes in place, her legs trembling as she realizes she is definitely not alone. She tries to calm her racing heart, telling herself to move slowly so she doesn't alert whatever monster is hiding in the foliage. She knows she shouldn't turn her back, but the sheer terror is paralyzing. Before she can even take a single backward step, something suddenly leaps straight out of the bushes with a sharp swish. Syria gasps in sheer terror as a shadowy figure hurtles through the air directly toward her face. "Oh no!" she screams, losing her balance completely. Her basket flies out of her hands, tumbling onto the grassy ground as all her hard-picked blackcurrants go rolling away. She crashes onto the dirt, squeezing her eyes shut as she prepares for the worst. When nothing bites her head off, she slowly opens her eyes, whimpering in confusion about what on earth just attacked her. Seriously? All that speed-picking effort and her berries are completely ruined over a surprise jump scare? Classic survival rules, guys. Never let your guard down in a fantasy forest. Squeezing one eye shut, Syria braces herself, waiting for the painful bite of a wild beast. Her body is completely rigid, gasp, too terrified to even breathe properly. But instead of a vicious growl, a remarkably soft, high-pitched squeak echoes in the quiet clearing. Syria's bright blue eyes snap open in absolute bewilderment as she comes face to face with her attacker. Right there on the grass sits a tiny winged creature yawning with his mouth wide open. The realization hits her like a freight train as she stares at this bizarre miniature beast that looks nothing like any normal forest predator. She leans forward slightly, her voice barely a whisper as she tries to process what she's looking at. Could this incredibly small, fragile-looking thing really be what she thinks it is? The artist really nailed the contrast here. The glowing forest light reflecting off her massive, expressive blue eyes is absolutely gorgeous. The little creature tilts its head, blinking its sparkly violet eyes and raising a tiny paw to its chin as if it's just as confused by her. "Are you a dragon?" Syria mutters, completely dumbfounded. The tiny beast just stares back at her with massive question marks practically floating over its head. Looking at the miniature wings and the distinct reptilian tail, she convinces herself that her initial guess has to be spot on. She recalls the grand dragon painting she once glimpsed in the Baron's castle, noting how the physical features match up perfectly. But as she inspects the little guy closer, she can't help but notice some major differences. The baby dragon lets out a massive, dramatic yawn, completely ignoring her intense scrutiny. It seems to have zero survival instincts, acting like it owns the place. Honestly, calling this thing a legendary dragon is a massive stretch. It has absolutely no beautiful, shimmering feathers, its body doesn't shine like a rare jewel, and its scales look completely murky, dull, and covered in a thick layer of ash. Talk about a major letdown for a mythical beast. It looks more like a dusty pocket monster than a terrifying bringer of destruction. Yet, as Syria gazes deeply into those shimmering, violet-colored eyes, she feels an inexplicable pull toward the strange creature. The little beast turns its back to her, proudly fluttering its tiny blue wings as if trying to show off its best features. Gently reaching out, Syria scoops the little creature into her hands, lifting it off the damp forest floor. In all the grand fairy tales and history books, dragons are depicted as terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters that lay waste to entire kingdoms. But looking at this tiny, lightweight bean in her hands, she can't feel even a shred of fear. "Your feathers are the color of ash," she whispers softly, realizing its dusty appearance is a perfect match for her own name, Syria. Suddenly, a comical rumbling sound echoes from the little dragon's belly, interrupting her deep thoughts. Syria blinks in surprise, realizing the poor baby is absolutely starving. See? It doesn't matter if it's a legendary dragon or a stray puppy. The universal rule of anime mascot characters is that they are looking completely dazed. She awkwardly asks the creature if it's hungry, receiving a pathetic, pleading whimper in return. Syria cradles the creature under her arm as she walks, her mind racing as she tries to figure out what a baby dragon is even supposed to eat. Suddenly, she remembers where she found the little troublemaker. "Oh, right, you were hiding in the berry bushes. Would you like to try the sweet black currant?" she asks, holding a ripe berry right in front of its nose. "Here, smell it," she coaxes, encouraging the little beast to take a sniff. The dragon cautiously leans forward, sniffing the small red fruit with a suspicious glare. In a split second, the baby dragon violently spits it right back out with a comical "two" sound. Syria's face completely drops into a sweat drop expression. I guess mythical beasts have very refined palates and simple forest berries are far beneath its royal standards. The creature lets out a disappointed, high-pitched whimper, slumping forward as if it's about to faint from hunger. Syria can only sweat drop at its dramatic display of starvation. She feels a heavy wave of worry washing over her. The little guy is clearly running on empty, but she is completely clueless on how to keep it alive. To make matters worse, she is just a lowly peasant serf who has absolutely no access to raw meat or luxurious foods that a carnivore would typically crave. Gently tapping its tiny nose, she desperately asks if it can talk so it can just tell her what it needs. Out of nowhere, the baby dragon lunges forward and clamps its tiny jaws right down on her finger. Syria's heart stops as she lets out a panicked shriek, expecting her finger to be bitten clean off. "Hey, you can't just bite my finger like that," she yells. But she freezes when she notices the dragon is happily licking its lips. Wait, don't tell me this little adorable bean is actually a blood-drinking vampire beast? If so, Syria might have just accidentally signed a dangerous contract with a demon. She quickly inspects her hand, expecting a bloody mess, but is shocked to find absolutely no wound. The stinging pain is completely gone, and there isn't a single drop of blood. The baby dragon looks up at her, its sparky blue eyes shining with a mysterious magical light that makes it look incredibly divine. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the local village tavern, where Syria is washing her hands in a wooden tub of fresh water. She stands frozen by the water basin, completely lost in her own world with a totally dazed, dreamy look on her face. Her mind is still trapped back in that magical forest clearing. Syria? She mutters to herself, her heart still racing from the bizarre encounter. She grips her chest, desperately wondering if the entire event was just a wild, hyper-realistic dream born from her exhaustion. Honestly, who can blame her? Finding a baby dragon while picking berries is peak main character energy. Suddenly, a sharp memory flashes across her mind, reminding her of the distinct, warm sensation of holding the little beast. "Pay attention! The water is overflowing!" Her mother's voice sharply cuts through her thoughts. Syria snaps back to reality, realizing the water bucket is completely spilling over the floor as she gasps in embarrassment. Her mother sighs, telling her to clean up the mess quickly and come help out in the kitchen. Syria hastily grabs a rag, scrubbing the floor as her cheeks burn red. Once her mother walks away, gentle tone, Syria's expression softens as she looks down at her hands, a gentle smile slowly tugging at her lips. It definitely wasn't a dream. She clearly remembers naming the little guy Cisraelia, which beautifully translates to eyes that are big and blue like dewdrops. She wonders why such a mythical beast was so incredibly gentle with her. She recalls asking the little dragon if it thought she was some kind of delicious food, only for the creature to vigorously shake its head in protest. And when she jokingly asked if it thought she was its long-lost mother, the little guy shook its head even harder with a look of pure offense. The comedic timing of this baby dragon is absolute gold. But when she finally asked if it viewed her as a friend, the creature's entire face lit up with absolute joy. "Phew!" the baby dragon cheered, letting out a bright, dazzling smile that melted her heart instantly. "That's right, we are friends," Syria whispered, feeling a deep, comforting warmth she had never experienced with any of the cruel villagers. Standing amidst a gorgeous border of blooming red roses, she proudly held the little dragon high into the air. "My name is Syria. It's nice to meet you, Cisraelia," she declared. Look at this stunning full-page illustration. The vibrant red roses and sparkling light effects make this look like a literal masterpiece. Back in the present, a warm, steaming bowl of wild mushroom soup is placed on the wooden dining table as gossip about Syria's new hobby begins to spread. Syria's mother Atel and her father Kradite discuss the unexpected archery offer from Yevon. Her mother thinks it's a wonderful opportunity since bows are extremely valuable, while her father humorously worries that pulling a heavy bowstring might make their daughter's shoulders look way too wide. Seriously, Dad? Your daughter is practically making friends with legendary dragons in her spare time and you're worried about her shoulder-to-hip ratio? Parents really have the most bizarre priorities. Kradite warns Syria about the consequences of physical labor, cautioning that once she starts gaining too much muscle, she absolutely must stop. Apparently, a stiff and hardened body isn't exactly what his lordship would find appealing in a future maid. Syria's face turns bright red as she quickly shouts back to tell him not to worry about that. Overhearing the conversation, young Den instantly gets sparkling green eyes, complaining about how jealous he is and how he wants to learn bowmanship. But before he can even finish his sentence, Syria's mother, Atel, steps in, calling out for Den to get back to helping with his chores. Nice try, kid, but the chore grind never stops. As they stand near the wooden barrels, Syria gently promises to teach Den the basics once she gets the hang of it herself. However, Kradite scoffs, pointing out that there's no logical reason for a lowly serf to ever need to shoot an arrow. He urges her to just take a few quick lessons and then call it quits. Clutching her sweeping broom tightly, Syria sweat drops and tells her parents she just wants to try learning the basics first. But deep down, her mind is racing with an entirely different plan. She desperately needs a valid excuse to sneak out into the deep woods and visit Caesarea. Talk about having a massive mythical secret to keep. Sitting at the dinner table, Syria daintily sips her wild mushroom soup, her bright blue eyes suddenly flashing with a wave of intense curiosity. As she holds up her wooden spoon, she realizes there are some serious burning questions about dragons that she simply has to ask. Breaking the quiet atmosphere, Syria asks her father if anyone in their country village has ever actually laid eyes on a living dragon. Kradite's expression immediately turns grim as he explains that Imperial Dragon Knights have absolutely no reason to visit a dusty country town, and frankly, it's better if they stay as far away as possible. A dramatic flash of red light illuminates her father's memories as he describes the terrifying reality of the Dragon Knights. If those monstrous scaled beasts and their armored riders ever appear in the sky, it can only mean one horrifying thing. The Empire is currently embroiled in a catastrophic, blood-soaked war. Standing amidst the conceptual fires of battle, a lone warrior raises a massive steel sword under a sky dominated by flying reptiles. Serious. The artist really went all out with the dark, blood-red atmosphere here, illustrating just how much of a nightmare these legendary creatures truly are to the common folk. The heavy, terrifying vision fades away as the conversation shifts back to the serene, sunny mountains surrounding their quiet home. Syria curiously asks if there are any wild, untamed dragons left in the world, to which her father sighs, admitting that only the highest-ranking nobles would ever have access to such highly classified imperial secrets. Cold sweat breaks out on Syria's neck as she gazes downward in deep thought. If dragons are either highly guarded imperial weapons of war or completely mythical creatures kept by high society, then what on earth was a tiny, defenseless baby like Caesarea doing all alone in a dangerous forest? Trying to sound as casual as possible, Syria awkwardly asks if there are any specific ash-colored dragons that happen to survive by drinking blood. Kradite stops dead in his tracks, looking completely flabbergasted as he demands to know where on earth she heard such a wildly ridiculous fairy tale. Leaning in with an incredibly suspicious glare, her father narrows his eyes and asks her flat out if she's been up to any weird, dangerous mischief in the deep woods. Syria instantly flinches, letting out a panicked sweat drop while desperately waving her hands to deny the accusation. Her poker face is absolutely atrocious, honestly. Out of nowhere, young Den opens his mouth to point out that Syria doesn't even have any friends to tell her stories, but she violently clamps her hand over his mouth to shut him up. She quickly fabricates a lie about meeting some travelers, while her father sternly warns her that the family's peaceful life is entirely dependent on his lordship's continued favor. As the deep night settles over the quiet village house, Syria's mother claps her hands together, announcing that dinner is finished and it's time to clean up before the flickering candles completely burn down. They all agree it's time to head to bed, wrapping up an incredibly tense family evening. Lying wide awake on a rough pile of straw and twigs, Syria tosses and turns, staring blankly up into the darkness. Even though her body is exhausted from a long day of chores, her mind is completely wired, refusing to let her fall into a peaceful slumber. She raises her slender hand into the air, watching as imaginary, sparkling blue particles dance around her fingertips. The sudden opportunity to learn how to shoot a bow was incredibly shocking, but she can't shake the feeling that her life is beginning to shift in a very strange direction. Looking over at Den sleeping soundly beside her, she wonders if this bizarre sequence of events could be classified as some sort of grand, preordained destiny. But then reality hits her like a cold splash of water. She's just a poor, low-born serf who has no business dreaming of mythical adventures or legendary beasts. She quietly shifts her gaze, staring out into the dim, starlit room with a look of quiet contemplation. The contrast between her simple, rustic lifestyle and the magical encounter from earlier today is so vast that it almost feels like she's living in two completely different worlds at once. Raising her hand toward the starry sky once more, she reflects on how her entire universe has always been strictly confined to this tiny village and the dense forest surrounding it. Up until now, she never had any reason to believe there was anything grander waiting for her beyond the trees. As she envisions her massive, sparkling blue eyes reflecting the magical glow of the deep forest, a warm, genuine smile spreads across her face. Thanks to the strange, adorable little dragon she met under the berry bushes today, she feels like her small, restricted world has suddenly cracked open. The artist delivers an absolutely breathtaking close-up of her vibrant blue eyes, shimmering with a mix of wonder, hope, and determination. Seriously, the level of detail on the reflection in her irises is top-tier work that perfectly captures her newfound sense of hope. As the glowing morning light slowly bathes the medieval stone buildings and tiled roofs of the town, she realizes her life has officially gotten just a little bit bigger, expanding far past the mundane boundaries of a simple peasant's daily routine. The scene shifts to the next day under a brilliant, cloudless blue sky, where the cheerful voice of the local hunter, Yevon, echoes across the clearing as he presents Syria with her brand new training tool. Ta-da! With a proud, beaming smile, Syria holds up a beautiful, sleek wooden bow, her eyes sparkling with absolute joy as she admires her very first weapon. She looks like a proud anime protagonist who just received her first major quest item. Gently sliding her fingers along the polished surface, Syria curiously asks if the bow is crafted from rare, high-quality yew wood. Yevon immediately laughs, pointing out that he can't just go around chopping down expensive yew trees for a complete beginner, as those materials are way out of their budget. Yevon explains that he custom-built the bow from sturdy, flexible ash wood, adding with a smirk that even this is far too generous for a total amateur like her. Syria can only let out an embarrassed groan, her cheeks flushing red at his blunt but honest assessment. Giggles, leaning forward with a warm, encouraging grin, Yevon points out that she's still in her growing phase anyway. He reassures her that once she gets taller and gains more physical strength, she will naturally outgrow this weapon and require a much larger, more powerful bow. He instructs her to start by practicing the difficult task of stringing and unstringing the weapon. Syria grips the polished ash wood, her face twisting into a strained, comical grimace as she struggles to apply enough leverage to bend the stiff frame. A sudden, dark realization flashes through her brilliant blue eyes as she looks down at the wooden weapon. She quietly questions if she will ever actually need a larger bow in the future, knowing the dark, predetermined fate that awaits her as a servant. A chilling vision of her future self flashes across the screen, depicting a beautiful, long-haired Syria sitting on the edge of a luxurious, heavily draped bed in a dark, ominous mansion. In just a few years, her life will no longer belong to herself. The dark text hanging in the air confirms her worst fears. She is destined to be in charge of nothing more than his lordship's private bedroom, serving as a mere maid with absolutely no use for archery or freedom. Talk about a depressing reality check for our poor protagonist. Huh? Is something wrong? Yevon's voice suddenly snaps her back to the present. Syria violently shakes her head, forcing a bright, cheerful grin as she quickly lies to him, claiming that everything is completely fine. Looking up at the lush green canopy, Syria announces that she has successfully managed to string the bow. Yevon nods in approval, inspecting the curved wood and noting that the tension looks absolutely perfect for her current level. With the bow fully prepped, Yevon crosses his arms, encouraging her by stating that all she needs now is a solid amount of physical practice to get her muscles adjusted to the weapon. Syria holds her breath, trying to look confident despite her shaking arms. Given her a reassuring, handsome smile, the experienced hunter prepares to guide her through the proper archery form, his warm expression showing that he really wants to see her succeed. Standing tall against a backdrop of blooming white flowers, Syria raises the bow, pulling the thick leather grip back near her cheek. Yevon warns her that if she releases the string improperly, she'll end up severely hurting her own fingers. Pointing toward the target, he instructs her that instead of just pulling mindlessly, she needs to extend her stance properly and find her balance before even thinking about taking a shot. Ooh, Syria's entire body starts violently trembling. Her eyes squeeze shut as her muscles scream under the pressure of the drawn string. The comically dramatic shaking effects around her really highlight just how zero strength our main character actually is right now. Oh my! A cheerful voice suddenly chirps from behind them. Yevon and Saria spin around to see Saria's mother, Atil, walking into the sunny training clearing with a bright, curious smile. Atil happily asks if they are starting her daughter's shooting practice already, while her husband, Krarite, stands nearby with his arms crossed, looking highly amused by the entire situation. Krarite immediately chimes in, jokingly warning Saria that her entire body is going to be so incredibly sore tomorrow that she won't even be able to move a muscle. Atil angrily puffs her cheeks, scolding him for trying to discourage their daughter, while Saria can only let out a sweaty, awkward laugh. "All right, Saria, concentrate on the target," Yevon shouts, pulling her attention back to the task at hand. Saria takes a deep breath, focusing all of her energy on the wooden target ahead. With a sharp release, the arrow flies forward, but instead of a straight, powerful shot, it comically bounces off the dirt path in a ridiculous looping dome shape. Ping! Bounce! Boing! Well, that was easily the most pathetic arrow trajectory in anime history. Saria stands completely frozen in place, her face turning a deep, embarrassed shade of purple as she stares blankly at the ground in absolute dazed disbelief. She looks like her soul has physically left her body after that legendary fail. Atil immediately bursts out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand as she tries to stifle her giggles, while Yevon kindly explains that arrows naturally fly in a dome path, meaning she just has to get used to the unique physics. Kneeling down to retrieve the stray arrow, Yevon gently explains that since her body isn't used to the physical feedback of the bow yet, she'll need to learn how to guide the projectile's natural arc. Saria can only stand there with comically depressed squiggly lines hovering over her head. Looking up at her with a soft, encouraging gaze, Yevon tells her that there are no shortcuts to becoming a master archer. She simply has to put in the hours and keep practicing every single day. Saria forces a highly strained, sweaty smile, desperately trying to laugh off her embarrassment while her mother continues to giggle uncontrollably in the background. Talk about a brutal family audience for her first day of training. Yevon chuckles, reassuring her that absolutely nobody gets it right on their very first attempt. He playfully teases that he knows a certain wife who failed even more miserably when she first tried to get an arrow to fly properly. "Honey!" Atila's face turns red as she angrily yells at her husband, while Yevon just lets out a hearty, joyful laugh. Gazing at her parents' playful bickering, Saria feels a warm, comforting wave of happiness, silently thinking about how incredibly well they always get along. A little green bird chirps happily on a leafy branch when it suddenly takes off with a wild flutter of wings. The sudden movement completely startles Saria, making her leap back as she gasps in absolute shock. Staring in the direction of the escaped bird, Saria's bright blue eyes shimmer with a clever idea. She realizes that aiming at small, fast-moving targets would level up her archery skills in no time, but she immediately catches herself, knowing she has to tread extremely lightly. Krarite's imposing warning echoes in her head, reminding her that poaching in his lordship's woods without permission carries severe penalties. Atil quickly steps in to scold her husband for terrorizing their daughter, but Saria secretly sweats as she remembers Yevon gave her the exact same grim warning. She pushes those archery worries aside, whispering to herself that target practice isn't even the real reason she snuck out into the dense canopy today. Instead, she cautiously reaches her hand out to part the thick berry bushes ahead. Out of the greenery, a tiny, adorable gray baby dragon with striking blue-feathered wings leaps through the air. Saria opens her arms wide, catching the little beast as she beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Hugging the little creature close to her cheek, she praises him warmly, thrilled to see her secret friend looking so healthy and energetic. Seriously, the pure fluffiness in this panel is enough to cure anyone's Monday blues. It has already been an entire month since you first discovered Sis, and she has spent every spare moment sneaking into the forest to visit him. Suddenly, Siz's stomach lets out a comically loud growl, making Saria realize the little guy is absolutely starving. Without hesitation, Siz latches onto her outstretched finger to drink her blood. Even after all this time, his unique dietary habits haven't changed, but Saria doesn't mind the strange feeding process one bit. After he finishes his unusual meal, Saria kneels down on the grassy floor and gently asks if he has had his fill. Siz responds with a cheerful, contented chirp while licking his chops. Letting out a relaxed sigh, she settles onto the dirt as Sis plays with her new bow nearby. She admits that she's still completely stumped about his true identity, noting that even Yevon has never seen a dragon like him. Talk about a legendary beast acting like a common household pet. Resting her cheek in her palm, she ponders Yevon's words about how incredibly rare it is for a dragon to possess ash-colored plumage and vibrant crystal and blue eyes. She recalls the ancient lore of legendary sky beasts known as Ante-Sea, majestic creatures adorned with dazzling prismatic feathers that were once revered as divine beings. She stares down at the goofy little creature rolling around on the grass in front of her, trying to connect her family's grand tales of legendary beasts with this tiny, clumsy dragon. Syria sweat drops comically as she realizes there's absolutely no way this little dork is one of those godlike entities from the history books. The contrast between myth and reality is just too funny. Sensing her deep thoughts, Sis tilts his head and lets out a tiny, inquisitive peep, looking up at her with those massive glowing blue eyes. Suddenly, Sis puffs out his chest with an incredibly smug, sparkly expression, looking like he's trying to claim that he is indeed that legendary, majestic dragon. Raising an eyebrow, she playfully asks if he's seriously trying to convince her that he's a legendary divine beast. Sis proudly chirps in agreement, practically bursting with self-importance. Saria's smile slightly fades as she peers closer, a sudden wave of reality washing over her. She points out that the legendary beasts are supposed to have divine white feathers, whereas he is gray and was abandoned. Offended by the truth, Sis immediately chomps down on her finger, prompting her to shriek in pain. Pushing the pain aside, she rubs her sore shoulder, reflecting on how much fun she has had practicing her archery. However, the physical toll is real, and her muscles throb in protest every single day. Looking comically exhausted with dark lines over her face, she laments that she really should have listened to Galen's warnings about the brutal physical demands of archery training. Her parents had reassured her that his lordship would easily grant her a temporary leave from her serving duties to recover. But she grits her teeth, determined not to show any weakness. She is highly reluctant to accept special favors or lenient treatment from his lordship just yet, wanting to maintain her independence as much as possible. Her parents constantly talk about what an incredible once-in-a-lifetime blessing it is for a mere serf to catch his lordship's eye, promising a lavish future ahead. Pondering the heavy burden of that preordained fate, she gazes toward the towering estate, feeling deeply conflicted. She knows that in her world, a poor serf's personal doubts are dismissed as nothing more than childish foolishness. Back in the sunny training clearing, Yevon praises her form, genuinely impressed by how quickly she's picking up the bow. Meanwhile, her mother, Etel, playfully squints in the background, teasingly asking why she hasn't gained any visible muscles yet. Yevon crosses his arms, his warm demeanor shifting into a look of genuine concern, as he points out that she has been sneaking into the deep woods far too frequently lately. He reiterates his stern warning, reminding her that unauthorized hunting under the Lord's territory is a dangerous crime that could get her into serious trouble. Syria quickly brushes off his worry with a bright, reassuring smile, trying her absolute best to look as innocent and carefree as possible. She smoothly lies, claiming she only heads deep into the trees because she enjoys the peaceful, uninterrupted solitude for her archery practice. Honestly, her poker face is top-tier anime protagonist material. Yevon sighs, admitting he trusts her intelligence, but still urges her to remain extremely vigilant. He lowers his voice, preparing to share some unsettling local rumors. He warns her that local hunters have recently spotted a mysterious, unidentified beast lurking deep within the forest canopy, casting a massive shadow of danger over the area. Pushing Yevon's warning aside, she eagerly dashes back to her secret clearing, her heart racing as she calls out to her hidden companion. To her absolute shock, Sis has undergone a massive growth spurt, now standing tall enough to look her straight in the eye. She lovingly strokes his muzzle, amazed by his rapid transformation. The majestic gray-furred dragon looks down at her with gentle, intelligent blue eyes, leaning his heavy head into her warm touch. She quickly pricks her finger with a small pin to draw a drop of blood, noting with a smile that the fast-growing giant must be absolutely starving. She smiles gently, reflecting on how completely accustomed she has become to feeding her unique blood to the growing beast. As Sis gently licks the crimson crimson droplet from her fingertip, she notes with awe that an entire year has flown by, during which his size has increased at an astronomical rate. With his rapid growth, Sis has become far more active, hunting wild animals across the forest. Unfortunately, this playful hunting has left clues, causing Yevon and the other villagers to realize that a mysterious beast is loose in the woods. Saria sweats buckets, realizing how incredibly high the stakes have become. She wonders how on earth a massive dragon has managed to stay hidden from the local hunters for this long. Staring into his gigantic, mesmerizing blue eye, she is filled with absolute wonder at how the tiny, shivering baby she found in the bushes has transformed into this majestic giant. Despite his fearsome giant new physique, Sis just tilts his head with a comically blank, confused expression while pink hearts float all around them. The contrast between his scary look and his goofy personality is top tier. Wrapping her arms around his giant snout, she happily cuddles him, whispering that no matter how big he gets, he will always be her sweet little baby dragon at heart. Suddenly, a single glistening droplet falls from above, splashing gently onto her cheek. She blinks in confusion, looking up to see where the water came from. To her absolute horror, she realizes the droplet was actually a giant tear. She looks up at Siz's sorrowful face, panicking as she asks him what on earth is wrong. Siz looks down with drooping ears, his giant blue eyes shimmering with a profound, heartbreaking sadness that pierces right through her chest. Her heart sinks as she takes a hesitant step back, a cold wave of dread washing over her as she senses something is terribly wrong. Her voice shakes as she frantically searches his face, desperately questioning if he is sick, hurt, or if she somehow did something to upset him. A sudden, painful realization hits her. With a trembling voice, she quietly asks if he is preparing to leave her forever. Sis slowly nods his giant head, confirming her worst fear. Saria's eyes widen in absolute heartbreak, her mind screaming with a single desperate question. Why must he go? Her heart shatters as she imagines her future without him, realizing that if he leaves her side, she will be left completely isolated and alone in this cruel world. She gazes at the sunlit leaves fluttering in the wind, whispering that this tiny forest is simply too small to contain a creature as grand as Cisraelia. Sis is a massive dragon, and keeping him locked up or hidden in a small territory is practically impossible, especially since his immense appetite would inevitably scare the local villagers half to death. She knows a legendary beast of his stature belongs in a vast, untamed wilderness, a place as massive and mysterious as the forbidden dark forest. Wait, is it just me, or does every fantasy manhwa have a place called the Dark Forest or the Forbidden Woods? Talk about an overused fantasy map cliche. Even though she knew this painful day would eventually come, accepting the bitter truth doesn't make the separation any easier for her. Clenching her fist tightly in frustration, she struggles to hold back her rising emotions as she prepares to say her final goodbye. She remembers the toxic village girls whispering in the shadows, constantly gossiping about how she looks down on them and dreading the day she climbs the social ladder. Honestly, the level of petty gossip in this village is unreal. Mocking tone. Do these side characters have nothing better to do than stand in dark corners and plot their next hating session? Sensing her deep distress, Sis gently nudges her shoulder, trying his absolute best to comfort his crying friend in his own adorable way. She carries her face into his soft neck, tearfully asking the giant dragon if he really thinks cuddling her is gonna heal her broken heart. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears, reflecting the bright blue sky above as she watches a single leaf drift lazily through the air. With a massive flap of his brilliant blue wings, Sis launches himself high into the sky, leaving Saria completely awestruck by his majestic form. Wow! The artist absolutely popped off with the lighting and colors in this flying scene. The contrast between the bright sky and his blue feathers is top-tier eye candy. Standing in the clearing, she looks up at his shrinking silhouette, whispering to herself that it is finally time to let her beloved companion go. Tears stream down her cheeks as she bids her best friend a heartbreaking farewell, hoping with all her heart that he finds the freedom he deserves. Sis flies higher and higher, his silhouette slowly dissolving into the bright clouds as he heads toward his new home. She reminds herself of how he suddenly crashed into her quiet life, instantly becoming the most cherished friend she ever had. Looking at the busy villagers and guards in town, she holds on to the hope that as long as they both cherish their bond, they will eventually cross paths again in the future. Hold on. Why does that random village guard in the corner look so incredibly stressed out? Man looks like he hasn't slept in 3 business days. Suddenly, she turns around and dashes through the thick foliage, breathless, running as fast as her legs can carry her. Out of breath, she sprints blindly through the woods, her heart pounding against her ribs as she tries to outrun the crushing sadness in her chest. The sunlight filters beautifully through the canopy, illuminating the peaceful forest floor that now feels completely empty without her dragon. Her throat burns. Gasp, gasp as she takes a ragged breath, whispering one final painful goodbye to the sky. She collapses heavily onto the grassy ground on her knees, her physical exhaustion finally catching up to her emotional breakdown. This is peak dramatic anime protagonist behavior right here. Sliding to your knees on the dirt because of your feelings is an absolute classic. Sob, sob. She weeps silently, burying her face as she calls out Caesarelia's true name one last time into the empty clearing. Years pass, and the story shifts to the grand lore of the mighty Elian Empire, a nation built on unparalleled power and legendary dragon riders. In the ancient past, the Elian rulers used the terrifying might of dragons to conquer neighboring lands, leaving their bitter rival, the Heron Empire, struggling on the eastern side of the continent. Yes, the classic demon god bloodline versus the dragon riders conflict. You just know things are going to get incredibly messy and violent real soon. Unlike the Elian royals who strictly married within their own family to keep their dragon bloodline pure, the Heron royals diluted their demon blood by marrying into various other noble families. Wait a minute. Marrying within the family to keep the bloodline pure? That's just a fancy way of saying the Elian imperial family is a bunch of inbred royals. Classic fantasy cliche. This bloodline dilution caused a massive decline in the Heron Empire's military power, leaving their desperate invasion attempts completely crushed by the dragon riders. With their main rival crippled, a long era of peace settled over the lands, allowing the common folk to live without the constant fear of war. The Elian Empire quickly entered a golden age, marked by lavish balls, beautiful music, and endless wealth for the noble class. Check out the background dancers in this panel. The artist basically used copy-paste silhouettes, but honestly, the sheer sparkling aesthetic of this ballroom makes up for it. However, that peace was shattered when the Emperor of Heron died without leaving an heir, sparking a brutal war of succession between the greedy princes. Back in Syria's village, the night sky is filled with tension as the worried villagers whisper in panic about having to flee their homes at a moment's notice. Despite being right next to the border, the peaceful village has never experienced the horrors of war, leaving everyone completely unprepared for the looming threat. A local boy runs through the crowd with pigs squealing in the background, oink oink, screaming that the legendary Dragonites have already been wiped out on the front lines. Wait, is that kid seriously wearing a literal metal cooking pan on his head as a helmet? Bro thinks he's playing PUBG in a medieval fantasy world. He turns to Saria, his voice trembling as he asks her what on earth they should do and if she plans on picking up her bow to fight. Oh, sigh. Looking away into the dark night, she quietly admits that she has absolutely no idea how to protect them from the coming storm. Clutching her longbow tightly, she looks back over her shoulder with determined blue eyes, hoping they can avoid a bloody battle, but knowing they must be prepared for anything. Okay, can we talk about how cool Saria looks with her bow here? She went from a helpless village girl to an absolute badass warrior in training. Amidst a backdrop of purple roses, she can only pray that the violent fires of war don't consume their peaceful lives. A full year flies by since Caesarelia's departure, during which Syria finally celebrates her 15th birthday. She has undergone a major growth spurt herself, happily noting that she has grown so tall, she now completely towers over her mother. Another village girl calls out to her to hurry up, and Syria quickly agrees, turning back to join her friends with a bright smile. As she matures, the local villagers begin to whisper and criticize Baron Harper, pointing out his increasingly creepy obsession with her. Gross rumors begin to spread that the perverted Baron refuses to drink any wine unless the grapes were personally stepped on by Syria's bare feet. Excuse me, what? This Baron is a literal certified creep with some seriously bizarre wine fetishes. Someone needs to call the fantasy police on this guy immediately. The more beautiful she grows with age, the more intense the village's criticism of the Baron's predatory behavior becomes. Gritting her teeth, she groans as she lifts a massive, heavy sack of grain. Grunt, determined to prove she can handle the physical labor. In the background, 2 village men whisper in concern, recalling that the Baron creepily ordered her to be his mistress when she was only a 6-year-old child. They sweat profusely as they talk about how insane it is for a grown lord to take a 16-year-old mistress who is younger than his own son. At least the villagers in this story actually have a moral compass. Most manhwa side characters would just celebrate this, but these guys are rightfully grossed out. Suddenly, the two men rush over and yell for her to put the heavy bag down, insisting that a young lady shouldn't be carrying such crushing loads. He easily hoists the heavy sack onto his shoulder, smiling as he tells her to go stomp on some grapes with the other kids while they handle the heavy lifting. Clenching her skirt fabric in frustration, Syria realizes that the dark fate she was once too young to understand is now rapidly approaching. Suddenly, chaos erupts as screaming citizens run in terror from burning buildings while invaders slash through the village screaming, "Rah! Rah!" Armed with her bow and crouching in the smoke, she realizes her grim predictions have come true, leaving her with zero hope for a peaceful future. And just like that, the cozy slice of life arc is officially over. Time for Syria to show everyone what she learned during those brutal archery training sessions. Inside Baron Harper's war room, the commander points to a map drawn on a massive chalkboard, attempting to formulate a strategy. He begins to outline the opening steps of their defensive measures. Honestly, look at that giant tactical chalkboard. This looks more like an advanced calculus class than a medieval military briefing. Pointing a heavy steel-clad finger at the map, he proposes a scorched earth plan to burn the 3 vital farmlands located on the outskirts. Wait, did he just suggest burning their own crops as step 1? I guess destroying our own food supply is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. This is Astle, the renowned commander of the Harper Knights, who looks incredibly focused as he analyzes the kingdom's defenses. Pointing to the old map, Astle warns that because Margrave Rodin requested urgent help, the enemy forces from the Heron Empire might execute a sudden flank invasion. Listening to the strategy, Baron Harper strokes his chin with a low hum-hum, clearly unconvinced by the commander's warnings. This Baron looks like the type of guy who wouldn't believe a rain forecast even if he was currently drowning in a flood. Sitting comfortably with his arms crossed, the stubborn Baron dismisses the threat, suggesting they wait and watch instead of taking preemptive action. Astal begins to sweat as he looks at his ruler, realizing how deeply his lord is underestimating the gravity of the looming conflict. Pointing out the grim reality, Astal reminds him that the bulk of their elite dragon knights have already been completely annihilated on the front lines. Pointing to a graphic of the blood-drenched castle walls, the commander insists that because Heron's army is highly motivated, they must prepare their castle defenses immediately. Okay, the dramatic blood splatter effect behind the castle silhouette is a bit on the nose, but it definitely gets the point across. Groaning in irritation, the arrogant Baron snaps at Astal for being so incredibly impatient when the neighboring territory hasn't even fallen yet. Looking at his commander's back, Harper stubbornly adds that there will be plenty of time to set fire to their own fields once the enemy actually arrives on their doorstep. Stahl tries to maintain his composure, redirecting the discussion by asking how they should distribute their scarce military forces instead. Harper sighs as he looks at his eldest son Lancel, noting that they only have a meager 50 soldiers and 6 knights to defend the entire territory. Wait, only 50 soldiers and 6 knights? That's not a defense force, that's just a highly organized neighborhood watch. Belittling their disadvantage, the Baron orders his advisors to conscript all of the local hunters and recruit additional fighters from the freemen. Suddenly, one of the corrupt nobles pipes up, asking if they shouldn't recruit that one highly skilled peasant girl who is amazing with a bow. The noble recalls Syria's incredible archery display at Margrave Rodin's birthday banquet, where her precise shots amazed everyone. Wow, the contrast in this panel with the white roses and the bright background makes Syria look like an absolute fairy tale protagonist. The other noble gasps, immediately tells him to shut up, telling his companion to watch his mouth before they get in trouble. A dark secret is revealed as they whisper about how any commoner born with the imperial family's rare traits is supposed to be executed at birth to preserve the royal bloodline. Wait, so Syria's golden hair and blue eyes are actually a capital offense? Talk about having a dangerously gorgeous genetic lottery. A flashback shows Baron Harper's creepy grin as he admits that keeping this imperial-looking child as his mistress would make him feel like a god. Ugh, this guy's level of creepiness just keeps climbing. Someone please launch this absolute garbage baron into the sun immediately. The noble warns his colleague to be quiet unless he wants his head chopped off for talking about the forbidden secret. Suddenly, Astel steps forward with a heavy step, causing the startled baron to jolt backward in surprise. Apologizing for his bluntness, Astel bows deeply, clunk, clunk, arguing that having even one extra archer during a siege could save their lives. Ignoring the warning, Harper arrogantly declares that he will personally lead reinforcements to Roden, leaving his eldest son to manage the castle defense. Seriously? The Lord of the Land is just casually abandoning his own border castle right before an invasion? Truly a masterclass in terrible leadership. Astel desperately argues that according to the legendary military treatises, dispersing their already microscopic force is an absolute death sentence. The reality is incredibly bleak, leaving them with only 30 active soldiers and squires to defend the entire border region. Looking down from his platform, the clueless baron sneers at Astel, accusing his best knight of being far too timid and cowardly for combat. Astel's face pales as his jaw drops in utter disbelief, shocked that his decades of loyalty are being treated with such blatant disrespect. Astel objects, stating that his warnings were purely driven by loyalty and that the baron's strategy is based on a massive, foolish assumption. Snapping in a fit of rage, the baron yells at his commander to shut up and obey his orders as his ruler. The baron coldly states that he is taking 20 of their best soldiers with him, leaving the castle with practically zero experienced fighters. Oh, perfect. Let's take most of the garrison away right before 1,000 enemies show up. This baron must have a negative IQ. Clenching his metal gauntlet tightly, clench, Astel swallows his anger and obediently agrees to follow his lord's foolish command. Walking away with heavy steps, clack, clack, the arrogant baron barks his final orders to hurry up and prepare his departure. Slamming the heavy wooden door shut, slam, slam, the baron exits the room, leaving the frustrated commander behind. An advisor worriedly asks Astel if he's all right. Sighs, but the commander simply sighs and tells them they have no choice but to prepare. Astel stares into the distance, quietly lamenting that his stubborn lord has left him with absolutely no options. He can only pray that their small garrison isn't completely overrun when the enemy inevitably breaches their borders. Under the cover of night, a massive army of invaders marches silently, their heavy horse hooves clomping clomp toward the territory. A terrified scout calls out to his commander, his voice trembling as he watches the endless sea of spears advance through the darkness. Pointing toward the horizon, the soldier screams in panic that the massive Heron vanguard has officially arrived. And here we go. The predictable disaster has arrived, and the defense force is basically non-existent. The heavy sound of marching boots clomp echoes through the pitch-black night as the invaders close in. Running up to Astel, a guard asks for an estimate of the enemy's numbers, to which the commander grimly estimates at least 1,000. Lancel Harper, the eldest son, looks deeply worried as he admits he should have listened to the commander's strategic advice much sooner. Oh, look at that! Suddenly, the arrogant noble family cares about the commander's advice when their lives are on the line? Classic! Standing before the crimson sunset sky, Lancel explains that the villagers have evacuated inside the castle, but the protective moat has been completely neglected. Realizing their critical disadvantage, Astel declares that they must immediately mobilize every resource they have left to prepare for the onslaught. Pointing to a rack of sharp weapons, he suggests the highly controversial move of arming the local serfs and forcing them to fight. Agreeing with the emergency measure, Lancel snaps at his lieutenant, ordering him to immediately carry out the commander's plan. As Lancel grumbles and gripes in the background, complaining about the quality of his forces, Astel notices someone standing nearby. Honestly, this kid is still complaining about bad help while a literal army of 1,000 people is trying to break down his front door. Astel calls out to his young lord, gesturing toward a figure holding a heavy wooden basket under the golden sky. Stepping forward, Syria bows respectfully, as Lancel explains that her exceptional archery skills are desperately needed on the battlefield. She looks so majestic and calm despite the impending doom. The lighting in the scene is absolutely gorgeous. Lancel promises that if she fights in the upcoming battle and proves her worth, her future might change forever. Lancel promises to officially release her from her bondage as a serf, guaranteeing her the long-sought status of a freeman if she survives this onslaught. Saria stares blankly, her mind instantly drifting to the kind-hearted Mr. Yevon, wondering if she could truly stand alongside him as an equal. Her voice trembles, quiver as she points out a darker truth, that once her birthday passes, she is legally destined to become the creepy old baron's mistress. Lancel closes his eyes with a weary groan. bluntly asking her how much longer she honestly thinks his foolish father will even survive in this war-torn land. Whoa, talk about some heavy family drama. Lancel is basically counting down to days until his dad kicks the bucket. And honestly, can we blame him? Placing a firm grip on her shoulder, clank, clank, Lancel reassures her that he will assume absolute responsibility for her safety, telling her to put her fears to rest. Realizing that this is her only ticket to true freedom, Syria takes a deep breath and firmly agrees to the dangerous proposal. She vows to stand tall as a defender, committing herself to manning the deadly castle walls alongside the remaining forces. Sitting under the glowing sunset, she reflects on the bizarre irony that stepping onto a literal battlefield is her best option to escape a creepy noble's clutches. Honestly, when fighting a literal army of 1,000 bloodthirsty invaders is a better alternative than marrying the local lord, you know that baron is absolute trash. Saria remembers how young Den used to whine and envy because she was spared from the brutal physical labor of hauling heavy rocks to reinforce the castle moat. But as she peers over the battlements at the desolate landscape, the looming dread of the impending invasion makes her heart thump with overwhelming anxiety. Suddenly, a familiar presence catches her eye, interrupting her dark train of thought. Looking down, she spots Mr. Yevon approaching with heavy steps as he reveals that Commander Astel has already informed him of her conscription. Let's appreciate how the artist uses these dramatic camera angles to build suspense before a major emotional beat. Very cinematic. Although she smiles warmly, she admits to him that she has absolutely no clue how this desperate battle is going to unfold. Looking at her with deep concern, Yevon silently resolves that his absolute top priority must be keeping her alive through the chaos. Stretching his arms with a huff, he confesses how much it pains him to see a young girl forced to fight, though he deeply trusts her legendary archery skills. Noticing the soldiers gathering their gear, Syria asks if they are already heading out to execute their defensive plans. Wait, is it just me, or does Syria's golden hair look like a literal halo under the sunset lighting? The artist is really hammering home that royal lineage hint. Yevon nods solemnly, explaining that they cannot allow the enemy to seize the fertile lands they worked so hard to harvest, meaning they must execute the scorched earth policy immediately. Pointing toward the dimming horizon, Yevon warns her that the vanguard is already visible in the distance, urging her to focus entirely on her own survival. Gently patting her head, rustle, he reminds her that Lancel's offer of freedom only exists because this battle is a literal suicide mission where lives are snuffed out instantly. He warns her that on the battlefield, the line between life and death is incredibly thin, and taking a life is shockingly easy. This is some seriously heavy foreshadowing. I have a really bad feeling about Yevon heading out to the fields right now. Bowing her head in quiet contemplation, she promises to keep his grave warnings close to her heart. Waving goodbye with a cheerful chuckle, Yevon promises to return swiftly and tells her to stay safe. But the cruel reality of war strikes instantly, as Yevon never makes it back to the castle alive. Oh no! They actually killed off Mr. Yevon off screen? This went from 0 to 100 way too fast. My heart is completely broken. Outside the gates, a loud voice echoes, proclaiming the terrifying titles of the Heron Emperor, a supposed descendant of the demon god. The invading commander bows in mock politeness, calling out to Lancel to offer his sarcastic condolences. He casually explains that their vanguard ran into Baron Harper's reinforcement army on the road and completely annihilated them in battle, claiming it wasn't personal. Wait, so the trash baron got himself killed immediately after abandoning his castle? That has got to be the fastest instant karma in webtoon history. Saria's eyes widen in sheer horror as the enemy commander casually offers to return the butchered corpses of the baron and his knights. Her vision blurs with tears as she desperately searches the pile for Mr. Yevon, her heart shattering into pieces. Lying in the back of the wooden cart, creak, is Yevon's lifeless body, riddled with arrows, a grim reminder of his failed mission to burn the crops. Standing on the ramparts, Lancel clenches his fists as his men ask what their next move is, prompting him to declare that a true lord never surrenders to murderers. Well, at least Lancel has some spine, unlike his late father. Still, they are outnumbered like 20 to 1. This is basically a death sentence. Lancel calls out to the shivering garrison, asking if anyone has the courage to step outside the safety of the gates to retrieve their fallen comrades. Stepping forward with a heavy clank, Saria raises her voice and asks Commander Astel for permission to volunteer for the task. With tears streaming down her face, her gaze hardens with absolute resolve as she vows to bring her friend's body back. Astel looks at his men in disbelief, shouting at them for letting a mere child show more courage than fully trained soldiers. Look at those grown-up soldiers sweating and hiding in the corner. Absolutely pathetic. A young girl is putting the entire garrison to shame. Shamed by her bravery, one of the young guards steps forward, stuttering out his agreement to accompany her outside. The guard watches her walk by, completely stunned by the fierce, unyielding aura radiating from the young girl. He wonders to himself if the sheer brutality of losing her dearest friend has permanently shattered her innocent view of the world. As she exits the safety of the gate, the arrogant Heron invaders point and laugh, jeering at the alien kingdom for sending a little girl to do a soldier's job. Oh, just keep laughing, you brainless cannon fodder. You have absolutely no idea what kind of monster archer you just insulted. An enemy archer draws his bowstring, creak, deciding to fire a warning shot just to terrify the brave young girl. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow grazes right past the alien commander's cheek, causing the guards to cry out in alarm. The dark silhouettes of the enemy vanguard cackle, thoroughly enjoying their petty act of intimidation. Clenching his teeth, the guard fumes that the enemy intentionally mocked them, demanding that they retaliate immediately to defend their honor. Seriously, firing on a recovery detail is a major war crime, even for medieval standards. These guys are asking for a swift arrow to the throat. Raising her arm, Saria calmly points toward the distant enemy lines, stating that she can easily make the shot. Astel turns to her, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief at her absurd claim. Astel points out that the enemy watchtower is at least 300 yards away, a distance virtually impossible for any normal archer, but Saria simply repeats her vow. Commander Astel tells her to aim for the edge of the distant flag first as a test of her accuracy. 300 yards is literally 3 football fields. If she actually lands this shot, she's not just a good archer, she's a human sniper rifle. Pulling the heavy wooden bow back, creak, she locks her gaze onto the target, knowing this single shot will silence the arrogant invaders. As the wind whistles softly, rustle, she realizes that in the grand scheme of war, concepts of good and evil lose all meaning. She understands that whether you are a wealthy noble or a dirt-poor serf, the cold hand of death claims everyone without bias. With a powerful thwack, the arrow pierces directly through the center of the flag, triggering a massive roar of cheers from the alien wall as she realizes her deadly potential. What an absolute legendary shot! The look on the enemy's faces must be priceless. She literally just sniped their flag from 300 yards away. Gazing out with a heavy heart, Saria's brilliant blue eyes shimmer as she reflects on the dark choices that led her to this moment. She slowly closes her eyes with a soft flutter, knowing that fighting on this bloody wall is still infinitely better than being sold off as a plaything to the late Baron. With a gentle reach, she reaches out toward the empty air, whispering a silent farewell to the only father figure she had left. Standing in the dim twilight next to the rough wooden cart, she softly whispers Yevon's name, letting the cold reality of his death fully sink in. The story flashes back to 2 nights ago, where the distant hoot of a forest owl echoes around the high castle towers as Commander Astel questions if Lancel is truly planning to drag a young girl into this horrific war. Lancel leans against the stone battlement with a weary clank, explaining that with the Baron leaving with most of their elite forces, they have no choice but to draft every single serf capable of holding a weapon, including Saria. Seriously? Draft a teenage girl because your trash dad stole the actual army? That is prime bad management. Clenching his heavy iron fist with a tight squeak, Lancel recalls her unbelievable performance with the bow during the last birthday celebration. Looking over at Yevon, Lancel reminds him that since Yevon was the one who personally trained her, he should have absolute confidence in her deadly archery skills. Yevon remains completely silent, his face turning solemn as his breath escapes in a slow wheeze. Closing his eyes with a deep sigh, Yevon protests, arguing that regardless of her talent, Saria is still far too young to carry the weight of a battlefield. Yevon warns the young lord that sending a child who hasn't even reached adulthood to experience the horrors of war is a recipe for disaster. Yevon is literally the only person in this entire castle with a functioning moral compass right now. If only they had listened to him instead of treating kids like expendable chess pieces. Lancel fires back with a grim gaze, reminding him that if the castle gate falls, the invading army won't care about age, meaning absolutely no one is safe. Yevon's eye trembles slightly with a sharp twitch twitch as he is forced to acknowledge the brutal, inescapable truth of their situation. In his mind, Yevon envisions Seria's pure, innocent smile as she laughs amidst a field of blooming flowers, wishing he could preserve that warmth forever. He knows that the pure light of her youth will be instantly snuffed out, as even fully grown adults struggle to survive the psychological trauma of seeing mass casualties. Placing a hand over his chest with a soft rustle, Yevon speaks of the unspeakable bloodshed that stains a soldier's soul forever. He looks down in deep contemplation, silently asking himself if a gentle girl like her can ever recover from witnessing such brutality. His mind fills with the horrifying image of a bloody corpse lying on the cold stone floor, dreading the emotional agony Seria will face when she inevitably encounters death firsthand. This visual contrast between her bright memory and the pool of dark red blood is absolutely chilling. The artist did a phenomenal job building up the psychological weight of Yevon's fears. Back in the present, a weary maid walks through the chaotic courtyard with a clatter, urging the starving garrison to eat their rations before the enemy attacks. One of the soldiers turns away in disgust with a loud gag, complaining that the mysterious black sausage is completely devoid of meat and smells absolutely putrid. Seria holds the dark, greasy piece of blood sausage in her hands, staring down with a numb, vacant expression. Her eyes glaze over with a slow blink as she realizes that this disgusting organ meat is their pathetic reward for surviving a near-death encounter. She closes her eyes tight with a heavy sniff, trying to summon the strength to swallow the foul food. Suddenly, a red-haired maid huddled in the dark corner breaks down crying, hysterically asking why her beloved husband didn't make it back alive. Oh man, my heart is breaking all over again. The tragedy of these poor villager families who had nothing to do with this war is just too real. Looking up with tear-stained eyes, the maid confronts Seria, reminding her that she was the one who physically dragged his lifeless corpse back from the field. Seria's breath hitches with a sharp gasp as she stands completely frozen, unable to find the words to console the grieving widow. Forcing a strained, painful smile with a nervous quiver, Seria stutters out an excuse before the widow bitterly volunteers to reveal the harsh truth herself. The widow points toward the bleak, crowded town below, declaring that her husband died simply because he was never truly a free man to begin with. Tears stream down her pale cheeks with a wet splash as she clutches her clothes, grieving the unfair fate of her lost love. Her green eye shines with raw resentment as she explains that both Seria and her husband were doomed from the day they were born as lowly serfs in this godforsaken fiefdom. She accuses them of being too naive to realize they were just expendable tools, blindly throwing their lives away for a noble lord who doesn't care if they live or die. She is dropping some heavy truth bombs right now. When you're a serf, patriotism is basically a scam to get you to die for someone else's land. Suddenly, a heavy metal boot comes down with a loud squish, completely crushing Seria's dropped blood sausage into the dirt. Seria gasps aloud with a sharp startle, her eyes widening in pure shock at the sudden intrusion. A sweat-dropping Lancel rushes forward with a clumsy slip, realizing he just stepped directly on her precious dinner. Lancel frantically waves his hands in panic, stuttering out a clumsy apology while Seria quickly tries to reassure him that it was her fault for dropping it in the first place. Lancel proudly puffs out his chest with a grand rustle, dramatically correcting her that he is no longer just a lord. He is now the Supreme Lord Harper. Wow, his dad has been dead for like 5 minutes and he's already correcting people on his official title. Wow! Talk about speed-running a promotion. He awkwardly scratches his neck, admitting that while the official paperwork hasn't cleared, the title is inevitably his now that his father has kicked the bucket. Softening his tone, Lancel tells a confused Seria that he didn't come to scold her, but rather to hand over a special reward. He reaches into his pouch and drops several heavy gold coins into her palms with a bright jingle. Seria stares at the shiny metal in absolute disbelief as Lancel explains that her legendary flag-sniping shot allowed him to vent his immense rage against the invaders who butchered his father. Though Seria realizes this small handful of gold could easily feed her family for 2 whole weeks, she is overcome with a sudden wave of nausea that makes her stomach churn. Staring down at the blood-stained wealth, she realizes that no amount of gold can wash away the horrific stench of death lingering on her hands. This is a massive turning point for Syria's character. She's realizing that her survival comes at the cost of her humanity, and that gold is just blood money. Totally oblivious to her inner turmoil, Lancel flashes a bright, sparkling smile and enthusiastically demands that she continue to show that same deadly precision in their upcoming battles. Suddenly, a violent rumble shakes the castle walls as a panicked sentry screams out for the newly crowned Lord Harper. The breathless messenger reports that the massive Heron vanguard has officially broken camp and is marching forward in a terrifyingly organized formation. Lancel's face pales as a cold sweat drop runs down his cheek, shocked that the enemy is launching their main assault so quickly. The dark, heavy gates of the fortress loom large against the overcast sky as the entire castle braces for the ultimate clash. Up on the battlements, a heavily armored commander raises his steel gauntlet with a resounding clank, roaring that they are officially entering a state of total, unrestricted war. Here we go, guys. The siege is officially starting, and our girl Syria is about to show these invaders why you never mess with a legendary sniper. With a booming voice that echoes across the battlefield, the commander screams, "Fire!" with a mighty roar. Syria watches in absolute awe as a massive blazing cloud of flaming arrows flies with a thunderous whoosh, lighting up the dark sky in a magnificent, deadly display of fire. Syria's eyes widen as she stares directly into the night sky, watching a terrifying rain of fire plummeting directly toward their defensive position. A nearby soldier is instantly struck down by a blazing projectile with a loud crash. Screaming in agony as the unstoppable flames consume his armor. The entire fortress courtyard erupts into a chaotic nightmare of panic as the siege weapons of the Harran Empire continue to rain down absolute destruction on the defenders. Syria retreats against the stone battlement, her body trembling as she realizes that the terrifying warnings Yevon gave her about the harsh reality of war are unfolding right in front of her. Looking down at her trembling hands, she can barely comprehend how easily a human life can be snuffed out in a single careless instant. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the roaring flames as Commander Astol calls out to her, causing Syria to spin around with a sharp gasp. Honestly, calling out the teenager to do your dirty work while the castle is literally burning down around you is a wild management strategy. Astol gestures toward the outer perimeter, directing Syria's attention to a heavily armored squadron of elite enemy knights marching directly toward their gate. The clanking knights advance with a heavy stomp, their thick, reinforced steel plating making them completely impervious to standard arrows. The commander turns to Syria with an intense, desperate look, asking if her legendary archery skills are enough to neutralize these heavily armored threats before they breach the wall. Knowing the fate of the castle is on the line, Syria reaches into her quiver with a soft slide and retrieves a crude stone-tipped arrow. She draws back her heavy bowstring with a tight creak, silently cursing the fact that a lowly serf like her has never been allowed to practice with military-grade steel weapons. Wait, she's seriously about to take on fully armored knights using a basic hunting bow and a piece of pointed rock? Talk about an absolute underdog story. She narrows her eyes in deep concentration, reminding herself that while stone arrows lack the sheer penetrative power of steel, they possess a unique, deadly advantage of their own. With a sharp release, the projectile flies through the air with a deadly whoosh, cutting through the smoky battlefield with perfect precision. The stone arrow strikes the leading knight directly in the helmet visor with a loud crack, instantly fracturing into dozens of jagged fragments. The shattered rock fragments spray violently inside the knight's helmet, causing him to choke on his own blood as the debris pierces his face. With a heavy thud, the knight collapses from his mount, leaving the surrounding soldiers to cheer in absolute triumph. Oh my goodness, she literally turned a basic stone arrow into a fragmentation grenade inside his helmet. That is pure tactical genius. Syria stands frozen on the battlement, her face turning completely pale as she stares down at the first human being she has ever personally killed. Around her, the chaotic din of battle continues to rage as commanders shout, ordering the militia to push the enemy siege ladders off the stone walls. The desperate defenders scramble to pour boiling water over the battlements with a loud splash, doing whatever it takes to keep the invaders at bay. Suddenly, the chaotic sounds of battle fade away as Syria's mind slips into a dark, suffocating fog where she wanders alone, desperately searching for her family. Out of the darkness, a chilling voice begins to whisper, pleading to be sent home while claiming they were only following orders. This psychological horror transition is masterclass storytelling. The artist really highlights the heavy emotional toll of taking a life on such a young soul. The bloody ghost of the enemy knight she just killed appears before her, weeping as he demands to know why he had to die in a foreign land. His pale, tear-streaked face stares back at her with hollow, lifeless eyes, embodying the horrific guilt that is slowly tearing her soul apart. The Phantom reaches out to touch her as Syria shudders, paralyzed by his accusing questions. Reality suddenly snaps back with a hard bump as another soldier rushes past her, leaving Syria stuttering that she was only executing the commander's orders. Looking over, she sees the solemn figure of Yevon standing beside her, asking her how it feels to finally experience the true weight of taking a human life. Yevon is easily the best mentor in this entire series. He doesn't sugarcoat the brutality of their world, but he's always there to support her. Yevon looks out toward the burning horizon, quietly noting how incredibly simple and casual it is for human beings to slaughter one another on a battlefield. He explains that while some soldiers fight out of pure, selfish greed, others are forced to kill simply because they are bound to the commands of their masters. Watching a weary maid walk past, Yevon explains that this tragedy occurs because every single person is tethered to something they desperately want to protect. He observes that when people build high, impenetrable walls to safeguard their hearts, they often lock their true selves away forever once they grow into adulthood. Yevon turns his gaze to the sky, somberly questioning if any trace of their existence will actually remain in this cruel world after they are gone. Man, the sheer weight of this existential dread is just heartbreaking. These poor people are just trying to survive a war they never wanted. He looks at her with deep sorrow, confessing that his greatest regret was failing to protect her innocent youth from being stained by the horrors of combat. Syria reaches out toward him with a desperate stretch, pleading with him not to leave her alone in the dark as the memory begins to fade. A sudden, blinding flash snaps her back to reality as panicked alarms declare a surprise enemy infiltration. The castle courtyard is instantly plunged into sheer pandemonium as soldiers scream, warning everyone that the invaders have breached their inner defenses. Syria looks around in absolute disbelief as raging fires consume the towering castle structures, wondering how the enemy could have bypassed their defenses so quickly. No way! Did they seriously get flanked this easily? The security in this castle is practically non-existent. She runs up to a heavily armored knight, panting as she desperately asks how the enemy managed to infiltrate their stronghold. The knight reveals that the Harn forces completely outsmarted them, bypassing the main gate entirely by sneaking down the river and breaching their unprotected rear entrance. When a horrified Syria asks about the guards stationed at the back gate, the knight grimly replies that they were undoubtedly slaughtered before they could even sound the alarm. Commander Assel turns to Syria, offering his sincere gratitude and noting that her brilliant performance on the wall bought them precious time. He admits that Yevon was entirely correct about keeping her out of this horrific conflict, but his desperate belief that every hand was needed has ultimately led them to this tragic defeat. At least Astol is honorable enough to admit his mistakes, even if it's too late to save the castle. Drawing his sword with a sharp shring, the brave commander looks down at her with a gentle, protective smile, telling her to run away. Tears stream down Syria's face as she sobs, listening to him declare that there is absolutely no reason to sacrifice her life in a hopeless battle. Commander Astol clenches his iron fist to a tight squeak, ordering her to find her family and escape the castle immediately. What an absolute hero! He's choosing to stand and die just so she has a chance to run. Syria turns and flees, her boots clattering as she sprints away from the burning battlements. The courtyard below is a scene of absolute chaos as panicking soldiers shove past one another, screaming that Lord Lancel is already dead. Thrown into utter despair, the surviving defenders scream in terror, realizing that their defenses have completely crumbled and their defeat is inevitable. Running through the burning corridors, Syria shouts for her companion, realizing that escaping means she may never see her mentors again. She halts with the sharp skid, desperately shouting for her mother and father as she realizes history will completely forget the brave souls who died here today. Suddenly, a group of hostile Heron soldiers spot her, glaring as they instantly recognize her as the deadly archer who slaughtered their comrades. Oh no, she's completely cornered by the enemy vanguard. How is she going to get out of this alive without her bow? As the ruthless invaders close in, they point their weapons and roar to capture the fleeing young girl first. Syria has to run for her absolute life, with with zero time to spare as the enemy vanguard snaps at her heels. She whips her head around in a sudden whip gesture, her eyes dilating with pure terror as she realizes just how narrow her chances of escape are. With the castle burning behind her, she has to make a split-second decision before they corner her completely. Before she can even take another step, a massive armored hand lunges out with a brutal grab, catching her completely off guard. A hostile soldier sneers, demanding to know where on earth she thinks she's going. Driven by a visceral instinct of survival, Syria swings her small dagger back with a desperate slash, cutting through the soldier's reach to break free. Honestly, amazed her survival instincts are completely off the charts. Most kids her age would have just frozen in fear, but she's actively fighting back. The enemy soldiers are left completely dumbfounded as they dash after her, frustrated that a mere little girl is giving a highly trained squadron this much trouble. They shout to each other, absolutely embarrassed by their own incompetence in capturing a single peasant. Panting heavily, she has to run towards the outer castle walls, her heart hammering against her ribs as she screams internally that she doesn't want to die here. The pursuing soldiers shout at the top of their lungs, realizing she is heading straight for the high battlements. Reaching the very edge of the towering stone wall, Syria halts with a sharp skid as the enemy soldiers halt in disbelief, wondering if she's actually crazy enough to do the unthinkable. Oh my God, don't tell me she's actually about to jump off the wall? That drop is easily several stories high. With no other choice left, she takes a leap right off the castle wall, plunging down into the dark abyss below as her clothes billow in the freezing wind. It's a terrifying, death-defying leap of faith that leaves her fate completely hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, the grand history of the Empire reveals that during the chaotic Battle of Harper, a legendary winged guardian dragon known as an Antis Hysteria suddenly appeared in the sky, completely annihilating the invading Heron forces. Back inside the imperial palace, a heavily armored knight bows deeply to address a high-ranking noble, confirming their successful operations with a respectful nod. The smug crown prince of the Elian Empire, Kyle Elian, flashes a haughty smirk, declaring that the sudden appearance of a masterless guardian dragon is absolute proof that the divine dragon god watches over their empire. Oh, this guy has corrupt royal villain written all over his gorgeous face. You just know he's going to be a massive pain in the neck. The loyal knight carefully warns the prince to remain cautious, noting that while the beast is currently restrained, countless soldiers tragically died during its capture. Kyle snaps back with an arrogant sneer, dismissing the warning and claiming that these divine creatures exist solely to serve the imperial family. Behind massive iron-reinforced bars, the breathtaking blue dragon stands locked away, its glowing white feathers floating down in a slow flutter as Kyle stares in awe of its majestic beauty. The dragon opens its striking deep blue eyes, staring back with an intense glare that makes Kyle believe the ancient creature is actually recognizing him as its true master. Yeah, right. That dragon's eye is basically screaming, "Get me out of this cage so I can eat you alive." Talk about massive delusions of grandeur. Looking out over the balcony at the starry night sky, another young noble stands in deep contemplation, his dark uniform rustling softly in the cool midnight breeze. He turns around with a calm glance, revealing himself to be Antarion Magadan, the illegitimate child of Adarion III, who possesses striking blue eyes and a sharp, calculating gaze. An aide approaches, politely asking him what he is doing outside in such freezing weather, to which Antarion quietly replies that he is merely scanning the silent battlefield, since Heron's army could resume their assault at any moment. The aide urges him not to overwork himself, reassuring him that if Prince Kyle successfully forms a pact with the captured guardian dragon from Harper, this brutal war will finally come to an end. The red-haired officer sighs with an annoyed scowl, muttering that the promise of the Dragon Pact is the exact reason why the Crown Prince has been acting so incredibly haughty lately. Man, even the prince's own staff can't stand his arrogant attitude. You love to see the office gossip in a fantasy empire. Antarion's aide whispers that the prince has been monitoring Antarion's actions very closely out of paranoia, though a pact with the beast would finally alleviate all of their lord's current concerns. Antario narrows his piercing blue eyes in a tense squint, silently thinking to himself how incredibly bizarre it is for a sacred guardian dragon to appear without a chosen pact maker in the first place. Walking down the dark stone corridor lined with fresh bloodstains, Antarion's boots tap as he grimly contemplates how the prince expects to control a wild, untamed dragon when he has no real bond with it. Back in the palace corridors, Prince Kyle storms past with an incredibly furious stride, cursing under his breath as his cape waves with a sharp snap. He fumes with a loud hiss, utterly enraged as to why the majestic beast is completely refusing to drink his imperial dragon blood to seal their sacred pact. Behind him, two soldiers sweat nervously as they watch their prince spiral into a temper tantrum. The two knights whisper to each other, gossiping that the prince didn't just get rejected, but actually enraged the dragon so badly that he almost lost his hand before barely pulling it back in time. Overhearing their hushed mockery, Prince Kyle freezes in his tracks, turning his head with a terrifying creak as his eyes burn with pure murderous rage. Oh boy. Those two gossiping knights are in absolute massive trouble. Rule number 1 of serving a tyrant: never talk trash within earshot. Glaring down at the trembling soldiers, Kyle's voice drops to a chilling whisper, demanding to know how they dare make such treasonous remarks directly in his royal presence. Towering over them with a heavy step, Kyle roars that they must have a death wish to want their knighthoods revoked on the spot, leaving the panicked knights to stutter out desperate apologies. A vein pops on Kyle's face as he turns away in pure disgust, his teeth clenching with a tight squeak as he struggles to contain his rising embarrassment and fury. According to the ancient royal archives, the Anti-Cesterias are the greatest dragons and guardians of the empire, drawing their immense power directly from the blood of the imperial family, who are descendants of the divine dragons. The sacred texts declare that it is the ultimate destiny of a guardian dragon to form a life-binding pact with a royal descendant, whose divine bloodline is visually proven by 2 exclusive traits: striking blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Walking away from the archives, Prince Kyle growls with a frustrating sigh, unable to accept why the beast would reject him when he is the rightful heir. He covers his face in a stressed press, fuming over the ridiculous mystery, because he is absolutely certain that he is the only remaining member of the imperial family capable of forming the pact. A dark, sinister look washes over Kyle's face as his eyes narrow, coldly declaring that if the magnificent beast refuses to submit to his absolute authority, then it has no right to live and must be completely destroyed. Wow, serious. Talk about a toxic temper. If he can't have the toy, nobody can. This prince is seriously unhinged. Meanwhile, in the lower chambers of the castle, a young girl with bound hands and stunning blonde hair is shoved forward by guards, her head hanging low in absolute exhaustion. The girl looks up with a slow blink as the knight calls out to Sermillion, her striking blue eyes reflecting the sheer terror of her current situation. Prince Kyle looks over at the captives with a sneer of utter disgust, demanding to know what kind of filthy, pathetic things the guards have brought into his pristine presence. The guard explains that these peasants were apprehended near the riverbank, revealing they are serfs who tried to escape during the chaos, and that they are simply trying to return them to their designated territories. Kyle scoffs, claiming they have absolutely no right to even breathe the same air as him. Stepping closer with a menacing shadow, Kyle looks down at the silent, bound girl, spitting out that being in the same room with such pathetic, low-born peasants makes him physically sick. Without a shred of mercy, Kyle reaches out and grabs her long blonde hair with a violent pull, forcing her head backward as she lets out a sharp, painful scream. What an absolute royal pain. Somebody needs to teach this spoiled prince some basic manners, preferably with a fist to the face. Holding her up by her hair, Kyle's eyes widen in a sudden shock as he stares at her bright blonde hair and striking blue eyes, furiously demanding to know how a peasant with these traits is even still alive. The terrified girl stares back with a trembling gasp, her mind spinning in complete confusion as she quietly asks what on earth he means by that. Kyle's face twists into a cold, murderous expression, declaring that her very existence is completely ridiculous and an absolute insult to the crown. Standing tall as he looks down on her, Kyle's boots tap as he coldly decides to be generous and offer her a detailed explanation as a final parting gift before he has her executed. Kyle proudly explains that the imperial family holds exclusive sacred traits of blonde hair and blue eyes, which serve as the ultimate undeniable proof of possessing divine dragon blood. The young girl's eyes widen in absolute horror as Kyle reveals a chilling truth. Anyone born with blonde hair and blue eyes who is not a registered member of the imperial family is instantly branded a traitor. Over a horrific background of splattered blood, Kyle declares that because of this divine law, imperial decrees mandate that any commoner born with these traits must be ruthlessly executed the very moment they enter the world. This is absolutely insane. They literally murder babies just to keep the royal monopoly on blonde hair and blue eyes? Talk about a dystopian nightmare. The poor girl's lips tremble as she tries to speak, her voice cracking in pure, unadulterated panic as the reality of her death sentence sinks in. She screams out in absolute desperation, shouting that she was never once told about this law in her entire life, her eyes darting around the room for any sign of mercy. Tears stream down her face as she recalls her peaceful past with Lord Harper, sobbing that her lord never mentioned her hair was treasonous and that she even loyally served as a brave soldier fighting against the Heron forces. Oh no, she literally risked her life fighting for an empire that wants to murder her just for her hair color. The sheer, tragic irony of this is absolutely heartbreaking. Desperately clinging to the fading memories of her past, the poor girl begs for mercy, her tearful voice cracking as she desperately pleads with the prince to spare her life. Prince Kyle merely looks back at her with a look of pure, frozen apathy, coldly muttering that none of her tragic peasant struggles have absolutely anything to do with him. He sneers that it doesn't matter if she was a brave soldier or a common serf because she is nothing but trash to him, fuming that she has the absolute audacity to waste his precious royal time pleading for a worthless existence. Seriously? This guy has the personality of a wet cardboard box, but with 10 times the ego. Someone needs to pop this kid's bubble immediately. Nearby, the two Imperial guards whisper nervously to each other, muttering how the prince is behaving completely hysterically again and warning each other to pretend they didn't see a single thing to avoid his deadly wrath. Kyle suddenly turns around, his heavy leather boots stomping as he barks a loud order at the head knight, who immediately stammers out a terrified reply. Looking down at the bound girl's vibrant golden locks, Kyle barks out a chilling command to throw this lowly piece of trash directly to the locked-up dragon to be eaten alive. Oh, come on. Serious? Feeding a human to a dragon because you're having a temper tantrum? This prince is practically begging for a rebellion. With a twisting, sinister smile, Kyle declares that since she dared to be born with royal dragon blood, they must gouge her eyes out and lock her away forever so she can never form a pact with the beast. When a horrified knight stammers that this order is far too cruel, Kyle instantly roars in pure rage, demanding to know how a mere soldier dares to disobey an absolute imperial decree. Standing proudly in the grand corridor, the unhinged prince watches them drag her off, while the poor girl's mind spins in absolute terror, silently weeping over what she could have possibly done wrong to deserve this. This is genuinely painful to watch. She risked her life for this empire, and now she's losing her sight just for having a specific hair color. As Kyle's heavy boots tap away down the stone hall, the girl screams out in absolute desperation, crying that she hasn't even had a real chance to make her mark on this cruel world yet. Over a horrific, dark background splattered with fresh crimson blood, her agonizing shrieks of pain and despair echo through the cold stone castle chambers. Reaching her blood-stained hand into the dark, she screams in pure agony that she cannot see, while the guilty guards look down in silent, gut-wrenching shame. I have no words. The physical horror of this scene is absolutely brutal. Let's hope karma hits this prince like a runaway carriage. Lying in a growing pool of her own blood, the blinded girl whimpers that she doesn't want to die, while the trembling guards frantically argue over whether they should have carried out such a monstrous order. Shaking his head, the head knight hoists her limp, bleeding body over his shoulder, muttering that they must forget about it since there's absolutely nothing they can do for her now anyway. Tossed carelessly onto the freezing stone floor behind massive iron bars, she bitterly contemplates how everyone in this cruel world is born into a predetermined class, including her. She stares blankly into the cold darkness, her blood-stained golden hair splayed across the stone floor as the grim reality of her slow, agonizing death sinks in. This is literally rock bottom. But wait! This is a manhwa. This is exactly the moment where the epic turnaround starts. Clutching her bound hands tightly behind her back, she struggles to sit upright in the dim, dusty cell, her entire body trembling from the excruciating pain. Suddenly, a dry, raspy laugh slips from her parched lips, the sheer absurdity of her tragic fate driving her to absolute madness. With a bloody, broken smile, she chuckles bitterly, whispering to herself about how incredibly hard she fought to survive the brutal wars, only to realize she was doomed from the exact second she entered the world. Slumping back onto the hard stone floor with her hands still bound by thick rope, she feels her consciousness rapidly fading into the dark abyss. Floating in a quiet, sparkly blue void of her fading mind, her final tragic thought wonders what on earth she even struggled to survive for in the first place. Wow, serious? The art in this scene is incredibly beautiful, yet deeply heartbreaking. The contrast between her dark cell and the starry blue void is stunning. In the quiet depths of her fading mind, she calls out to the majestic, locked-up dragon resting in the adjacent cell, addressing it as a mighty, sacred beast. She fondly recalls a long-lost memory of a close friend she once had, who was also a dragon that eventually flew away to a grander place, but was the sweetest, most clever little creature she ever knew. In her warm childhood memory, the young, golden-haired girl sits happily in the lush green grass with the adorable, smiling gray baby dragon curled up peacefully on her lap. Clutching onto the final thread of her life, she whispers a desperate prayer, begging that if this giant guardian dragon possesses the same deep mercy and wisdom as her sweet childhood friend, to please hear her plea. Oh my gosh! Don't tell me that cute little baby dragon from her past is actually the giant, majestic guardian dragon locked up in the cage? Suddenly, a soft, ethereal voice echoes through the darkness of her mind, calling out her name, causing her to snap her eyes open as a brilliant flash of blue light floods her vision. Gasping in complete shock, she holds up her trembling hand, realizing that not only is she somehow still alive, but her completely destroyed eyes can actually see perfectly again. Touching her pristine, unblemished face, she gasps that all of her gruesome injuries have been completely healed, just as the mysterious, booming voice gently calls out her name once more. Sitting up in disbelief, she turns to see the breathtaking white dragon standing directly inside her cramped stone cell, the gentle beast warmly addressing her as its dear friend. Talk about a grand entrance. The dragon literally broke the laws of physics to heal her and stand by her side. A glowing blue aura swirls gently around them as the majestic dragon softly whispers just how incredibly much it has missed her over all these long years. Saria's bright blue eyes widen in absolute breathless wonder as she stares at the majestic creature, her mind struggling to comprehend the impossible miracle unfolding right in front of her. Staring at the familiar, striking blue markings framing the beast's eyes, her voice trembles with emotion as she quietly stammers out the name of her lost friend, Cisrelia. Tears of pure, overwhelming joy instantly well up in her eyes as the realization hits her that her beloved companion has finally returned. I'm not crying, you're crying. This reunion is absolutely beautiful. The sheer emotion on her face is drawn so perfectly. Throwing all caution to the wind, she lunges forward and wraps her arms tightly around the massive dragon's snout, sobbing his name in absolute happiness. Nuzzling her face gently against his warm scales, the dragon whispers how deeply he missed his only true friend, while she tearfully replies that she missed him just as much. Spreading his soft, feathered wings inside the dark stone chamber, the giant beast warmly chuckles that she has grown so much taller and even prettier than before, while she smiles through her tears, wondering about his own long, difficult journey. Wiping the lingering tears from her glowing blue eyes, she looks up at him with a beaming smile, curiosity taking over as she asks what on earth finally brought him back to her. Cisrelia stares back at her with his striking blue eyes, quietly explaining that he returned because he sensed she was in grave, life-threatening danger. Wait, how can a dragon sense a human's danger from across the world? There is definitely some serious magical soul-binding action going on here. The dragon explains that he immediately flew back to the peaceful village where she used to live, only to find hostile invaders completely destroying everything and setting her home ablaze. Cisrelia recalls his absolute fury, explaining how his rage boiled over as he incinerated every single enemy in sight, though he was left completely devastated when he still couldn't find any trace of her. Syria quickly pieces the puzzle together, explaining that by the time he arrived, she must have already been floating down the river after jumping into the rushing water to escape the invaders. She grimly adds that after washing ashore, she was unfortunately branded as a runaway serf by the Imperial Knights and dragged straight to this dark castle dungeon, to which the dragon lets out a low, understanding hum. Clenching her torn skirt tightly in a fist, she whispers in a shaky voice that while she luckily survived the ordeal, not everyone from her village was as fortunate. The survivor's guilt is real. Even after being saved, her first thought is about the innocent people she couldn't save. She really has a true hero's heart. Cisrelia gently presses his warm snout against her head, softly murmuring how deeply he wishes he had arrived much earlier to prevent her from enduring such horrific suffering. Looking up at him with a sweet, comforting smile, she softly tells him that she's just incredibly grateful he remembered her and came all this way to rescue her. Tilting her head, she asks how he was actually able to sense her danger in the first place, prompting prompting Cisrelia to look at her in surprise, asking if she truly doesn't know. A magical, sparkly blue light surrounds them as the ancient dragon begins to reveal the incredible truth behind their mysterious, life-binding connection. Syria's eyes widen in absolute shock as she gasps out the words dragon blood and souls, the pieces of her mysterious heritage finally clicking together in her mind. Hold on, did she accidentally form a life-binding pact with a legendary dragon when she was just a little kid? No wonder Kyle was rejected. Cisrelia smiles gently, explaining that when she allowed him to drink her blood back in their childhood, she clearly had absolutely no idea she was actually sealing a sacred, unbreakable pact between their souls. Staring in breathless awe, Syria's eyes glow with a brilliant, sacred rainbow light as she finally realizes she is the one true dragon master the entire empire has been desperately searching for. In the glowing depths of her mind, the ancient dragon's voice echoes gently, explaining that she absolutely must understand the truth of their history to fully realize the power of their soul pact. Centuries ago, the sky belonged to majestic dragons who were so magically gifted they could freely shift their physical forms into any creature they desired. Unfortunately, this golden era of absolute magic didn't last forever, and as the ambient magical energy in the atmosphere slowly began to evaporate, the great dragons faced a silent, devastating extinction. To save his kind from fading into nothingness, the legendary Dragon King Elienrode made two desperate, world-altering choices. And wow, Elienrode looks incredibly majestic with those golden scales and glowing purple eyes. The character design in this lore flashback is just gorgeous. The Dragon King's first radical decision was to breed offspring with highly intelligent humans who possessed incredibly rapid reproductive rates. This taboo union between beasts and humanity birthed the legendary dragon blood heirs, introducing humans who carried potent dragon magic directly in their veins. Over generations, these unique individuals carrying the very essence of dragon souls established their dominance and eventually founded the ruling Elian imperial family. Cisrelia sets up a hilarious mental classroom to explain that those born with this royal blood naturally inherit blonde hair, blue eyes, and an exceptionally strong body. I can't even. This cute chibi presentation with the blackboard is killing me. Cisrelia really put on glasses and a tiny pointer to teach her a history lesson. With the first part of the history lesson complete, Cisrelia shifts his gaze to explain Elienrode's second monumental decision. The Dragon King sacrificed his own physical body to construct an entire new species of dragons that could survive without consuming raw environmental magic, needing only a single drop of dragon blood to complete their ultimate power. Syria's jaw drops in absolute amazement as she realizes that Cisrelia and his kind are the direct descendants of that legendary creation. After establishing this new legacy, the Great King and the ancient dragons quietly vanish from the world, leaving their children to carry on the bloodline. The lore in this manhwa is actually so well thought out. It perfectly explains why Syria's hair and eye color made the crown prince lose his mind. Staring blankly at her giant companion, Syria is speechless as she learns how this grand ancestral knowledge has been passed down directly through Cisrelia's bloodline. Syria finally connects the final dots, realizing that because she possesses the exact physical traits of the legendary Dragon King, Prince Kyle viewed her existence as a direct threat to his throne. Cisrelia warmly reminds her that the very first thing he did when they met as kids was playfully bite her pinky finger. Wait, so a cute little finger chomp was actually a high-level magical soul contract initialization? Note to self, never let a stray baby dragon bite your hand. She fondly remembers cradling the tiny, adorable gray creature in her arms, Whisper completely unaware of the massive destiny resting on her shoulders. The soft, glowing aura around them intensifies as Cisrelia confirms that very childhood encounter was the exact moment they fulfilled the conditions of their sacred soul pact. He gently explains that she first proved her devotion physically when she bravely offered her own blood to save his dying young body. Next, her pure and compassionate soul breathed life into his failing existence, securing an unbreakable spiritual bond between them. Cisrelia takes a steady step forward on the cold stone floor, quietly murmuring that there is now only one final step left to complete their pact. Spreading his brilliant blue and white wings, the spectacular guardian beast stands proudly before his designated master. The framing of this shot is absolutely stunning. The artist really went all out to show the massive contrast in size between our heroine heroine and this giant legendary beast. Staring up at the magnificent creature, Syria's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, her voice completely caught in her throat. She suddenly looks down, her voice trembling as she confesses the dark, heavy sins she committed just to stay alive during the horrific wars. With heavy guilt weighing on her chest, she admits that she shamelessly fled the battlefield all on her own, only to end up trapped in this nightmare. She bitterly recalls how the cruel crown prince mocked her right before taking her sight, telling her that she should have been eliminated the very moment she drew her first breath. Staring into the void with a hollow, tragic smile, Syria's heart breaks as she wonders if her entire existence was nothing but a curse. This poor girl is suffering from such severe survivor's guilt, it's physically painful to watch. She literally did nothing wrong but try to stay alive. She desperately wonders if her loved ones and the innocent people who fought to protect her would still be happily alive today if she had just never been born. Her mind spirals into deep, agonizing confusion, leaving her completely unsure of what she is even fighting for anymore. Clenching her trembling hands into tight, desperate fists, she tearfully whispers that her only true wish in this cruel world was simply to live. Cisralia looks down at her with immense warmth and sympathy, his wise eyes shining with deep understanding. If anyone deserves a giant magical dragon companion, it is definitely Syria. She needs all the comfort in the world right now. Looking up at the majestic beast, Syria tearfully tells him to leave, insisting that a lowly, branded serf like her will only drag a noble guardian dragon down with her. She blinks in surprise as a gentle, calming warmth washes over her soul, cutting through her deep-seated despair. In a soft, comforting voice, Cisralia replies that he has no interest in grand political answers, reminding her that he was just a helpless baby dragon who would have starved to death without her kindness. Staring deeply into her eyes, the massive white beast gently declares that her artificial social status means absolutely nothing to him. I'm literally crying right now. Cisralia's absolute, unwavering loyalty to Syria is the most beautiful thing ever. With glowing feathers gently swirling through the air, the giant dragon promises to stay by her side and reassure her of her worth as many times as it takes for her to believe it. Syria's bright blue eyes shimmer with newfound hope, the heavy darkness that once clouded her mind completely melting away. She gently reaches out and presses her palm against his warm snout, silently accepting him not as a tool or a master, but as her dearest, lifelong friend. Suddenly, a sharp, violent crash breaks the peaceful silence, dragging us right back into the ugly reality of the royal palace. Oh boy, looks like the spoiled prince is having another one of his signature temper tantrums. In the grand imperial chambers, Prince Kyle stands in a towering rage, a shattered teacup rolling across the floor as he bellows in absolute fury. The head knight trembles violently in his armor, desperately begging his master to calm down, only for Kyle to viciously threaten to slit his throat on the spot. Kyle's veins bulge with pure malice as he seethes over the absurd report, unable to comprehend how a lowly, disposable peasant could dare to form a pact with a sacred guardian beast. In his mind, he visualizes the magnificent image of Syria standing proud, backed by the divine wings of the ancient dragon. Look at this gorgeous visual. Syria looks like an absolute goddess with those massive feathered wings. Kyle is literally shaking in his boots. Suddenly, the heavy clank of footsteps echoes through the tense room as a wealthy, bearded nobleman enters the private chambers. The nobleman cautiously approaches the furious prince, nervous sweat dripping down his temple as he prepares to deliver some highly sensitive information. Prince Kyle suddenly comes to a sharp halt, his dark, calculating gaze shifting coldly toward the newcomer. With a cold, emotionless sneer, Kyle quietly mutters that the situation has escalated beyond diplomacy, leaving them with only one final solution. Kyle's eyes turn pitch black with murderous intent as he coldly decrees that both the legendary guardian dragon and the serf girl must be executed immediately. Seriously, this guy's ego is so incredibly fragile that his first instinct is to try and assassinate a literal god-tier dragon. Good luck with that, Princey. The bearded nobleman gasps in pure terror, asking if he truly intends to kill them, while Kyle explains that the sacred beasts have only ever chosen the imperial family as their partners. Kyle rages that allowing a lowly branded serf to remain the master of a guardian dragon completely completely destroys the royal family's divine legitimacy and threatens the entire empire's foundation. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury, Kyle points out that since the Elian Empire is currently in the middle of a brutal war, they cannot afford any internal rebellion or loss of divine authority. Count Palatine Entowith stands frozen in shock as Prince Kyle delivers a chilling, bloodthirsty command. The Mad Prince orders him to hunt down and completely eliminate every single person who laid eyes on Seria and her guardian dragon, demanding that not a single witness be spared. Count Entrusith's face turns pale as a cold sweat drips down his temple, realizing the sheer insanity of this order. Killing everyone who saw the dragon essentially means initiating a mass slaughter of the entire local population, a horrific task that makes even this seasoned nobleman's stomach churn with dread. In the dark shadows of the Empire, the heavy chains of history loom large as Entiswith recalls how the last guardian dragon chose the second prince over the crown prince. Now that another sacred beast has chosen a lowborn girl, Kyle's fragile ego is shattered, leaving him absolutely seething with murderous rage over his lost divine authority. Knowing the immense political stakes, Entusith gathers his courage and cautiously speaks up, risking the prince's immediate wrath. He desperately tries to argue that letting a literal legendary dragon's packmaker die so recklessly is a massive mistake. Wait, is this nobleman actually trying to use logic with a royal diaper baby? That is a very dangerous sport, my guy. Bowing his head in deep anxiety, the Count pleads with Kyle to reconsider his reckless decision, pointing out that executing the dragon's master is a terrible move right now. Kyle merely narrows his eyes, demanding a solid explanation for why he should spare her. Entuswith explains that the imperial family only controls 3 guardian dragons, making every single one of these divine beasts an invaluable asset during this brutal war. Seriously, the crown prince is so blinded by his own petty jealousy that he's ready to toss away a literal weapon of mass destruction. Truly a tactical genius. He further warns that even if Kyle treats the Serf girl like garbage, too many commoners have already witnessed her riding the legendary guardian beast. If the Emperor himself gets wind of this miraculous event, it could completely ruin Kyle's standing and ruin his chances at inheriting the throne. Hearing his critical political survival laid out so plainly, the Crown Prince stands in tense silence, slowly scratching his head in frustration. The reality of his precarious situation is finally starting to chip away at his stubborn arrogance. Seizing the moment, Entiswith delivers his final plea, formally requesting that his master rethink this hasty execution order before it blows up in their faces. Kyle's dark eyes narrow as he calculates his next moves. Meanwhile, down in the palace cells, a terrified guard nervously steps up to the bars holding roasted chestnuts on a wooden plate. Trembling from head to toe, he squeaks out a plea for the divine dragon and its master to accept this humble meal. Cisrelia slowly shifts his massive head and lets out a sharp, glowing blue glare toward the intruder. The guard immediately lets out a terrified shriek, his soul practically leaving his body at the sight of those legendary eyes. Stumbling backward in absolute panic, the guard yells that he will leave them in peace before bolting down the stone corridor at lightning speed. I mean, can you really blame the poor guy? I'd probably run a marathon too if a giant glowing-eyed dragon judged my snack offering. Seria lets out a soft, amused giggle as she comments on how wildly different people treat her when her giant scaly friend is by her side. Cisrelia proudly puffs out his chest, smugly reminding her that he is, after all, an incredibly impressive divine creature. Holding a warm roasted chestnut in her hand, Seria's expression slowly softens into a quiet, pensive look. She knows deep down that the royals don't care about her at all. Their only true objective is to seize Cisrelia's immense power for themselves. A heavy wave of anxiety washes over her as she contemplates what would happen if she and her dragon companion were forcibly torn apart. The imperial family tried to murder her once before, and she knows they will definitely finish the job if she ever loses her guardian's protection. Sensing her deep inner turmoil, Cisrelia gently calls out her name, his massive snout lowering to her eye level. Seria blinks, looking up at her giant friend with a mixture of fear and hope. Nuzzling his warm head close to her shoulder, the ancient beast softly tells her not to worry so much about the scheming humans. Look at this adorable contrast. The artist is so good at making this terrifying legendary dragon look like a giant protective puppy. With absolute confidence, the majestic dragon promises that if she is ever in true danger, he will simply scoop her up and fly away to safety. Seria's bright blue eyes widen as his unwavering loyalty cuts through her lingering doubts. Telling her to cast her fears aside, Cisrelia smiles warmly, prompting a genuine, beautiful smile to finally appear on Seria's face as she softly whispers her gratitude. Suddenly, a loud, pompous voice echoes down the dark hallway, announcing the arrival of the Crown Prince himself. Seria's heart instantly drops as the heavy, ominous footsteps draw closer to their cell. Prince Kyle struts into the dungeon with a look of pure disgust, loudly complaining about the filthy, wretched smell of the prison. Seria stands firm, her long golden hair catching the dim torchlight as she prepares to face her tormentor. Staring directly at the man who ruined her life, Seria steels her resolve, telling herself that with her loyal guardian dragon by her side, she has absolutely no reason to cower in fear anymore. Smirking arrogantly through the iron bars, Kyle mockingly sneers that he can't believe a lowly serf had the utter audacity to make him walk all the way down here, declaring that she deserves death for that crime alone. Despite her outward braveness, Seria's heart begins to race frantically against her ribs as the terrifying memories of his cruelty resurface. She sweat drops, silently admitting to herself that she is still deeply terrified of this monster. Her mind starts to spiral as she feels her pulse pounding wildly in her ears, her wide blue eye reflecting the absolute malice radiating from the prince. This poor girl's trauma is so deep, but the fact that she's standing her ground anyway shows how incredibly strong she really is. Taking a deep, silent breath, she forces the rising panic down, mentally screaming at herself that she is going to survive this encounter no matter what. Seeing her silent defiance, Kyle's smug grin instantly vanishes, replaced by a veins bulging rage as he screams at her for daring to stand there without bowing or greeting him immediately. Seria remains perfectly still, standing like an elegant, unbreakable statue amidst the grim dungeon walls, her silent gaze screaming volumes of quiet contempt. Letting out a slow, deliberate sigh, she closes her eyes for a brief moment, letting go of the useless fear that was holding her back. Opening her brilliant blue eyes, she looks directly into the prince's furious gaze and calmly demands that he immediately remove Cisrelia's heavy physical restraints. She firmly promises that the dragon will not harm a single soul, proposing that she will take her guardian and quietly exile herself to the depths of the dark forest to live out her days in peace. Hold on. Did she really just offer to voluntarily go to the most dangerous place on the map? That's a major flex. Kyle's face turns bright red with absolute fury as he bellows at her insolence, demanding to know if this is how she dares to treat the future ruler of the empire. Behind him, Count Enteswith desperately pleads for his hot-headed master to calm down. The prince rages that her proposal is completely ridiculous, pointing out that guardian dragons belong solely to the empire and accusing her of planning to use the dark forest as a shortcut to defect to their enemy nation, Heron. Seria simply blinks, casually muttering that she hadn't even thought of that brilliant escape route until he mentioned it. Completely losing his mind at her sarcastic remark, Kyle shrieks that he should have executed her for high treason right on the spot, screaming that he wants her head chopped off and impaled on a pike. Entresith flails his hands in pure panic, trying to de-escalate the situation before the mad prince does something stupid. In a hilarious chibi mental breakdown, Count Enteswith's sweat drops and realizes that trying to talk sense into his psychotic boss right now was a monumentally terrible idea. Honestly, Enteswith deserves a massive raise for acting as a full-time babysitter to this royal toddler. Night quickly falls over the grand imperial palace, the quiet starry sky offering a stark contrast to the chaotic tension brewing within the stone walls. Inside the quiet dungeon cell, Seria sits peacefully on the cold floor, cradled under the massive protective wing of her sleeping dragon friend. Suddenly, Enteswith quietly approaches the bars, asking if she truly intends to sleep in such a miserable place. Looking back at the nobleman, Seria firmly declares that if the royal family refuses to release her dearest friend, then she has absolutely no intention of leaving his side. Impressed by her fierce loyalty, Enteswith looks at her with a gentle, intrigued expression and asks if they could speak privately for a moment. Seria narrows her eyes in deep suspicion, recalling that this man was standing right next to the prince earlier, but she listens quietly as he politely introduces himself as Count Palatine Enteswith. Holding up a glowing lantern to light up the dark cell, the Count gently explains that he merely wanted to check in and see if she required any basic necessities. Seria sits cross-legged, coldly stating that she knows he is the prince's right-hand man and asks what he's really trying to get out of her. She glares at him in silence, her sharp mind analyzing his every move, fully prepared for any trap or deception this wealthy nobleman might be trying to pull. Deciding to test his sincerity, she boldly demands a fully functional longbow, a quiver of arrows, and a sturdy dagger. Entisith doesn't even flinch, calmly agreeing to prepare them and asking what specific type of bow she is trained to use. Saria casually replies that she just needs a heavy, exceptionally strong military bow, reminiscent of the powerful weapon she used back during her brutal wartime days. Wait, check out this hilarious chibi doodle of a space-themed bow. The artist's random cute style shifts are absolute gold. While Cisrelia lets out a giant sleepy yawn in the background, Syria directly asks the Count why he is going out of his way to help her, knowing full well the prince would never order such a thing. When Entisith simply replies that he thought she could use some assistance, Syria bitterly reminds him that she's just a branded serf, and that according to the prince, any child born with her royal traits who isn't a legitimate royal is supposed to be murdered at birth. Entisith looks at her with a knowing, warm smile, asking if his sudden willingness to help her, at the absolute risk of his own life and title, makes him look incredibly suspicious to her. Set on a nearby wooden table, the lantern's warm glow flickers against the dark stone wall as the Count softly admits that after everything the Crown Prince has put her through, her deep suspicion is completely justified. Stepping closer to the bars, Entisith reveals that he is actually helping her for two very specific reasons, playfully asking if she wants to hear the practical or the highly impractical reason first. Sitting flat on the floor in an adorable chibi pose, Saria deadpans that she obviously wants to hear the practical reason first. Entisith lets out a warm, genuine chuckle, agreeing to her sensible choice. And with that, it looks like our heroine might have just found a highly influential secret ally. What do you think his real motives are? Let me know your fan theories in the comments. Count Entisith drops a massive bomb on Saria, calmly telling her that he believes she is destined to go to the capital city, Cestal, the exact place where the dreaded imperial family resides. Saria's eyes widen in pure shock, her mouth hanging open as she struggles to process this terrifying proposal. She completely panics, questioning why on earth she would ever go there when her original plan was to escape into the dark forest with Cisrelia. Entisith gently explains that the royal family will never simply let a legendary dragon and its chosen partner walk free, as letting an Anticisteria wander around would deeply threaten the crown's legitimacy. Wait, so she's basically a walking, talking political threat just by existing with an oversized lizard? That is some next-level royal drama. The Count outlines the only two real options left on the table. Either the royal family officially grants her a prestigious title and makes her an imperial dragon knight, or they brutally execute both her and her beloved dragon companion to eliminate the threat entirely. Staring at her with absolute seriousness, the Count confidently bets that out of those two grim options, she will find a way to thrive and succeed in the viper's nest of Cestal. Syria looks down at his polished shoes, her voice laced with deep suspicion as she asks if he is truly willing to gamble everything just on her raw potential. Entisith doesn't hesitate for a single second, calmly confirming his unwavering belief in her. Saria stays silent, her striking golden hair catching the dim light as she carefully weighs the nobleman's words, wondering if she can actually trust a single thing coming out of his mouth. Honestly, after everything she's been through, she'd probably suspect a puppy of being an imperial spy. Deciding to dig a little deeper, she asks him what the highly impractical second reason was for helping her. The Count's expression softens completely, showing a surprisingly gentle and deeply empathetic side that completely contradicts his status as the prince's right-hand man. He quietly admits that he simply found it incredibly cruel to drag a young girl back into the horrors of war and political conflict, especially after she had already lost her entire family and beloved hometown to the very same violence. Leaving her with those parting words, he bids her a peaceful evening, urging her to cast aside her heavy worries and try to get some much-needed sleep. Later that night, the adorable chibi Cisrelia proudly remarks that the Count is surprisingly perceptive, smugly noting that the Crown Prince's royal blood isn't nearly as pure or powerful as her own unique dragon-blessed lineage. Oh, look at that tiny chibi dragon puffing out his chest. He is definitely his friend's #1 hype man. The next morning, loud, arrogant footsteps echo down the corridor as a very familiar, annoying voice loudly complains about the putrid, wretched smell of the dungeon cells. Prince Kyle struts up to the iron bars, looking as pompous and arrogant as ever, with Count Entisith quietly trailing behind him like a tired babysitter. Still resting on the stone floor, Syria doesn't even look up as she dryly suggests that if the prince hates the smell so much, whispers he should simply stop wasting his precious time visiting her. She glares at him with a gaze of absolute ice, boldly adding that she certainly doesn't get any joy out of his pathetic little visits either. Whoa! The sheer audacity to talk back to the crown prince like that. She is officially an absolute savage. Kyle's jaw drops in sheer disbelief at her rudeness, but before he can screech like a spoiled toddler, Count Entusith quickly steps in to desperately de-escalate the rising tension. The Count politely asks Syria to kneel so she can formally receive an official royal decree from the Emperor himself, gently reassuring her that the decree is not meant to harm her in any way. Deciding to cooperate solely because of the hospitality the Count showed her the previous night, Syria quietly bows her head and prepares to listen. With Kyle standing smugly with his arms crossed, Entowith unrolls a large, luxurious blue scroll and begins to read the official decree issued directly by Adarion III, the Emperor of the Elian Empire. As the words wash over her, Syria mentally steels her resolve, reminding herself that with her giant protector by her side, she has absolutely nothing to fear from these corrupt royals. A dark, lethal thought suddenly flashes through her mind. She realizes that if things go south, she could easily snatch a guard's sword and slash the arrogant prince's throat in a split second. She suddenly blinks, her eyes wide with shock, as the sheer weight of her own murderous thoughts catches her completely off guard. Her heart races as she frantically questions what on earth is happening to her mind, completely horrified by how naturally those deadly instincts are starting to surface. Staring down at her trembling hands, she realizes that while she knows the prince wants her dead, she can't believe how casually she just contemplated taking another human life. The dark shadows of her wartime trauma seem to claw at her mind, making her feel like a dangerous weapon that is slowly slipping out of control. This is actually so tragic. The psychological scars of war are starting to change her core personality, and she's terrified of who she's becoming. Deeply disturbed, she frantically tells herself that something must be terribly wrong with her mental state for her to react with such immediate, cold-blooded violence. Meanwhile, the Count's voice cuts through her internal panic as he continues reading, explaining that after investigating the reports from the Crown Prince and thoroughly cross-referencing the official imperial lineage, the Emperor has officially discovered that she is actually the long-lost, secret daughter of his younger brother, Archduke Langchen Selefia. As a result, the Emperor declares that he will officially adopt her as his own daughter. The final decree echoes through the Cold Stone dungeon, announcing that she is to be officially named Elferia, the third imperial princess of the Elian Empire. Syria stands completely frozen in absolute disbelief, her mind spinning as she tries to comprehend that she just went from a branded, lowly serf to a high-ranking imperial princess in a matter of seconds. Talk about the ultimate plot twist. She literally skipped 10 levels of nobility and went straight to royalty. The Count continues, declaring that Princess Elferia will immediately be granted full ownership of the magnificent Hyacinth Castle. Furthermore, she's officially appointed as a member of the elite First Order of Dragon Knights, recognized as the rightful master of the legendary dragon. Behind her, even the giant Caesaralia pulls a hilarious chibi shock face at the sheer absurdity of the news. Entusith closes the royal scroll with a gentle look, softly acknowledging that she has survived far too much suffering and that this title is her rightful reward. The scene instantly shifts as Syria is brought to a stunningly luxurious palace, her eyes widening in awe at the sheer grandeur and sparkling chandeliers of her new royal surroundings. She quietly mutters that this palace is infinitely more extravagant than any nobleman's estate she has ever seen. Prince Kyle suddenly halts in front of her. Turning to her with a cold, warning glare, the prince demands that she play her part perfectly, instructing her to act as a long-lost princess who was merely forced to hide in a harsh environment. Walking away, he sternly warns her to keep her head down and never do anything that might bring shame or ruin to the sacred reputation of the imperial family. He sneers that it is deeply humiliating for him to have to refer to a lowly peasant like her as his sister, threatening her to behave herself. Ugh, sarcastic. Can someone please throw this spoiled prince into a dumpster? His attitude is absolutely unbearable. Syria narrows her eyes, ignoring his insults, to ask the only question that truly matters, demanding to know if this means they are finally safe from being sent to the deadly dark forest. Before she can finish her sentence, a gorgeous noblewoman in a luxurious blue gown steps forward with a warm, elegant bow, introducing herself as the wife of Count Palatine Entelsith. Syria looks completely completely overwhelmed, trying to politely decline the sudden flood of royal assistance, while Kyle stands behind her, looking thoroughly annoyed by the whole scene. Declaring that seeing the new princess in such tattered peasant clothes is absolutely heartbreaking, the Countess hilariously drags a wide-eyed chibi Seria away to the royal baths, leaving the poor girl completely powerless to resist. Reaching her arm out as she sinks into the warm, soothing water, Seria lets out a long, quiet sigh. The warm, lavender-scented water begins to wash away the layers of dirt and physical exhaustion from her long, agonizing days in the dark dungeon. Staring at her reflection, she marvels at the sheer absurdity of her life, realizing that she has literally gone from Seria, the ash-covered orphan, to the esteemed noble Princess Elphyria in a single day. Honestly, talk about a glow-up of legendary proportions. Cinderella could never! But as she stares blankly into the pristine water, her brilliant blue eyes are filled with a deep, lingering sorrow rather than joy. She can't shake the terrifying memory of how easily she had contemplated brutally murdering Prince Kyle, realizing with a heavy heart that the trauma of war has permanently altered her very soul. She shivers in the warm water, deeply terrified that if she stays in this treacherous palace, she will eventually transform into a cold-blooded monster she can no longer recognize. A soft, polite knock at the bathroom door suddenly breaks her tense train of thought. The elegant voice of a maid asks if she is ready to be dressed in her official royal attire. Seria quickly responds, stepping out of the bath to finally face her new, dangerous life as a princess. What a wild turning point! Do you think she can survive the deadly politics of the imperial palace, or will her dark wartime instincts take over? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Walking with quiet grace, a polite maid guides the newly crowned princess down a gleaming hallway, softly requesting her to follow closely. Wound snugly in a simple white bathrobe with her golden hair tucked up in a dry towel, Seria looks on with a touch of bewilderment. The maid enthusiastically reassures her that she will prepare all the finest garments and dazzling accessories, marveling at how beautifully the girl has grown up despite her harsh upbringing. Sweat dropping in sheer disbelief, the chibi-styled Seria finds this sudden extreme pampering incredibly awkward. Honestly, going from a dusty dungeon floor to having a personal dressing squad is enough to give anyone whiplash. The maid playfully insists that she must get used to this royal treatment immediately. Staring at her reflection in a massive, ornately carved gold mirror, her brilliant yellow gold hair flows freely down her shoulders as she softly sighs. The attendant gently advises her to empty her mind of all worries and simply relax, promising that she will feel much better once she embraces her new status. Seria stands with her arms outstretched as the maids begin to measure her, realizing that while her body is finally wrapped in comfortable luxury, her mind remains in a state of absolute chaos. She silently reflects on how she has never experienced anything resembling this lavish lifestyle before. A sudden, sharp question echoes deep inside her mind, making her wonder if this entire luxurious treatment is actually a clever trap designed to keep her separated from her massive dragon companion. Whoa, she is definitely not letting her guard down for even a second. Smart girl. Gazing forward with an intensely wary look, she knows that the court's sudden hospitality is too good to be true, and she refuses to let her newfound comfort cloud her sharp instincts. She reassures herself that she and Cisraelia share an ancient, unbreakable soul pact, meaning that absolutely no one in the imperial palace can ever sever their profound connection. She mentally visualizes her majestic guardian, knowing with absolute certainty that if anyone dares to harm a single hair on her head, her giant white dragon will instantly fly to her rescue. A dark, terrifying thought finishes her sentence. She knows the dragon would not hesitate to completely annihilate everyone in sight to protect her. Yikes! That is some seriously lethal backup to have on speed dial. Imagining the cold metal shackles of her past, Seria narrows her eyes, fully aware that while the royals know of her dragon's power, she must remain eternally vigilant to survive. Slipping into a pair of elegant blue slippers, the final touches are placed on her outfit as the head maid proudly announces that the styling is officially complete. Standing amidst a sea of beautiful pastel flowers, Seria looks absolutely drop-dead gorgeous in a magnificent deep navy blue off-the-shoulder gown. Whoa, talk about a legendary glow-up. She looks like a literal goddess. The maid gushes over her perfect posture, while Seria humbly replies that the dress is far more than fancy enough. The maid then reveals that Count Entusith has formally requested the pleasure of her company for dinner, catching the new princess completely off guard. With her long golden locks cascading down her back, she gracefully walks down the polished palace corridor, mentally preparing herself for whatever games the nobles are about to play. Seria realizes that this sudden dinner invitation mission is actually a perfect golden opportunity to gather some critical information about the Empire's true motives. Arriving at the Grand Dining Hall, the maid formally announces the arrival of Her Highness, and Saria stands poised at the entrance, ready to face her hosts. Count Entuseth and his lovely wife immediately rise from their seats with warm, welcoming smiles, with the Countess instantly complimenting the princess on her breathtaking beauty. Taking a seat before a towering stand of colorful macarons and decadent pastries, Saria offers a polite, slightly awkward smile, dryly noting that she only did what was necessary to survive. Recognizing the need for absolute privacy, the Count raises his hand and firmly dismisses all the surrounding servants from the room. Ooh, curious things are about to get serious now that the peanut gallery is cleared out. Saria's eyes narrow as she acknowledges the Count's sharp, calculating mind, politely addressing him before he gently suggests she refer to him simply as Sir Entuseth. Leaning forward, her gaze turns incredibly intense as she states that she is asking him directly because she believes he is the only person in this entire palace she can actually trust. The Count listens intently as she asks the million-dollar question, demanding to know the true reason behind the Emperor's sudden actions. Stealing her absolute resolve to survive this den of vipers, she demands to know why on earth they have suddenly made her a princess. The screen focuses on her brilliant, piercing blue eye as she questions the bizarre logic behind turning a lowly dungeon prisoner into imperial royalty overnight. Looking across the massive dining table filled with gourmet food, she looks him dead in the eye and bluntly asks if this entire situation is just an elaborate setup. Dang, she really doesn't mince her words. I love how she just calls him out directly. Instead of getting offended, Sir Entuseth looks genuinely impressed, praising her for keeping her guard up and instantly analyzing the dangerous political board. Saria responds with a quiet intensity, admitting that while everything in this luxurious world is completely foreign to a rural serf like her, now that she has managed to make it this far, she has absolutely no intention of letting herself die in vain. Resting his white-gloved hand on the table, the Count nods in approval, promising to start by explaining the most critical details of the situation. He asks if she understands that the absolute highest priority for the imperial family is maintaining total control over the legendary dragon. Saria calmly replies that this is exactly what he told her during her imprisonment, confirming that she is well aware of their desperate need for the beast's power. The Count explains that because her appearance closely mirrors the lost royal lineage, the Emperor wants to legally bind both her and her guardian dragon to the crown to preserve their supreme authority. Ah, so she's basically a glorified golden leash for their dragon weapon. Classic royal greed. Taking a bite of a rich chocolate cake, Saria mutters that being forced into the imperial registry is still way too overwhelming for her to handle. Spotting her cute stuffed cheek expression, the Countess chuckles warmly and encourages her to eat up, teasingly noting that sweet desserts are perfect for restoring a tired girl's energy. Swallowing the delicious cake, Saria clears her throat and quickly shifts the focus back to business, asking what exactly it means for her to be declared the secret daughter of an archduke. She recalls the Emperor's grand decree, which boldly claimed that she was the hidden child of his late younger brother, Archduke Langshan Salefia. In a hilarious chibi flashback, the Count nervously sweats as he admits he doesn't actually know any of the specific details behind that fabricated story, but Sirius still insists on hearing whatever rumors he can share. He explains that Archduke Langshan was a military man who tragically died at a young age, supposedly leaving behind absolutely no living heirs to his estate. Saria leans her cheek on her hand, dryly pointing out that they are essentially trying to pass her off as a royal bastard child. She really called a spade a spade. The Count's panicked face is absolutely priceless. He quickly and sweatily suggests they stick to the much gentler term, secret daughter. With a sarcastic little smirk, Saria retorts that using fancy, roundabout vocabulary doesn't change the cold, hard reality of what they are doing to her. The Count continues his explanation, revealing that the decision to register her as a princess rather than giving her the Archduke's title was entirely a strategic move regarding territory. He explains that because she is technically viewed as an outsider to the imperial bloodline, they couldn't simply hand over the massive Longchen dukedom, opting instead to give her the powerless Hyacinth Castle. Saria immediately catches on, dryly realizing that the royals have carefully placed her in a highly prestigious position that yields absolutely zero real political power. Sir Entuseth points out that while she is correct, her true influence as a recognized dragon knight will entirely depend on how she chooses to perform on the battlefield. Looking at her with deep sincerity, he confesses that he knows she is no ordinary serf, pledging that he and his family will do do everything in their power to assist her in the coming storm. Saria looks down, quietly questioning what on earth he could possibly see in a traumatized peasant girl like her to warrant such immense loyalty. The Count warmly responds that he has complete and unwavering faith in her incredible perception and unique vision of the world. He declares that her incredibly resilient mind and sharp pragmatic nature have given him the confidence to fully back her, proving she is far more than just a simple gamble. Saria closes her eyes with a soft, modest smile, gently suggesting that he is vastly overestimating her, as all she truly possesses right now is a completely fabricated royal title. And that wraps up this incredibly tense royal dinner. Do you think the Count is a genuine ally, or is he just playing his own game? Let me know in the comments below. Sir Entwiswith quickly corrects her assumption, revealing that her value isn't just about the imperial bloodline, but the fact that she is the chosen master of an Anticisteria, legendary ancient dragon companion. He goes on to detail the Empire's current military reality, explaining that of the imperial family's 3 dragons, one is too old to leave formal ceremonies, another refuses to participate in battles entirely, and only the second prince's beast is fit for the active war zone. Staring intently at the young girl, he notes that given this severe military shortage, no noble in their right mind would dare dismiss her as a counterfeit princess, which explains exactly why the haughty crown prince was so incredibly furious at her sudden promotion. In a light-hearted chibi visualization, the Count advises her to play her cards right and act with calculated wisdom, assuring her that building a stellar reputation won't be difficult at all, prompting a polite nod of agreement from her miniature self. Aww. Giggles. Even in a highly stressful political breakdown, the chibi art style makes everything look 20 times more adorable. Looking off to the side, Saria mentally steels her resolve, acknowledging that regardless of how terrifying or complicated the imperial court may be, surviving and enduring is her only viable option at this point. She shuts her brilliant blue eyes with a quiet, exhausted sigh, bitterly reflecting on the cold reality that a completely artificial princess like her cannot expect anything more than a strategic shelter from a royal captors. Underneath her composed exterior, she remembers the harsh life of her past, knowing she has spent her entire existence fending entirely for herself just to see the light of another day. We transition to a close-up of a delicate hand trembling as she desperately tries to keep a steady grip on a fancy white feather pen, illustrating just how exhausted she truly is under all this sudden pressure. Unable to take the mental exhaustion anymore, she slumps face first onto her study desk with a tired groan, dramatically raising her pen and wishing she could just give up and sleep for a week. Honestly, I completely feel her pain. Memorizing royal history after a life of farming is basically cruel and unusual punishment. Suddenly, a heavy book slams right in front of her nose, causing her to snap upright with a comically terrified, sweaty face as a sharp voice addresses her by her brand new royal name, Princess Elferia. Standing over her is the elegant Countess, Lady Marianara, who flashes a sweet yet slightly terrifying smile while asking if she has finally finished memorizing the sprawling imperial family tree. Sweating profusely from the sudden pressure, Saria stammers out a nervous reply, promising that she will definitely try her absolute best to memorize every single name before they set off for the grand capital. Calling her study sessions in a cute, cartoonish flashback, Saria notes that during her stay at the estate, Lady Marianera graciously stepped in as her private tutor, teaching her not only basic reading and writing, but also complex politics and economics. Sitting before a ridiculously oversized deep blue teacup, Saria looks up in surprise when her tutor warmly praises her, noting that despite the common belief that languages are best learned in childhood, the princess is absorbing information at a lightning-fast pace. Genuinely touched by the rare compliment, the young girl offers a soft, grateful thank you, feeling a tiny spark of warmth in her heart from the Countess's unwavering belief in her abilities. Lady Marianara immediately points to a complex chalkboard diagram of noble ranks, cheerfully suggesting they move on to imperial titles to lighten the mood, leaving poor Saria crying on the inside as she realizes her relentless teacher doesn't believe in taking breaks. No breaks? This countess is an absolute savage masquerading as a sweet motherly figure. Run, Saria, run! The camera focuses on her fancy pen scribbling away on parchment as she catalogs the sheer volume of aristocratic titles, starting from archdukes and dukes all the way down to counts and knights. Lady Marinera continues her academic lecture, explaining that while the strict hierarchy can shift depending on specific political situations, the general order of noble authority remains relatively consistent. Looking down at her notes, Syria's brow furrows as she quietly admits to herself that she never imagined a single empire could harbor so many convoluted noble classes. She glances at the luxurious items around the room, from rich, spongy strawberry cream cakes to expensive, bright beeswax candles that burn cleanly without leaving any soot. Peering through the large library windows, we see her completely swallowed by towering stacks of books, adjusting to a high-class environment that still feels entirely alien to her simple upbringing. The scene cuts to the grand hallway, where the arrogant crown prince struts past, loudly announcing to his retinue that he is departing for the war zone tomorrow and that Elphyria must leave for her title ceremony immediately after. Stopping dead in his tracks, the prince slowly turns his head, fixing her with an incredibly cold, judgmental glare as he dryly states that he will make sure everything is prepared for her journey. He sneers at her, claiming he is relieved she at least looks half decent so she won't embarrass him, which prompts Saria to shoot back a sarcastic grin, thanking her big brother for the lovely compliment, while the count nervously sweats in the background. Oh snap, the tension here is thick enough to cut with a butter knife. I love how she doesn't let him walk all over her. Glaring at his broad shoulders as he turns and walks away, Saria's eyes narrow, fully aware that this smug prince is going to be a massive obstacle in her future. Standing tall in her elegant white and blue riding uniform, she mentally prepares herself for the journey, knowing that the real battle ahead of her will be unlike anything she has ever faced. 2 days later, on the bright morning of her official departure, Syria steps out into the sprawling palace courtyard, letting out a soft gasp of awe at the breathtaking view before her. Spotting a magnificent sleek teal dragon in the courtyard, she curiously asks if these are the famous dragon knights, to which the count warmly confirms that this elite group will be serving as her personal escort. Shading her eyes from the bright sunlight, Saria marvels at their impressive stature, admitting she has never laid eyes on any other dragon besides her own Caesralia, while the count chuckles and promises she will see plenty more in the capital. Suddenly, a bright white blur streaks across her vision, catching her completely off guard as she blinks in utter confusion. With a joyful screech, a miniature cartoonish Caesralia launches itself forward for a massive flying cuddle, shocking the nearby guards who scream out in absolute terror for the princess's safety. Oh my goodness, the contrast between this legendary world-ending dragon and its absolute puppy dog behavior is pure gold. Giggling warmly, Syria cradles the white dragon's adorable head in her hands, teasingly whispering that he has always been such a dramatic little baby. Absolutely thrilled to see her companion safe and sound. Watching the heartwarming reunion, a nearby knight expresses absolute astonishment at how calm and docile the fearsome beast behaves in her presence, while Syria curiously inquires if all dragons are this affectionate. The knight quickly clarifies that most dragon breeds lack the advanced intelligence to communicate so deeply, making their unique, soulful connection an incredibly rare marvel. Putting her polished black boot into the leather stirrup, Saria confidently prepares to mount her majestic white guardian. Sitting proudly atop Caesralia's saddle, she grips the reins tight as a powerful gust of wind whips around her, looking down at the count and countess who watch her with proud, hopeful smiles. Raising a gloved hand to his temple, Sir Entiswith offers her a respectful, heartfelt salute, warmly wishing that her path ahead is filled with nothing but glorious fortune. Looking back one last time, a bright, genuinely happy smile breaks across Syria's face as she loudly thanks the kind couple for everything they have done for her. As the wind blows her golden hair across her face, she takes a quiet moment to appreciate the true kindness they showed her, a rare light in a world filled with greedy politicians. With a commanding shout, the lead knight signals the departure, declaring that the royal envoy is officially setting off for the territory of Cestal. Spread-winged and majestic, Caesralia leaps into the sky with a massive gust of wind, soaring high above the lush green valleys and towering mountain peaks. Feeling the cool, crisp mountain air on her skin, Syria beams with pure joy, marveling at how breathtakingly beautiful the world looks from high above the clouds. In a hilarious, scribbly flashback, she remembers her first chaotic ride, sweating bullets and clinging onto Caesralia's neck for dear life, while screaming that she almost fell to her absolute death. The artist did an amazing job capturing her complete panic versus the dragon's goofy, clueless expression. A nearby dragon knight flies alongside her to check in, but Syria quickly flashes a reassuring grin, waving her hand to show that she is handling the high-altitude flight perfectly. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath of the fresh sky air, she whispers to herself, letting the peace of the sky wash away all of her built-up anxieties. The screen focuses on her stunning, vibrant blue eyes, glittering like precious sapphires as they reflect the infinite beauty of the open horizon. Soaring effortlessly through the endless blue sky, the massive white dragon spreads its wings wide, prompting a deep, philosophical question about how vast the world truly is. Saria looks down at the tiny green landscape below, softly reflecting on how her small, impoverished hometown of Harper used to be her entire universe until this very moment. Her gaze grows incredibly intense as she looks out into the unknown, her heart swelling with a mixture of nervous excitement and raw determination. Gazing up at the golden, sunlit clouds, she wonders if their epic flight will eventually allow them to witness the absolute farthest edge of the continent. And with that, our brave princess officially begins her journey into the sky. What kind of dangers do you think are waiting for her in the capital? Let me know your wildest theories in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for the next part. Cisrelia enthusiastically bubbles with excitement, letting Saria know that they can reach their destination in just 2 short weeks if she wants. Saria can't help but let out a warm, musical laugh at her dragon's incredible confidence, eagerly replying that she absolutely cannot wait to see the grand capital with her own eyes. Suddenly, Cisrelia halts midair with a sharp swoosh, hovering completely still amidst the fluffy white clouds. Feeling the abrupt pause, Saria blinks in utter confusion, asking her trusty companion what in the world is going on. Saria's eyes widen into hilarious cartoonish circles as she sweat drops in sheer disbelief. She stammers out her dragon's nickname, demanding to know what crazy thoughts are running through that gigantic scaly head of hers. Far below them, the elite dragon knights watch in absolute awe as Cisrelia effortlessly surges ahead with a mighty blast of wind. One of the flabbergasted knights can barely believe his eyes, mentally crying out in defeat that this mythical guardian is leagues faster than their own prized Perunia breeds. Seeking a brief respite from their high-speed travel, the grand convoy glides down towards a breathtaking emerald green valley. They settle near a crystal-clear, bubbling river fed by a massive cascading waterfall, with the lead knight calling out that it's the perfect spot to take a quick break. Talk about a picture-perfect pit stop. This valley looks so stunningly beautiful, I'm half expecting a chorus of magical woodland creatures to start singing. After dismounting, the handsome young knight shifts his gaze across the beautiful riverbank, his eyes searching the lush surroundings. With a slight tilt of his head, he curiously inquires where her Imperial Highness has wandered off to. Standing in a secluded clearing surrounded by blooming white roses, Saria gently presses her forehead against Cisrelia's snout. It is a truly breathtaking cinematic moment of pure connection, illuminated by a warm, shimmering halo of natural sunlight. Watching the quiet reunion from a respectful distance, the knights are completely spellbound by the magical sight. One of them softly whispers that watching the princess effortlessly handle a legendary anti-cysteria is an experience that feels almost entirely sacred. I swear, the artist really popped off with the lighting and floral details in these panels. It's like we transitioned from a standard action manhwa straight into a high-budget fantasy romance film. Hearing their soft footsteps, Saria quickly turns around with a sheepish, apologetic smile as she wipes her hands. She explains that she was just feeding Cisrelia a little bit of her own dragon blood, which prompts the respectful knight to wave his hands dismissively, assuring her there's absolutely no need to apologize. Peering over the wooden bridge at the majestic green dragons drinking from the river, Saria curiously tilts her head and asks if other dragon breeds also require blood to survive. The knight quickly explains that feeding them once a week is more than enough, since Perunia dragons don't actually crave dragon blood, which is precisely why they can easily form bonds with any standard knight. Gently patting the scales of his loyal, teal-colored companion, the handsome knight flashes a charming, encouraging grin. He cheerfully suggests that it would be wise for the princess to familiarize herself with the distinct traits of various breeds, especially since she will soon be officially joining the prestigious Dragon Knight Order. Wait, she's actually joining the frontline military order? Our former farmer-turned-princess is about to become a certified badass, and I am absolutely here for it. Saria's blue eyes widen slightly in realization as Cisrelia rests his massive chin near her shoulder. She thoughtfully murmurs that she originally assumed all dragons needed blood every single day, only to realize that her own sacred bond and the dragon blood running through her veins is exceptionally special. Breaking the quiet academic atmosphere, two enthusiastic knights wave their arms from a nearby grassy hill, shouting out at the top of their lungs that it is finally time for lunch. They happily announce that the generous house of Entisweth has prepared a delicious spread of travel meals just for them. Syria stands completely frozen in shock as she is handed a neatly wrapped, fresh sandwich. She blinks in utter bewilderment, letting out a soft, confused gasp because she didn't expect to be treated with such casual warmth and respect by noble soldiers. She's so used to being treated like dirt as a lowly serf that basic kindness literally short-circuits her brain. My poor girl deserves all the sandwiches in the world. Flashing a radiant, incredibly sweet smile that instantly melts the hearts of everyone around her, Syria gestures for the knights to begin eating. She warmly tells them not to stand on ceremony, reminding them with a cheerful giggle that sharing a meal together always makes the food taste infinitely better. Deeply touched by her humility, the knights exchange surprised glances before gratefully taking their seats on the soft grass. They offer her their heartfelt thanks, completely captivated by how down-to-earth and incredibly kind their new princess is. The moment they finish eating, Saria immediately crouches down to help clean up the wrappers, prompting the nearby maid to panic and flail her arms in absolute terror. The maid desperately begs the princess to stop, but Saria casually waves off her concerns, insisting that she is more than happy to lend a hand. Look at the lead knights just staring at her in complete disbelief. They probably expected a spoiled, high-maintenance royal, but instead, they got a princess who is ready to sweep the forest floor. Looking on from a short distance, the handsome, brown-haired knight crosses his arms, quietly confessing to his companion that he was initially incredibly anxious because he had absolutely no idea how they were supposed to serve a long-lost royal. He explains that despite her spending her entire life living in hiding as a commoner, she is still a prominent member of the prestigious imperial family who is slated to join their elite military order. The knight's face softens into a warm, genuine smile as he admits that after meeting Princess Elphyria in person, he is fully confident they will get along beautifully. His companion raises an eyebrow, dryly asking if he only thinks that because she is shockingly more humble than any of the other arrogant, snobbish royals they usually have to deal with. Let's be real, the bar for imperial behavior is buried 6 feet underground. The fact that she doesn't throw a temper tantrum over a slightly squished sandwich probably makes her a saint in their eyes. Letting out a soft, nervous chuckle, the brown-haired knight sweat drops slightly, smilingly admitting that her incredible humility is definitely a major part of her undeniable charm. Meanwhile, the poor servant continues to sweat profusely, desperately begging the princess to leave the physical chores to the staff. Syria just puff cheeks her face in an adorable pout, stubbornly reiterating that she already said she wanted to help. A gorgeous flower-framed portrait of Syria smiling radiantly fills the screen as the narrator reflects on her bright future. The knights can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of hope, firmly believing that she will fit in perfectly as a true comrade in arms. With the brief respite officially over, the commanding knight shouts out to the group, instructing everyone to hurry up and pack their gear so they can set off the very second everything is secured atop the Perunia dragons. The scene transitions to a grand, wide shot of the endless sky. After a grueling and exhausting 5-hour flight through turbulent winds and high altitudes, Syria sits tall in her saddle, maintaining her steady composure as they draw closer to their ultimate destination. An elegant gold-bordered frame dramatically displays the grand text, proudly announcing that the royal escort has finally managed to reach Sestal, the sprawling and magnificent capital of the Elian Empire. Peering over Cisrelia's wing, Syria gazes down at the massive circular city layout with awe-filled eyes, whispering that they must have finally arrived. The knight flies alongside her and confirms her suspicions, pointing towards a massive, sprawling fortress and introducing it as Hyacinth Castle, her official new residence. Wow, the sheer scale of the capital is absolutely mind-blowing. But knowing how corrupt royal politics can be, I have a feeling this massive city is going to be a giant nest of vipers for our poor Syria. Syria's eyes sparkle with excitement as she notes how incredibly massive the castle looks from high above. Slightly grim, however, the knight's expression turns to, well, slightly grim as he quietly admits that, truth be told, he has no idea why the emperor decided to assign Hyacinth Castle to her of all places. The brown-haired knight's brow furrows in deep frustration as he explains that although it's grandiosely named a castle, it is actually just a slightly glorified average manor, making it incredibly unfair to treat an imperial niece turned princess with such obvious disrespect. Syria, however, quietly reflects on how hypocritical powerful elites can be, noting how easily they can sound moral when complaining about things that commoners would consider an absolute luxury. In a cute, cartoonish mindscape, the tiny chibi head of Cisraelia floats beside Saria, worriedly asking if she is truly okay with being shoved into a second-rate manor. Saria flashes a goofy, sweat-dropping grin, admitting she is actually incredibly relieved, because this way she won't have to live under the same roof as the intimidating, hostile imperial family. Honestly, living in a mediocre mansion far away from her toxic royal relatives is an absolute win. I'd take a quiet manor over a drama-filled palace any day of the week. Pointing her finger towards a cluster of run-down, tightly packed buildings on the far western horizon, Saria curiously asks what that gloomy, dusty area is. The knight's expression immediately darkens as he dryly replies that the area is the notorious slums of the capital. Steering his teal dragon closer, the knight explains that these impoverished slums naturally tend to develop in deserted, neglected areas that lack basic necessities like clean water wells. He looks at her with a highly serious expression, firmly warning her to stay as far away from that place as humanly possible, since it is a dangerous hotbed of violent crime. Saria stares down at the distant, dusty rooftops of the slums, her vibrant blue eyes losing their playful sparkle as a heavy, somber silence falls over her. A dramatic close-up focuses on her glittering sapphire eye as she quietly reflects on the harsh reality of this world. She admits to herself that it's truly unbelievable how a glittering, extravagant capital can harbor such run-down, wretched homes resembling the miserable hovels of serfs, realizing she was naturally drawn to the site because she was once a lowly serf herself. This is such a powerful and grounding moment for her character. Even though she's wearing fancy royal clothes now, her heart and her memories will always remain connected to the struggles of the common people. A gorgeous, full-body portrait of Saria standing alongside her majestic white dragon fills the screen, her hand gently resting on his nose. The imperial text formally presents her to the capital. Greetings to Princess Elferia, the official master of the legendary guardian dragon, Cisraelia. As they land in the pristine, sunlit courtyard of her new estate, a massive crowd of neatly dressed servants stands lined up in perfect rows. Bowing in unison, they loudly call out a synchronized welcome to Hyacinth Castle. An elegant, elderly gentleman with graying hair and a sharp tuxedo steps forward, placing a white-gloved hand over his heart to introduce himself as Baron Axel Rosen, the official chamberlain of the castle, alongside the poised senior headmaid, Aden Kalia. Saria offers them a polite, friendly smile, doing her absolute best to look every bit the poised and elegant princess her tutors trained her to be. Suddenly, the atmosphere drops to absolute sub-zero as the headmaid Kalia shifts her gaze. A chilling, dark purple aura of pure malice washes over the screen as Kalia's cold, judgmental eyes lock onto Saria, sending literal shivers running down the princess's spine. Whoa! Did you guys feel that sudden drop in temperature? This headmaid is radiating some serious evil stepmother energy, and I do not trust her one bit. Maintaining her composure despite the terrifying pressure, Saria's sweat drops slightly, offering a soft, polite greeting. She humbly admits that she only recently received her official title and is entirely new to the bustling capital, gently asking them to be patient with her as she struggles to adapt to her new life. A tense, explosive shockwave graphic appears on screen as Saria's instincts scream at her. She realizes with a cold sweat that something feels incredibly off about the staff's underlying attitude towards her. Breaking the suffocating tension, a bubbly, brown-haired maid comes rushing down the grand stone steps with a bright, energetic shout, excitedly gasping that her Imperial Highness has finally arrived. The screen erupts into a flurry of beautiful, sparkling pink flowers as the adorable young maid introduces herself as Liz Cullen, her face flushed red with sheer excitement. The chamberlain steps in, explaining that Liz will be serving as her personal maid from now on, highly praising her keen insight and impressive crafting skills despite her modest background. Oh, thank goodness! Liz is an absolute breath of fresh air in this creepy castle. She's like a tiny, sparkling ray of sunshine amidst a bunch of gloomy gargoyles. Flanked by cute, colorful pastel shapes and abstract patterns, Saria's tense expression completely melts away. She smiles warmly at the energetic girl, gently replying that it is truly wonderful to meet her. Liz stands starstruck, clutching her hands to her chest as she looks up at her new master in absolute adoration. She nervously squeals that it is an absolute honor to serve her, quietly marveling to herself that although the princess looks about her own age, she is shockingly tall and incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, the elderly headmaid steps forward, cold and clinical, offering a stiff apology for bringing up stressful business before the princess has even had a single moment to recover from her grueling 5-hour flight. She flatly announces that her official crowning ceremony is scheduled for exactly 4 o'clock this afternoon. Kalia coldly tells her that because they have almost no time left, she must immediately proceed to take a bath and prepare for the event, leaving poor chibi Liz sweating bullets and looking completely flabbergasted by the intense pressure being shoved onto her new master. Are you serious right now? She literally just stepped off a flying dragon after a 5-hour flight, and you're forcing her into a massive state ceremony in a few hours? This is a blatant power play to make her fail. A tense close-up focuses on Seria's sharp, determined facial expression. After a brief pause, her eyes narrow with a cold resolve as she quietly agrees to the demanding schedule, refusing to let these suspicious servants see her falter. A beautiful royal blue narrative frame dramatically states the reality of her grand transformation. Seria, who was once nothing more than a simple, impoverished rural serf, is now officially Princess Elphyria of the mighty alien empire. An ancient scroll note appears on screen, detailing a vital piece of lore for the viewers. It highlights the intricate in-flight communicator ear cuffs, explaining that wearing these magical devices in their ears allows the elite dragon knights to easily communicate with one another across vast distances while flying high in the sky. And there you have it, folks. The capital is already throwing major curveballs at our brave princess. Will she be able to survive her crowning ceremony, or is this cold head maid setting her up for a massive royal disaster? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next part. The personal maid, Liz, looks at Seria's hand with pure joy, commenting on how absolutely fantastic the gleaming white knight armor fits on her. Liz explains that she was initially super worried the armor wouldn't fit right since it wasn't custom tailored for Seria's body, but Seria looks down in surprise, raising an eyebrow as she curiously asks who on earth could have worn this majestic gear before her. Liz clasps her hands together excitedly, explaining that the armor previously belonged to the legendary first female knight who ever made a sacred pact with an Ante-Sisteria, the highly revered dragon guardians. Wait, so they just handed her second-hand armor from a literal legend? Giggles! No pressure at all, Seria. Talk about having some impossibly massive shoes to fill right off the bat. Realizing she might have put too much pressure on her new master, Liz quickly covers her mouth with an adorable oops, giggling that now that Seria has arrived, that legendary knight is no longer the sole woman to hold such an illustrious title. Seria looks on with a soft, thoughtful smile, her sparkling blue eyes reflecting a deep sense of determination as she silently ponders the weight of the legacy she is carrying forward. Floating high above the gorgeous terracotta-roofed capital, a voice cuts through the wind, gently asking Seria how she's holding up before the grand ceremony begins. The Dragon Knight flies alongside her, calling out to ask if the incoming imperial crowning ceremony is making her feel nervous. Honestly, I'd be sweating buckets if I had to fly a giant white dragon to my own royal coronation in front of a bunch of toxic snobs. Below them, the bustling commoners of the capital stop in their tracks, shielding their eyes from the bright sunlight as they look up in absolute awe at the massive white dragon soaring overhead, while Seria admits to herself that she is indeed feeling quite anxious. The memory of her loyal friend, the green-haired girl, flashes through her mind as she remembers her warm promise to always stay by Seria's side, urging her not to worry too much about whatever the royal court throws at her. Seria turns her gaze toward her majestic white guardian dragon Cisraelia, feeling a sudden wave of deep comfort wash over her just by looking at his pristine, powerful form. With a gentle and incredibly sweet expression, she whispers her heartfelt thanks to her giant companion, fondly calling him Sis. Finding a giant flying lizard that is more supportive than your entire biological royal family is the ultimate fantasy manhwa perk. We stan a loyal dragon bestie. Looking down at the grand castle grounds, Seria mentally prepares herself, noting that the long-awaited crowning ceremony is finally about to begin. Gazing up at the imposing towers of the palace, she carefully recalls the critical warnings given to her by Sir Entusith, reminding herself to keep her guard up at all times. She takes a deep breath, knowing that in a palace filled with ruthless politicians, absolutely anything, even the most harmless-looking gesture, could easily be a deadly trap designed to bring her down. The memories of Baron Axel's warnings echo in her mind as she walks down the corridor, recalling how he told her that even though the imperial family formally recognized her, she must never give them her trust. Exactly. If there's one golden rule in these royal dramas, it's that family is just another word for highly motivated assassination competitors. Axel had strictly instructed her that on the very day of her coronation, she must immediately count the exact number of Ante-Sisteria dragons present in the sky. He had warned her with absolute gravity that if 3 of these powerful dragons are present at the ceremony, it is a definitive sign of a trap meant to end her life. Since the Empire is currently at war, there is absolutely zero logical reason for the second prince's legendary dragon, Arcturus, to be at the palace unless something sinister is brewing. Seria lets out a quiet sigh of relief as she looks up and confirms that, thankfully, only 2 of the majestic guardian dragons are present in the courtyard. Well, that's a relief. At least she doesn't have to dodge a massive dragon-sized ambush on day one. No, I'm sure the human vipers will try to make up for it. She identifies the younger of the two dragons as Calgadin, while a voice beside her praises her keen eye, calling her remarkably observant. Step by step, Syria enters the colossal imperial throne room, looking up at the intimidating high-seated figure of the emperor waiting for her at the top of the grand marble staircase. Bowing her head slightly, Syria begins her formal, well-rehearsed greeting to the ruler of the realm, addressing him as Emperor Darian III of the mighty Elian Empire. Kneeling down before the massive throne of the Guardian Dragon Empire, she formally introduces herself as Elfaria, the name he bestowed upon her, declaring that she has arrived to pay her respects. Look at that smug expression on the Emperor's face. He sits there looking like he invented the concept of looking bored while holding absolute power. Emperor Adaria looks down at her with a chillingly cold, calculating gaze, his sharp purple eyes scanning her form as if searching for any sign of weakness or deceit. Under his suffocating pressure, Syria keeps her expression perfectly schooled, though a single bead of sweat rolls down her cheek as she waits for him to speak. Breaking the heavy silence, the Emperor finally speaks, his deep voice echoing through the vast chamber as he coldly utters a single word of welcome. To the shock of the court, he addresses her as his own daughter, officially acknowledging her newly granted royal status in front of the entire assembly. Calling her my daughter after ignoring her for her entire life is peak royal hypocrisy. Oh, now that she has a legendary dragon, suddenly she's his beloved child. The Emperor loudly praises her incredible success in forming a sacred bond with a new guardian dragon, claiming that finding his late brother's daughter has filled him with immense joy, while Syria politely plays along with her rehearsed lines. The Emperor turns his head to consult the influential woman standing right behind him, addressing her as Mother Asterica and asking for her esteemed opinion on the matter. When asked if Syria truly possesses the rightful claim to become an imperial heir, Mother Asterica closes her eyes and calmly agrees, stating she finds absolutely no logical fault in his decision. Well, at least the priestess has some common sense, or maybe she's just playing her own highly calculated game. I'm keeping my eyes on her. A side text introduces Esterica Elian, explaining that she is not only the Empire's second princess, but also holds immense spiritual power as the high priestess of the Church of the Dragon God. The heavy crown of sparkling blue gems and elegant fold filigree is raised above her head as the Emperor calls down a holy blessing from Elian Road upon the Dragon Pact maker. As the magnificent crown is placed onto her blonde hair, Syria closes her eyes, formally accepting the heavy weight of her new imperial identity. With the crown secured on her head, Syria stands proudly beside the Emperor as they step out onto the high imperial balcony to face the massive gathering below. Look at her face. She looks like she's thinking about all the ways this balcony could be rigged to collapse. Stay vigilant, girl. The Emperor's booming voice formally declares to the entire capital that Syria shall henceforth be the sole master of Hyacinth Castle and a proud member of the elite First Order of Dragon Knights. The massive crowd of citizens erupts into deafening, joyous cheers as the official decree confirms her right to inherit the imperial throne. Suddenly, the heavy sound of a staff slamming onto the rich red carpet shatters the celebratory mood as the Emperor's tone turns sharp and cold. Now that they're behind closed doors, the Emperor drops his warm public persona, coldly reminding her that having golden hair and blue eyes doesn't automatically make her a true member of his family. Wow, the absolute whiplash. He went from my beloved daughter to you're just a tool faster than Cisraelia can fly. What an absolute snake. Bowing her head deeply under his harsh, cold gaze, Syria quietly replies, "Yes, Your Majesty," while the noblewoman flanking her looked down at her with pure, unadulterated contempt. The Emperor flatly tells her that he only raised her from a lowly serf to a princess so she could prove her absolute loyalty as a dragon knight, to which she firmly promises that she will. Syria reflects on how quickly his attitude changed the moment the public eye was gone, bitterly noting that none of the other imperial family members seemed to tolerate her existence either. No kidding. If looks could kill, poor Syria would have been turned into a pincushion by those glaring royal aunts and cousins already. A haughty Empress Syria and Crown Princess Agnes scoffed behind her back, calling her a mere peasant, and mocking her for giving her divine guardian dragon such a basic common name like Sis. Even the elegant first princess Fernese, who is married to the son of Archduke Amratot, looks on with a cool, distant expression, completely disconnected from the newcomer. As the tense meeting finally ends and everyone is dismissed, Syria walks through the hall hallway but suddenly stops, feeling a sharp, intense gaze locking onto the back of her head. Turning around, she spots the young, blonde-haired third prince, Brute, who immediately looks incredibly flustered and breaks into a nervous sweat when their eyes meet. Well, look who we have here! Is this kid actually intimidated by her, or is he just incredibly socially awkward? Either way, he's kind of adorable compared to the others. Squealing in panic, Prince Brute quickly spins on his heel and rushes away, stammering a chaotic "never mind" as he flees down the corridor. Saria's sweat drops at his bizarre behavior, but Princess Esterica chuckles softly from behind, telling her not to worry about Brute since he basically behaves like a naive 5-year-old child. Introducing herself properly, Esterica reminds Saria of their brief encounter outside, prompting Saria to ask if she should formally address her as Princess Esterica. With a warm and cheerful smile, Esterica dismisses the strict formalities and clasps Saria's hands, warmly inviting her to visit her temple sometime, to which a startled Saria quickly agrees. Wait, an actually friendly royal family member who isn't trying to poison her tea? This is highly suspicious, but I desperately want Esterica to be a genuine ally. Esterica gently notes that Hyacinth Castle is incredibly close to the temple, making it just a short, pleasant carriage ride away, leaving Saria with a tiny glimmer of hope in this otherwise hostile imperial palace. Princess Esterica warmly explains that she would love to drop by Hyacinth Castle more often, but unfortunately her demanding duties as the high priestess keep her pretty much locked down at the temple. Saria can only offer a sweat-dropped, slightly awkward "oh" in response, realizing even her potential allies are on a tight leash. Saria's attention is suddenly drawn to a striking young man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes walking out of the chamber. Gasp! Curiously, she points him out, prompting Esterica to explain that his name is Interion, and while he is technically their sibling, he is actually just a half-brother. As Interion walks further down the hallway, Esterica nonchalantly notes that while marrying within the family to preserve their precious dragon blood is standard imperial practice, there are always exceptional cases like him. She then playfully asks Saria if she'd like to go strike up a conversation with him. Flustered by the sudden matchmaking vibe, Saria quickly waves her hands, stammering that she'll just say a formal hello whenever another opportunity naturally arises. Whoa, hold on a second. Did Esterica just casually drop that this family practices keeping it in the family to preserve dragon blood? This isn't just a royal court, it's a genetic experiment station. Underneath her polite refusal, Saria's mind is racing as she looks down with a highly apprehensive expression, unable to shake off a strange feeling about that mysterious half-brother. She vividly recalls the split second their eyes locked earlier, shuddering at how his icy blue eyes didn't look human at all. Instead, they possessed a chilling, unfeeling coldness that sent a shiver straight down her spine. Yet, beneath that freezing, unapproachable exterior, Saria sensed something deeper, a profound, quiet isolation lingering in those cold eyes, almost as if he were carrying an incredibly heavy burden all by himself. A sudden flashback begins, taking us back to Interion's youth, showing his striking blue eyes wide with innocent curiosity as someone addresses him formally as Lord Interion. The heartbreaking memory unfolds as a heavily armored knight collapses to his knees with a loud clatter, delivering the tragic news that Intarion's beloved older brother has been killed in the line of duty. Wow, the tragedy hits early for this guy. It seems nobody in this imperial family gets to have a normal, trauma-free childhood. The grieving knight bows his head in absolute shame, swearing on his honor that he will spend the remainder of his days attempting to atone for his failure to protect the young lord's brother. Tears drop silently from the knight's metal-clad hands onto the cold stone floor, while a young Interion processes the tragedy, realizing his childhood memories of his brother are painfully vague, especially with everyone whispering rumors about who actually arranged the assassination. Interion remembers the broad, dependable back of his older brother, a figure who had stood tall and protective before him, representing a fleeting time of safety. He fondly remembers how kind and thoroughly dependable his brother was, being the only person in that cold, unforgiving palace who would read him bedtime stories and crack a genuine, warm smile just for him. But all of that warmth was permanently snuffed out, leaving a young, black-suited Interion standing alone in the shadows of a somber funeral, while a distant relative places a cold, formal hand on his shoulder. To the cruel imperial court, his brother's entire life and ultimate sacrifice were reduced to a single, insignificant line in a massive history book. That is absolutely brutal. Imagine losing the only person who loved you just for the empire to treat his existence like he was a helpless child. He could do nothing but swallow his immense grief. But as the years rolled by and he slowly uncovered the ugly, hidden truth surrounding his brother's demise, his outlook completely transformed. Surprisingly, he didn't feel a burning desire for bloody vengeance or a chaotic rage consuming his heart. Instead, as the metaphorical gears of the empire turned ruthlessly in his mind, a cold, sobering realization washed over him. He understood that no matter how hard they fought or how loyal they remained, both he and his late brother were nothing more than easily replaceable cogs in a massive, uncaring royal machine. Talk about a bleak worldview, but honestly, in a palace full of snakes, this level of realism is probably what kept him alive. Returning to the present, Intarion's sharp senses immediately kick in as he hears soft footsteps approaching, causing him to turn around and scan the hallway. He comes face to face with Saria, who looks incredibly stunning, framed by blooming white roses, as she stops mid-stride and blinks in surprise at running into him. Saria politely bows, explaining that she remembers seeing him earlier during her grand coronation, and apologizes for introducing herself so late, formally stating her new imperial name, Alferia. Intarion places a gloved hand over his chest in a perfectly executed, albeit highly reserved bow, introducing himself as Intarion Magadan, an official working directly within the Ministry of War. As Saria shifts her weight nervously, her armored boots clinking against the floor, Intarion flatly asks what business could have possibly brought her to this secluded wing of the palace. Straight to the point. No useless small talk, no fake pleasantries. This guy is 100% business. Intarion coolly points out that since there are no post-coronation celebrations planned, she should technically be heading straight back to Hyacinth Castle, forcing Saria to quickly claim she was just admiring the lovely architecture. Looking away with the sweat drop, she sheepishly admits that she is still completely unfamiliar with the massive imperial palace layout and has gotten herself entirely lost. Intarion's sharp eyes narrow slightly as he studies her face, inwardly wondering if this seemingly innocent lost girl routine is actually a clever cover for her to spy on the imperial palace's internal layout. Deciding to play along, he gestures down the long corridor, telling her to keep walking straight until she reaches the lobby where she can request a guard to escort her out. Well, he didn't arrest her for espionage, so I'll count that as a successful first interaction. Saria's survival skills are already being put to the test. Before she can leave, Intarion adds a stern piece of advice, warning her that she should absolutely make sure to have a personal guard or servant accompanying her during any future visits to the palace. He looks at her with absolute gravity, quietly reminding her that she is no longer a simple commoner, but the newly crowned third princess, making her a prime target. Saria nods appreciatively, thanking him, and asks how she should formally address him during their next encounter, to which he simply replies that she can use whatever name feels most comfortable for her. Saria quietly digests his words, sensing that behind his cold, warning demeanor, he might actually be offering her a genuine piece of practical advice to survive this nest of vipers. Turning to leave, Saria offers a polite farewell, addressing him as Lord Intarion as she begins her trek back down the corridor. I love how she picked the most formal name possible just to play it safe. Smart move, girl. Never assume anyone in a palace is your friend. Intarion watches her depart, bowing his head in a perfectly proper imperial salute as he calmly replies, "Yes, Your Highness." As Saria's figure grows smaller in the distance, Intarion remains standing there, deeply reflecting on how vastly different she seems compared to the other power-hungry, manipulative royal family members. With dark aura wisps faintly swirling in the background, Intarion resolves that he will definitely need to keep a very close eye on this highly unusual new princess. The next morning arrives with the pleasant sound of birds chirping outside as Saria slowly blinks her eyes open, stretching her arms but sighing as she realizes she's still not used to staring up at a grand luxury ceiling. She sits up in her ridiculously massive gold-embellished heart-shaped bed, looking incredibly tiny amidst the sheer over-the-top royal luxury of her new chambers. A quiet moment of realization hits her as she internally reflects on the mind-blowing truth that as of yesterday, she is officially known to the world as Princess Alferia. Still sounds like a dream, doesn't it? From working the fields to sleeping in a bed that probably costs more than an entire village's yearly budget. Stepping out of bed, Saria walks over to the elegant window, looking out with a calm yet determined expression. ready to face whatever hurdles today throws her way. She notes with a trace of pride that she is likely the very first former serf in history to ever live inside the imperial palace, recalling how absolutely breathtaking the imperial gardens looked during her brief glimpse yesterday. Looking out at the grand, towering pillars and beautiful gardens under a clear blue sky, Syria feels a wave of relief that her accidental wandering yesterday only resulted in running into the relatively harmless Antarion. She shudderingly imagines the absolute nightmare of an earful she would have received from the arrogant crown prince if he had caught her wandering around lost instead. Saria runs a hand through her long golden hair, realizing that even from their brief conversation, Lord Antarion clearly stands completely apart from the rest of his toxic, scheming family. Honestly, he might just be the only sane person in this entire palace. Let's just hope he stays that way. Opening her heavy bedroom door with a sharp clack, Saria steps out into the hallway, instantly startling the older maid who is waiting outside. The head maid respectfully bows, noting how remarkably early the princess is awake, prompting Saria to ask where her personal maid Liz is, only to learn that Liz was left to sleep in. The head maid immediately promises to reprimand the lazy maid severely, but Saria frantically waves her hands, defending Liz and explaining it was entirely her own fault for returning so late the night before. Accepting the princess's explanation, the head maid's eyes suddenly drop to Saria's hand, curiously asking what she is holding, to which Saria casually reveals a polished wooden bow, stating she simply felt like doing some archery today. Wait, she woke up and immediately chose violence? I love a princess who practices her aim first thing in the morning. Saria explains that she wants to get some fresh air and physical exercise to clear her mind, asking if she can use the open courtyard, to which the head maid warmly replies that everything in Hyacinth Castle belongs entirely to her. Hearing that, a bright, highly confident smile spreads across Saria's face as she places her hands on her hips, fully ready to reclaim her strength and master her new life. Saria stands completely stunned, blinking in sheer confusion as she looks around her brand new, incredibly massive surroundings. Honestly, I'd have the exact same expression if I suddenly woke up in a room that looks like a high-end palace museum. Outside in the beautifully sunlit training grounds, two large archery targets stand tall against the backdrop of lush green trees, completely prepared for some early morning practice. Holding a finely crafted wooden bow, Saria looks around in amazement, admitting to the older maid that even though this isn't a dedicated archery range, the entire setup still feels ridiculously luxurious. The head maid warmly smiles, assuring the princess that it is only fitting for someone of her high status. Two younger maids step forward, politely offering to assist her in preparing for her morning practice, which causes a slightly flustered Saria to sheepishly accept their help. Seriously, having people wait on you hand and foot just to shoot a bow must take some major getting used to. Pulling the bowstring back with expert grace, Saria focuses her sharp blue eyes on the target, silently reflecting on how she used to think her previous residence was the height of luxury. Keeping her gaze locked on her mark, she realizes with a mixture of awe and slight discomfort that every single person in this colossal palace seems to run at her absolute beck and call the moment she makes a move. An arrow flies straight through the air, landing directly in the bullseye of the target as her personal maid cheers in absolute delight. Saria firmly reminds herself that she is no longer the simple serf named Syria, but Princess Elphyria now. Talk about a perfect shot. She's already showing these snobby nobles that she's not to be messed with. Gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, Saria thanks her maid while internally resolving that she must completely erase any remaining traces of her previous life as a common laborer to survive here. One of her attending servants calls out to her with deep respect, but Saria stands in deep thought, lightly tapping her chin as she formulates a highly specific plan. Gently grasping the ornate, ruby-encrusted imperial brooch pinned to her pristine white shirt, she prepares to make a somewhat unusual request. To the complete and utter bewilderment of her attending maid, Saria suddenly blurts out the words white bread, leaving the poor servant standing there with a totally blank, confused expression. Wait, white bread? Out of all the royal demands she could make, she chooses carbs. I respect the hustle. Turning around with a bright, cheerful grin, Saria confidently clarifies her request, determined to bring a little comfort from her past into her new royal daily routine. She cheerfully requests that the kitchen staff make absolutely sure every single one of her daily meals includes a serving of fresh, warm white bread. In her mind, she fondly visualizes her beloved family members holding up loaves of freshly baked bread, remembering how those simple meals represented the ultimate luxury and warmth during her hardest days. Suddenly, The peaceful morning atmosphere is shattered as a frantic voice yells out to her, causing Saria to quickly turn around in surprise. Her personal maid Liz comes sprinting in and throws herself into a dramatic, comical bow of absolute desperation, frantically begging the princess to forgive her. Oh boy, here comes the classic anime-style dramatic apology. Liz is treating a simple oversleeping incident like a capital offense. Liz tearfully laments that she slept in like an absolute idiot, but Saria gently waves her hands to calm her down, reassuring her that it is perfectly fine since Liz was working hard serving her until late last night. Wiping away her tears, Liz sniffles and points out that serving her is her actual job, leaving a sweating Saria to search for a way to ease her maid's immense guilt. An idea suddenly sparks in Saria's mind as she looks at Liz's confused, tear-stained face, offering her a very special way to make up for sleeping in. With a warm and hopeful smile, Saria gently asks Liz if she would be willing to teach her how to read and write. This is actually incredibly wholesome. Instead of punishing her, she's turning it into a beautiful bonding moment. Liz's eyes go completely wide with cartoonish shock, staring in absolute disbelief as Saria sheepishly admits that she only recently learned the bare basics of literacy and desperately needs a patient teacher to help her improve. Seeing Saria look so sweet and vulnerable, Liz's eyes well up with sparkling tears of pure adoration. Completely touched that the princess trusts her with such a personal request. Liz eagerly agrees, and the two of them walk side by side down the brightly lit palace corridors, their bond stronger than ever as they prepare to take on the royal world together. Sometime later, Saria stands proudly outdoors as her magnificent, white-feathered dragon partner Sizz makes a dramatic appearance by her side, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding guards. A group of polite imperial knights walks up to greet her, warmly welcoming her back to the order and expressing their genuine excitement at seeing her again. Wearing her stunning, deep red royal cape and perfectly tailored uniform, Saria politely smiles and formally announces that she has come to officially join the ranks of the legendary Dragon Knights. She looks absolutely magnificent in that uniform. The artist really went all out with her design here. Sizz lets out a massive, lazy yawn while the knights politely instruct Saria to leave her dragon partner in the specialized dragon den while she meets with the commander. Sizz's jaw drops in absolute betrayal, frantically asking Saria if they really have to be separated, but Saria gently tells him to behave and wait for her in the den as instructed. Offering her pinky finger to the dragon's massive claw, Saria promises to take him on a long, thrilling flight right after her meeting, which finally coaxes a sweet agreement out of the giant beast. Walking down the stone hallway, the knight explains that while she will eventually join the elite First Order, they are currently deployed on the active battlefield, meaning she must report to the commander of the Second Order today. Wait, sending the elite squad to the front lines while the newbie gets benched? Sounds like a classic setup for some political drama. As they pass by a series of massive, beautifully painted portraits of armored warriors, Saria curiously asks the knight who the people depicted in the paintings are, to which he replies that they are the previous commanders of the order. Saria studies the artwork closely, noting how each portrait showcases a unique uniform and a wide array of historical weapons, perfectly chronicling the Empire's long passage of time. Pausing in front of a pair of heavy, ornate wooden doors, the knight delivers a crisp knock while Saria silently notes that she needs to quickly educate herself in art and history to fit in with the nobility. The heavy doors swing open to reveal a distinguished, silver-haired gentleman who performs a perfectly respectful bow, introducing himself as Count Tien Varun, the commander of the Second Order of Dragon Knights. Count Tien looks up with a warm, seasoned smile, his bright golden eyes reflecting years of battle experience and wisdom. Now this is a commander who actually looks trustworthy. Let's just hope he doesn't turn out to be another palace snake in disguise. Motioning toward a beautifully arranged dessert tower on the table, Count Tien politely apologizes, explaining that because the order is comprised entirely of men, they didn't have anything more suitable to serve a lady. Saria graciously replies that it is more than enough. Sitting at opposite ends of a long, polished wooden table, Tien explains that since the First Order is busy fighting, Saria is not yet required to report for active duty. Taking a delicate sip of her tea, Saria listens as Tien kindly suggests that since she has been through so much trauma recently, she should take this time to simply rest until the others return. Setting her teacup down with absolute determination, Saria looks Tien straight in the eye, firmly stating that as a novice with so much left to learn, she has absolutely no intention of wasting a single second of her time. She passionately points out that because there are so few active dragon riders capable of being deployed, she must ensure she is fully prepared for battle at any given moment. Yes! Speak that truth, girl! She's not here to be some passive royal ornament. She's here to fight. Tien stares at her in absolute awe, his eyes widening slightly as he realizes that behind her delicate princess exterior, she possesses the fierce, unyielding heart of a true knight. Deeply impressed by her resolve, Tien gladly promises to arrange immediate access to the training grounds, to which Syria eagerly asks if she can take a quick look around the facilities right now. Tien enthusiastically agrees, pointing out a stunning gold-hilted ceremonial sword on display and reminding her that she will need a real weapon, as her current sword is strictly for ceremonial purposes. As they walk together down the grand hallway, Tien explains that she will need to commission a custom weapon, mentioning that all knights are fully responsible for providing their own weapons and uniforms. Seria's sweat drops as she looks up at the bright sky, internally complaining about the fact that the Order doesn't even provide basic equipment, resolving to investigate the Empire's budget distribution the moment she gets back. Even in a fantasy world, government budget cuts are the ultimate villain. Halting in front of a pair of massive archways, Tien gestured forward, warmly announcing that they have finally arrived at the heart of the training facilities. Seria's eyes sparkle with absolute wonder as she looks out at the sprawling, beautifully kept training courtyard, featuring rows of target dummies and weapon racks under the clear blue sky. Tien notes that because she has a slightly larger, more powerful build than typical female knights, a longsword would be the perfect fit for her, promising to take her to the Imperial smithy next. Stepping into the colossally tall wooden beam structure of the Dragon Den, Syria gasps in awe at the sheer scale of the building, while massive, curious dragons peer down at them from their stalls. Suddenly, a friendly red dragon leans over and gives Syria a super affectionate nozzle as Tien chuckles, explaining that the den houses dragons from all 5 orders because they are far too expensive and massive for any regular knight to feed at home. Oh my goodness, that dragon nuzzle's the cutest thing ever. Syria really is a natural-born dragon whisperer. Tien adjusts his military cap, suggesting they ride a dragon to save time, since the flight training grounds are quite far. He points out his own massive beast, Karma, explaining that it belongs to the powerful scaled breed known as the Imperia. Let's get a quick lore drop. We see a neat visual guide comparing feather dragons, which are built for extreme speed, to scaled featherless dragons that boast incredibly tough skin. The Imperia breed falls into the scaled category, making them absolute powerhouses in active frontline combat. Syria politely smiles, admitting that scaled dragons have a totally different rugged charm compared to her fluffy companion, Sis. But before she can even finish her compliment, a massive, jealous roar echoes through the den, startling the absolute life out of the commander. Speak of the devil, Sis looms right behind them like a giant, dark, glowing-eyed sleep paralysis demon. The commander sweat drops, pointing out that Sis seems to be the incredibly jealous type who does not appreciate his master praising other lizards. Trying to smooth things over, Syria sheepishly chuckles and gently pats Siz's snout, while the giant baby grumbles internally about how she could dare compliment another dragon right in front of him. Honestly, Siz's dramatic personality is easily the best part of this series. Syria's eyes widen slightly, her deep blue gaze locking onto something in the distance, as her mind begins to process a new tactical plan. Tien blinks in utter confusion, raising an eyebrow and letting out a soft "Pardon?" as Syria suddenly changes the subject with a brilliant sparkle in her eyes. With a dazzling flower-framed smile, Syria cheerfully explains that all dragons are her friends. Ah, yes, the classic friendship solves everything card. I'm sure that'll work great when she's facing down an enemy army on the battlefield. Tien crosses his arms, looking at her with a seasoned, analytical gaze as he murmurs that her unique way with dragons is exactly what the other knights have been gossiping about. Realizing he might have overstepped, the polite commander offers a respectful bow, apologizing for his inappropriate comment, but Syria just waves it off with a warm, easygoing smile. Looking out over a staggering landscape of massive, jagged peaks and endless green valleys, Syria gasps, realizing that this entire colossal region is strictly dedicated to dragon flight training. A little comic bubble shows Karma grumbling in a storm of sweat drops. The poor scaled beast complains that he's being called slow, boasting that he could have made the trip 30 minutes faster if his rider didn't hold him back. Syria sweat drops, gently reminding him that since Karma is a heavy, armored scaled dragon rather than a feathered speedster, his travel time is actually pretty impressive. Pointing up at the sky, Syria marvels at another knight's gracefully soaring past on a beautiful pale dragon. Tien explains that it's an Estel breed, commonly nicknamed dark clouds due to their dark feather patterns. Wait, check out the artist's sky coloring here. The blue gradient is absolutely gorgeous. Tien points toward a series of craggy cliffs, explaining that knights use the rocky peaks to safely practice their destructive dragon breath attacks. Syria peers down, curiously asking if there are other training facilities situated directly below them. Down below, a solitary target practice dummy sits in the middle of a vast green field. Tien notes that they do tactical drills, crossbow, and javelin practice there, prompting Syria to ask why dragon knights don't just use standard longbows. Tien snobbishly explains that longbows are considered cheap weapons for commoners, making them highly inappropriate for noble dragon riders. Syria is completely dumbfounded, internally crying at the fact that medieval classism is even affecting her weapon choices. Seeing her crestfallen face, Tien instantly panics, stammering that a royal princess can obviously use whatever weapon she pleases. Hearing this, Syria's eyes light up as she suddenly commands Sais to zoom forward, leaving the poor commander screaming in her wake. Drawing a classic wooden longbow with perfect poise, Syria locks her sights onto a target far below, confidently recalling her muscle memory from her past life's defensive battles on the ramparts. With her focus reaching a boiling point, she is absolutely certain that taking down a target from the back of her flying guardian dragon will be a total piece of cake. With a sharp, decisive release, the arrow cuts through the air like a bullet, whistling towards the practice targets down on the ground. As she watches the projectile fly, her confident expression instantly shatters into a look of complete and utter bewilderment. A cold sweat rolls down her cheek as she realizes that things didn't exactly go according to plan. The arrow clatters harmlessly against a rock, rolling away from the target board. Wow. Oh, she hyped herself up so much, only to completely and utterly whiff the shot. Classic. Tien politely tries to spare her feelings, praising her impressive arm strength for pulling a heavy bowstring while flying. Syria, however, is dying of embarrassment internally, desperately questioning why on earth she missed when she shot from heights countless times before. Time for some actual physics. A helpful diagram illustrates how the forward momentum of Siz's fast flight completely threw off the arrow's trajectory, causing it to veer wildly off course. Tien wisely notes that once she masters aerial combat theory, her aim will adjust. Ready to show off some real veteran moves, Tien grips his dragon's reins tight, confidently offering to demonstrate how a true dragon knight coordinates with their beast in battle. The massive red-scaled dragon rears its head back, its throat beginning to glow with a terrifying, bubbling orange heat. With a colossal roar, the dragon unleashes a massive, roaring fireball, completely incinerating the air and lighting up the sky in a blinding display of raw power. Syria stares in absolute awe, her eyes reflecting the dancing orange flames as she witnesses the jaw-dropping destructive capabilities of a dragon's breath attack up close. Turning to her own companion with sparkling eyes, Syria asks if he can breathe fire too. Siz's jaw drops in mock offense, pridefully boasting that as a legendary ancestria, he's basically the king of elemental attacks. Siz suddenly dives through the clouds with a magnificent swoop, eager to show off his supreme skills and prove that he's the ultimate dragon partner. A brilliant, ethereal blue light begins to crackle around Siz's jaw as he tells Syria to hold on for dear life. Ooh, blue fire! You just know this is going to be 10 times cooler than the red dragon's attack. Siz unleashes his breath, and with a thunderous roar, a colossal cross-shaped wave of pure blue energy completely blasts the mountain peak apart, lighting up the entire horizon. The sheer shockwave is so intense that Syria is nearly blown right out of her saddle, frantically shielding her face as the roaring winds whip her hair wildly. As the blinding light clears, Syria looks down with a serious, steel-hard expression, her heart pounding at the unbelievable sight before her. The entire peak of the mountain has been completely hollowed out, leaving a massive, perfectly circular crater smoking in the rock. My goodness, the sheer scale of this destruction is terrifying. Sis is basically a flying tactical nuke. Sis gracefully glides away from the smoking ruins of the peak, leaving a trail of dispersing clouds in his majestic wake. Looking back at the obliterated mountain, Syria is utterly speechless, realizing just how much raw, cataclysmic power she now commands as the partner of a guardian dragon. Tien catches up, explaining that this world-ending power is exactly why his breed is feared as the Empire's ultimate guardians. Meanwhile, poor Sis is panting heavily, grumbling that he can only pull off that move 3 times a day before running completely out of juice. Sis sweat drops, admitting he could do more if he held back, but he wanted to show off his max power today. Syria looks at him with genuine concern, softly asking her giant scaly friend if he needs to rest. Realizing her partner is completely drained, Syria suggests they wrap up training early to go commission her new custom sword. Tien warmly agrees, telling her she can leave Sis to rest up in the specialized den. Sweeping over the rugged mountains, Tien leads the way back down, promising to personally guide her to the capital's finest imperial smithy. Stepping into a bustling, stone-walled courtyard, Syria looks around in amazement, noting that the legendary blacksmith facility is far grander than she. With piles of high-quality steel blades scattered across the stone ground, Tien proudly explains that this workshop is legendary throughout the capital, promising her that the master smiths will bring her weapon out shortly. Syria politely apologizes for taking up so much of the commander's precious administrative time, but Tien just lets out a hearty laugh, reassuring her that serving a royal princess is the ultimate honor for any noble knight. Let's look at another quick world-building note. The knight orders in the Empire actually rotate who goes to the active war front. While the other commanders are away fighting, the commander stationed back at the capital gets stuck doing all the boring, endless administrative paperwork. Talk about a rough desk job. Tien smiles warmly, mentioning that the entire Knight Order has incredibly high hopes for her future achievements. Syria blushes slightly, feeling deeply touched and incredibly grateful that everyone is rooting for her success. As she looks over a pile of training weapons, Syria curiously asks the commander if she's the only woman in the entire Dragon Knight division, or if there are others like her. Another fascinating bit of lore reveals itself. It turns out that while the Dragon Knights are mostly men, the vast majority of female knights belong to a prestigious, specialized division known as the Elianate Order. Oh, a specialized female knight order? You just know we're going to meet some absolute girl bosses very soon. Syria's face scrunches up in mild confusion as Tien explains the reality of the Elianate Order. It turns out this highly praised female knight order isn't actually a fighting force, but rather a glorified ceremonial club for high society noblewomen to play dress-up in fancy uniforms. Knowing she won't find any real battle-hardened female allies there, Syria's hopes of having strong female colleagues are instantly dashed. Tien watches her face fall, preparing to drop another piece of crucial division lore. He mentions Dame Almir Amortad of the First Order, a rare and highly respected female knight who has earned immense renown on the active battlefield. Wait, check out those sharp purple eyes. She looks like an absolute beast who could bench press a dragon. Hearing the name Amortad makes Syria's stomach drop, instantly recognizing it as the prominent family name of the Empress and the Crown Princess. She sweat drops at the realization that the political board is already stacked against her. Syria lets out a soft groan as Tien cheerfully lists off a couple of other legendary female knights, like Dame Beatrice of the Fourth Order. Internally, Syria is absolutely dead set against joining a glorified social club that isn't even recognized as a legitimate combat unit. She needs real power, not a fancy tea party where people just gossip about embroidery. Back at the blacksmith yard, the mastersmith steps forward, politely apologizing for the long delay in presenting her customized weaponry. Ooh, the anticipation is killing me. Let's see if this sword lives up to the legendary reputation of the Imperial Forge. With a sharp metallic ring, he unveils a beautifully crafted steel sword with a sleek dark blade and intricate golden hilt accents, designed specifically to match her frame. Syria holds the heavy weapon, marveling at its perfect balance, while the smith calculates the final bill. The customized uniform and lightweight combat armor come out to 300 Dracos, while the sturdy steel blade is a modest 10. Smiling politely, Syria requests the bill be sent directly to Hyacinth Castle, though internally she is absolutely crying at the eye-watering cost. Paying for high-grade military gear is no joke. Welcome to the brutal reality of adulthood, princess. Returning to her estate, Syria immediately requests a full financial audit of the castle's accounts, causing the old head maid, Madame Adden, to look back at her with a highly skeptical, cold gaze. Standing tall in her study, Syria firmly reminds the staff that she is the official master of the castle now, meaning every single expense report must pass through her hands first. She learns that the imperial palace generously allocates a monthly living stipend of 500 dracos to royal members, along with a 50 draco bonus for active dragon knights. Syria begins calculating the heavy math, asking what their exact monthly expenses look like. Madame Adden coolly explains that servant salaries consume a huge chunk, and Size's massive appetite apparently cost a whopping 120 dracos a month. Wait, is it just me, or do those numbers sound incredibly suspicious? Smells like an embezzlement scheme in the making. Narrowing her eyes, Syria points out a massive mathematical flaw. Sis only eats 1 cow and 1 pig a day, which means the dragon's food budget should technically only cost 2 dracos daily, not 4. Madame Adden's smug composure instantly shatters as a cold sweat rolls down her neck, awkwardly stammering that there must have been some sort of clerical error. Syria gives her a cool, unbothered smile, softly instructing the head maid to go double-check those suspicious ledger sheets as soon as possible. As she turns to leave, Syria knows for a fact that the castle staff has been heavily inflating the bills, taking advantage of her former commoner status to pocket some extra gold. You go, girl. Show these corrupt nobles that you can't be pushed around. Feeling the heavy weight of her new noble responsibilities, Syria resolves to spend her late nights studying complex accounting books so she can personally manage the entire estate. The next morning, Syria is back on the training field, letting out a sharp grunt as she completes a grueling swordplay session under the watchful eye of a seasoned knight instructor. Wiping a thick bead of sweat from her forehead, Syria pants softly, warmly thanking her instructor for the incredibly productive sparring match. Her loyal maid Liz runs over in a massive rush, frantically waving a fresh towel to help her royal mistress cool down after the intense workout. Liz is seriously the sweetest character in this entire palace. We must protect her at all costs. Liz hands over the soft fabric, blushing slightly as she humbly insists she is simply performing her daily duties. A colorful pie chart illustrates Syria's terrifyingly packed daily routine, which starts with morning academics, transitions to official duties, followed by night practice, and ends with grueling midnight studies. The peaceful atmosphere is broken when Madame Adden walks over with a stiff posture, announcing that a formal letter has arrived from Mother Esterica, the second princess and high priestess of the realm. She presents a dark, highly ornate envelope sealed with an elegant wax-stamped crest. Wow, even the mail in this fantasy empire looks like a high-tier legendary quest item. Inspecting the unmarked stationery, Syria curiously notes that there's no sender name written anywhere. Asking the old head maid how she identified the source so quickly, Madame Adden condescendingly explains that the silver candelabrum crest represents the high priesthood, which is exclusively paired with the imperial palace's seal for Princess Esterica. She continues lecturing her, pointing out that because Syria is unfamiliar with the imperial family's complex heraldry, she wouldn't recognize that a dragon on the crest denotes a legendary pact maker. Syria keeps her expression completely flat, though internally she can feel the head maid's aristocratic arrogance dripping from every word. Seriously, this old lady's smug attitude is getting really tiresome. Someone needs to humble her real quick. Turning to her trustworthy assistant, Syria hands the letter over, asking Liz to verify if she's translating the cryptic high society language correctly. Syria is completely dumbfounded to find the letter containing informal, borderline sarcastic phrases like a blessing or something. Walking down the grand marble hallway, Syria comments that such casual, sassy slang is definitely not the vocabulary she expected from a holy, pure high priestess. Liz sweat drops, nervously glancing around before asking the princess if she's aware of the tragic truth behind the second princess's holy exile. Ooh, a juicy piece of royal gossip. Let's hear the drama. Liz explains the dark imperial law. To prevent the sacred dragon bloodline from being diluted, imperial daughters are strictly forbidden from marrying outside the Amortha family. However, since the crown princess had already secured a marriage alliance with the Amortot heir, the remaining sisters were left with 0 eligible suitors. Rather than submit to a forced political arrangement, the fiercely independent Princess Esterica chose to join the temple and become a celibate priestess. Syria bluntly calls the system completely ridiculous, causing Madame Adden to instantly panic and hiss at her to watch her language. A cold sweat runs down Syria's cheek as she suddenly realizes a terrifying personal truth. Since she also possesses the dragon blood, does that mean she is doomed to remain single for the rest of her life too? Madame Madden quickly tries to quiet them down, whispering that the internal politics of the imperial family are far too complex for mere servants to speak of openly. Liz tries to steer the conversation back to safer waters, reminding Syria that they need to select a highly formal outfit for her upcoming temple visitation. But as they swing the massive wardrobe doors open, they are greeted by a completely empty closet containing nothing but a single plain coat and a basic shirt. Wait, this is a tragedy. She's a literal princess and her closet looks sparser than a college dorm. Liz is absolutely horrified at the pathetic state of her wardrobe, furiously demanding how the emperor could neglect his own daughter like this. Syria awkwardly admits that their current monthly budget is completely in the red, forcing her to ask for an advance on next month's funds. Liz practically bursts into dramatic tears, reminding her that her royal birthday is rapidly approaching, which means she needs a stunning dress for her high society debut. The young maid wails in comic despair while Syria sweat drops, completely overwhelmed by the sheer financial stress of running a noble household. Liz's expression softens into deep, silent worry as she looks up at her kind-hearted master. A dark flashback reveals the source of Liz's immense anxiety. She recalls overhearing the palace servants snickering behind a pillar, whispering that the new princess is just a naive country girl who will be incredibly easy to exploit for expensive jewelry. Ugh, these greedy parasites. I hope Syria fires every single one of them. A warm hand gently pats Liz's shoulder, cutting off her anxious train of thought. Surrounded by a beautiful halo of glowing white flowers, Syria looks down at her loyal maid with an incredibly soft, reassuring smile. She gently explains that she has absolutely no desire to live a lavish, extravagant lifestyle filled with empty luxury. With a radiant, heartfelt beam, Syria reassures her that simply living a quiet, peaceful life alongside Cisraelia and her trusted friends is more than enough to make her truly happy. What an absolute angel! This wholesome moment is the perfect ending to a chaotic day. Liz is completely fired up and ready to go. With a bright, happy nod, she eagerly tells her mistress that everything is officially set to go for their big visit. Looking at Syria, standing tall in her custom combat pants and boots, Liz can't help but beam with pride. Our girl is finally starting to look like a true imperial leader instead of a simple country girl. Outside the grand estate, an incredibly luxurious white carriage with shimmering gold accents stands ready under the bright blue sky. Seriously, this ride is so fancy, it probably costs more than my entire life savings. Liz runs up with an excited skip, happily announcing that both the carriage and the special gift for the high priestess are wrapped up and ready. Syria smiles warmly, surprised at how quickly her loyal maid managed to handle all the preparation. Stepping up with a light thud, Syria climbs into the lavish carriage while Liz follows close behind, eager to find out what this mysterious second princess wants. With a loud rattle-rattle, the massive wheels begin to turn, carrying them away from the estate and down the grand stone path. Looking out the window, Syria marvels at the breathtaking view of the capital, noting how completely different the sprawling city looks from the ground compared to the sky. Liz giggles happily, mentioning how she loves to come out here with her friends whenever she gets a rare day off. Swept up in the conversation, Liz admits she's always dreamed of a quiet, simple life in the countryside where she could just go fishing and spend her afternoons gardening. Liz is just too pure for this cutthroat palace life. We need to protect her innocence at all costs. Hearing this, Syria leans her head on her hand with a gentle smile, asking Liz if she'd like to start a small garden together at Hyacinth Castle next year, since they have so much empty space. Liz's eyes immediately light up with absolute joy as she gushes that it would be like playing house, happily suggesting they even build a cute little cottage right next to the flowers. The carriage finally grinds to a halt in front of the great temple of the dragon god, a towering pure white masterpiece of classical architecture that looks like it was plucked straight out of a legendary fantasy movie. Whoa, the level of detail the artist put into this temple is absolutely insane. Liz carefully clutches the ornate black lacquered gift box, as Syria explains that because this is a sacred holy ground, even the imperial family is required to walk the remaining distance on foot. Walking up the massive steps, Syria holds her collar in deep thought, trying to mentally prepare herself for whatever strict, hyper-formal etiquette she's about to face from the high priestess. As they pass through the grand arches, two high-ranking priests bow deeply to greet her, offering a formal blessing from the dragon god. Saria politely returns the gesture, wishing them blessings as well. A handsome, long-haired priest steps forward to guide him, politely informing the young princess that Mother Esterica is eagerly awaiting her arrival inside. Stepping into the main hall, Saria lets out a quiet gasp of pure awe. The interior is absolutely colossal, with towering pillars and intricate marble arches stretching up to the heavens. Looking around at the lavish religious emblems, Saria curiously wonders if the whole temple is decorated with these rare ante-Cisteria designs, specifically because it belongs to the legendary dragon god. Honestly, if my church was this gold-plated, I'd probably show up every Sunday too. The priest explains that due to Saria's official blessing ceremony today, the temple is packed with significantly more visitors than usual, all of them praying for their deepest desires. With a polite wave of his hand, the long-haired guide leads her to a massive set of double doors, softly announcing that the private inner sanctuary is just through here. He quietly points out that only royal family members who possess the signature blue eyes and blonde hair are permitted to worship in this highly restricted holy chamber. As the heavy doors creak open, a mysterious figure wrapped in a deep red hooded robe slowly turns around to face them, her voice echoing softly through the silent room. Placing a delicate hand over her heart, she whispers with a gentle, serene tone, warmly welcoming her new little sister to the sanctuary. The hood falls back to reveal the breathtakingly beautiful Princess Esterica, looking every bit like a pure, divine saint with her shining blue eyes and a glittering golden crown. Wow, she looks so ethereal and holy. But knowing her sassy letters, I have a feeling this pure act isn't going to last long. Showing proper royal respect, Saria immediately drops down onto one knee with a soft rustle, lowering her head before the high priestess. Extending her hands in a solemn prayer, Esterica formally blesses her, wishing that Alfiria Elian's future be filled with limitless happiness and divine grace. The two sisters stand in silent reverence before the colorful stained glass window, a truly beautiful and picture-perfect image of imperial devotion. Wiping a tiny speck of dust from her knee, Saria softly thanks her, keeping her voice incredibly formal and respectful. But the very moment the official ceremony ends, Esterica's blue eyes narrow slightly, and she casually tells her that the annoying ritual is finally over. Saria blinks in surprise at the sudden shift in tone. Smiling warmly with a much more relaxed grin, Esterica asks if she's feeling tired, inviting her to come hang out and chat for a bit in her private chambers. Walking down the hallway, Saria can feel her heart thumping thump-thump, anxiously expecting the high priestess's private room to be a super strict, boring sanctuary filled with sacred texts and cold stone walls. A cold sweat rolls down her neck as she mentally prepares herself for a grueling lecture on religious doctrine and imperial rules. Poor Saria is practically trembling. She really thought she was walking into a holy trap. But the moment the door swings open, Saria and Liz are left completely dumbfounded. Esterica is completely slouched on a plush sofa, her dress slightly messy as she happily waves them in and tells them to dump the annoying formalities so they can finally enjoy themselves. Giggling with delight, Esterica admires the beautiful blue fan Saria brought, thanking her for the gorgeous gift and asking if it's made from Cisrelia's actual feathers. Saria proudly confirms that her maid handcrafted it specifically for her. Giving a cute wink, the wild priestess playfully tells her to drop the mother title and just call her Esterica, completely shattering her whole untouchable persona in a single second. Seeing Saria's jaw practically hit the floor, Esterica chuckles, teasingly asking if she's really that shocked to see a high priestess acting like a normal, lazy human being. Slouching back even further, Esterica casually offers her a cold beer, causing Saria to sweat drop and nervously point out that she thought holy priests were strictly forbidden from drinking and smoking. This girl is seriously a mood. She joined the church just to get a lifetime pass to do whatever she wants. Esterica lets out a lazy sigh, explaining that she didn't exactly choose this holy life. Since the absurd imperial rules doom her to remain single forever anyway, she figured she might as well abuse her high status to get away with whatever she wants. Saria can't help but feel a sudden chill as she recalls the dark reality. Only the daughter with the strongest dragon blood gets to marry into the prestigious House Amritat, while the rest are forced to live lonely, celibate lives. Esterica waves her hand dismissively, boldly declaring that the dragon god isn't even real, so they don't have to worry about getting blasted by divine punishment anyway. Resting her cheek on her hand, she raises a very logical point. If a benevolent dragon god actually existed, Why would he just sit back and watch the imperial family slaughter people who carried his own sacred blood? Though Syria internally agrees with her sister's sharp logic, she quickly warns her that speaking such dangerous heresy so openly is a massive violation of church doctrine. Esterica laughs it off, reassuring Syria that because she holds an incredibly high value to the empire, she doesn't have to worry about the imperial family trying to get rid of her anytime soon. Syria tilts her head, confused by what high value actually means in this family. Taking a slow sip from her wooden mug, Esterica's expression turns deadly serious as she begins to explain the dark, twisted methods the imperial family uses to keep the legendary dragon blood entirely to themselves. She asks Syria if she knows about the strict bloodline arrangement that forces the princess with the absolute strongest dragon blood to marry into House of Mortat. A highly detailed family tree reveals a deeply disturbing historical truth. To keep the bloodline pure, the imperial family originally resorted to horrific incestuous marriages, but because the resulting children were born incredibly sickly, they had to create House of Mortat to introduce new genetics. Ugh, classic fantasy royal family drama. Why is it always some messed up bloodline obsession? Looking at the dark pedigree chart, Syria shivers in disgust, while Esterica points out their sibling Brute as a prime example of the sickly side effects that still plague their family to this day. Leaning forward with a sharp, piercing gaze, Esterica notes that despite these massive biological struggles, a completely random girl with overwhelmingly powerful dragon blood has suddenly spawned out of nowhere. She points her finger directly at Syria, emphasizing that she has zero blood relation to the current imperial family, making her existence an absolute anomaly. Esterica narrows her eyes to a thin slit, silently analyzing the young princess as if trying to peer straight into her soul. Breaking the heavy tension with a sudden sassy shrug, Esterica wonders if this means she'll be forced to marry the second eldest brother instead, since the first is already taken. Syria can only sweat drop in absolute silence, thinking to herself that this entire royal family is way too complicated to deal with. Esterica explains that if Syria wants to marry her eldest brother, he'd first have to divorce the crown princess from House of Mortat, and since that powerful house would never agree to such a massive scandal, that path is completely blocked off. Even a marriage between Syria and Iwan would face massive backlash. Since they are both pact makers of powerful dragons, their union would basically be seen as declaring Iwan the next emperor. Listening to all this political scheming, Syria sighs and holds her wooden mug tightly. She bitterly notes that not even royal princesses are spared from being treated like mere political property. She then thinks about her other siblings, Brute and Antarion, wondering if either of them could be a potential candidate or ally in this messy palace chess game. But as the internal narration points out, Brute is completely disqualified from the throne due to his physical disability, while Antarion is an illegitimate child. To make matters worse, Syria doesn't feel comfortable around either of them. Honestly, can we blame her? This entire royal family tree is an absolute minefield of drama. Suddenly, Syria looks up in utter confusion, letting out a soft gasp as she tries to process Esterica's sudden change in conversation. Fidgeting with her hands in her lap, she tries to find the right words, struggling to explain her complicated feelings. She recalls her interactions with Ewan, thinking about how his cold sense of indifference makes him feel almost inhuman and incredibly difficult to approach. Setting her heavy wooden mug down under the table with a firm click, Esterica acknowledges that Ewan has definitely faced his own massive share of dark difficulties in life, but out of respect, she refuses to share his secrets without his explicit permission. Even so, she gently smiles and tells Syria that Ewan actually craves genuine human affection. Liz chimes in happily, bragging that she gets along with him perfectly, prompting Esterica to tease that it's only because Liz is such a unique goofball. Blushing slightly with a warm look in her eyes, Syria softly confesses that Esterica was the first person in the palace to make her feel genuinely welcome without judging her background. Oh, my heart is melting. It's so rare to see a wholesome sisterly bonding moment in a ruthless imperial manhwa. Deep down, Syria realizes she can't even remember the last time she had such a raw, honest conversation with someone without worrying about hidden motives. Esterica listens quietly, her relaxed pose masking a rare moment of deep silent reflection. Giving her little sister a warm, genuine smile, Esterica lets the comfortable silence fill the room for a brief moment. Breaking the serious mood, Esterica happily stretches and declares that they've had enough boring political talk, curiously asking Syria to tell her about her childhood as a simple serf. Syria's face turns bright red as she lets out a funny, nervous sniffle, totally embarrassed by her unglamorous past. Liz starts waving her hands around frantically as she dramatically thanks Syria for listening to her life story, leaving Syria completely sweat-dropping at her maid's sheer energy. Liz is seriously a goldmine of comedic relief. Softly reaching out to grasp Liz's hands, Syria gently asks if she is still worried about how her parents and little brother are doing back home. Looking directly into Liz's eyes, Syria offers a tender smile, promising that she can easily find out how they are doing if Liz wants her to. Liz's eyes instantly widen in absolute shock as her heart skips a beat at the incredible offer. Springing up from her seat with a sudden rustle, Liz excitedly asks if she's really serious. Syria proudly smirks, reminding her that she is a literal high priestess of the Empire. Syria explains that because the Empire is absolutely packed with dragon god temples, she basically has access to a massive nationwide information network that can find out anything she wants. But before Liz can celebrate, Syria's expression turns incredibly serious as she raises a warning finger, telling Liz that she must promise her one crucial thing. Pushing her finger right in front of Liz's face, Syria strictly demands a promise that Liz will absolutely never try to go see her family, even if she hears news about them. Whoa, the tension in the room just plummeted to sub-zero. Sitting back on her plush sofa, Syria gently explains that this is strictly for her family's safety, as people would immediately notice if a high-ranking imperial princess visited a poor serf's home. She reminds Liz of her official status as Archduke Langchen's daughter, a princess of the Empire, and most importantly, the legendary pact maker of an imperial guardian dragon. Liz looks down in silent sadness, clutching her collar as she processes the heavy reality of her new high-status life. Wiping away a tiny tear, Liz forces a brave smile and lets out a soft groan, solemnly giving her word that she will keep the promise. Esterica softly notes that while it's sad Liz can't see her family, she is incredibly happy to have such a wonderful sister. Liz warmly thanks Esterica for being so kind and welcoming. Changing the subject, Esterica curiously asks Liz how she's enjoying her life as a prestigious dragon knight, wondering if she's actually fine with a path she didn't get to choose. Scratching her head with a sheepish grin, Liz admits she's willing to put up with anything as long as she gets to be with her beloved dragon, Sis. She then happily invites Esterica to Hyacinth Castle so she can show off her archery skills. Liz is just too pure for this world. When Liz nervously wonders if it's even appropriate to wield weapons in front of a holy priestess, Esterica bursts out laughing, reminding her they've already broken every rule by drinking beer together. Even the maid in the background can't help but laugh out loud at the ridiculous truth. As night falls over the temple grounds, the two sisters finally stand outside the grand courtyard, warmly bidding each other farewell under the sparkling starry sky. Smiling gently, Esterica bids her safe travels and warmly invites Liz to visit her private chambers whenever she gets lonely. Liz happily turns back to wave, asking if she can visit next time, and Esterica enthusiastically agrees. Colorful forget-me-not flowers sway in the cool night breeze, carrying the sweet hope of a blooming sisterly bond. As Liz is formally invited to be the very first guest of Hyacinth Castle. Stepping up onto the carriage steps with a soft clatter, Liz prepares for the long journey back home. Looking out the carriage window, Liz's eyes suddenly light up. Staring up at the vast, starry winter sky, she softly whispers that winter has finally arrived, her breath forming a tiny cloud of mist in the chilly air. The artist lighting here is absolutely gorgeous. The Blue Night aesthetic is top tier. Sometime later, a wooden sword slices through the air with a loud whoosh as a determined voice yells out in focus. Wiping the heavy sweat from her brow, Syria pants heavily as she grips her training sword, her body exhausted but her spirit completely unbroken. Her rugged old instructor, Viscount Katzelneimer, offers a polite bow as he praises her excellent form, while a chibi knight in the background happily cheers her on. Katzel notes that she's improving so rapidly that he might not have anything left to teach her soon. Syria groans playfully, massaging her aching arm as she complains about today's grueling training session. Katzel smiles warmly, informing her that today they will finally begin the advanced lesson on controlling and weaponizing raw magic. Pointing to a thick metal pillar standing nearby, Katzel asks her to examine it closely, noting that it is made of incredibly solid steel. He explains that under normal circumstances, even a razor-sharp steel sword wouldn't be able to make a single dent in such a thick metal post. But with a sudden, powerful surge of energy, Katzel swings his sword, instantly slicing the solid metal stick in half with a blinding flash of blue light. Seria's jaw practically drops to the floor as she gasps in absolute awe. Katzel explains that when magic is perfectly imbued into a weapon, its cutting power increases exponentially. He confesses that because his own magical reserves are so low, it takes him too long to activate in real combat. However, because Seria carries the immensely powerful dragon blood, she will have absolutely no trouble wielding this magic instantly. Wait, so dragon blood is basically a cheat code for instant magic casting? Talk about royal privileges. Chibi Seria curiously asks about how mages use magic devices, and Katzel chuckles at her sharp intellect, explaining that mages manipulate mana in a completely different way compared to dragon pack makers. Katzel goes full fantasy professor, explaining that the Heron imperial family holds magic within their bodies. Unlike the Elian royals, who carry magic in their dragon blood, the Heron bloodline gathers magic directly in their hearts. Since normal mages try to copy this by using less efficient magic devices, ordinary people can also use them. Katzel delivers a harsh truth to Seria, warning her that since she has incredibly potent dragon blood, learning spells is completely out of the question. Unless you have the special Heron royal bloodline, strong magic would literally rip your heart to shreds. Yikes! Talk about a deadly biological limitation. Katzel reassures her that her magic works subconsciously, which is why she already possesses such insane physical strength. He promises to teach her how to weaponize this power, reminding Seria of her mentor Yevon's previous praise about her raw talent. Katzel explains that controlling magic is all about releasing the energy stored deep within her body. He instructs her to lift her wooden sword and mentally visualize imbuing her weapon with her latent magic. Seria nods determinedly, adjusting her stance and raising her wooden sword with a deep breath as she prepares to try. Complete and utter silence fills the training ground as Seria concentrates, her forehead sweating, but absolutely nothing happens. Well, that was incredibly awkward. Classic expectations versus reality. Katzel chuckles warmly at her struggle, explaining that while the theory is simple, executing it is incredibly difficult. He reassures her that she will grasp it instantly once she reaches a personal point of enlightenment. Twirling a small leaf in his fingers, Katzel notes that this point of enlightenment is completely unique to every single person. He explains that some swordsmen believe their weapon is an extension of their mind, while other, much darker knights only reach enlightenment after fully realizing that their sword is a tool strictly meant for murder. Whoa, that suddenly got incredibly dark. Looking kindly at his young student, Katzel smiles and says that while theories aren't much help, he is fully confident Seria will experience her own moment of enlightenment soon. A funny chibi narration box pops up, explaining that only elite knights who have gone through grueling training in real-life combat can truly control magic. Chibi Seria looks completely exhausted and face plants in disappointment, grumbling that Katzel is basically telling her there are no shortcuts and she just needs to keep training. Sorry, Seria, no cheat codes for you today. Katzel boosts her spirits, saying her magic has limitless potential and is absolutely worth the effort. Seria gets fired up, vowing to give it her all instead of being complacent. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out to her, instantly snapping Seria out of her focus training zone. Her maid frantically runs over, waving her arms and yelling that their prestigious guests are arriving soon, pushing Seria to quickly wrap up her lesson with Katzel. The scene transitions as the grand carriage arrives at Hyacinth Castle, carrying two very important royal visitors. Stepping out of the carriage is High Priestess Esterica and Lord Antarion, looking absolutely stunning and dressed in elegant, high-class imperial attire. Spotting Seria, Esterica immediately dashes forward with a joyful shout, thanking her warmly for hosting them at the gorgeous castle. Esterica instantly pulls Seria into a tight, affectionate hug, leaving Seria completely flustered as she tries to politely greet her other sibling. Trying to keep her composure, Seria nervously greets Antarion, who politely responds with a calm, elegant bow, expressing his pleasure at seeing her again. In a hilarious chibi panel, Esterica clings onto Seria like a happy koala, while Antarion stands nearby looking completely stone-faced and deadpan. This sibling dynamic is pure gold. Looking at her brother, Seria can't help but feel incredibly tense and uncomfortable in his presence. A heavy dun sound effect hangs in the air as the group sits down, the awkward tension between Seria and Antarion practically suffocating the room. Sensing the absolute freezer-level temperature in the room, Esterica tries to break the ice with a nervous laugh, playfully asking if they shouldn't try to get along quickly as family members. Esterica happily mentions that Antarion has tons of fascinating war stories stories from his work at the Ministry of War, prompting Antarian to dryly note that she's probably the only one who finds him interesting. Sweat dropping at her sister's chaotic energy, Syria quietly wonders how in the world Esterica ever became a high priestess, though she notes Antarian seems a bit more relaxed around family. Munching happily on a delicious pastry, Esterica points out that understanding the current war is crucial for Syria since the imperial family is directly involved. Antarian explains the political situation, expressing his confidence in Iwan despite it being his first war, while criticizing Prince Kyle for uselessly begging to return to the capital just to steal some military credit. Syria is shocked, questioning if it's even appropriate for a commander-in-chief to abandon the front lines during a war, all while Esterica happily stuffs her face with a croissant. Esterica literally only came for the free snacks. Syria poses a sharp question, asking if only the first 2 orders of Dragon Knights have been deployed, wondering if her knowledge of the enemy Heron Empire is incorrect. Setting his teacup down onto the saucer with a soft clack, Antarian commends her sharp intellect, confirming that her information is completely correct. He explains that the powerful Heron Emperor, Saladin IV, completely annihilated their Third Order at the start of the war, but has since retreated to the capital, only deploying local army troops. This leaves Syria highly confused about their passive strategy. Antarian reveals that Saladin IV's bizarre retreat is actually because he is a newly crowned ruler. He explains that the Harran Empire is in complete ruins after their brutal civil war, so the emperor is cunningly using this conflict to deplete the military power of the local warlords who grew too powerful. Oh wow, that is some next-level 4D chess! Syria is deeply impressed by this strategic insight, noting that this is an incredible learning experience for her as she studies tactics, while Esterica cheerfully hums in the background. Antarian adds that with winter arriving, military movements will naturally halt as both sides preserve their strength, prompting Esterica to finally end the boring war talk by bringing up the legendary winter hunt. Mentioning the hunt instantly triggers a funny chibi flashback of Syria's dragon, Sizz, throwing a massive temper tantrum and face-planting on the dirt, screaming about how much he hates military stuff. Poor Sizz is just a big scaly baby. Syria assumes she will be forced to participate as a Dragon Knight, but Antarian quickly cuts her off, revealing that their father will absolutely never allow her to go. Esterica chimes in, excitement building, explaining that the Emperor likely wants to keep her hidden because attending the hunt is the absolute perfect way to establish her official royal role as a princess. She points out that Syria didn't even get to celebrate her 16th birthday properly, recalling how she was so busy training that her fellow knights had to bring her a cheap cake. Esterica explains that the winter hunting season is packed with high society banquets, making it the prime opportunity to network with powerful nobles from different regions. She adds that performing well in the hunt would allow Syria to make a grand, spectacular debut at the prestigious New Year's ball. Leaning her chin on her hand, Esterica smiles as Syria flatly rejects the idea, stating she has zero interest in debuting in high society. We love an independent, no-nonsense protagonist. Esterica gently reminds her that while being humble is a great virtue, she is the legendary master of a guardian dragon, meaning all eyes in the Empire will always be on her, whether she likes it or not. Antarian agrees, standing up to declare that she must openly show her power to the public, promising that both he and Esterica will personally help her secure a spot in the winter hunt. Syria's eyes widen slightly in deep thought as she processes her siblings' unexpected support. Esterica grins mischievously, teasing Antarian about his sudden helpfulness. Clutching her teacup, Syria softly reminds them that she was a simple hunter long before she became a princess, declaring that keeping her roots is her way of taking responsibility for her new life. Oh, this is why we love Syria. She never forgets where she came from. Antarian and Esterica stare at her in stunned silence, deeply moved by her maturity and humbleness. Standing up from the sofa with a graceful rustle of her dress, Esterica declares that they should leave Antarian to handle the details, ignoring Syria's polite offer to stay for dinner. Just before departing, Esterica suddenly leans in close to Syria, whispering some highly confidential information in her ear that leaves the young princess looking completely baffled and lost. Esterica reveals that she did some digging and actually managed to locate Syria's original family, warning her to read the highly sensitive contents of the sealed envelope only in complete privacy since there are too many prying eyes watching. Smiling brightly to hide her secret actions, Esterica waves cheerfully from the window of the departing carriage, shouting her heartfelt thanks to their host while Antarian sits quietly in the background. As the carriage rolls away, Syria stands alone in the grand hallway, looking incredibly serious as she tightly grips the mysterious letter her sister just secretly handed to her. Clutching the envelope tightly against her chest with a soft sigh, Saria quietly whispers her gratitude to her sister for this priceless lead. Wait, so Esterica just drops this absolute bombshell and rolls out? Talk about a classic leave 'em wanting more exit. The scene transitions to the snowy exterior of the castle as the elegant white carriage begins its long journey back to the imperial capital, leaving the cozy manor behind. Inside the carriage, Esterica notes that helping Syria attend the winter hunt is incredibly out of character for someone as notoriously passive and aloof as Antarion. She warns her brother that intervening in Syria's affairs like this might end up seriously ruffling their father the Emperor's feathers, which is never a smart move. Looking calmly out the window, Antarion dryly explains that Syria has piqued his interest, a confession that leaves his sister highly skeptical. Antarion's cold demeanor is actually getting pretty interesting. I smell a master chess player plotting behind the scenes. A dramatic close-up of Antarion's sharp blue eyes highlights his intense focus as he begins to lay out his true strategic motivations. A vibrant silhouette of Syria appears in his mind as Antarion explains he wants to see if an uneducated hunter from a lowly background can actually survive and adapt to the brutal high society political arena. He coldly notes that if a commoner like Syria can successfully integrate into high society, it will give him far more confidence in his own strategic work. Esterica looks absolutely disgusted by his clinical worldview, resting her head on her hand and sighing that he is truly the absolute worst kind of person. Seriously, his sister's reaction is basically all of us looking at our overachieving, calculating siblings. Intario merely scoffs with a soft huff, crossing his arms in complete confidence as he defends his highly analytical approach to life. Looking sideways, Antarion reflects on his own complex identity within the strict, status-obsessed hierarchy of the Empire. A brief, bitter memory flashes back to Antarion's childhood, showing a pair of poor, dirty orphan kids begging on the cobblestone streets. Antarion reveals that since he wasn't born with the highly coveted dragon blood, he had to rely entirely on his wits to be officially recognized as an illegitimate son of the imperial family. He is fully convinced that as long as he continues to pledge absolute, unquestioning loyalty to the Empire, he will eventually earn the prestigious title of Marquess on his own merits. In his memories, a wealthy hand tosses coins down to the young beggars, but Antarion declares that he refuses to be content with just climbing a few ranks. Oh wow, so he's an illegitimate prince who clawed his way to the top? That explains his absolutely insane grind set. He vows to keep pushing his physical and mental limits to achieve ultimate power and status for as long as he lives. Esterica watches him quietly, stating that while she has no right to intervene in his personal choices, she genuinely wonders how he plans to achieve such lofty ambitions. Looking at his sister, Antarion gestured as Esterica warned him that having too much ambition is a classic, guaranteed way to meet a tragic end. A dramatic fantasy visual reveals Antarion's ultimate endgame. He is actively considering pushing Syria to become the new empress and the wife of the legendary commander, Ewan. Antarion explains that while Ewan is the powerful pact maker of the Guardian Dragon actress, he lacks the political justification to claim the throne because the Crown Prince, Kyle, has their father's full backing. Whoa, he's planning to use Syria to orchestrate a massive imperial coup. That is some next-level plotting. Stepping down onto the snowy ground with a firm thud, Antarion continues to lay out his cold, calculated worldview. Esterica glares at him with deep disapproval, firmly warning her brother that Syria is not a mindless chess piece that he can just manipulate and move around at his own personal whim. A dark silhouette of Antarion's father placing a heavy, overbearing hand on his young shoulder appears, reminding him of his upbringing. Antarion coldly asks how much better the Empire would be if everyone simply accepted their roles as well-prepared tools meant to strengthen the society. Back in the dim library, Syria stands in the sunlight, reflecting on Esterica's warning that Antarion might deeply regret viewing human beings as mere disposable tools one day. She recalls her sister's words warning her that despite her sensible nature, a time will inevitably come when she won't be able to keep her raw emotions in check. Syria begins reading the detailed investigation report about her family status, which was secretly put together by the Harper Intelligence Network. The cinematic library lighting in this panel is absolutely top tier. It perfectly highlights her growing sense of dread. The report reveals that the previous head of her household, Attel, tragically died in battle, but his wife Kraugreit miraculously managed to survive the conflict. Syria reads with wide eyes as the document describes how her past self, the eldest daughter Syria, incredibly managed to slay 2 fully trained enemy knights during the invasion. The report takes a grim turn, stating that she jumped dumped into the raging river once the castle was demolished, and her body was never recovered. Reading a highly detailed official report of your own previous life's death has got to be one of the most surreal experiences ever. Saria's mouth trembles slightly as she reads about the fate of her beloved younger brother, Den, who survived the horrific war. Overwhelmed by a wave of intense grief and relief, Saria collapses to her knees on the floor of the library, holding the letter as she processes the emotional overload. The final line of the report reveals that her surviving brother is currently living in hiding, caring for their mother, who now walks with a severe limp due to her war injuries. The scene transitions to a stunning aerial view of a majestic castle as a white dragon's massive wings fly gracefully across the sky. On her way to her destination, Saria decides to make a strategic stop at the Krezel Margravate, arriving at the towering gates of the Grand Entewith Castle. With a massive earth-shaking thud, Siz's giant scaly claw stomps onto the grassy courtyard, instantly drawing the attention of the castle guards. Siz landing like an absolute boss. We love to see our big scaly baby getting a grand dramatic entrance. Riding on the back of her majestic white guardian dragon, Saria looks incredibly regal and imposing as the local nobles eagerly rush out to greet her. Lord Entewith and his wife bow respectfully, expressing their immense honor that the legendary princess remembered to visit their territory after 4 long months. The Lord warmly invites her inside, offering a grand, lavish feast to escape the freezing winter cold, prompting Saria to politely ask if they can feed her dragon Siz as well. Lord Entewith asks if her long journey was comfortable, and Saria happily replies that riding her swift guardian dragon made the travel incredibly fast and pleasant. Look at the Lord's smiling face. He's acting friendly, but you know he's secretly terrified of the giant dragon chilling in his front yard. Saria is soon escorted to the head of a massive grand dining table inside the elegant castle hall to begin their official dinner. The sharp clattering of cutlery echoes through the quiet hall as a juicy, perfectly cooked steak is carefully sliced. Holding her fork and knife with perfect noble poise, Saria decides to finally break the polite silence to address the true purpose of her visit. Looking directly across the long dining table at Lord Entewith, Saria sharply asks if he and his family still stand by their previous promise to help her, or if they have changed their minds. No small talk, no wasting time. She goes straight to business over a perfectly cooked steak. Lord Entewith quickly reassures her of his absolute loyalty, prompting Saria to declare that she has one very specific task she needs him to perform. With a dark, intensely cold glare, Saria drops a massive bombshell, revealing that she believes the Chamberlain and the head maid at her own castle are actively stealing from her. The narrative takes us back to a few days ago when Antarion and Esterica first arrived at the Grand Hyacinth Castle for their visit, revealing a private, tense moment between the siblings and Alfiria, who is now widely known as Saria. Esterica casually hums a cheerful tune while stretching her arms behind her head, completely ignoring the heavy atmosphere as Antarion steps forward to privately confess a shocking truth to Saria. Antarion reveals that Baron Axel Rosen, the trusted chamberlain of Hyacinth Castle, has secretly been spending massive sums of gold far beyond the territory's official budget, leaving a dark trail of corruption behind. Saria's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she sweats from the sudden revelation, instantly realizing that her own castle's inner circle has been actively betraying her this entire time. Seriously, her face is basically all of us when we realize someone's been secretly using our credit cards. Antarion leaves her with a chilling warning, stating that he is absolutely certain she can put 2 and 2 together to figure out the dark implications of this massive financial betrayal. The scene transitions back to the present dinner table as a sharp metallic scrape echoes through the dining hall, where Lord Entewith notes that the massive, highly suspicious food budgets in the ledgers forced him to keep a close eye on the finances. Lord Entewith leans forward, explaining that he is actively searching for a highly competent, mathematically gifted individual who can quickly assess situations and take over the management of Hyacinth Castle's chaotic ledgers. He warns her that establishing her presence in the capital will be incredibly expensive, especially since she has never officially celebrated her 16th birthday or made a proper debut in high society. Basically, high society is a brutal popularity contest, and Saria is currently entering with 0 followers. Saria calmly acknowledges his worries about her weak political standing in the imperial palace, admitting that while she hasn't paid much attention to those superficial details in the past, her priorities have officially changed. With a confident, radiant smile, Saria declares that she refuses to stand idly by when the welfare of her loyal people is at stake, turning around to call one of the nearby castle maids over. Slipping a beautifully polished gold band off her finger, Syria instructs the maid to retrieve her bow from her travel bag and hang the small ring directly onto the distant candle holder. A swift breeze rustles through the elegant dining hall as the maid quickly returns, presenting the heavy wooden bow to Syria in front of the highly skeptical Lord Entwisith. Wait, is she really about to pull off a legendary trick shot right in the middle of dinner? This is wild! Lord Entwisith looks on with utter confusion, asking what on earth she plans to do with a weapon, only for Syria to give him a highly confident grin, telling him to just sit back and enjoy the show. Syria tightly grips the bowstring, pulling it back with a heavy creak, calmly explaining that the highly anticipated New Year's ball is scheduled to take place immediately after the upcoming winter hunt. With a sharp, piercing release, the arrow flies across the grand dining hall as Syria fiercely vows that she fully intends to make herself the absolute center of attention during the grand event. The arrow flies with perfect precision, slicing straight through the tiny gold ring and shattering the candle holder's stem with a loud crack, completing an absolutely impossible shot. Okay, that arrow shot was absolutely legendary. Robin Hood who? She's the real deal. Lord Entwisith stares in complete jaw-dropping shock, his hand trembling as he holds up the pierced ring and asks how she could possibly possess such insane, godly marksman skills. Instantly dropping his previous skepticism, the Lord bows his head in deep respect, apologizing for ever doubting her capabilities, while Syria politely asks him to keep guiding her with his honest advice. Watching her closely, Lord Entwisith reflects on how she easily manages her raw emotions despite her lack of formal education, realizing her qualities are vastly superior to those of the arrogant crown prince. Lord Entwisith proudly points to a painted portrait of a sophisticated woman, recommending his eldest daughter, Countess Pauline Tapaza, as the absolute best candidate to handle the castle's corrupt finances. A financial genius daughter? Yes, please! Syria is building the ultimate dream team to take down the corrupt nobles. Syria slowly turns around, her face masked in shadow, as she coldly agrees that they must make a severe public example out of the thieving chamberlain to assert her authority. Tightly clenching her fist with a soft leather crunch, Syria notes that since the castle has lacked a proper master for so long, she needs to immediately set all the servants straight. A dark, terrifying silhouette of Syria bound in heavy iron chains appears, highlighting her internal vow to personally punish anyone who dares to cross her or steal from her family. A brief, tragic memory of her past life flashes before her eyes, reminding her of the absolute terror of being a helpless commoner whose life could be instantly snuffed out at the mere whim of a noble. The scene transitions to the towering spires of the castle at sunset, where Syria bid a respectful farewell to the Lord, promising to establish a highly secure communication channel for their next contact. Soaring high above the lush green forests, Siz's massive wings slice through the pink and purple clouds as Syria rides comfortably on her guardian dragon's back. Looking down at the beautiful scenery, Syria softly calls out her dragon's name, drawing the massive creature's sharp, glowing blue eye toward her. Syria gently suggests making a quick, strategic detour to stop by the Harper territory, prompting Siz to let out a deep, rumbling grunt of curiosity. Riding a massive white dragon like a personal private jet is honestly the biggest flex in fantasy history. Siz lets out a low, telepathic rumble, sternly reminding her that her past identity must remain an absolute secret, but Syria reassures him that she only wants to watch them safely from the sky. Siz silently sighs to himself, reflecting on how he should have known she would pull a stunt like this the moment she refused her royal guard escort to travel entirely on her own. Down in the bustling village streets, the local commoners stop in their tracks, pointing up at the sky in complete awe as a majestic silhouette flies far above them. Snowy white feathers drift gracefully down onto the cobblestones, catching the eye of a young, dark-haired boy who looks up in absolute wonder, questioning why a sacred beast is visiting their humble countryside. Syria looks down longingly from the heavens, desperately wondering if her beloved younger brother Den is standing among the crowd below, wishing with all her heart that she could see him up close. My heart is literally breaking for her right now. She's so close to her family, but yet she has to stay hidden. Syria slowly closes her eyes, suppressing her intense longing as she quietly whispers that she understands the danger and must keep her distance. Steeling her resolve, she commands Sis to fly onward, directing him toward their true destination, the ominous, legendary dark forest. A dark, atmospheric visual of ancient, snowy mountains under a starry night sky sets the stage for a grand historical explanation of the continent's ancient past. A stunning, dramatic painting depicts the legendary world-shaping war between the terrifying demon god Heracida and the powerful dragon god Elian, a clash that ultimately birthed the mysterious Dark Forest. Residual chaotic magic radiating from the two fallen gods caused the forest wildlife to mutate into horrific abnormalities, transforming the woods into a toxic skeletal nightmare where no human dared to tread. The art style shift in this panel is absolutely gorgeous. It looks like a haunting gothic fairy tale illustration. The lore reveals that every winter, the Elian Empire hosts a massive hunt to purge the mutated beasts, proudly capturing wild dragons to boast of the Emperor's supreme, godlike protection. Present day arrives as Saria stands amidst the bustling Imperial encampment, noting that this year's official winter hunting grounds are set in the vast Krezel Margravate. Sis tilts his massive head, curiously pointing with a soft puff of air toward the massive, luxurious white tents pitched across the grassy field, asking Saria what they are. Saria dryly explains that those are temporary lodgings designed specifically for the noble dragons, causing Sis to pout and complain that he wants a warm room inside the actual castle. Sis is literally a giant scaled toddler who wants 5-star hotel treatment. We love a spoiled dragon king. Suddenly, a booming, authoritative shout echoes across the entire camp, ordering everyone to immediately drop what they are doing and prepare themselves for a royal arrival. Looking up, a majestic pink dragon carrying a luxurious carriage flies gracefully over the sprawling imperial camp, signaling the highly anticipated arrival of the ruler himself. A dramatic close-up highlights the stern, heavily lined face of Emperor Adelarian III of Ilion, his cold blue eyes scanning the crowds below with absolute authority. The massive pink dragon touches down onto the grassy clearing with a heavy, dust-stirring thud, instantly commanding the absolute silence and submission of everyone present. Standing amidst the crowd, Saria watches the scene with a highly tense, sweating expression, fully aware of the massive political danger that the Emperor's presence represents. The tension in the air is so thick you could literally cut it with a sword. A royal herald stands tall, blowing a grand horn and shouting at the top of his lungs that His Majesty the Emperor and the Third Imperial Princess have officially arrived. Surrounded by a flurry of glittering magical sparks and loud murmurs, the imposing Emperor walks side by side with the stunning golden-haired Third Imperial Princess as the nobles bow low. Holding up a sparkling glass of wine, a wealthy noble proudly toasts to the imperial family's eternal glory, while the masked Third Imperial Princess walks behind the Emperor, letting out an annoyed groan at the tiresome noble brown-nosed behavior. Holding a glowing crystal glass of red wine, Saria looks absolutely miserable as she stares out into the grand ballroom. Despite the beautiful, sparkly dress she's wearing, she can't help but groan internally about how this exhausting social charade has been dragging on for days. Honestly, can you blame her? Standing around pretending to care about noble gossip while clutching a glass of wine is basically her personal version of purgatory. Gazing at the dizzying blur of fancy dresses and snobbish aristocrats dancing around the hall, Saria crosses her arms in sheer annoyance. She notes that there seems to be absolutely no end to these tiresome pre-New Year's parties, leaving her feeling like nothing more than a brainless dress-up doll trotted out to temporarily stand in place of the absent empress. Seriously, being the royal placeholder sounds like an absolute nightmare. She's basically a glorified mannequin with a pulse. Letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh, Saria turns her head away from the crowd, her lips pursed in a deep pout of pure boredom. The glittering, gold-trimmed ballroom behind her might look like a dream to most commoners, but to her, it's just a golden cage where she has to waste precious time playing nice with people she would rather shoot with her legendary bow. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere of the party is interrupted as a loud announcement echoes through the hall, welcoming the mighty Emperor Adarian III of Elion. Right on cue, a heavily armored royal guard drops out of thin air, landing directly onto the hard ground with a powerful echoing crash that instantly shatters the festive mood. The scene shifts to a ridiculously funny caricature of Lord Entisith, who has swapped his rugged look for a ridiculously oversized fur coat and fancy drapes. Sweating buckets with funny green frogs jumping around in his imagination, he nervously stammers out a greeting to the cold-eyed emperor, admitting that he's deeply bothered they only get to see each other during these random events. Watching this terrifying lord completely dissolve into a stuttering mess of daddy issues is honestly the highlight of my week. Saria stands nearby, forcing an incredibly sweet fake smile while her inner thoughts scream in absolute agony. Her facial muscles are practically twitching as she mentally complains that her face hurts from pretending to be happy, especially since she and her foster father have never been this cordial in their entire lives. To make things worse, the old man is subtly framing her to look like a terrible, ungrateful daughter who doesn't care about her family. Pouring herself another glass of dark red wine, Saria desperately wishes that this entire tedious gathering would just wrap up so the winter hunt could finally start. Meanwhile, the Emperor begins introducing a nearby figure, coldly acknowledging that he already knows his companion's daughter, leading to a highly anticipated introduction. Standing at a distance, a striking silver-haired woman in a sharp military uniform addresses the Emperor, proudly introducing herself as Beatrice Aquitaine, a loyal knight of the Empire. Saria's eyes instantly widen in complete shock as she repeats the name Beatrice Aquitaine, realizing this is someone she absolutely needs to pay close attention to. Surrounded by a gorgeous framing of pristine white roses, Beatrice raises a crisp military salute with an incredibly sharp, determined gaze. As the sole female knight of the prestigious Fourth Order, she expresses her deep, humble honor that His Majesty actually managed to remember her name and rank. Wait, the artist went absolutely all out on this panel. She looks like a total badass warrior princess. Stepping forward with a paternal, proud grin, Lord Entisith pats Beatrice's shoulder, declaring that as one of the very few female knights in the Empire, he fully trusts her to guide his daughter as a capable senior. Saria stands beside them with a highly strained sweat drop expression, realizing she's just been handed a personal babysitter she didn't ask for. Quickly putting on her best, most charming princess persona, Saria raises her hand to politely greet the stunning knight, showering her with praise about her legendary reputation. With a bright, rosy-cheeked smile, she warmly invites Beatrice to visit Hyacinth Castle whenever she has some free time to spare. Beatrice, however, doesn't even crack a smile, maintaining a completely cold, stony-faced silence as she stares down at the young princess's outstretched hand. The atmosphere instantly drops to absolute zero as the silver-haired knight refuses to play the friendly political game. With a sharp, sudden spin, Beatrice whips her body around, her dark blue cape fluttering dramatically as she walks away without saying a single word. Saria is left standing frozen in place, blinking in absolute confusion as she squeaks out a bewildered at the blatant rejection. Staring blankly at the broad, retreating back of the silver-haired knight, Saria's eye twitches in a mixture of confusion and sheer disbelief. She mentally questions what on earth just happened, completely baffled by the icy, borderline disrespect for treatment she just received in the middle of a royal party. The scene transitions to the bright, open sky as a delicate hand points upward toward the drifting clouds. Saria's inner monologue ponders whether she did something incredibly wrong to offend the prestigious knight, desperately trying to analyze the strange interaction. Standing under the blue sky, a messy-haired, red-headed man in a lavish blue military uniform crosses his arms, looking incredibly awkward and stressed out. He lets out a nervous sweat-net drop, clearly not thrilled about the massive responsibility he's just been handed. A grand gold-embellished title card proudly reveals his high-ranking identity to the audience. This stressed-out ginger is none other than the High Commander of the Winter Hunt and the Commander of the Fourth Order, Marquis Pellicet himself. An elite military commander looking this anxious is a surefire sign that this hunt is going to be absolute chaos. Marquis Pellicet nervously explains to Saria that the Emperor himself has decreed that the absolute fastest and strongest dragon must scout the treacherous dark forest ahead of the hunt. Saria can only offer a sweating, nervous smile, whispering a worried, "Oh dear," as she realizes the massive target painted on her back. The Marquis goes on to explain that with the First and Second Orders currently absent, Saria and her massive dragon, Caesrelia, are officially the most powerful participants left in the hunt. Suddenly, a terrifying dark shadow of Lord Entisith looms behind her, coldly reminding her to remember her roots, prompting her to realize she's being heavily strong-armed into this dangerous mission. In a cute, simplified chibi panel, the Marquis sweat drops, explaining that since it's the Emperor's direct command, they have no choice but to carry it out, though he promises to have Dame Beatrice accompany her. Saria's chibi head pokes up with a highly panicked expression, desperately trying to decline the offer because she knows Beatrice absolutely despises her. Sometime later, at the bustling dragon stables, a friendly, gray-haired knight cheerfully waves a large red saddle piece, shouting at the top of his lungs for Syria to take good care of herself. Walking past him, Syria remembers that Dame Beatrice was supposed to meet her directly inside the dragon den. Stepping into the dimly lit wooden stable, Syria spots the silver-haired knight and calls out a friendly greeting to Dame Beatrice. The knight turns her head slowly, giving Syria another icy, unblinking glare that could easily freeze a volcano. Standing tall beside her vibrant green-scaled dragon, Beatrice flatly introduces herself, stating at a completely professional tone that she will be accompanying the princess on the scouting mission. Honestly, Beatrice's cold shoulder is so icy, I'm starting to feel a draft just looking at her. With a stern, highly pronounced expression, Beatrice sharply corrects the princess, demanding to be addressed strictly as Dame Beatrice, before asking if they should step outside immediately. Syria's face turns a highly flustered blue, sweat dripping down her cheek as she squeaks out a nervous, uncomfortable Walking out into the sunny camp, Beatrice leads her green dragon with absolute confidence, while Syria follows behind, giggles, sweat dropping as she watches the knight's stiff posture. Syria wonders if the woman is always this cold or if she's just incredibly uncomfortable, finding solace in the fact that her dragon trusts her, which means she can't be a truly terrible person. Suddenly, Beatrice halts her steps, turning her head slightly over her shoulder to address the princess in a highly serious tone. Her sharp green eyes lock onto Syria, indicating that she has something extremely important to get off her chest. With absolute brutal honesty, Beatrice flatly states that she has no desire to establish any sort of personal relationship with Syria beyond their professional work duties. Syria's eyes widen in complete jaw-dropping shock as she stands frozen, her heart sinking at the incredibly cold rejection. Standing a distance apart in the middle of the camp, Syria directly asks if the knight simply dislikes her, only for Beatrice to fold her arms and coldly reply that she is entirely free to interpret the situation however she pleases. Ouch, that is a certified burn. Beatrice is throwing shade like it's a competitive sport. Syria looks down at the ground, her face masked in deep shadow as she clenches her jaw in quiet frustration. She mentally questions why she's being treated like trash, firmly believing she has never once shown any disrespect toward the silver-haired knight. Crossing her arms, Beatrice passionately explains that becoming a knight requires a lifetime of brutal, grueling training, pointing out that female knights specifically have to sacrifice all their future prospects of marriage and family to earn their status. Glaring directly at Syria, Beatrice bitterly points out that a mere 16-year-old girl would never be knighted if she were just an ordinary commoner, but Syria was handed the prestigious title solely because of her royal lineage. So that's the issue. Beatrice deeply resents Syria's massive royal privilege. Sensing the intense hostility directed at his beloved partner, Siz's terrifying, shadowy black dragon form suddenly looms behind Syria, letting out a deep, rumbling growl of warning. Panicking, Syria quickly holds out her arm, desperately shouting for her protective dragon to stop before he makes things worse. Mounting her green dragon, Beatrice looks down at the princess one last time, while Syria firmly declares that it's far too early to pass judgment on her character when they have only just met. Go off, queen! Don't let her run over you just because she's projecting her own insecurities. Beatrice calmly concedes, agreeing that this is indeed an official mission and they must remain professional, before steering her dragon away. Syria watches her go, stealing her own resolve for the dangerous scouting mission ahead. Grabbing hold of the heavy leather saddle with a tight grip, Syria climbs onto Siz's back with a highly determined expression, fiercely vowing to fulfill her royal duty to the absolute best of her abilities. Soaring high above the endless canopy of the dark forest, Beatrice's vibrant green dragon and Syria's majestic white dragon glide gracefully through the cool, misty air, leaving the cozy safety of the camp far behind. In a hilarious chibi visual, a smug, angry Sis telepathically grumbles to Syria, asking who this human thinks she is to disregard his best friend, even suggesting they off her in the forest where no one will ever find the body. Syria's sweat drops in absolute horror, frantically asking her giant scaly baby, who on earth taught him such terrifying language? Sis is literally a giant protective mob boss in a dragon body, and I am absolutely here for it. Gliding smoothly on her green dragon, Beatrice stares forward with a cold, unbothered expression, thinking that since they belong to completely different military orders, she has absolutely no obligation to care about the spoiled princess's personal feelings or secret motives. Saria, however, brushes off the negativity, focusing her sharp eyes forward as she mentally prepares to enter the core of the legendary beast-infested territory. Flying directly above the towering spires of the dead skeletal trees, Sis notes that they have officially crossed into the dark forest, pointing out that the bizarre foliage below varies wildly in both color and height. A terrifying red-furred wolf beast with glowing yellow eyes suddenly peeks out from the shadows with a deep, menacing snarl. Sis telepathically warns Saria to be extremely careful, explaining that these mutated monsters will violently attack anyone who dares to touch their young. Saria calmly nods, asking her dragon companion if there are any other Antisysterias currently residing in the area. Sis responds that they are located much further up, hidden deep within the towering Eleonade Mountains. Suddenly, Sis opens his massive maw, letting out a hilariously goofy, wide-mouthed dragon roar that looks more like a giant yawn than a terrifying battle cry. Saria can't help but chuckle softly at the silly display, thinking to herself that despite his massive size and godlike power, her guardian dragon constantly acts just like an adorable, spoiled child. Glancing down toward the forest floor, Saria's sharp eyes suddenly spot something highly unusual amidst the green foliage. Letting out a surprised, "Huh?" she leans over Sis's neck to get a closer look. Below them lies the lifeless body of a red wolf monster, pooled in a dark puddle of fresh blood. Realizing something is terribly wrong, Saria quickly commands Sis to fly down and land immediately. With a swift, agile leap, Saria jumps off her dragon's back before he even fully touches the ground, landing gracefully onto the damp forest soil. Kneeling beside the carcass while Beatrice watches suspiciously from the background, Saria examines the deep wounds. She notes that a chunk of the monster's flesh has been violently bitten off, estimating the attack happened 5 days ago, and concludes the victim was a mother desperately trying to protect her baby. Staring intensely at a massive, muddy paw print nearby, Saria's expression turns deadly serious. She warns Beatrice that the powerful predator that slaughtered this beast is likely still lurking nearby, suggesting they track it using the tracking skills her master, Mr. Yevon, taught her. Placing her hand right next to the massive, terrifying indentation in the dirt to measure its scale, Saria's eyes widen as she analyzes the print. She grimly notes that the attacker is a colossal four-legged creature capable of walking on 2 legs, and its sheer size is absolutely monstrous. Oh boy, they're about to face a giant mutated bipedal nightmare beast. This is going to be an epic fight. Saria leans forward on her massive guardian dragon, curiously asking Sis if there are any mythical demons larger than him that stretch past 30 yards tall. Sis gives her a highly serious look, warning her that such massive beasts absolutely do exist, and they possess the terrifying physical strength to hurl colossal boulders, meaning they must tread extremely carefully. Standing a short distance away in the clearing, Beatrice chimes in with a cold, analytical tone, declaring that a colossal beast of that caliber possesses an incredibly high threat level. She strictly notes that leaving such a danger unchecked will only make the upcoming Imperial hunt excessively hazardous, meaning they need to track it down and neutralize it immediately. Crouching low to inspect the damp ground, Saria firmly disagrees, asserting that their direct orders are to scout the perimeter, not to engage massive threats, and suggests they stick to the original plan. Honestly, Saria is just trying to use common sense, but Beatrice looks like she's about to bust a blood vessel over this minor disagreement. Beatrice's posture stiffens as she towers over the princess, her voice dropping into a low, rumbling tone that radiates sheer disapproval. She strictly reminds Saria that as an elite Imperial Knight of Eleon, she expected a much higher level of dedication and courage. Glaring down with intense, burning green eyes, Beatrice passionately lectures the young princess, declaring that a true warrior must always face every dangerous task with absolute vigor and unshakable resolve. Cross-armed and completely unyielding, the silver-haired knight turns her back, coldly explaining that if a soldier falters over trivial anxieties, they will never possess the strength required to defend their prestigious military position. Beatrice is really out here giving a whole graduation commencement speech in the middle of a monster-infested forest. Looking down at the sitting princess with absolute condescending pity, Beatrice mutters that a spoiled royal like Saria could never comprehend the immense sacrifices required to earn a spot in the knightly order. With a sharp turn, Beatrice calls out to her vibrant green dragon, Lexi, preparing to take off on her own. Reaching out a desperate pleading hand, Saria frantically shouts for the stubborn knight to wait and listen to reason. With a massive, powerful flap of its wings, Lexi launches into the sky, leaving a startled Saria standing in absolute disbelief as she desperately screams for her partner to halt. I cannot believe Beatrice just pulled a literal rage quit in the middle of a high-risk scouting mission. That is peak toxicity. Saria stands completely frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock as she watches the green dragon rapidly shrink into a tiny speck against the vast cloudy sky. Gazing down at his flustered partner with a highly skeptical expression, Sis telepathically questions what their next move should be now that their self-righteous guide has completely abandoned them. Siria's eyes narrow with fierce determination as she clenches her jaw, realizing she cannot let Beatrice's reckless pride ruin the entire scouting mission. As Beatrice glides through the air, her mind wanders back to the painful, bitter memories of her past, recalling the hushed, gossiping whispers of her fellow male knights. She vividly remembers them mocking Dame Meyer of the Second Order for resigning after receiving a marriage proposal, claiming it was only natural since no parents would want their daughter wasting away in grueling, exhausting labor. Beatrice's expression darkens in the flashback as she recalls the cruel consensus that female knights never last long in active service unless they belong to a purely ceremonial, decorative order. Wow, the sexism in this imperial military is absolutely rampant. No wonder Beatrice has such a massive chip on her shoulder. Staring at the majestic, glowing palace of her dreams, Beatrice remembers her vow to hold on to the precious, hard-earned position she had admired since childhood, knowing such an opportunity was exceptionally rare for a woman. She reflects on the tragic, forgotten female knights who considered their titles incredibly sacred, yet lacked the power or privilege to maintain their positions until the bitter end. With a fierce, burning resolve, Beatrice had sworn that she would single-handedly elevate the tarnished pride of female knighthood, refusing to let any woman's sacrifice be in vain. Staring at a mental image of the privileged princess, Beatrice admits to herself that she despised Syria from the start, terrified that a spoiled royal teenager would jeopardize all the progress women had fought so desperately to secure. Wait, so she projected all her systemic trauma onto a 16-year-old who was just minding her own business? Classic misplaced anger. A sudden, chilling realization washes over Beatrice's face as the red sky reflects the terrifying error of her ways, forcing her to confront her own inner hypocrisy. She bitterly acknowledges that her intense hostility towards the young princess wasn't actually driven by a desire to elevate the pride of knighthood at all. Out of nowhere, a colossal, pitch-black predator with glowing yellow eyes and razor-sharp fangs lunges from the dark canopy, instantly shattering Beatrice's thoughts as she hears a distant voice desperately screaming her name. Beatrice realizes with absolute horror that she had merely gotten drunk off her own pride and self-obsession, blinding her to the deadly trap. Diving through the air on Siz's back, Saria spots the giant predator leaping towards the helpless knight and instantly commands her guardian dragon to gather his destructive breath. Pulling back her heavy bowstring with immense muscle-straining force, Saria fumes with anger, frustrated that Beatrice's reckless arrogance has put them both in this life-or-death situation. Get her, Saria! It's time to show this arrogant knight what a real royal can do. With a perfect calculated release, the arrow flies true and pierces the colossal black beast directly in the eye, releasing a deafening, agonizing roar from the mutated predator. Gliding alongside the wounded monster, Syria urgently calls out to her dragon, receiving a confident, telepathic affirmation from Siz as he prepares to finish the job. Hovering gracefully before the towering black beast, Siz telepathically declares that he is fully prepared to unleash his absolute, overwhelming power at Saria's direct command. Siz opens his massive maw wide, unleashing a colossal, blindingly bright elemental breath attack that completely engulfs the mutated predator in a swirling vortex of pure destruction. A massive cloud of thick dust and debris billows across the scorched clearing as the echoes of the devastating blast slowly fade into the quiet forest. Now that is what I call a total annihilation. Siz literally left absolutely zero crumbs. Walking slowly through the swirling dust clouds under the dark orange sunset, Syria approaches Beatrice, who sits on the ground trembling in absolute dazed shock. With her head bowed low and her pride completely shattered, Beatrice quietly apologizes to the princess, her voice shaking with immense shame. Heavy tears well up in Beatrice's eyes as she mentally apologizes to all the female knights she claimed to represent, completely overwhelmed by her own foolishness. Kneeling in the dirt as the orange sunlight fades, Beatrice bitterly admits to herself that in her obsession with proving her worth, she had entirely forgotten what was truly important as a protector. Honestly, this is a top-tier character growth moment. It takes a lot of courage to admit when your ego has completely blinded you. The scene transitions to a brilliantly lit, sparkling grand hall filled with noble aristocrats chatting amiably at a lavish imperial war banquet. Holding a crystal glass filled with rich, crimson wine, Saria stands gracefully amidst a backdrop of blooming white daisies, looking lost in deep contemplative thought. Out of nowhere, a smooth, deep male voice breaks the silence, pointing out that the young princess doesn't seem to be in a particularly festive mood. The handsome, dark-haired Lord Antarian stands beside her holding a wine glass, teasingly noting that she certainly doesn't look like a legendary knight who successfully defeated a rare mutated demon before the hunt even officially began. Well, look who decided to show up looking like a complete cover model. Antarian's fashion sense is always immaculate. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Saria asks when he arrived, prompting Antarion to explain that he reached the camp late this afternoon to oversee the hunt's administrative duties. Antarion narrows his eyes slightly, repeating his question and gently demanding to know why she was making such a troubled, melancholy face in the middle of a celebration. Taking a slow, elegant sip of her red wine, Saria hesitates, trying to formulate a diplomatic answer that won't stir up unnecessary political drama. The memory of the military debriefing flashes in her mind, showing the stern red-haired commander standing in complete speechless shock at the camp. Back at the camp during sunset, Beatrice stands with her head deeply bowed in disgrace, while Saria stands quietly behind her, waiting for the commander to pass his final judgment. The red-haired commander strictly outlines the events, noting that Beatrice chose to pursue the trail of an uncommon Kremnical demon in direct defiance of the princess's wishes, only to end up needing Saria to save her life when the beast turned on her. Beatrice quietly whispers a defeated, "Yes, my lord," confirming the shameful truth. Oof, having your massive insubordination read out loud in front of the person who saved you is a level of embarrassment I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. The commander's face darkens with immense, boiling anger as he points out the absolute absurdity of a designated bodyguard needing to be rescued by the very person she was tasked to protect. With a cold final decree, the commander places Beatrice on strict military probation until the upcoming New Year's ball, adding that since her green dragon sustained injuries during the fight, she is officially banned from participating in the imperial hunt. He sternly warns her that she is only receiving this lenient penalty because of her flawless record of diligence, stating he would have dismissed her immediately otherwise. Staring downward with a clenched jaw, Beatrice quietly accepts the punishment without a single objection. As Beatrice walks away, she acknowledges that her light sentence is entirely thanks to the princess's generous mercy, leaving Saria to watch her departure with a mixture of pity and quiet respect. Saria really proves she's the bigger person here. But I hope Beatrice actually learns a genuine lesson from this. Back at the lively banquet, Saria gently swirls the crimson wine in her glass, admitting to Antarion that word of the incident has unfortunately spread, making her feel a bit frustrated despite facing no personal backlash. Offering a gentle, self-assured smile, Saria quickly shakes off the lingering annoyance, firmly declaring that she has no intention of letting the petty court rumors ruin her mood. Spotting a distinguished, silver-haired nobleman dressed in a heavy dark cape, Saria curiously asks Antarion for the stranger's identity, noting they haven't been formally introduced yet. Antarion speaks in a low, respectful whisper, revealing that the prestigious man is Count Aquitaine, the former legendary commander of the 1st Cavalry Order, and more importantly, Dame Beatrice's father. Oh, drama! Just when we thought the Beatrice situation was settled, her legendary dad enters the chat. Things are about to get incredibly spicy. The legendary former commander of the 1st Cavalry Order stands before Saria, radiating a powerful, sophisticated, and incredibly intimidating aura under the bright banquet lights. Saria looks at the legendary commander and comments that she can finally understand why Beatrice dreamed so passionately of becoming a knight, prompting the Count to let out a warm, proud grin. Raising her crystal glass, Saria clinks her wine against the Count's in a polite toast, clink clink, while Lord Antarion stands silently in the background, observing their smooth interaction with a highly calculating gaze. Antarion swishes his wine, silently noting to himself that Saria and the Count's daughter clearly had a massive chaotic conflict during their dangerous reconnaissance mission. Honestly, Antarion is like a walking intelligence agency. Absolutely nothing escapes this man's notice. Peering through the crimson liquid in his glass, Antario admires how Saria handles the delicate diplomatic crisis with absolute confidence, refusing to let her controversial royal royal past or current status hold her back. He contemplates her true character, realizing her genuine nobility isn't just a byproduct of her royal bloodline, but something deeply ingrained in her very soul. Intarion decides that as long as he can utilize her unique noble traits for his own grand designs, it's more than enough, before softly calling out to her. Syria reacts with surprise, turning to face him. Walking up to her side, Intarion smoothly asks if she had a pleasant conversation with Count Aquitaine. Syria greets him with a bright, welcoming smile, glad to have a familiar face to talk to in this crowded hall. I swear, these two have so much political tension you could cut it with a butter knife. Intarion gets straight to the point, asking if the frustrating dilemma she mentioned earlier was connected to the legendary Count. Syria swishes her wine glass gently, swirl, swirl, clarifying that the issue is actually about his daughter, Beatrice. Syria explains that the Count promised to send her lavish apology gifts once the imperial hunt concludes, which Intarion strongly approves of, noting that accepting these political offerings will yield massive benefits for her standing. Staring out at the bustling, majestic Grand Hall, Syria praises Intarion, teasingly telling him that he has an absolutely terrifying knack for predicting exactly how future events will play out. Seriously, is Intarion a duke or a secret fortune teller? He's playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Her expression softens as her mind drifts back to their past encounters, specifically remembering the profound words of advice he had given her during their time at Hyacinth Castle. Turning to look at him through a beautiful frame of blooming white flowers, Syria genuinely thanks him, admitting his guidance was incredibly helpful. Intarion remains completely silent, but a faint, unmistakable crimson blush creep spreads across his neck, betraying his cool and collected composure. Breaking the brief silence, Intarion asks if she would like to escape the stuffy banquet hall and step outside for some fresh air, to which Syria softly responds in agreement. As they step outside, Syria questions why on earth he would want to stroll through the palace gardens in the dead of winter, her boots crunching lightly crunch against the cold ground. Okay, taking a romantic winter walk in formal wear? Typical manhwa male lead logic. Intarion turns to her, pointing out that the suffocating, judgmental gazes of the aristocrats inside can be far more painful than any winter chill. Hearing this, Syria playfully asks if she should leave him to enjoy his solitude. Intarion immediately declines her offer, confessing that initiating this walk was entirely his idea because he desperately wanted a chance to speak with her in absolute privacy. Syria looks around the massive glowing glass conservatory, curiosity washing over her as she asks him exactly what it is he wants to discuss so urgently. Turning around to face her directly beneath the arched glass ceiling, Intarion calls out her name, his tone suddenly shifting to one of heavy, solemn gravity. Oh, here it comes. The dramatic atmosphere is off the charts right now. Out of nowhere, Intarion drops a massive, shocking bombshell, asking her if she has ever once considered ascending to the throne and becoming the empress of the entire empire. Syria is utterly dumbfounded, frantically wondering why on earth he would ask such a dangerous, treasonous question. She carefully replies that she hasn't, adding that even if the thought had crossed her mind, she knows her place too well. With a smooth, knowing smile, Intarion looks down at her, boldly declaring his belief that she is infinitely more suited to ruling the empire as empress rather than marrying his brother to become his sister-in-law. Syria's face contorts with panic as she protests, pointing out the sheer absurdity of marrying Prince Ewin, a man whose face she's never even seen, let alone met in person. She's completely right. Arranged royal marriages to complete strangers are just nightmare fuel. Intarion dismisses her concerns with a chilling, cold-hearted shrug, asserting that meeting him doesn't matter at all. All that truly matters is that she would hold the absolute highest authority in the land. Sweat dripping from her brow drop, a chilling realization dawns on Syria as she tremblingly asks if this massive political play was the sole reason he had been helping her all this time. Intarion stands completely motionless under the cold moonlight, refusing to answer immediately as the silence between them grows suffocatingly heavy. The mood turns pitch black as Intarion finally confesses, bluntly admitting that he would be a complete liar if he claimed he had absolutely no ulterior motives in backing her. Enraged and hurt, Syria demands to know if he ever even tried to hide his calculating, manipulative nature from her, bitterly stating that it feels like he is merely treating her like a useful political tool. Ouch. Whew, to find out your closest ally is just using you like a chess piece is gotta sting so bad. Intarion repeats her accusation with a chillingly calm, unbothered tone, his voice echoing softly through the empty, frozen greenhouse. He stares down at his own hand, clenching into a tight fist, squeeze, squeeze, quietly conceding that she might actually be entirely right about his nature. Looking up at the glass ceiling, he explains his cold, utilitarian worldview, stating that he views everyone in the entire empire, including his very self, as nothing more than interchangeable wheels, nails, and cogs in a massive machine. Syria looks at him in utter confusion, prompting Intarion to offer a warm, almost gentle smile as he explains that he is sharing this brutal honesty because they're destined to form an unbreakable alliance. Wow, his logic is twisted, but at least he's honest about being a dictator, right? Talk about a toxic partnership. When he claims that they are actually quite alike, Syria immediately gasps and snaps back in defiance, fiercely declaring that she is nothing like him and would never use innocent people as mere political tools. Intarion chuckles softly, chuckle, gently shaking his head as he tells her that her self-righteous denial is simply not the truth. Sudden, painful memory of a gentle, brown-haired girl flash appears in Syria's mind, her sorrowful eyes cutting straight through her soul. Syria recalls the agonizing truth that she had chosen to carry the crushing weight of being a lone survivor above absolutely everything else in her life. Her past trauma manifests as she envisions her own hands covered in thick, warm blood, drip, transforming into a horrifying skeleton right before her eyes. She remembers her desperate vow to survive at all costs, solely to keep the precious memory of someone she loved alive in a world that wanted to forget them. This is getting incredibly dark. The sheer amount of trauma Syria is carrying is just heartbreaking. She had sworn to take absolute responsibility for the fragile life she had been granted, even as the metaphorical ghost of the deceased hugged her tightly from behind like a suffocating curse. Yet, looking back at the massive pile of sacrificial bodies piled in her wake, she bitterly realizes that all of the convoluted holes in her moral reasoning are starting to fall apart. The next morning arrives, bringing a bright, clear blue sky over the Imperial hunting camp as the heavy, dark thoughts of the previous night are pushed aside. Walking through the bustling campsite, Syria marvels at the massive crowd of merchants, prompting Intarion to explain that everyone is gathered because the rare resources harvested from the dark forest are incredibly valuable. He details the highly sought-after trade goods, from demon skin and bones to the fire-resistant dark timber that fetches astronomical prices, while Syria listens in silent, contemplative awe. A forest that doesn't burn? No wonder the merchants are practically drooling over this place. Looking at him, Syria silently notes how they awkwardly parted ways after last night's intense confrontation, yet he acts completely normal and unbothered today, as if nothing had ever happened. Syria looks at him with annoyed spiral eyes, mentally screaming and questioning if Intarion has any real human emotions in him at all, just as a loud military voice commands everyone to take their positions. Shaking off her frustration, Syria mounts her majestic white horse, Pat, deciding she should also act completely unfazed to maintain her composure during the grand event. Girding herself for the trials ahead, Syria tightens her grip on the reins, fully prepared to face whatever horrors the legendary winter demon hunt throws at her. With a roaring cheer echoing across the vast plains, the highly anticipated winter demon hunt officially begins. Waving his hand to the roaring crowd, the commander wishes all the brave participants the absolute best of luck as they venture deep into the perilous dark forest. And with that, the hunt is on. Let's see who survives the ultimate test. High up in the clear blue sky, majestic winged beasts cut through the air whoosh, whoosh, as the soldiers prepare their strategy, planning to lure out a gigantic demon from the thick, untamed forest. Looking down at the sprawling canopy below, the commanders know that no matter how massive or incredibly powerful these terrestrial monsters might be, they simply stand absolutely zero chance when powerful dragons attack them mercilessly from above. Yet the rules of survival in the jungle are never truly set in stone, and inside the treacherous, shadowy depths of the dark forest, the tides of battle can violently shift at any given second. Determined to dominate the skies and secure a flawless victory, the elite dragon knights, including Princess Elfaria herself, charge directly into the fray with their colossal scaled companions. Wait, is Elfaria really riding a dragon in a royal hunting outfit? Now that is how you make a grand, incredibly badass entry. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierces clean through the wing of an enemy flying demon, sending the dark creature spiraling down in a violent, chaotic descent. The soldiers on the ground stare up in absolute awe, gossiping chatter about how Princess Elfaria has just effortlessly shot down another flying demon, proving she is a legendary master bow expert. Soaring through the clouds on her magnificent winged beast, Elfaria shouts out a bold command to Saria, telling her that she will confidently handle the monstrous beasts, attacking them from the rear. Steely resolve burning in her vibrant blue eyes, Elfaria tightly draws her bowstring, creak, creak, aiming directly at the terrifying targets right in front of her without a single trace of hesitation. Look at that beautifully detailed gold frame. The artist really went all out to make her look like an absolute goddess of war. Landing smoothly on the forest floor, her heavy leather boots thud-thud against the damp, cold earth as she surveys the aftermath of the intense aerial battle. Standing before a massive, gruesome pile of bloody demon corpses, the soldiers nervously cover their noses, while a completely unfazed Elfaria calmly remarks that the freezing winter weather is thankfully masking the horrific stench. Inspecting a horned beast, Elfaria curiously touches her chin, noting that the deer actually has razor-sharp fangs and is undeniably a real demon. Just as a panicked soldier runs up shouting out to her. The brown-haired soldier excitedly praises her outstanding performance, eagerly asking if she intends to take her massive prize all the way back to Hyacinth Castle, leaving Elfaria utterly confused. Wait, what exactly does he expect her to carry? A giant bloody demon deer on the back of her majestic dragon? Talk about a royal souvenir. He enthusiastically clarifies that he is talking about the gargantuan brown bear her guardian dragon Cisrelia has just captured, showing the white dragon carrying the chubby beast in its claws, while Elfaria sweat at the ridiculous sight. An off-screen guide excitedly reminds her that a bearskin of that colossal size is extraordinarily rare and practically priceless, making it a highly sought-after treasure among the Empire's nobility. Turning to her companion, Elfaria playfully asks the white dragon if it would mind skinning the giant beast right then and there so they can simply feast on the delicious meat. Without a single second of hesitation, Elfaria dramatically whips out a massive, intimidating hunting dagger. Shring, shring, causing the nearby soldiers to gasp in absolute horror at her wild, unladylike behavior. She really pulled out a massive knife to butcher a bear herself? Forget being a delicate princess, our female lead is a DIY survival expert. Stuttering in pure panic, the shocked soldiers plead for her to stop, while Elfaria, crouching low to begin the skinning process, innocently tilts her head in utter confusion. A flustered soldier stammers, gently explains that a high-status princess doesn't need to do such dirty manual labor herself, pointing out that she can easily hire a professional hunter to do it for her. Realizing how incredibly unrefined she must look to her subordinates, a massive crimson blush spreads across Elfaria's face as she awkwardly coughs to save some face. Trying to rationalize her practical instincts, she silently defends her actions, thinking to herself that there shouldn't be anything wrong with skinning a beast that she and her dragon captured with their own efforts. She's completely right, though. Why waste money on a butcher when you have a giant dagger and a dragon? True economic efficiency right there. Laughing off the awkwardness, the soldiers call over a butcher, while Elfaria eagerly points at the fresh, raw meat, giggle asking a very reluctant and disgusted Syria if she wants to take some of the bear's fresh intestines. The scene transitions to the bright, clear sky above the grand imperial hunting camp, where the harsh realities of the wild are replaced by luxurious high society comforts. Staring at a lavishly set feast table piled high with exotic delicacies, Syria marvels at how the imperial staff always manages to prepare such incredibly extravagant meals in the absolute middle of nowhere. Sitting down at the long table, the atmosphere suddenly turns icy and tense. Blink, blink, as Antarion silently sits next to Elfaria, his cool gaze immediately putting everyone on edge. Elfaria humbly demurs, stating that her dragon Cisrelia did all the hard work, but Antarion smoothly counters, asserting that a dragon's glorious achievements belong entirely to its master. Wow, Antarion is really laying on the smooth, calculating compliments today. You can practically feel the political chess pieces moving with every word. As Antarion politely acknowledges her busy schedule, Elfaria replies that her tasks weren't overly grueling, nervous chuckle, while poor Syria sits in the background, sweating nervously and realizing she is too anxious to even eat a single bite. Intarion gazes intently at her, gently suggesting that she should focus much more on replenishing her own physical energy rather than worrying about his busy schedule. He warns her that in 3 days, she will enter the next hunting zone, an incredibly hostile and perilous environment where even an experienced dragon rider with an Antecisteria will face extreme danger. Alfaria's eyes widen as he mentions the high probability of encountering a Yavuza dragon. Gasp! A species far rarer and more elusive than her own, with the First Order of Knights possessing only 2 in the entire empire. He explains that although these legendary Yavuz dragons are completely incapable of breathing fire, their razor-sharp steel claws and indestructible scales make them absolutely devastating in both offense and defense. No fire breath but steel-hard scales? That sounds like a walking, flying tank. Surviving a fight with that thing is going to be a nightmare. Intarion details how notoriously difficult they are to capture alive or train for battle, coldly ordering Alfaria that she must bring the beast back alive if she happens to encounter one. He explains the critical situation, revealing that the Empire's only female Yavuz tragically died during the early days of the war, leaving them with only 2 males and completely unable to mate and preserve the rare species. Resting her cheek on her palm, sigh. Alfaria points out the sheer absurdity of the mission, noting that subduing a wild, hyper-violent Yavuz alive is practically impossible even with the strongest restraints. Intarion quickly reassures her, stating that if a live capture proves to be too hazardous, she should immediately kill it, because her safety is infinitely more important, prompting Saria to bitterly wonder if his sudden kindness is purely because he wants her to be the next empress. Intarion remains completely silent, staring straight ahead with a cool, unreadable expression that hides his deepest political schemes. That poker face is truly top tier. I bet he has a backup plan for his backup plan's backup plan. Suddenly breaking the heavy silence, Alfaria abruptly stands up, scrape, scrape, her sudden movement drawing the surprised gazes of everyone at the table. Rising to his feet as well, Intarion maintains his polite composure, smoothly asking if she would care to join him outside for a short, quiet stroll through the campsite. Sitting side by side on a wooden bench outside, a suffocating, incredibly awkward silence hangs heavily in the air between them, as neither of them knows how to start the conversation. Fidgeting nervously, Alfaria anxiously wonders when on earth they will finally overcome this agonizing awkwardness, just as Intarion slowly turns to look at her and speaks her name. Looking out at the sprawling, bustling campsite, Intarion quietly confesses that he holds her in extremely high regard. Whisper, his tone softer than usual. Alfaria looks down, replying in a quiet, somber voice that her actions were simply driven by her desire to achieve the best possible outcome she could think of for everyone. Finally, they're talking. Let's see if they can actually resolve last night's massive trust issues, or if things will get even worse. Turning her head away, her expression hardens as she bluntly admits that despite his high praise, she still deeply dislikes being treated like a useful political tool in his grand schemes. She looks down in deep, quiet contemplation, her thoughts drifting back to the painful words they had exchanged under the cold moonlight. Remembering how she flatly rejected his cold, utilitarian worldview, she firmly restates that she has never once viewed herself as a mere expendable cog or tool, and she never will. Intarion looks at her sideways, a flicker of silent surprise crossing his handsome face as he absorbs her unwavering, self-respecting defiance. Staring down at his hands, he begins nervously clenching and unclenching them, squeeze, squeeze, as he reveals a deeply buried secret, quietly admitting that he once had an older brother. Oh, a tragic backstory drop. No wonder this guy grew up to be a cold-hearted, calculating political machine. He sadly explains that his brother died when they were both very young, a tragic loss that made him painfully realize just how fleeting and utterly insignificant all human lives truly are, including his own. The soft, unusually genuine smile, he continues, explaining that this crushing realization of insignificance actually motivated him to work tirelessly to prove he was worthy of his own existence. Gazing down at their boots on the grass, he admits that he felt an instant connection to her because he saw the exact same burden of survival weighing heavily on her shoulders, prompting Alfaria to ask if there is truly no other way to achieve his goals without amassing supreme power. With a sweat drop forming on her brow, Alfaria looks at him as Intarion cynically remarks that such a peaceful, powerless path would only be possible under their current, supposedly compassionate emperor, while an ominous, terrifying shadow of the emperor looms doom over their chibi figures. Well, that compassionate emperor looks absolutely terrifying. I guess that answers her question. It's either get power or get crushed. Continuing their quiet conversation, Antarion explains how imperial siblings naturally view each other as constant threats, admitting that despite this harsh rule, the emperor still took in an illegitimate child like him, while noting that the current crown prince, Kyle, lacks a secure hold on the throne. He darkly points out that if Kyle manages to secure the crown, there is a very high probability he will ruthlessly eliminate anyone and everyone who dares to oppose his rule. Elfaria feels a cold sweat break out as she finally connects the dots, realizing that this deep political instability explains why the prince is so desperately obsessed with claiming a guardian dragon of his own. Bending down slightly, Antarion asks if this explains her relentless drive to build up her own military authority, prompting Elfaria to admit that she simply wants to avoid getting swept up and killed in their bloody civil war. Wow, she's keeping it 100% real. Forget grand nobility, our girl is just trying to survive the ultimate battle royale. For a fleeting moment, Antarion turns toward her with an incredibly soft and dazzling smile, looking absolutely stunning amidst a backdrop of blooming white roses. He softly observes that she always knows exactly what she needs to achieve, yet unlike his own calculated life, she remains beautifully free-spirited, mirroring the wild nature of a dragon. Staring deeply into her eyes, he earnestly begs her to never doubt herself or her choices, completely catching her off guard with his rare sincerity. A massive blush spreads across Elfaria's face, giggle, as she nervously averts her gaze, quietly muttering that she understands. Just as she reflects on how she once believed she had to bear the heavy burden of survival completely alone, a loud voice suddenly echoes through the camp, dramatically announcing that the Emperor has officially arrived. Wait, the big boss is already here? Talk about perfect timing to ruin a tender heart-to-heart. With slow, heavy footsteps, thud-thud, the Emperor begins his imposing walk through the bustling campsite as the atmosphere turns incredibly tense. Walking briskly with her long blue cape flowing behind her, swish, swish, Elfaria silently wonders to herself if the path she has chosen is truly the right thing to do. Transitioning to a hilarious extra story titled The Dragon's Mealtime, we see Elfaria's white guardian dragon, Sisraelia, looking absolutely annoyed, with hilarious blue squiggly lines floating all around her. A funny flashback shows that Kalgadon, the Emperor's Grand Dragon, has actually shared meals before, though it thoroughly annoyed her to watch the tiny chibi Emperor stuff his face with a tiny spoon. Meanwhile, a majestic green dragon turns to a smaller, sleek red dragon nearby, calling out to grab its attention. Whipping out a massive, perfectly roasted chunk of meat, sparkle, sparkle, the green dragon enthusiastically offers it, telling the red beast to give it a try because it's absolutely delicious. Looking down from the clear blue sky, Sisrelia's voice playfully calls out, commenting that the legendary guardian dragon is quite the eccentric creature. The majestic white dragon, Kalgadon, officially introduced as the Emperor's guardian dragon, huffs and demands to know why Sisrelia is wasting precious food on beasts that can't even speak a single word of human language. Wow, talk about a high and mighty dragon attitude. She really thinks she's the queen of the food court. Veins of pure anger pop up on Kalgadon's face, pop, pop, as she furiously yells at Sisrelia, calling her a little brat and proudly declaring her supreme title as the dragon who carries the Emperor's seat. Despite the loud yelling, Sisrelia simply looks away with a gentle, soft expression, quietly thinking to herself how incredibly good it feels when Elfaria treats her so kindly. Nudging the giant piece of meat forward, slide, Sisrelia generously offers to share the delicious feast with her grumpy companion. Unable to resist the mouth-watering aroma, Kalgadon lets out a happy laugh, giggle, as she eagerly prepares to dive into the meal. Suddenly, Elfaria's cheerful voice echoes through the field as she waves her hand excitedly, wave, calling out to her beloved dragon. Elfaria happily informs her dragon that the entire camp is raving about how incredibly delicious and tender the bear meat they hunted is, while Sisrelia stares back with hilariously derpy blank expression. Look at that face! There isn't a single thought behind those giant blue eyes, just pure vibes. Sparkling with absolute pride, sparkle, Sisrelia happily agrees, boasting that she thoroughly enjoyed the delicious hunt as well. The scene transitions as sweet love hearts float across the blue sky with a voice dramatically shouting out deep declarations of love for Saria, calling her the absolute best person in the entire world. Laughter echoes through the beautiful campsite, chuckle as Saria squeals in delight, playfully complaining that that someone is tickling her too much. As the sun shines brightly, the narrator explains that the next 2 days pass by completely emotionlessly, with the majestic dragons soaring peacefully over the towering pine trees. Because there were no particularly dangerous demon beast roaming around, the Imperial Knights finally found some rare, precious time to cross their arms and relax a bit. Suddenly, a terrifying, earth-shaking growl, growl, growl echoes through the dense forest, instantly causing the relaxed knights to freeze in pure horror. And just like that, the peaceful vacation is officially over. You just knew a giant monster was waiting to ruin their break. On the third day of the grand hunt, a colossal, terrifying silhouette of a dragon unleashes a deafening roar, roar, roar right before them, officially marking their dangerous encounter with a wild Yavuz in the rocky iron ore lands. Sighing deeply, Elpharia realizes that Antarian's warning was entirely accurate, anxiously thinking to herself that subduing this hyper-violent Yavuz alive is going to be an absolute nightmare of a mission. Breaking her deep train of thought, a cheerful red-haired knight runs up to her side, wave, wave, excitedly calling out to find her. With a heavy metallic clink, 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 the knight proudly presents a pair of glowing, solid gold chains to her. He eagerly explains that this is a specialized mana restraint with a massive weight attached to it, designed specifically to be substantially heavier than normal chains in order to capture a wild Yavuz. He details how Yavuz dragons are completely incapable of breathing fire, but because they heavily fortify their colossal bodies with pure mana, a specialized gold mana restraint is absolutely vital to weaken them. A golden chain specifically designed to drain mana? That sounds incredibly expensive. The Empire's budget must be absolutely insane. The Chibi Knight explains that normal chains and muzzles are completely useless because the insanely strong Yavuzes break them far too easily, meaning this custom tool cannot be used on any other ordinary monsters. Nodding her head in absolute understanding, nod nod, Chibi Elpharia accepts the crucial briefing on how to handle the beast. The knight requests that she use her dragon to divert the beast's attention while they chain its tail or neck, prompting Cisraelia to look down curiously and wonder who else is joining their small squad. The red-haired knight agrees, noting that while the military prefers a small, stealthy team, it would be practically impossible for just the two of them to successfully seize such a colossal dragon alive. Suddenly, the imposing, incredibly broad back of a tall gray-haired knight looms over them, immediately shifting the atmosphere of the campsite. With a sharp, perfectly disciplined motion, swish, swish, the veteran knight salutes Elpharia, his face completely calm and expressionless. Elpharia smiles politely, welcoming him by name and stating that it is a true pleasure to officially meet Sir Jed. This guy looks like he has seen some serious battles. You can just tell he doesn't tolerate any nonsense. An incredibly heavy, agonizing silence suddenly falls over the group as Sir Jed simply stares back without uttering a single word. Trying to break the ice, Elpharia asks if he has any thoughts on the capture plan, only for Jed to bluntly reply that he doesn't, causing the red-haired knight to freak out and yell at him for being so incredibly rude to the princess. Hurriedly stepping in with a nervous laugh giggle giggle, the red-haired knight explains that Sir Jed's official nickname is the Knight of Silence, starting to reveal the secret behind his quiet family legacy. Grabbing Jed's shoulder, the anxious knight whispering desperately mutters that his blunt attitude is making the princess incredibly uncomfortable. Elpharia quickly reassures them that silence is perfectly fine as long as it doesn't hinder their dangerous mission, wishing everyone the absolute best of luck as they prepare to set off. Honestly, a silent teammate is a blessing compared to someone who won't stop screaming during a stealth mission. Taken to the skies once more, Elpharia holds the reins tightly as Cisraelia's powerful white wings flap, flap, flap majestically over the vast green forest below. Leaning forward over her dragon's neck, Elpharia curiously asks Cisraelia if she has ever faced off against a wild Yavuz dragon in battle before. Cisraelia explains that because Yavuzes normally inhabit territories rich in iron ore, she has never had many opportunities to fight them, adding that their species generally don't get along and actively avoid Ante-Cesteria dragons at all costs. Staring down at her giant white partner, Elpharia looks incredibly soft and hopeful as she asks if there is any way they could actually resolve the situation peacefully through conversation. She wonders aloud if they can work things out with the wild beast, hoping to build a strong bond, just like the magical connection the two of them share. Hearing her idealistic question, Cisrelia's sweat drop rolls down her giant white face as she looks completely dumbfounded by the suggestion. The dragon stares blankly into space, clearly realizing that her her human partner has some hilariously unrealistic expectations about how wild, bloodthirsty dragons actually behave in the wild. Seriously, Alfaria? You really think a raging wild dragon is going to sit down for a nice cup of tea and discuss its feelings? Flapping her giant wings, Cisraelia lets out a soft murr, murr, murr as she soars through the fluffy white clouds. Looking back at the princess sitting on her back, the giant beast simply lets out a soft sigh, resigning herself to the fact that she has to protect her overly optimistic rider no matter what. With a powerful flap, the white guardian dragon gracefully maneuvers through the clear blue sky, preparing for the inevitable clash ahead. Alfaria grips the reins tightly, mentally preparing herself as she finally gets a clear view of their targeted hunting grounds down below. Suddenly, a violent wind gust sweeps across the sky, whipping Alfaria's long blonde hair wildly across her face. Looking up with a sudden gasp, she spots the menacing shadows of other Imperial Dragon Knights rapidly flying alongside them in a tight formation. In the distance, a terrifying shadow lets out a low, ominous growl that vibrates deep in Alfaria's chest. Looking down at the dense pine forest below, she can see the dark, bat-like silhouette of the wild Yavuz darting through the mountain valleys like a lethal predator. Oh, great, the big bad lizard is officially on the move. You can just feel the boss battle music starting to kick in. Unleashing a deafening roar, the dark red-striped beast bares its razor-sharp fangs as a knight's voice desperately warns Alfaria that the target has been spotted. The colossal predator looks absolutely massive and extremely aggressive, practically begging for a fight as it commands the airspace. Staring right back at the terrifying beast, Cisrelia's eyes narrow as she remarks that the wild opponent looks remarkably powerful. She boldly states that she would have normally blasted it into oblivion with her blazing dragon breath already if they weren't under strict orders to capture the massive creature alive and unharmed. Overhearing her, the red-haired knight Sir Pellicet violently shakes his head side to side and shouts at them not to dare use dragon breath under any circumstances. Desperate to prove his worth, he boldly commands his own dragon to attack, determined to handle the violent distraction entirely on his own. I have a very bad feeling about this guy's confidence. Usually the overconfident knights in these stories are the first ones to get completely swatted like flies. With a sharp, determined grin, Sir Pellicet calls out to his own beast, Zeograd, preparing to unleash a devastating elemental assault. He looks absolutely ready to show off his elite dragon riding skills, completely unaware of the sheer physical danger he is diving into. In an instant, blinding bolts of lightning crackle across the sky, completely shattering the peaceful atmosphere of the sunny day. Zeocrat unleashes a massive barrage of blue electricity, illuminating the entire battlefield in a brilliant, terrifying flash of raw elemental power. Using the brilliant lightning flash as a perfect distraction, Alfaria gratefully thanks the knight before urgently calling out to Cisrelia. With a sudden dive, the white dragon swoops down like a majestic hawk, aiming straight for the distracted beast's blind spot. Grip goes Alfaria's hands as she hoists the massive solid gold nano-restraints, realizing they are incredibly heavy and difficult to aim. Focusing all of her physical strength, she carefully times her throw, aiming to toss the heavy chains precisely over the wild dragon's neck. Talk about a high-stakes game of ring toss. If she misses this throw, she is going to be in a world of trouble. With a triumphant yell, Alfaria successfully lands the heavy golden chains around the wild Yavuz's neck with a heavy clank. The furious dragon lets out an irritated shriek as the golden links immediately begin to glow, successfully restricting its massive flow of mana. Sensing her rider's triumph, Cisrelia looks back over her shoulder, prompting Alfaria to curiously ask her what is wrong. The white dragon looks remarkably tense, her usual playful expression completely vanishing as she senses something incredibly off about the wild dragon's sudden behavior. With a hilarious, derpy sweat drop sliding down her cartoonish face, Cisrelia dryly states that she doesn't think talking things out is an option anymore. Alfaria's eyes go wide in comical panic, frantically demanding to know why her beloved dragon has suddenly given up on peaceful diplomacy. An abstract background of cracked eggs appears as Cisrelia defensively argues that the wild beast tried to attack them first, making any peaceful negotiations completely impossible in her book. It seems her draconic pride is thoroughly wounded, and she is more than ready to throw hands with anyone who dares swipe at her beloved rider. Honestly, Cisrelia's logic is top tier. You throw a punch at me, the peaceful negotiations are officially cancelled. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave, whoosh, sweeps over the entire party, completely catching Alfaria off guard. The wind pressure is so intensely hot and heavy that she has to squint her eyes, realizing the battle is far from over. Looking down, Alferia marvels at the massive vortex of wind spinning wildly beneath them, instantly recognizing it as a specialized elemental ability. The raw gale force currents are keeping the wild dragon temporarily suspended in the air, creating a chaotic sky battle zone. A flash of realization hits Alfaria as she looks over at the silent gray-haired knight, concluding that Serjed's dragon, Shankarel, must have used its wind-controlling ability to trap the beast. Serjed simply stands stoically on his dragon's back, his expression completely unbothered by the chaos surrounding him. This Jed guy is an absolute Chad. The world is literally ending around him, and he looks like he's just waiting for his morning coffee. The red-haired knight urgently yells out that the wild Yavuz is about to crash land, instructing the princess to quickly prepare to bind its remaining limbs with the gold restraints. Elfaria nods sharply, her eyes widening as she prepares her body for the final crucial step of the dangerous capture. He explains that they absolutely must capture the beast completely alive so it can eventually form a magical pact with a worthy Imperial Dragon Knight. But just as he warns her that they don't want the massive dragon getting injured during its steep fall, a sudden shadow looms directly over him. With a sudden violent swoosh, the colossal Yavuz suddenly defies gravity, completely turning around in midair. Sir Peleset's face instantly pales in pure shock as he realizes the massive beast wasn't knocked out at all, but was merely biding its time. Sensing the deadly trap, Sir Peleset frantically yanks the reins with a desperate tug, screaming at his dragon Zeogrot to immediately retreat. But the wild dragon is already closing the distance, its predatory eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated malice. Oh no! I knew that overconfident red-haired knight was setting himself up for disaster. Get out of there, buddy! A heavy dadun echoes through the sky as the dark shadow of the wild dragon completely engulfs them. Sir Peleset realizes with absolute terror that they cannot allow the heavy beast to fly directly above their heads, but it is already far too late to dodge. The narrator's voice dramatically explains that to deal with legendary dragons, one must be thoroughly familiar with an array of ancient combat rules. Because their raw physical strength far exceeds that of any mortal human, the single most crucial rule to remember when fighting a wild Yavuz is to absolutely never, under any circumstances, allow them to get directly above your head. Sir Peleset's eyes tremble violently as he looks up into the massive shadow, his heart completely sinking as he realizes his fatal tactical error. The narrator elaborates that while normal dragons are exceptionally agile, there's usually no danger of losing to a Yavuz in terms of raw horizontal speed. But the terrifying question remains, what happens when a heavy, armored Yavuz actually manages to fly higher than its target? Once a Yavuz successfully positions itself above its prey, the entire aerial dynamic shifts into a complete nightmare. Looking down from the high clouds, the colossal beast prepares to use its massive body as a lethal kinetic weapon, targeting the knights down below. Oh, so it's basically a living, breathing tactical nuke. That is absolutely terrifying. Utilizing its colossal physical weight, the Yavuz begins to free fall drop at a speed far faster than any normal dragon could ever hope to fly. The sheer momentum of its descent turns the massive beast into a terrifying, unstoppable meteor of destruction. The victim only realizes their complete defeat once they are already being violently crushed into the hard ground below. The screen turns pitch black as Alfaria screams out Sir Peleset's name in pure agony, helplessly watching the devastating attack unfold before her eyes. With a desperate cry, Alfaria calls out his name again as her dragon swerves wildly with a sharp swish. The sheer impact of the crash sends a massive cloud of dust and debris flying into the sky, obscuring her vision of her fallen comrade. Quickly regaining her composure, Alfaria looks over her shoulder and commands Sir Jed to immediately buy them some time to rescue the fallen knight. She points toward the raging beast, her voice filled with absolute authority as she takes charge of the chaotic situation. Knowing that she can't afford to wait for Sir Jed's slow, silent reply, Alfaria decides to take matters completely into her own hands. With a swift movement, she grabs her bow, pulling the tight string back as she aims a glowing arrow straight at the target. Yes, go get him, Alfaria! Show him why you're the main character of this story! She fires a rapid volley of arrows, but they simply clink-clank harmlessly off the dragon's rock-hard scales without leaving a single scratch. The beast's armored hide is far too thick for standard physical attacks, leaving her temporarily stunned. Sensing the urgency, Alfaria tightly grips the reins and calls out to her white guardian, encouraging her to brace for a direct physical clash. Cisraelia lets out a fierce growl, fully prepared to use her own immense physical weight to bring the wild dragon down. Down below, the wild Yavuz swings its massive tail, aiming a devastating swipe swing right at Sir Pellicet as he struggles to recover from the crash. The poor knight looks completely helpless as the colossal tail comes rushing toward him. Suddenly, Cisrelia bursts through the clouds with a brilliant flash of blue light, her white wings glowing with immense magical energy. She positions her massive body directly in front of the attack, ready to shield her allies from the incoming strike. With a powerful roar, Elfaria commands her dragon to throw the beast down with all her might. Cisrelia collides violently, slam with the wild Yamuz, successfully intercepting the lethal blow in a massive display of raw draconic strength. Instantly transitioning to a hilarious, blocky cartoon art style, Elfaria's sweat drops as she peers out from behind her giant white dragon, casually asking Sir Pellicet if he is all right down there. The red-haired knight, looking completely dazed, politely thanks the princess for saving his life in the nick of time. Oh my gosh, the sudden transition to chibi art during a life-or-death battle is absolutely hilarious. The artist really knows how to break the tension. With a firm grip, the golden mana restraints are pulled tightly around the wild dragon's back leg, finally securing the beast. The Yavuz lets out a frustrated grumble, realizing its physical movements have been severely restricted by the magical gold. Soaring high above, Cisrelia looks down at the struggling beast with a thoughtful whom. The wind continues to blow wildly through the canyon, but the immediate threat of another high-speed dive bomb attack has been successfully neutralized. Elfaria looks surprised as Sir Pellicet reassures her that the wild dragon now has more than enough restraints to completely block its access to mana. He explains that without its magical reinforcement, the beast's raw physical strength is significantly weakened. However, the knight adds that they're still not entirely sure how to capture the beast fully alive without accidentally killing it. He explains that they will have to use a precise thunder attack to safely knock it out, but his dragon Zeograt can only perform the high-energy attack twice. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind, whish, cuts through the air, immediately putting Elfaria back on high alert. She senses another powerful magical presence nearby, her eyes scanning the sky as the atmosphere turns incredibly tense once more. The narrator explains that this sudden wind current is actually the specialized magic of Shankarel, the powerful white dragon belonging to Sir Jed. The swirling blue energy begins to gather in the sky, preparing to unleash a massive coordinated strike. Unleashing a terrifying roar, the wild Yavuz lunges forward with a sudden snap, attempting to tear Sir Jed's dragon to shreds. The wild beast is fighting with the desperate, ferocious strength of a cornered predator, refusing to go down without a fight. This wild dragon has some serious main villain energy. It just refuses to stay down no matter how many chains they throw on it. Seeing the beast launch a surprise attack from behind, Sir Pellicet desperately screams out a warning, yelling for Sir Jed to look behind him. A massive bolt of bright blue energy crackles violently, threatening to engulf the silent knight in a single devastating blast. With a massive kaboom, the blue energy collides violently in midair, creating a blinding shockwave that rattles the entire forest. The sheer power of the magical clash leaves everyone completely breathless as smoke fills the sky. Staring in absolute awe, Elfaria instantly recognizes the advanced controlling magic, realizing it is the exact same high-level technique she once learned about from Viscount Nyber, her elite swordsmanship instructor. She watches in stunned silence, realizing the true, terrifying depth of Sir Jed's hidden magical prowess. Elfaria stares in absolute disbelief, her mind completely racing as she realizes the terrifying reality of what just happened. She knows that controlling high-level magic like that doesn't just require rare talent, but also exceptionally thick dragon blood flowing through one's veins. She can't help but wonder, how on earth did silent, mysterious knight like Sir Jed manage to pull off such a legendary feat? Shaking her head, Elfaria quickly snaps out of her daze, reminding herself that now is definitely not the time to get distracted by secrets. With a sharp gasp, she looks back up at her loyal white guardian, calling out her name to focus their attention back on the active battlefield. Yes, girl, focus up. We still have a giant wild dragon to secure before we can start gossiping about Sir Jed. With a fierce, determined shout, Elfaria commands her dragon to finish this chaotic capture once and for all. Cisrelia spreads her massive white wings and descends like a bullet, delivering a colossal slam right onto the wild Yavuz. The impact rattles the entire sky, leaving the wild beast completely pinned under her immense physical weight. Just as the wild Yavuz struggles to break free, Sir Jed's powerful white dragon, Shankarel, leans down with an incredibly menacing glare. Speaking directly through telepathy, she coldly warns the beast that her patience is rapidly running thin. Oh my gosh, even the dragons in this manhwa have top-tier attitude. Shankarel is definitely not a dragon you want to push to her absolute limit. With a sharp slash, the terrifying white dragon unleashes a massive razor-sharp claw swipe directly in front of the wild beast's face. She reminds the Yavuz that unlike the soft-hearted humans riding on their backs, she has absolutely no personal reason to keep it alive. Although the narrator notes this is merely an empty threat, the pure lethal intent in her eyes makes it incredibly believable. Staring directly into the terrified eyes of the wild Yavuz, Shankarel gives it one final chilling piece of advice. She suggests that if it actually values its own life, it should stop thrashing around, settle down immediately, and choose the path of survival. Talk about a negotiation tactic. She basically gave that wild dragon an offer it physically cannot refuse. With the high-stakes threat finally neutralized, the massive dragons begin their smooth, coordinated descent back toward the forest floor. The wind continues to whistle softly as the dust settles, marking the successful end of one of the most terrifying, death-defying aerial captures the Imperial Knights have ever witnessed. Suddenly transitioning back to a hilarious, bubbly chibi art style, Cisraelia looks completely derpy as Alfaria's sweat drops heavily beside her. The princess narrows her eyes in deep suspicion, thinking to herself that something incredibly fishy must have gone down during the secret conversation between those two massive dragons. I love how the artist completely ruins the epic fantasy tension with these goofy chibi panels. It is honestly so adorable. Back on the solid ground, Pelisset lets out a relieved sigh as he looks up at Alfaria, completely praising her legendary performance. He admits that she was so incredible that he feels deeply embarrassed for ever suggesting they should have just knocked the beast unconscious. Alfaria politely smiles, warmly thanking the brave knights for their crucial support during the chaotic struggle. Sir Pelisset holds up the heavy mass of iron cuffs, explaining that it is definitely not safe to leave such highly restrictive magical items on the captured dragon for too long. He prepares to carefully store them away, knowing the severe toll these heavy restraints can take on a dragon's natural mana. Looking at the heavy iron chains, Alfaria's eyes turn deeply melancholic as she remembers when she first reunited with Cisraelia. Her loyal white guardian had been cruelly trapped in those exact same restraints, and even though her dragon was highly familiar with human-made items, he absolutely despised them with every fiber of his being. Poor Cisraelia. No wonder Alfaria feels so strongly about freeing this new dragon from unnecessary pain. Approaching the massive wild Yavuz, Alfaria looks directly into its glowing eyes and softly asks if it can understand her human speech. The colossal beast tilts its head with a giant, confused question mark popping up above its head, looking surprisingly docile compared to its earlier rampaging state. The camera cuts back to Pelisset and Sir Jed, who are both standing in absolute deadpan silence as they watch the princess casually talk to a lethal legendary dragon. Pelisset's face is completely blank, unable to process the sheer absurdity of the situation, while Jed remains as unbothered as ever. With a sudden comical scream of pure shock, Pelisset lets out a loud shout that echoes through the entire camp. His eyes wide and jaw completely dropped, he looks like he has just witnessed the absolute end of the world. Wait, what did she just say to make him react like his entire life savings got deleted? His facial expressions are top-tier comedy gold. Pelisset frantically stutters, asking Alfaria if she is seriously planning to release the legendary beast after they fought so hard to capture it. Alfaria calmly states that she will take full responsibility, but the red-haired knight continues to lose his mind, screaming that this isn't just any normal dragon, it's a real living Yavuz. Alfaria deadpans, dryly replying that she is perfectly aware of what the massive beast is called. The giant Yavuz looks down at the white guardian, Cisraelia, who lets out a series of soft, rhythmic chirping sounds to communicate. The two majestic creatures stand eye to eye, engaging in a peaceful, ancient, draconic dialogue that the human knights can only watch in absolute awe. Cisraelia turns her head back to Alfaria, translating the wild dragon's words and explaining that he has nowhere left to live because other hostile species have completely taken over his home forest. However, the Yavuz is willing to accompany the princess and cause absolutely no trouble as long as she promises to treat him well. Alfaria looks up, completely surprised by the unexpected deal. Wait, so the legendary, terrifying meteor dragon was just looking for a cozy place to sleep? That is actually so wholesome. Elfaria's face completely lights up with a brilliant magical glow as she warmly accepts the dragon's proposal. Smiling brightly, she raises her hand and formally declares that the mighty beast will grow significantly stronger and wiser after drinking her royal dragon blood, sealing an unspoken magical bond of mutual trust. Watching the beautiful scene unfold from a distance, Sir Pelisset can't help but admire the princess's incredible character. He remarks to Sir Jed that even more than her legendary stubbornness, he is deeply surprised by how easily she gets along with a wild dragon she hasn't even formed an official pact with, especially a highly aggressive Yavuz. Turning his head slightly toward the Silent Knight, Pelisset's tone suddenly shifts into a much more serious note. He quietly asks Sir Jed if he still remembers the ancient secret founding myth of their grand empire. Sir Jed's eyes instantly narrow as a cold, tense atmosphere settles over them. He immediately cuts Pelisset off with a stern, low voice, warning him to stop speaking because those ancient imperial secrets are far too dangerous to ever be spoken aloud in public. The plot thickens. What kind of forbidden history are they hiding about the founding of this empire? A soft chuckle escapes from Jed as he takes a slow step, his dark blue cape fluttering gently in the evening wind as magical white sparkles begin to drift around his feet. The Silent Knight seems to harbor an incredibly deep, mysterious understanding of the forbidden truths. An exquisite, legendary stained glass portrait of Elfaria appears on screen as the narrator explains that the sheer danger surrounding these ancient rumors only proves they are entirely true. The ancient legends state that anyone who successfully tames a wild dragon without a pact possesses the divine right to ascend the imperial throne. Back at the campsite, Elfaria kneels down on the warm ground, gently extending her fist toward the now miniaturized, adorable chibi Yavuz. The once colossal beast looks incredibly tiny and cute as it mimics her gesture, completely tamed by her warm, gentle presence. Oh my gosh, the scary tactical nuke dragon has officially been turned into a pocket-sized puppy. I need a plushie of this little guy immediately. Elfaria smiles softly, praising the tiny Yavuz for being such a good, obedient dragon. But just as she enjoys this peaceful moment, a sudden loud clamor and murmur from the nearby imperial tents immediately catches her attention, causing her to look over her shoulder in deep curiosity. Using a pair of borrowed tweezers, Elfaria carefully pulls out a tiny splinter from the Yavuz's head, making the little dragon let out a soft coo of relief. Pelisset chuckles beside her, explaining that the camp is only getting loud because she literally just flew into the base riding on top of a legendary Yavuz. The red-haired knight explains that when Imperial Dragon Knights catch wild dragons, they almost always bring them back completely passed out to ensure safety. Therefore, seeing someone arrive with a perfectly awake, calm wild dragon like she did is an exceptionally rare sight that has completely shocked the entire army. Pelisset's smile suddenly fades into a much more formal, serious expression as he looks off into the distance. He quietly adds that the rare dragon capture isn't the only reason the camp is in an absolute uproar, pointing toward the horizon as he announces a major arrival. Oh boy, here comes trouble. I have a very bad feeling about who just showed up. Pelisset solemnly announces that the Supreme Emperor of the Empire has officially arrived at the hunting grounds. Elfaria turns her head toward the dramatic blood-red sunset sky, watching the powerful ruler slowly approach their position. A heavy da-dun, da-dun echoes through the air as Elfaria stands face-to-face with the Emperor. She immediately notices that his voice sounds incredibly strange and strained, sending a cold shiver down her spine as the sheer suffocating tension between them completely peaks. Looking closely at the Emperor's deeply lined, stressed face, Elfaria begins to sense an incredibly bizarre emotion radiating from him. She asks herself in absolute confusion if the supreme ruler of the Empire is actually feeling afraid. And if so, what on earth could he possibly be afraid of? The Emperor's eyes tremble slightly as a cold sweat drips down his face, completely avoiding direct eye contact with the princess. Elfaria feels a heavy weight sink in her chest, thinking to herself that he looks absolutely sick of her presence, as if he can't even stand the thought of talking to her anymore. Wow, the family dynamic here is absolutely toxic. Talk about a terrible father figure. Despite the cold, suffocating atmosphere, Elfaria politely bows her head, formally asking the Emperor if she may have the honor of accompanying him back home once the royal hunt is officially over. With a swift, cold turn, the Emperor completely turns his back on her without a single shred of warmth. He coldly states that there is absolutely no need for her to accompany him when he already has plenty of other highly devoted and loyal knights to escort him. Elfaria's face darkens in deep disappointment as she watches him walk away. She thinks to herself that while she personally dislikes the Emperor, his open, public avoidance of her puts both her and everyone associated with her in an incredibly awkward and dangerous political situation. Exactly. Serious? In a royal court, being publicly ignored by the king is basically a death sentence for your reputation. Calling out to his retreating back, Elpheria desperately tries to appeal to his royal pride. She reminds him of the inspiring words he had spoken to her before, hoping to break through his cold, icy exterior. She firmly requests that he put at least some of his trust in her as a dedicated, honorable knight of the empire. But her emotional plea seems to fall on completely deaf ears as the emperor continues to walk away without even glancing back. Elpharia is left standing entirely alone in the howling wind, her long blonde hair blowing across her face as she stares blankly ahead. The sheer weight of her isolation in the imperial palace is completely palpable, leaving her looking incredibly vulnerable yet fiercely determined. The scene suddenly shifts to a stunning floral-framed flashback of a young, handsome black-haired prince named Antarion. He softly calls out to his father, his blue eyes filled with a mixture of respect and deep curiosity as he enters the royal chambers. Wait, who is this handsome prince? He looks like he walked straight out of an Otome game. Sitting in his dimly lit office, the emperor coldly tells his son to come in. He lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh, muttering that the current political situation of the imperial bloodline is extremely unfortunate and deeply concerning. The emperor laments that it feels as if the gods themselves are playing a cruel, twisted joke on their family. He explains that none of his highly intelligent and politically capable children possess the thick dragon blood required to control the empire's beasts, while the few who actually do possess it are completely unsuitable to ever succeed the throne. The screen fades into a dark, shadowy silhouette of Elpharia as the emperor bitterly points out the ultimate tragedy. The only child in the entire empire who is both exceptionally smart and perfectly suitable to rule doesn't even carry a single drop of their royal family bloodline. Clutching his head in deep frustration, the old emperor wonders why on earth he has absolutely no luck when it comes to his own biological children. He then calls out to Antarion, his voice filled with a cold, calculating resolve. The jealousy is real. He's literally throwing a royal tantrum because his adopted daughter is way more competent than his actual kids. Prince Antarion smiles warmly, politely bowing his head as he tells his father that he is deeply flattered by his high praise. Despite his gentle smile, there is a subtle hint of tension in his eyes, fully aware of the dangerous political game his father is playing. The emperor leans forward, his voice dropping to a low, serious whisper as he tells his son that because he is highly intelligent, he will understand the true gravity of what he is about to say right away. With a dramatic red-glitched visual effect over Elpharia's portrait, the emperor solemnly announces the shocking news that Elpharia has officially tamed a wild dragon completely on her own. The weight of this revelation hangs heavily in the air, threatening to shatter the entire political balance of the empire. Prince Antarion's face instantly pales as a cold sweat drips down his temple. He stutters in shock, recalling that since the very founding of their empire, the select few legends who have ever achieved such a feat all eventually rose to become the supreme emperor. He realizes they can't just casually celebrate obtaining a new dragon when it completely threatens their claim to the throne. Oh wow, so Elpharia basically just accidentally declared herself the rightful heir to the entire empire. Talk about an epic power move. The emperor sighs deeply, admitting that it deeply bothers him that the most noteworthy, powerful child in the entire nation does not share a single drop of their royal blood. He looks at his son, his eyes filled with a dark, dangerous ambition to eliminate any potential threats to his lineage. Antarion quickly tries to reassure his father, defending the princess by stating that Elpharia is exceptionally loyal to the royal family, so there is absolutely no need to be concerned about a rebellion. The emperor looks up with a cold, skeptical glare, sharply asking his son how on earth he can be so incredibly sure of her loyalty. The scene fades back to a beautiful sunlit portrait of Elpharia as the emperor's final lingering words echo in the silence. He ominously states that he knows she cannot be trusted simply because she... And that's where the chapter ends. What is she hiding? I absolutely cannot wait to see what happens next in this legendary story. The emperor stands in the dimly lit room, his expression deeply troubled as he looks off into the distance. He listens carefully to his son's defense of the princess, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts about her sudden rise in power. Prince Antarion looks directly at his father with an incredibly earnest and gentle expression, trying his absolute best to convince the ruler of Elpharia's pure intentions. He points out that the princess genuinely believes she doesn't deserve the honor she has received, raising the simple question of how anyone could possibly doubt her loyalty. The emperor's voice echoes through the cold room, reminding his son of the cold, hard reality of their situation. He points out that regardless of her humble attitude, she successfully tamed a legendary wild dragon completely on her own, a divine feat that none of her royal siblings could ever hope to accomplish. Wow, talk about a high-stakes family negotiation. And Tarion is really playing 3D chess right now to protect Alfaria from his father's paranoia. Standing firm, the young prince suggests a clever political alternative, pointing out that if Alfaria truly wanted to usurp the throne, she would have hidden her legendary abilities. He advises his father that since imperial traditions prevent them from simply getting rid of her, the smartest move is to keep her under close, watchful supervision. Letting out a soft, defeated sigh, the old emperor slowly relaxes his posture as the heavy tension in his shoulders begins to fade. He reluctantly concedes to his son's logic, admitting that he was perhaps being far too defensive and paranoid regarding the princess's rising reputation. The emperor's expression softens further as he praises Antarion for doing an absolutely flawless job managing his royal responsibilities during the winter hunt. Wanting to reward his son's dedication, he asks if there's anything at all he would like, but the polite prince simply smiles and claims nothing comes to mind. Walking away from his father's desk, Antarion keeps his gaze fixed ahead as a dark, calculating thought crosses his mind. He silently reminds himself that he could never reveal his true ambition, which is to ultimately claim the position of the empire's second highest authority. Ooh, the plot thickens. It looks like the prince has a very soft spot for his mother, but there's definitely some heavy political drama lurking in her background. A bittersweet flashback displays a younger Antarion alongside his mother, Baroness Royce. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the prince requests that his father make time to visit her, prompting the emperor to realize he hasn't seen Kriemhild in ages and promising to summon her to the greenhouse annex once the New Year's ball concludes. A chilling, red-tinted close-up of young Antarion's eye reveals a shadowy, smiling figure looming closely behind him, casting a deeply unsettling aura over his memories. He softly thinks to himself that the long-awaited reunion will undoubtedly make his mother incredibly happy, though the dark atmosphere suggests a hidden tragedy. Back in the present, Antarion walks entirely alone under the glittering, starry night sky as the cold winter wind flutters his long, dark coat. The heavy silence of the campsite perfectly mirrors the deep, isolated burden he carries within his heart. Politely bowing his head toward the silent imperial tents, the prince quietly acknowledges his father's departing figure. His thoughts quickly shift to the complex web of political marriages, realizing that his father's deepest anxiety stems from the terrifying possibility of Alfaria marrying the powerful Duke Ewan. Wait, did he actually plan all of this from the very beginning? This prince is way more of a mastermind than he lets on. Antarion reflects on his past actions, acknowledging that his father's paranoia is entirely reasonable since he was the one who initially suggested the marriage alliance to the princess, forcing him to act quickly to dispel the emperor's growing concerns. As he stands alone in the quiet campsite, a sudden warm breeze sweeps across the dirt, causing him to turn his head as he looks back on the incredible events that unfolded earlier in the day. An elegant overhead memory of Alfaria flashes through his mind, capturing the breathtaking moment she descended from the clouds. Watching the fearless princess fly directly into the military base on the back of the colossal legendary Yavuz was a sight he knew he would never forget. The memory transitions to a gorgeous sun-drenched sunset sky where the golden-haired princess looks down with a soft, radiant smile. Antarion admits to himself that in that exact moment, he simply couldn't stop his deepest emotions from soaring completely out of control. Oh, look at him blushing! The icy, calculating prince has officially been completely disarmed by our golden princess. A close-up reveals a distinct, warm blush spreading across Antarion's cheeks as he gazes up at the sky, his analytical mind entirely overwhelmed by her brilliant presence. Text bubbles frame the sunset as he quietly confesses that, despite all his rehearsed political schemes and warnings, he genuinely began to believe she might be entirely different from him, possessing a pure, uncorrupted light he could never hope to replicate. A stunning, full-frame portrait of Alfaria appears on screen, her deep blue eyes shimmering with warmth and confidence as her golden hair catches the light. Her gentle, genuine smile completely contrasts the cold, deceptive nature of the imperial court. The flashback ends as the two royal figures stand face-to-face in the fading light of the camp, white feathers drifting through the air to symbolize the fragile, quiet understanding that has briefly formed between them. Moving forward in time, Alfaria looks out over the vast, snow-dusted landscape as the wind whips through her blue cloak. She formally announces that now that the winter hunt is officially complete and the distribution of the monster sales is sorted, she is finally ready to return to the capital. Heading back to the capital is basically stepping right back into the snake pit. I hope she's ready for all the greedy nobles waiting for her. A determined close-up of Elfaria's striking blue eyes shows her sweating slightly under the immense pressure, steeling her resolve as she prepares to return to the heart of the Empire's political storm. The princess glances slightly over her shoulder as a tiny bat-wing shadow flutters right behind her head, revealing that she isn't heading back to the palace entirely alone. To everyone's absolute delight, the mini Yavuz turns out to be a female of one of the most powerful dragon species in existence. Elfaria remembers that she had originally suggested the commander of the Fifth Order make a pact with the beast, which perfectly explains his bizarre reaction when they first met, but she laments that she had absolutely no idea how Yefrim had already been brutally destroyed for treason. Overlooking the sprawling medieval rooftops of the imperial capital from high above, Elfaria thinks to herself that the tiny dragon won't have a proper master to form a pact with for a very long time. With a swift, graceful leap, the princess jumps down toward her estate, deciding that she will personally look after the cute little dragon until a suitable master is finally found. The moment she arrives at her palace gates, the resident head butler and a maid instantly scramble forward in a cold sweat, bowing deeply as they frantically welcome her back home. The servants look incredibly nervous. Do they have something to hide, or are they just intimidated by her new dragon tamer status? Walking through the grand courtyard, Elfaria politely praises them, noting that the gardens look exceptionally neat and tidy, proving that everyone has been working hard to fulfill their duties. The older butler and the maid let out a highly strained, sweaty laugh, quickly stammering out their humble thanks to the princess while exchanging incredibly suspicious glances. Elfaria keeps her gaze fixed straight ahead as she walks past them, her sharp instincts immediately picking up on the strange atmosphere. She quietly wonders to herself if they are genuinely happy to see her return, or if they're simply drooling over the massive amount of valuable loot she brought back from the hunt. Sighing softly, the exhausted princess commands the servants to prepare a very simple dinner for her, while also demanding that they immediately set up a comfortable, safe place for the mini Yavuz to stay. The servants quickly bow, promising to carry out her orders. Elfaria stands alone in front of her personal palace, staring up at the massive, quiet stone building as the heavy silence of the estate wraps around her. Hold on a minute, these two are definitely plotting something shady. Talk about snake-in-the-grass employees. Standing in the courtyard, the butler quietly remarks to the old maid that while the princess may be incredibly ignorant of their schemes, she is undeniably powerful. The old maid smiles back with a deeply sinister, greedy grin, calling Elfaria a perfect little lucky charm. The butler folds his arms, chuckling that while their palace initially operated on a laughably tiny budget, they are now living incredibly comfortably. The old maid giggles in delight, mentioning she heard a juicy rumor that the princess received a staggering 2,500 gold coins from the hunt. Greedy old maid sneers as a majestic white dragon is seen in the background, whispering that they could easily get away with pocketing at least 1,000 Dracos. She bitterly complains that having to care for an extra dragon ruined their chances of stealing even more, scoffing that the princess barely even knows how to write her own name and has a low commoner background. The heavy wooden door slowly creaks open as a pair of tidy black shoes steps into Elfaria's private study, accompanied by a polite, cheerful voice calling out to her. A young, brown-haired maid named Liz rushes into the room with a massive, genuine smile on her face. She enthusiastically welcomes Elfaria back, squealing in absolute awe over the fact that the princess successfully tamed a legendary wild dragon. Finally, a servant who isn't a greedy, plotting villain. Liz is such a breath of fresh air in this mansion. Elfaria smiles warmly at her favorite maid, asking if she had a pleasant vacation visiting her parents. When Elfaria suggests she should give her vacations more often, Liz frantically waves her hands, begging her not to. With her eyes shining with pure gratitude, Liz clasps her hands together, explaining that she feels incredibly fortunate to have been chosen as Elfaria's personal maid despite being born into a very low-status family. Liz firmly declares that she would never dream of deserting such an honorable and precious position for her own personal matters, which causes Elfaria's eyes to narrow slightly as she listens in deep thought. The scene shifts to a close-up of a delicate hand gracefully writing a letter with a black feather quill as the princess quietly calls out to Liz. She's testing her loyalty. Elfaria is smart enough to secure her allies before making her next big move. Standing tall in her imperial military uniform, Elfaria directly asks Liz if she will remain completely devoted to her. Without a single second of hesitation, Liz beams and promises she would never betray the princess, comparing her loyalty to Elfaria's own hands. Elfaria smiles softly, quietly murmuring her approval as she prepares to hand over the freshly written and sealed envelope to her trusted maid. Handing the letter forward, Opheria commands Liz to immediately head over to Tapaza Manor and personally deliver the highly confidential letter to the Countess. Liz quickly departs and Opheria stands by the large glass window, watching the royal carriage slowly roll out of the estate courtyard. She quietly whispers to herself, stressing the absolute importance of Liz bringing back the Countess's response entirely on her own. Just as Opheria watches the carriage disappear, the creepy old maid, Madame Adden, suddenly creeps up behind her. She sneakily comments that she saw Liz leaving in a carriage, prompting Opheria to coldly reply that she simply sent her on a quick errand. Whoa, this old lady has some serious nerve. She's practically drooling over the thought of stealing more money from that leather. The old maid narrows her eyes, asking if Opheria has thought about taking the valuable hunt leather to the tanner. Opheria instantly cuts her off with a freezing glare, commanding her to simply leave it alone, which shocks the old maid, who wonders why the once obedient princess is suddenly acting so differently. As Opheria turns to walk away, Madame Adden boldly takes a step forward, lecturing her that leaving unprocessed leather alone will cause it to rot and stink up its entire estate. But Opheria cuts her off mid-sentence, calling her name in an icy, commanding tone. Turning around with an incredibly sharp, terrifyingly cold expression, Opheria reminds the maid that hunting is her literal hobby, fiercely asking the old woman if she honestly thinks she doesn't know how to handle leather. Sweat pouring down her face, the terrified old maid immediately recoils, stammering out a pathetic excuse that she only said it out of pure loyalty. Opheria steps closer, coldly stating that a useless apology is absolutely not what she wants to hear. Boom! Opheria just completely asserted her dominance and shut down that greedy old thief. Standing tall with her arms crossed, the Golden Princess looks down at the trembling servant from the top of the grand staircase, demanding a real answer while the cornered old maid can only stutter in absolute terror. Madame Adden's heart skips a beat as Opheria leaves her with a chilling warning, promising to deal with her later as she exits the room. The absolute terror is written all over the old maid's face, realizing she might have pushed her luck too far this time with the golden-haired princess. Back in her private room, Opheria looks down at an open book, entirely unfazed by the brief confrontation. She figures the head maid is probably just salty because a royal dared to offer advice on her supposed area expertise, completely underestimating the dangerous web of lies her staff has been spinning behind her back. Outside the palace gates, a grand white carriage decorated with elegant purple trim slowly comes to a halt on the stone pavement. It looks like the special guests Opheria was waiting for have finally arrived to help her clean up this absolute mess of a household. Step aside, greedy servants, because the real nobility has entered the building. A classy woman clad in a stunning dark blue gown bows gracefully, introducing herself as Countess Pauline Tapaza and paying her deepest respects to the legendary carrier of dragon blood. Whoa, look at the panic on the old butler's face. He looks like he's about to pass out right there on the grass. Opheria warmly welcomes the Countess, mentioning she has heard great things about her from Lord Entowith, before turning her sharp eyes toward Baron Rosen to ask who the other mysterious guests are. The atmosphere instantly turns freezing cold as Baron Rosen and Madame Adden break into a heady, panicked sweat. The butler frantically recalls hearing rumors that Countess Tapaza and a priest were coming, but he never expected the situation to escalate like this. It turns out they aren't just dealing with regular guests, because elite knights from the Church of the Dragon God have also arrived. A calm, hooded woman steps forward, introducing herself as Mano from the church's highly feared judicial department. Mano offers a warm but extremely formal smile, explaining that she has been personally sent by Mother Asterica to serve Her Highness. If you've got the judicial department of a dragon church showing up at your house, you know some serious heads are about to roll. Opheria maintains her perfect royal composure, politely asking Mano to convey her deepest gratitude to Mother Asterica upon her return. Mano bows her head, agreeing to the request as the trap finally begins to close around the corrupt household staff. With a sharp, icy glare, the princess decides that the pleasantries are officially over. Her striking blue eyes lock onto her targets, signaling that the hammer of justice is about to drop hard on everyone who took her kindness for weakness. Standing tall and looking absolutely magnificent, Opheria drops a total bombshell, announcing that Baron Rosen and Madame Adden are officially fired from their high-ranking positions. The sheer shock on their old faces is priceless as their cozy, greedy lives instantly crumble to dust. Your Highness! Madame Adden shrieks in absolute desperation, completely lose-lose crying out as she desperately tries to play the victim card, demanding to know how they could be dismissed after supposedly doing their best to serve the crown. But Alfaria isn't buying their pathetic excuses for a single second. With an icy voice, she calmly explains that they aren't just being fired, they are actually being detained on serious charges of embezzlement and showing extreme disrespect to the imperial family. "This isn't fair," Baron Rosen protests frantically, but Alfaria completely ignores his desperate whining. She turns to her loyal knights, ordering them to lock the duo up, thoroughly search their private rooms, and bring every single account book and receipt directly to her study. Talk about an absolute reality check. The other mansion servants are literally shaking in their boots in the background, realizing their free ride is officially over. The courtyard fills with anxious whispers as the entire staff realizes the princess is definitely not the naive little girl they thought she was. Extending her hand with supreme authority, Ilferia declares that every single corner of the estate will be thoroughly investigated until the full truth is revealed. The sun shines brightly behind her, making her look like a true goddess of justice, bringing light to a dark, corrupt snake pit. Shortly after, the scene shifts to the luxurious parlor room where Ilferia, Countess de Pazza, and Reverend Mano sit down for a highly serious meeting. The table is covered in financial ledgers, and the mood is thick with tension as they prepare to analyze the damage. Alfaria carefully reviews the documents, noting that these books contain the undeniable proof of the total profits and expenses that the corrupt duo tried so desperately to hide from her. Staring out the window in deep thought, the Golden Princess reveals the shocking extent of the crime, stating that the greedy butler and maid were pocketing at least 200 Dracos every single month. 200 gold coins a month? No wonder they were living like absolute royalty while the princess had to survive on scraps. Elfiria flips through the pages, realizing they took complete advantage of her limited literacy and lack of accounting knowledge. She clenches her fist, thinking about how terribly unjust this was to faithful, hard-working servants like Liz, before calling out to Reverend Mano. Looking directly at the judicial representative, the princess asks for her legal guidance on how to properly punish these thieves under the full extent of the law, wanting to ensure they can never take advantage of anyone else again. Mano closes her eyes with a confident, serene smile, assuring Her Highness that the Judicial Department of the Church of the Dragon God will gladly handle the matter and deliver the absolute harshest legal punishment possible. Night quickly falls over the estate as Alfaria walks out into the dimly lit courtyard. A heavily armored knight immediately salutes her, politely wishing her a good evening as the final phase of the purge begins. With a cold, expressionless face, the princess commands the guard to bring the main perpetrators forward, ready to deliver her final, crushing judgment under the cold, starry night sky. Under the dramatic crimson sunset, Alfaria stands tall in her magnificent red cloak, looking down like an absolute queen at the miserable figures of Baron Rosen and Madame Adden kneeling in the dirt before her. Reverend Mano steps forward, holding up the heavy stone tablet containing the official charges. She reads them aloud, accusing the duo of deceiving the carrier of dragon blood and filling their own greedy bellies by fabricating the royal account books. As the charges are read, the surrounding servants gasp and whisper in absolute terror. The cornered embezzlers beg for mercy, desperately crying out that they made a foolish mistake and pleading with the princess to spare their miserable lives. "Sorry guys, but the mercy train officially left the station the moment you decided to steal from a dragon-blooded princess." Alfaria takes a slow, heavy step forward, her black boots clicking against the stone pavement as she prepares to hand down their sentence. Looking down at them with absolute disgust, she coldly informs them that they will stand trial before a panel of stern aristocrats who have zero tolerance for thieves and traitors. Her eyes flash with a terrifying blood-red intensity as she delivers the final blow, warning them that depending on the court's outcome, they will likely be stripped of all status and sentenced to a slow, painful death by hanging. "Please spare my life!" another terrified servant screams, but Alfaria doesn't even bother to look back. She turns her head slightly, coldly announcing that she's about to call out the names of everyone else who was secretly involved in the scheme. With a voice that leaves absolutely no room for negotiation, she orders the conspirators to pack their bags and get out of her sight immediately, declaring they are no longer welcome at Hyacinth Castle. A young maid collapses onto the hard stone floor, sobbing hysterically and begging the princess to take pity on her. Honestly, the voice acting in the scene must be top tier because you can practically hear the sheer desperation in their voices. Ignoring the dramatic weeping, Alfaria addresses the remaining staff, formally announcing that Countess de Pazza will be taking over as the new headmaid starting today. The terrified servants bow in unison, frantically promising to obey her breathless every command. The princess adds that all the stolen funds will be returned to the honest servants who were cheated out of their fair wages. She then turns her gaze toward her favorite maid, calling out Liz's name and causing the poor girl to flinch in surprise. Liz stands frozen in the courtyard, her heart pounding against her chest as she waits for her mistress to speak. The poor girl is sweating bullets, wondering if she is also about to be punished despite her absolute loyalty. Elfaria's voice softens slightly as she reminds Liz of her actions from yesterday, noting how she delivered the highly confidential letter without asking a single question or revealing any secrets to the corrupt staff. Liz looks up, her eyes wide with surprise as Elfaria tells her to look forward to a grand gift of appreciation as a reward for her unwavering loyalty and trustworthy nature. Overwhelmed with absolute relief and gratitude, Liz breaks into a bright, teary-eyed smile, bowing deeply as she happily thanks her precious highness. Finally, the bad guys are gone, the good guys got a promotion, and justice has been served. But wait, why does Elfaria still look so incredibly depressed after winning so hard? Liz watches the princess walk away, noticing a deep, heavy sadness lingering on her face. Standing alone against the backdrop of her massive palace under the starry sky, Elfaria looks incredibly small and lonely. Liz can't help but wonder why her mistress seems so heartbroken after successfully catching the thieves. Later that night, inside her private study, a crystal glass filled with rich, deep red wine is slowly swirled. Liz stands in the background, her face filled with deep worry as she watches her mistress drink alone. Sitting slouched on the couch, Elfaria looks completely exhausted as she raises the glass to her lips. Liz gently points out that she is drinking far too excessively, prompting the princess to quietly apologize, whispering that it's only for tonight. Staring into the swirling red liquid, Elfaria admits to herself that she feels incredibly restless and anxious. She knows she shouldn't defend the thieves after what they did, but the weight of her decisions is starting to crush her. Dark silhouettes of the former butler and headmaid appear in her mind, reminding her of the harsh reality that because of her actions, these people are now facing a brutal execution or a life of absolute ruin. The Golden Princess looks down in deep conflict, realizing that some of the other servants who were affected by the embezzlement might actually be highly dissatisfied with how harsh the punishment is. Wow, this scene really shows the heavy burden of being a ruler. It's not all glitz and glamour. Sometimes you have to make life or death decisions that haunt you forever. Staring up at the ceiling, Elfaria questions if she even has the right to make choices that completely alter and destroy other people's lives. She quietly calls out Liz's name. Looking over at her loyal maid, Elfaria directly asks Liz what she believes is the truly right thing to do in a situation like this. Liz pauses, looking at her resting mistress with a gentle, compassionate expression as she prepares to offer her honest advice. With a warm, adorable blush on her cheeks, Liz smiles brightly and admits that while she isn't the smartest person in the world and doesn't have a perfect logical answer, she deeply believes in her princess. Elfaria looks incredibly thoughtful, resting on the sofa while pondering Liz's words. She notes to herself that the heavy question of what is truly right is incredibly difficult for anyone to answer, requiring endless contemplation. Her striking blue eyes drift downward in silence, lost in the overwhelming complexity of her own feelings. Sometimes, even a powerful princess doesn't have all the answers. Tired of the heavy aristocratic atmosphere, Elfaria slumps back and announces that she's going to sleep next to Sis tonight. Countess de Pazza simply bows and acknowledges her request with total respect. Under the vast purple night sky, Elfaria walks out of her luxurious chamber, seeking the comfort of her only true confidant who doesn't care about politics. With a soft wooden creak, Sis lifts her head inside the stable, instantly sensing her master's arrival. Caesar's gentle voice echoes in her mind, asking what on earth Syria is doing out so late. Elfaria crosses her arms, admitting with a small pout that she just wanted to sleep next to her. C's immediately sniffs the air, detecting the scent of wine and asking if it has something to do with the chaotic ruckus from earlier. Elfaria smiles softly, realizing she can never keep a single secret from her giant fluffy guardian. Honestly, having a giant magical beast as a personal lie detector sounds both highly convenient and slightly terrifying. With a warm, welcoming gaze, Sis invites her in to get comfortable, and Elfaria expresses her genuine gratitude. Sis gently unfurls her soft, massive wings to wrap around the princess, whispering her name in a comforting tone. Noseling her cheek gently, Sis expresses how much he admires Saria for constantly reflecting on her choices instead of becoming a heartless tyrant. Elpharia looks up, gasped, genuinely surprised by the high praise. The giant dragon spreads her magnificent wings and lifts her master high into the sky, soaring above the worries of the mortal world. Sending a soothing warmth through the breeze, Sis promises that whenever Elpharia doubts herself, she can always count on her guardian to lend her the strength of her winds. Fast forward to the day of the grand New Year's banquet. Elpharia stands in her newly tailored military uniform, worrying that customizing a knight's outfit might make her look like an immature girl playing dress-up. But Liz quickly reassures her, saying she looks absolutely stunning, like a legendary warrior. Immature? Girl, you look like you're about to conquer 3 different empires before breakfast. The artist absolutely cooked with this design. Topaza points out that while their finances have recovered enough to afford a traditional ball gown, this striking uniform is actually much better suited for her current reputation as a powerful knight and the absolute center of attention. Topaza beams with pride, adding that the most important thing is how incredibly great it looks on her. Elpharia smiles warmly, returning the compliment by telling the Countess how beautiful she looks too. Liz carefully presents Elpharia's ceremonial golden dagger, which the princess accepts with a gentle nod of appreciation. Staring at her reflection, Elpharia reflects on how her spectacular performance during the recent winter hunt completely exceeded expectations, making her the hot topic of the entire capital. However, she sweat drops realizing the rumors probably got heavily exaggerated since they got mixed up with the dramatic stories of her purging the corrupt household staff. But there's one specific rumor that's currently making her incredibly anxious, the whispers that she might actually become the next empress. Shaking off her worries, Elpharia stands tall at the carriage entrance, her cape flowing elegantly as she prepares to face the high society of the capital. With a firm, confident voice, she declares it's time to set off, stepping toward her grand carriage waiting in the courtyard. As the carriage begins to roll, Elpharia turns to Topaza, curiously asking if her husband will also be attending the grand ball today. Topaza happily confirms she'll introduce him as soon as they arrive, while Chibi Liz pipes up from behind, eagerly chiming in that the Count is incredibly handsome and kind. Intrigued by their close bond, Elpharia asks if their marriage was based on true love. Topaza explains that they were actually childhood neighbors who grew up playing together. She claims they got along so well that marriage was just a natural next step, though the Chibi flashback shows a tiny Topaza aggressively chasing a crying, terrified blue-haired boy with a stick. So getting along well is code for her absolutely dominating him since preschool? Classic. Poor guy never stood a chance. Topaza then casually drops a massive bomb, mentioning that both Prince Kyle and Prince Ewan will be attending the ball. Elpharia's face instantly pales as she stammers in pure shock. Topaza notes this will be Elpharia's first time meeting the dazzling blonde Prince Ewan, who is incredibly popular with the ladies, though she adds he still can't compete with the legendary Lord Antarion, who gets flooded with marriage proposals since he's allowed to marry outside royal blood. Elpharia tilts her head, pointing out that Antarion doesn't seem to have the slightest interest in romance, which Topaza fully agrees with, noting that everyone in the capital basically thinks the man is just a terminal workaholic. But Elpharia narrows her eyes, quietly murmuring that she actually understands his perspective, theorizing that it's likely because of his somewhat complicated social status. She knows all too well that under the ruthless pressure of high society, anyone wielding real authority must appear absolutely flawless to survive. Under the current imperial system, one must constantly assert their dignity and prove their loyalty through action. By staying single and hyper-focused on duty, Antarion is sending a clear message to his enemies. He is making it absolutely clear to the entire empire that he has zero intention of trying to disrupt the existing power structure or chase the throne. Just thinking about the exhausting, endless mental gymnastics of nobility gives Elpharia a massive headache as she rubs her throbbing temples. Thankfully, the exhausting carriage ride finally comes to an end as the driver pulls up and announces their grand arrival at the palace. Looking up at the colossal glittering chandeliers, Elpharia admits she is still nowhere near used to this level of sickening wealth. Topaza gently nudges her to head inside, and the princess reluctantly complies. Honestly, I wouldn't be used to it either. That chandelier alone looks like it could fund a small country's education system. Her boots take a firm, heavy step onto the plush blue carpet as the Imperial Herald loudly announces her grand entrance to the entire ballroom. Carrying the legendary lineage of the dragon god himself, the Golden Princess strides forward, capturing the attention of every single noble in the room. Instantly, the entire hall erupts into quiet murmurs as gossiping aristocrats analyze her modified military uniform, whispering about her status as a knight and how this could signal a massive shift in the Empire's power dynamic. Even though she fully expected to cause a stir, having dozens of judgy eyes staring her down makes her feel incredibly uncomfortable. But before she can retreat, a friendly voice calls out to her. A charming blue-haired gentleman bows politely, introducing himself as Oren Tapaza. Alfaria's eyes light up, realizing this must be the childhood friend husband her head maid was talking about. Oren flashes a warm, handsome smile, remarking that Alfaria is just as charming as his wife described, while admitting he's heard nothing but glowing praise about her from his father-in-law. He warmly congratulates her on earning the prestigious title of the Winter Hunt's best knight, which she accepts with a humble, polite thank you. Just as Oren is offering the full support of House Tapaza, a sudden, commanding presence steps right in front of them, abruptly cutting him off by calling out Alfaria's name. Alfaria tilts her head up to lock eyes with a strikingly handsome tall blonde man who stares down at her with an incredibly confident smirk. Whoa, hello there, gorgeous. This guy's visual design is so sharp, I think I just got a paper cut looking at him. While poor Oren's sweat drops and quickly retreats out of the way, the blonde royal smoothly remarks how wonderful it is to finally meet her, teasingly asking if he should call her commander. The newcomer casually laughs, suggesting they just use first names since they're family, before politely but firmly asking Oren for some private space. Oren practically teleports away in sheer panic, stammering his compliance. Alfaria keeps her guard up, warily observing him as she realizes this handsome intruder is indeed Ewan, the powerful second prince of the Empire. She silently notes that Ewan is not only the fearsome commander of the First Order, but unlike his older brother, the Crown Prince, he is also the direct pact maker of a legendary guardian dragon. No wonder he holds so much sway in the Imperial Court. However, despite his grand title, Alfaria finds his overly familiar attitude highly irritating. She clears her throat with a flat expression, prompting him to ask what's wrong. With absolute zero tolerance for his smooth playboy antics, Alfaria bluntly asks him to take his hand off her shoulder. Ewan just blinks innocently, completely unfazed as he chuckles, asking if that made her uncomfortable. Oof, denied. You might have a guardian dragon, buddy, but you don't have permission to invade her personal space. With a sharp, sudden movement, Alfaria firmly pulls her hand away from Ewan's grasp, refusing to let him overstep her boundaries. But Ewan just watches her with amusement, boldly sliding his gloved fingers over hers as he smoothly remarks that she is incredibly beautiful, just like what Kyle had mentioned. Wait, did Kyle actually call her beautiful? Or is Ewan just using his brother's name to get under her skin? Sneaky indeed. Keeping her face completely flat, Alfaria bluntly retorts that she seriously doubts Kyle meant that as any kind of compliment, knowing her hot-headed brother all too well. Ewan doesn't even flinch, offering a playful shrug as he admits he won't deny that, before shifting his tone to mention that he's heard quite a bit about her unique background. His deep, calculating blue eyes lock onto her, scanning her face with a mixture of intense curiosity and strategic assessment. It's the look of a seasoned commander who is used to dissecting his opponents on the battlefield, making the atmosphere around them grow instantly tense. Breaking the silence, Ewan speaks with a surprisingly soft tone, noting with genuine admiration that despite everything she's been through, she doesn't seem even a single bit ashamed of her past. Wait, is this Playboy Prince actually showing some genuine respect for once? Color me shocked. I thought he was just here to flirt. Turning her head slightly, Alfaria looks away with a calm, dignified expression, firmly declaring that she has zero intention of ever denying the parents who gave her life. She stands tall, showing that her past as a commoner is not a weakness to be hidden, but a core part of who she is. Looking back at Ewan with unwavering determination in her eyes, she explains that she has fully decided to embrace her past, accepting that the girl she was before is still very much a part of the powerful princess she is today. Ewan's lips curve into a warm, genuine smile, clearly impressed by her immense mental strength. The prince continues to stare at her, his usual smug grin replaced by a soft, respectful gaze that shows he might have seriously misjudged the Golden Princess. All right, the artist is absolutely killing it with these close-up profile shots. Ewan's side profile looks like it was sculpted by a literal god. In his mind, Ewan realizes that this fierce, unbreakable spirit is exactly what's required of anyone who hopes to be the master of an anti-Cysteria dragon pact. He can see that Alfaria is far more than just a lucky girl who stumbled into royal status. She is a true leader. Suddenly, a dramatic figure wearing a sweeping crimson cape begins to walk down the Grand Palace stairs. Spotting his cue, Ewan turns to leave, bidding a smooth farewell to his charming new sister as the grand banquet preparations begin to pick up. With a playful wave, Ewan asks Alfaria if they should finally head over to pay their respects to their beloved royal father, the Emperor himself. Beloved? Given how dysfunctional this imperial family is, I highly doubt there's any real love lost between these kids and their dad. Standing high on the grand balcony, the Emperor addresses the glittering crowd of nobles below, calling for their absolute attention before the official New Year's ball begins. His voice echoes through the massive hall, commanding instant silence from the gossiping aristocrats. The Emperor gazes over his vast court, reflecting on how the past year has been absolutely packed with numerous historic and highly noteworthy events for the Empire. He loudly highlights the incredible sweeping military achievements of both the Crown Prince and the Second Prince in their foreign campaigns. But in the corner of the room, Chibi Kyle is practically radiating a dark, angry purple aura as he glares daggers at Alfaria, who just sweat drops with a polite, strained smile. Kyle is literally vibrating with pure jealousy. Bro is about to pop a blood vessel right there in public. After discussing their military goals, the Emperor shifts his tone, announcing that there is one final, incredibly important matter he must present to the entire high society tonight. With a sweeping gesture, he proudly introduces his newly adopted daughter, Alfaria, presenting her to the court as a shining symbol of the royal family's future. Alfaria stands beside him, looking absolutely stunning in her pristine military uniform. Despite her elegant appearance, Alfaria is internally screaming, sweating profusely as she wonders what on earth has gotten into her adoptive father, considering he was actively ignoring her just a few days ago. The Emperor, however, continues to beam, loudly declaring that he wants every single citizen in the Empire to recognize and admire his daughter's spectacular accomplishments. Talk about a complete 180. Suddenly he's her biggest fan just because she's popular now. Classic politician dad behavior. Leaning down, the Emperor offers a surprisingly warm compliment, telling her she looks absolutely magnificent in her knight uniform. Stunned by the sudden affection, Alfaria can only offer a polite, slightly flustered thank you in return. Standing on the grand balcony, the Emperor raises his hand, declaring that tonight they celebrate both their impending military triumphs and the eternal glory of their mighty empire as the ball officially begins. As Alfaria steps down into the crowd, her sharp eyes immediately lock onto a couple of familiar hostile figures wearing highly luxurious blue silks in the distance. Her heart sinks as she recognizes the Crown Princess and the Empress watching her. A freezing wave of pure malice washes over the room as both women stare at Alfaria with icy, disgusted expressions. Alfaria sighs internally, realizing she's going to constantly run into these two at every single social event, and they clearly aren't even trying to hide how much they absolutely despise her. Yikes! If looks could kill, Alfaria would have been reduced to a pile of ash 10 times over by now. Talk about toxic stepfamily vibes. Searching the room for any other potential threats, her eyes land on Princess Fernice, who is sitting quietly by the side in a beautiful purple gown, looking completely detached from the ongoing drama. Fernice stares blankly into space, her face completely empty of any emotion, as if she would literally rather be anywhere else in the world. Alfaria notes that while the other royals are actively hostile, Fernice simply doesn't seem to care about her existence at all, treating her like air. Ugh, sigh. Feeling the suffocating weight of her new family's intense hatred and chilling indifference, Alfaria bitterly thinks to herself that she might as well not even have a family at all. But before she can sink deeper into her gloomy thoughts, Chibi Yuan pops up next to her with a glittering, cheerful background, calling her his beautiful princess. And of course, the Playboy Prince arrives right on cue to disrupt her angst. He really has a flawless sense of timing, doesn't he? With a dazzling, flower-filled background framing his handsome face, Ewan bows elegantly and asks if she would grant him the ultimate honor of sharing the very first dance of the evening with him. Alfaria accepts his invitation with a polite nod, placing her bare hand into his black-gloved palm. As they step onto the dance floor, she silently observes that he is incredibly tall, possessing massive, powerful hands and feet that clearly belong to a master warrior. Looking up to meet his eyes, she notes that there are very few men in the capital who can actually make her feel small, but Ewan easily towers over her. She has to admit that he is incredibly open, stunningly handsome, and radiates a highly imposing military authority that commands respect from everyone in the room. As they begin to spin gracefully across the glittering ballroom floor, Elpharia suddenly recalls Antarion's cryptic warning about Ewan requiring a highly specific partner, someone capable of compensating for his hidden weaknesses. Wait, weaknesses? This guy looks like a flawless golden god of war. What kind of fatal flaw could he possibly be hiding behind that dazzling smile? She stares closely at Ewan's face as they dance, trying to find any cracks in his perfect exterior, but he simply maintains a warm, gentle expression, guiding her effortlessly through the steps. Noticing her intense gaze, Ewan chuckles softly, teasingly pointing out that she seems to have some burning questions she's dying to ask him. Elpharia gasps slightly, caught red-handed as she stammers a quick response. Realizing she obviously can't just bluntly ask him about his personal shortcomings, she quickly scrambles for a polite cover story as they continue their rhythmic steps across the polished floor. She nervously mentions that she heard some interesting rumors from the other knights in the order. She explains that she heard he wields a massive, intricately detailed two-handed sword, and she was highly curious as to why he chose such a heavy, demanding weapon. Ewan blinks in surprise, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish smile as he admits he's a bit embarrassed that his training habits have become common gossip. Whoa, look at the design on that sword. It looks like a legendary teardrop from an endgame MMO boss. The artist absolutely flexed on this weapon design. Smoothly turning her curiosity into an opportunity, Ewan reveals he'll be staying in the capital for the next 3 days and warmly invites her to a private sparring match at the Royal Training Hall. Elpharia stares at him in sheer disbelief, realizing her simple cover question just landed her a date with a literal war god. As the music fades and the dance ends, Elpharia realizes that despite spending all this time with him, she still has absolutely no clue what hidden weaknesses Antarion was referring to. Later that evening, under the cool, moonlit night sky, Ewan stands on a quiet balcony, smirking as he asks Antarion what he owes for the rare pleasure of his company. Antarion stands rigidly nearby, dryly replying that he is certainly not the type of person the prince would normally pursue for a midnight chat. Leaning casually against the stone railing, Ewan chuckles and admits he actually came to ask for a very personal favor. Antarion looks at him skeptically, questioning why a powerful, celebrated prince of war would ever need a favor from a weak, illegitimate noble like himself. Ewan's eyes grow sharp as he gets straight to the point, mentioning that he is well aware Antarion interacts with Elpharia on a regular, almost daily basis. A hilarious chibi flashback shows a completely exhausted chibi Elpharia being suffocated by a giant cuddle from the dragon Esterica, who refuses to let her go. Antarion explains with a sigh that he only sees her so often because his clingy guardian dragon absolutely adores her, while complaining that Princess Frenaise is incredibly boring and his brothers are just plain obnoxious. Aw, look at tiny Elpharia's deadpan face. Esterica is literally treating her like a giant fluffy plushie. That is adorable. Returning to the present, Ewan sighs and admits he's being incredibly cautious about approaching Elpharia directly because he accidentally made a massive, careless mistake with his words when they spoke a few days ago. Antarion raises an eyebrow, genuinely shocked that the usually silent, calculative prince could ever make a verbal slip-up, and demands to know what he said. Ewan looks down with a slightly embarrassed expression, casually dropping a massive bomb as he confesses that he proposed Elpharia should marry Antarion and become the empress. Antarion's brain completely shorts out as his jaw hits the floor, standing in stunned silence. Ewan just laughs at his hilarious reaction, remarking that this exact expressive side of Antarion is precisely why he likes having him around. Oh my god, Antarion's face is absolutely priceless. Bro looks like his soul just left his body. You can't just casually propose marriage on someone else's behalf, Ewan. Dropping his playful demeanor, Ewan steps forward with a highly serious and tense expression, bluntly declaring his true motives. He wants Elpharia to be his wife.
Antarion stares at him, completely speechless, as the sheer gravity of Ewan's ambitious declaration sinks in. He realizes that a political marriage between the second prince and the Golden Princess would completely shatter the balance of power in the entire empire.
Sweating profusely in chibi form, Antarion nervously asks if Ewan actually fell completely head over heels in love with the princess the very moment he met her. Ewan just sweat drops, looking a bit flustered by the blunt question. Looking down at his hands, Ewan honestly admits that the answer to that is obviously a big fat no, explaining that it's purely a political move, though he is fully prepared to be an incredibly loyal, devoted, and supportive partner to her if she accepts. Laughing softly, Ewan adds that if Elfaria has absolutely no desire to play the role of his wife, he has zero intention of forcing her, declaring that they must always respect each other's personal choices. Well, at least he's a gentleman about it. A playboy prince who actually respects consent? We love to see it. Ewan's eyes drift toward the starry sky, a rare, somber look passing over his handsome face as he thinks about the dark future hanging over their heads. His mind flashes to a terrifying blood-red vision of a dark silhouette standing over a mountain of fallen soldiers. Ewan points out that as they both know all too well, their older brother Kyle is completely and utterly unfit to ever sit on the imperial throne. He warns that if Kyle ever manages to seize the crown, the Empire will not only lose the ongoing war against their enemies, but they will be forced to make catastrophic, blood-soaked sacrifices that will tear the nation apart. Running a hand through his blonde hair with a heavy, exhausted sigh, Ewan explains that Kyle completely lacks both the courage to take real action himself and the strength to sacrifice his own comfort for the greater good, yet he is absolutely terrified of losing his power. In a hilarious contrast, Chibi Kyle is shown screaming in absolute terror as he rants about Elfaria, while Ewan looks on with a deadpan expression. Ewan groans, recalling how Kyle caused a massive, embarrassing scene just because he was terrified the newly adopted princess would steal his inheritance, adding that his ears almost bled from having to listen to his brother's endless, pathetic whining. Honestly, Kyle is the absolute definition of a fragile ego. Imagine being a grown-ass prince and crying because your new sister did better than you on a hunt. Hilarious! Under a chilling blue light, the scheming young Prince Kyle smirks, whispering that his advisor's warning isn't entirely baseless. You just know a massive political conspiracy is brewing when the lighting turns this cold. He's clearly up to something shady behind closed doors. He gazes at a beautifully framed portrait of Elfaria, declaring that a marriage to her would be absolutely perfect for both political power and his royal bloodline. Oh, look at him, trying to turn a fierce dragon rider into a mere political stepping stone. Good luck with that, buddy. She's way out of your league. He continues his pitch, promising his silent ally that once he ascends the throne, he'll reward them with the prestigious titles of Chancellor and Archduke. Talk about counting your chickens before they hatch. The sheer greed coming off this royal is almost palpable. Sweat, sweat. Ewan stands firm, staring coldly at the prince's outstretched hand, but refusing to take it. The boundary has been drawn, and Ewan is clearly not interested in playing along with Kyle's dirty games. Outside, a glittering starry sky stretches over the towering spires of the royal palace, keeping secrets hidden in the dark. Ewan silently reflects that his ultimate ambition has always been to rise above his humble beginnings. He recalls Elfaria's painful path, knowing she fought to climb as high as possible just to prove her worth after her beloved brother's tragic passing. It's so heartbreaking to see her carry the heavy weight of her family's legacy all by herself. High up on the Grand Palace balcony, the prince calls out Ewan's name, breaking his deep train of thought under the cold night wind. Ewan turns with a solemn expression, advising the prince to think long and hard about Elfaria's complex background instead of forcefully imposing his desires on her. Yes, Ewan is stepping up to protect our girl, and we absolutely love to see it. Sweat, sweat. Ewan's eyes shadow over as he confesses that more than anything else, he wants her to be genuinely happy. But with the ruthless imperial family circling like vultures, that's going to be a massive uphill battle. Meanwhile, inside the cozy palace kitchens, the adorable little blue-haired and red-haired maids let out a collective gasp as they feast their eyes on a spectacular platter of fresh, juicy strawberries. Honestly, these two are the absolute cutest, and their pure joy is the exact wholesomeness we needed right now. Step, step. The girls eagerly ask Elfaria if her gorgeous dagger is a real weapon, to which she gently explains that while it's sharp, the excessive royal decorations make it too clumsy to actually use in a real fight. When one of the maids innocently asks if she'd be happier not being a knight, Elfaria smiles warmly and replies that without her, her legendary dragon Sis would be completely alone. Shock, shock. The two maids freeze in absolute terror as Elfaria mischievously warns them that if Sis heard their suggestions, he would probably fly into a rage and bite them. Look at their hilarious cartoonish expressions. They are totally rethinking their life choices. Elfaria chuckles softly, quickly assuring them she's only joking. Gasp! But the lighthearted moment is instantly cut short when a tall, imposing shadow looms over them. A stern, purple-haired woman with her arms tightly crossed requests a private moment with the young dragon knight. The sudden vibe check is real, and you can practically feel the temperature in the room dropping to freezing. Glare, glare. The woman introduces herself as Marchioness Shurian, the head maid of Crown Princess Agnes, instantly making Alferia raise her guard. Shurian coldly delivers the message that the Crown Princess herself has requested an audience with Alferia, leaving our blonde heroine completely bewildered. Fidget, fidget. As the little maids tremble in fear, Alferia wonders why the Crown Princess, who previously wanted absolutely nothing to do with her, is suddenly demanding to see her. Alferia enters the luxurious parlor where the haughty empress, draped in thick black fur, greets her with a chillingly fake smile while Princess Agnes sits quietly behind a folding screen. Stand, stand! Dressed in her full, decorated knight's uniform, Alferia stands tall and proud, refusing to let the intimidating royal presence shake her resolve. She looks absolutely stunning and majestic, surrounded by pure white daisies. Glare, glare. The empress instantly insults her, calling her a lowly thing who is merely pretending to play knight. Alferia fires back with pure authority, declaring that the legendary dragon Cisrelia is far from lowly, and she is his proud pact maker. Go off, queen. Show this arrogant royal exactly who she's dealing with. Scoff, scoff. The empress sneers, clearly annoyed that a commoner-born knight has the absolute gall to talk back to her imperial majesty. Quickly masking her rage, the empress claims she wants to propose a highly beneficial deal that will greatly profit both Alferia and the imperial lineage. Shudder, shudder. The light leaves Alferia's eyes as the empress drops an absolute bombshell, demandingly stating that she wants Alferia to sleep with her son Kyle. Excuse me? Did she actually just say that out loud? The sheer audacity of these royals is utterly disgusting. From the couch, the fragile crown princess Agnes speaks up with a shadow over her eyes, sadly confessing that her first child died at birth and she miscarried her second, leading her to believe her own body is deeply flawed. Shake, shake. Agnes then asks if Alferia would kindly bear a royal child in her stead. Alferia is absolutely livid, realizing the polite condolence letter she sent was twisted into an invitation for this utter nonsense. Rattle, rattle. Agnes promises to raise the child as her own legitimate heir, while the smug empress chimes in, calling this disgusting proposal a golden, honorable opportunity for a commoner. Oh, how generous of you to offer her the honor of being a surrogate mistress. Seriously? These two are living in a completely different dimension of delusion. Clench, clench. Alfaria's gloved fist trembles with pure, boiling rage as she bitterly remembers how Baron Harper tried to force her into the exact same degrading position years ago. Sigh, sighs. She is filled with immense disgust, unable to believe she is being forced to fight for her dignity and bodily autonomy all over again in this gilded cage. Turning her back to their toxic words, she reminds them with absolute coldness that she did not enter this palace as a breeding tool, but as the powerful pact maker of a divine dragon deity. Stand, stand! With flashing blue eyes and her hand pressed firmly over her heart, Alferia fiercely declares that while she will gladly offer her loyalty as a knight, she absolutely refuses their sickening proposition. Yes! Tell them off, Alferia! A true warrior never bows to such corrupt demands. Step, step. Meanwhile, Ewan is seen power walking down the long palace corridors, desperately trying to find her before things escalate. Sweat, sweat. In a hilarious chibi-style scene filled with rainy day frogs, Ewan frantically curses his luck, realizing his long meeting with the prince dragged on for far too many hours. His expression grows deeply worried as he whispers Alfaria's name, fearing that the imperial vipers have already cornered her. He recalls the frantic warnings of the little maids who told him with tearful, shadowed faces that the crown princess had summoned Alferia to a private room. Suddenly, a muffled but furious voice screams from behind a set of double doors, asking if someone has an absolute death wish. Oh no, did the confrontation already turn violent? Ewan's heart instantly drops. Tremble, tremble. Beside Ewan, a heavily armored guard sweats profusely, stammering that after having his eyes plucked out and nearly being fed to a dragon, he really doesn't appreciate people throwing the word death around so lightly. Clamor, clamor. The guard boldly claims that if Ewan were a knight, he would challenge him to a duel on the spot, while Ewan calmly asks why on earth the Empress is screaming so loud. Creak, creak. Brushing past the trembling guard, Ewan smoothly pushes the ornate door open, claiming he wishes to resolve whatever misunderstanding is happening inside. Step, Ewan steps into the luxurious parlor with absolute composure, calmly asking Her Majesty what exactly has transpired to cause such a scene. Without a single shred of shame, Crown Princess Agnes explains that she simply asked Opharia to bear a child with her husband since their 10-year marriage has yielded no heirs. The fact that she can say this with such a calm face is deeply disturbing. Agnes coldly adds that since Elfaria possesses the legendary dragon lineage, such profane rumors about sharing a bed shouldn't offend her at all. Slam! The Empress instantly loses her temper at Agnes's blunt words, screaming that speaking of such animalistic matters so openly is incredibly vulgar and beneath their royal dignity. In an adorable chibi style, Ewan smoothly intervenes, explaining that as a dedicated knight, Elfaria simply believed it would be a massive loss to carry a child during a critical wartime. Elfaria internally fumes, wanting to yell that she has zero intention of sharing a bed with Kyle anyway. Step, Ewan takes a seat right next to Elfaria on the red plush sofa, his protective presence instantly shifting the power dynamic in the room. Look at him immediately sliding in to be her shield. Our strategist is always 10 steps ahead. Pout. As an official of the Ministry of War, Ewan firmly states that Elfaria will soon be needed on the dangerous front lines, making her refusal to bear a child the most logical decision for a knight. Glare. The Empress scowls in anger, demanding to know if Ewan is dare saying her imperial judgment was wrong, before muttering that this is exactly why commoners shouldn't be associated with their noble house. Ewan maintains a flawlessly polite, smug smile, calmly pointing out that a soldier's practical judgment simply differs from a politician's theoretical ideas. Rustle. Standing up, Ewan elegantly extends his hand to Elfaria, smoothly declaring that since their business here is thoroughly concluded, they will take their leave. Step. With their heads held high, the brilliant duo turns their backs on the furious royals, walking away hand in hand. That was an absolute masterclass in shutdown diplomacy. You go, Ewan and Elfaria. The heavy wooden doors clack shut behind them as Antarion and Elfaria exit the grand ballroom. Elfaria crosses her arms, looking thoroughly annoyed by the political drama they just escaped. Giving a frustrated Elfaria rolls her eyes and strides forward. She isn't about to let the snobbish royals ruin her night, even if her gorgeous hair accessory is practically vibrating with her irritation. Antarion walks alongside her, his expression cool and calculating, as he quietly notes that their escape is only a temporary fix. He knows the hostile stepfamily isn't going to let Elfaria off the hook that easily. He takes a steady step onto the plush carpet, calmly advising her that taking a tactical detour is often the smartest move when a direct path is completely blocked. Walking down the long red curtain corridor, Elfaria looks up and nervously asks him if he honestly thinks she handled the dramatic situation back there the wrong way. Antarion pauses, a surprisingly warm smile breaking across his handsome face as he prepares to give her a very honest answer. Wait, did his cold, noble heart just melt a little bit? The chemistry is starting to simmer, folks. He confesses that her outburst was actually incredibly satisfying, admitting she boldly said things out loud that he wouldn't have even dared to think about himself. Hearing this, Elfaria's brain completely short-circuits as she freezes in her tracks with a dumbfounded gasp. Against a hilariously cute backdrop covered in teddy bears, Antarion blinks in confusion at her odd reaction, while Elfaria deadpans and tells him to think carefully about everything he's advised her to do so far. This adorable teddy bear background is sending me. They're discussing high-stakes political survival, and the artist just threw them into a toddler's nursery aesthetic. Brilliant! She reminds him that he literally suggested she should marry Ewan to seize power, and claimed he only viewed himself as a political tool. Yet her rebellious actions today completely contradict his cynical advice. Standing on the blue runner carpet, she tilts her head and demands to know why he even asked if she made a mistake, when he clearly enjoyed her rebellion. Sweating profusely in chibi form, Elfaria explains that she was absolutely certain he would criticize her rashness, forcing her to look at the situation from multiple perspectives. Antarion looks down, admitting that while his logical brain would normally advise following Her Majesty's orders, his heart wanted to support her this time around. Oh, look at this man finally breaking out of his emotionless shell to be her ultimate supportive cheerleader. We love a character growth arc. Elfaria stands in stunned silence as she watches his back, her mind racing to process this sudden emotional shift from the usually calculating young noble. As they continue walking down the grand grand corridor, she quietly realizes that Antarion is slowly but surely changing into a completely different person right before her eyes. The very next day, a bright and cheerful Yuan waves under a brilliant sunny sky, offering her a dazzling greeting. Elfaria quickly approaches him, sighing that she wishes he had warned her about his sudden visit since she isn't prepared to host royal guests. Ewan warmly explains that he is departing for the war today, and this was his final chance to see her. Looking around, Ewan notices the absence of Sizrelia. Elfaria explains that Siz is out playing, introducing Yavuz instead, gasping, the adorable baby dragon she brought home from the winter hunt. She glances over her shoulder to check on the quiet white dragon standing gracefully behind them. Ewan smiles proudly, introducing the majestic white beast as Arcturus, the proud queen of the sky, boasting about her elite heritage. He notes that Arcturus is a polite, gentle dragon and seems to have taken a major liking to Elfaria. But as he gazes at them, his eyes grow sharp and dark as he secretly thinks she is definitely fit to be his wife. Hold on a second. Is Ewan choosing a wife based on how well she gets along with his giant flying lizards? Talk about high royal standards. Elfaria suddenly blushes as she realizes they've been standing out in the open for way too long. She politely apologizes for keeping him outside and invites him inside the grand castle for a warm cup of tea, which Ewan happily accepts with a bright smile. Sitting in the luxurious drawing room, Ewan politely remarks that he is highly flattered to be served Hyacinth Castle's famous blackcurrant jam. Elfaria modestly downplays it, saying it's nothing fancy. In a hilarious chibi scene with a giant jam jar, Ewan pouts that everyone usually flocks to the temple to try the jam rather than visiting her castle. The fact that this magical blackcurrant jam has more political pull than actual high-ranking nobles is absolutely hilarious. Put me down for 3 jars, please. Ewan chuckles, teasingly adding that she made a highly memorable entrance at the New Year's ball and that Esterica won't stop talking about how cute she is. Smiling warmly, Elfaria offers to pack some of the legendary jam for him to share with his fellow knights on the front lines, which Ewan accepts with genuine gratitude. He rests a hand against his chin, looking incredibly pleased as he mentions he would feel absolutely terrible if he only took gifts from her without giving anything in return. Reaching into his uniform with a smooth rustle, he tells her that he wants to present her with a very special parting gift. He opens a long, elegant case to reveal a stunningly crafted, ornate golden arrow resting on a silk lining. Ewan explains that since he heard she is a master archer, he chose this decorative arrow for her. While it might not be practical for a real battle, he believes its beauty perfectly befits her. Flustered by the generous gesture, Elfaria blushes and promises to keep the precious arrow somewhere safe and secure. Framed by a dramatic backdrop of blooming roses, Ewan gently rests his hand on his cheek and smoothly whispers that he actually wants her to display it openly so she will constantly be reminded of how much he cares for her. Oh my goodness, the sheer riz radiating from this man is absolutely off the charts. He's laying it on so thick, Elfaria is practically drowning in his golden boy charm. Elfaria's warm expression completely freezes as she lets out a confused whimper, utterly stunned by his sudden, shameless flirting. With a giant question mark practically floating over her head, she sweat drops, internally screaming about how he can say such incredibly embarrassing romantic things with a perfectly straight face. But before the awkward silence can drag on, his attendant arrives to announce it's time for his departure. Standing outside on the grand stone steps, Ewan looks down at her and asks if they will be seeing each other again soon. Elfaria smiles, playfully reminding him that she is a proud knight too, so they are bound to cross paths. The wind gently blows through his golden hair, making him look like a literal god of war preparing to step onto the battlefield. Suddenly, Ewan takes a heavy step forward and asks her to come a little bit closer for just a second, catching Elfaria off guard. Before she can even react, Ewan pulls her into a massive, tight hug, burying his face in her shoulder as she gasps in absolute shock. Leaning close to her ear, his warm tone vanishes as he seriously whispers that he will likely see her on the freezing winter battlefront, warning her to take care of herself until then. Elfaria can only stammer out a nervous nod, feeling the sudden heavy gravity of his words. Whoa, the sudden mood shift is insane. One second he's a bubbly golden retriever prince, and the next he's given her ominous wartime warnings. Talk about whiplash. Waving cheerfully with a bright chibi smile as he walks away, Ewan calls out that he'll see her next time, leaving her standing there in utter bewilderment. Watching him depart, Elfaria shudders as she realizes his bizarre, unpredictable behavior must be the exact fatal flaw Antarion was warning her about. Her thoughts are interrupted as a nervous maid runs up to offer a hasty farewell to the prince. The maid then presents a silver tray holding a neat stack of wax-sealed letters that have just arrived for her. Elfaria picks up one of the envelopes with a sigh, realizing Ewan was completely right about the capital's nobles instantly trying to cozy up to her now that she's a royal princess. She slides open the letter with a sharp rip-rip, scanning the elegant cursive writing. As she reads the contents, her mind flashes to a haughty, green-eyed noble lady who clearly looks like she's about to stir up a massive storm of trouble. Oh look, a wild rival lady has appeared. Just when Elfaria thought she could catch a break from the political backstabbing, a new boss battle enters the arena. In a cute chibi scene, the curious maid asks if she is acquainted with the sender. Elfaria sweat drops, admitting they are definitely not on good terms. Staring intently at the letter, Elfaria's eyes narrow as she reads that the hostile noblewoman is demanding to pay a personal visit to Hyacinth Castle. The maid looks at her with wide eyes, nervously asking if she plans to turn down the suspicious request. Standing tall with her hands on her hips, Elfaria coolly decides she will reply later, recalling that she previously received a mysterious gift from Count Aquitaine and needs to play her cards carefully. Picking up right where we left off, Elfaria turns to her loyal maid Liz with a sweet smile, asking if she can help her get ready to step outside. Liz looks up with wide, curious eyes, wondering if her newly minted Royal Highness has some super important secret appointment she needs to prepare for. Against a beautiful, fluffy blue sky background, Elfaria cheerfully reveals that she's actually planning a casual trip down to the local shopping district. But wait, the transition is absolutely brutal. Cut to the tea room where Antarion is sitting across from her, holding a teacup with a death grip as a massive cloud of sheer awkwardness hangs over his head. The screen literally screams awkward and tense in giant bold letters, and his nervous sweat is practically overflowing. Elfaria is matching his energy perfectly, forcing out a highly strained smile as she takes a quiet sip from her own cup while her inner voice screams in utter panic. Look at these two trying to have a normal social interaction. They're both elite warriors and political masterminds, but a simple tea date has them completely paralyzed. Comedy gold. In a hilariously cute chibi scene, the absolute silence between them stretches on indefinitely as they both sit there sweat dropping, completely unable to find a single normal topic of conversation. Slowly panning out, we see just how painfully far apart they've sat from each other in this grand red-walled drawing room, with Elfaria mentally crying, cry, that Antarion seems utterly and entirely uncomfortable being alone with her. Flashback to earlier that day when Liz and another maid were squealing giggle against a vibrant backdrop of giant red hearts, demanding to know if this shopping trip with the handsome Lord Antarion was actually a secret romantic date. Of course the maids are the ultimate shippers. They're representing the entire fandom right now, and I am 100% here for it. Standing in front of her mirror, Elfaria had flusteredly tried to defend herself, explaining she only wanted to buy a gift for the temple and that Antarion simply helped her make a reservation, though the cheeky maids absolutely refused to buy her excuses. Clenching her fist with a panicked gasp, "Woo!" Elfaria had worriedly thought to herself that the public literally views them as cousins, meaning any romantic rumor would instantly trigger the most catastrophic, unattainable love scandal the Empire has ever seen. Back in the present, a beautifully decorated gold-rimmed teacup is gently lifted from its saucer with a soft clink. Glancing over at his brooding expression, Elfaria nervously asks if he dislikes the tea room, forcing Antarion to look away and sheepishly stammer blush that he's actually just incredibly nervous for some bizarre reason. Hold on, did he just confess to being nervous around her? My shipping heart cannot handle this level of pure, unadulterated cuteness. Looking around the empty, luxurious parlor, Antarion remarks that he heard this was supposed to be one of the most popular, crowded shops in the entire city, wondering why they are the only customers there today. With a perfectly straight face, Elfaria casually drops a massive bomb, revealing that she actually went ahead and reserved the entire shop just for the two of them, leaving Antarion utterly dumbfounded. Instantly shrinking into a cute chibi form, Elfaria huffs pout that renting out the whole place was completely unnecessary, but Antarion stubbornly folds his arms, arguing that the high and mighty imperial family simply cannot sit amongst commoners. Staring down at his tea from an overhead angle, he reminds her in a serious, quiet tone that she is now His Majesty's rightful daughter, making her one of the most highly honored and respected people in the entire land. But before he can launch into another exhausting political lecture, Alfaria suddenly cuts him off by sliding a delicious gold-bordered red pastry right up to his lips with a quick rustle-rustle. The classic shut up and eat this cookie move. Alfaria knows exactly how to handle her overly serious noble advisor. Pointing the sweet treat directly at his mouth, she firmly tells him to stop talking because his incredibly rigid, class-obsessed reasoning just feels completely wrong to her. Bowing her head with a soft sigh, she gently confesses that everything he says always sounds terribly lonesome, admitting she absolutely hates loneliness, whether it's his or her own. She blushes softly as she thanks him for remembering her previous request and arranging this trip, which causes Antarion's cheeks to explode into a bright crimson blush as he tries to hide his face behind his hand, breathlessly panic. A beautiful memory of her radiant, sparkling smile at the Grand Palace flashes through his mind, forcing him to realize that he keeps doing bizarre, uncharacteristic things just to see her happy. He is so incredibly whipped. This cold, calculating man has officially fallen head over heels, and there is absolutely no turning back. Suddenly, a sparkling blade of mouth-watering cookies and pastries appears on screen, with Alfaria loudly declaring that buying a perfect gift for Esterica is their absolute top priority. Down at the bottom, a hilarious caption notes that Antarion has officially realized he is not a priority at all. Stepping out onto the cobblestone street with a heavy thud, Antarion tries to take a deep breath of fresh air to calm his racing thoughts, only to hear a cheerful voice call out to him. He turns around to see Alfaria running up to him with the shopping bag in hand, her face framed by a breathtaking cinematic background of blooming blue and pink roses as she sweetly thanks him for waiting. The artist really went all out with the shoujo sparkles here. The romantic tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Looking at her gorgeous, smiling face, Antarion's cheeks instantly turn bright red again as he stammers out a polite reply, totally overwhelmed by her sheer charm. Panning out, we see their elegant white carriage rolling down the busy street with a gentle rattle-rattle as Antarion politely asks about her living situation, and she explains she resides in the Magadan Palace with Baroness Royce. The very next moment, a cheerful wavy-haired girl in a grand white and red robe waves under a bright blue sky, screaming Alfaria's name with absolute delight. The two girls instantly run into each other's arms, sharing a tight, warm hug as they celebrate finally being reunited after such a long time apart. Standing in the center of a magnificently tiled circular hall, Alfaria presents her with the legendary blackcurrant jam recipe and a bag of delicious cookies, prompting Esterica to squeal with immense gratitude. She literally secured the legendary temple jam recipe. Alfaria is handing out high-tier political bribes disguised as baked goods. What a queen! But as the pleasantries wind down, Alfaria's sweat drops nervously with a quick, gasping gulp, glancing back at the quiet Antarion standing right behind her. Turning back to the High Priestess, she sheepishly admits that she actually has a massive, highly important favor to ask of her. The lighthearted atmosphere instantly vanishes as Esterica's expression turns dead serious, repeating Alfaria's request to solve the devastating famine currently plaguing the Harper territory. Shaking her head with a heavy sigh, Esterica turns around and warns them that accomplishing such a feat is going to be incredibly challenging, even for someone holding her high religious status. Transitioning into a chibi scene, Esterica explains that the real obstacle isn't a lack of power, but rather how highly suspicious it would look if the imperial princess suddenly decided to heavily support a completely obscure, little-known province. Realizing the massive political risk, Alfaria taps her chin thoughtfully, wondering how on earth she can bypass this obstacle without raising any red flags among her rivals. The three of them stand in a hilariously depressed line against a blue, rain-drooping background, sweat dropping in complete silence as they desperately rack their brains for a solution. The sudden drop in art style from epic cathedral to absolute goofy cartoon is peak manhwa comedy. I love this artist so mind-bogglingly much. Suddenly, Esterica's fingers twitch with a sharp rustle as she confidently declares that there is actually one highly effective way to pull this off. So, turning around with a bright, mischievous smile, she suggests that while it might turn out to be a little costly, they could easily make a massive official donation to the temple instead. She explains that by framing it as a holy donation, the temple can officially distribute food to all the regions devastated by the ongoing war without drawing any political suspicion to the princess. Chibi Alfaria sweating profusely against a colorful sweet treat background, nervously stuttering that while she made a decent amount of money from the winter hunt, she definitely doesn't have a massive fortune lying around. Esterica curiously asks exactly how much she can afford, and Alfaria calculates that she can put up about 15,000 dracos, including the confiscated assets of the corrupt chamberlain and head maid she recently sent to court. 15,000 dracos? Girl, that is literally a life-changing fortune. Our princess is low-key loaded, and she didn't even realize it. Pointing a commanding finger directly at Intarion, Esterica declares that she will also contribute from her own pockets, demanding to know if he is ready to pitch in his fair share as well. Clutching her chest with a worried sigh, Elfaria admits she never intended to turn this into such a massive high-stakes project, having only suggested it because she wanted to help, but lacked the necessary funds. Esterica rests a reassuring hand on her, warmly explaining that as the High Priestess, she is simply doing her holy duty. She praises Alfaria's incredible growth and influence, urging her to take action and learn the vital skill of partnering with others to change the empire. But the sweet emotional moment is instantly ruined as Esterica turns around with a terrifyingly greedy grin, her eyes shining with pure financial hunger. And there's the catch. The High Priestess is secretly a gold-digging gremlin, and I love her for it. Poking a playful finger near her cheek, Chibi Esterica sticks out her tongue and cutely demands that they hand over the cold hard cash immediately. Demanding they fill her pockets to the brim, she cutely calls them her dear brother and sister, leaving a shadow-faced Alfaria and a sweat-dropping Intarian to realize that she was practically born to be a highly professional tax collector. Moving on to a hilarious bonus scene, Alfaria prepares to step into that carriage, politely thanking Intarian for graciously escorting her throughout the entire day. Smiling brilliantly with her eyes closed, she lets out a cheerful chuckle, teasingly asking if she should have been the one escorting him instead of since she's a proud, fully trained knight. Intarian's face instantly drops into a deadpan stare as he blankly states that he was actually knighted, too, leaving Chibi Alfaria completely frozen in utter shock as she internally screams about her massive blunder. Oh my god, she literally forgot her cool, noble boyfriend is a highly decorated knight. The secondhand embarrassment is absolutely off the charts. Sometime later, a lavish feast of delicious pizzas, seafood, and fresh pasta is spread across the table with a mouth-watering sizzle as Alfaria happily thanks him for introducing her to the incredibly unique and delicious cuisine of the southern regions. As Alfaria prepares to depart, Esterica suddenly halts her in her tracks, commandingly telling her to stay behind. Intarion turns around with a completely baffled look, his eyes blinking blink in confusion as Esterica bluntly explains she needs to have a serious chat with her idiot brother. Waving her hand with a sweet smile, Esterica offers to lend Alfaria her personal carriage for the journey back, leaving Intarion standing alone on the cathedral steps in absolute silence. Cute sticker illustrations frame the screen as Esterica drops a massive bombshell, asking him directly if he has feelings for Alfaria, which causes him to choke in sheer panic. She literally read him like an open book in 5 seconds. You can't hide anything from a high priestess. Intarion's cheeks instantly explode into a deep, burning blush as he desperately stammers to find his words. Esterica gives him an incredibly deadpan, judgmental stare, silently thinking to herself that her brother might actually be the stupidest person in the entire world. Walking away with a casual stride, Esterica tells him that his feelings were painfully obvious the very moment they arrived at the temple. This girl is a master detective. She solved the mystery of his love life before he even realized it himself. She points out that he is definitely not the type of person to rent out a whole cafe for someone, noting that while he claimed he would match Alfaria with Ewan, he fell for her instead. Trying to save face, Intarion looks away nervously, arguing that he only reserved the establishment because he felt deeply sympathetic toward her past suffering. Suddenly, Esterica's foot stops with a sharp freeze, as he quietly reveals that he has already suggested Alfaria should marry Ewan. A heavy, tense silence falls over the Grand Palace courtyard as Intarion stares down at the stone floor with a solemn expression. Look at that lighting! The blue and dark tones in this scene are absolutely spectacular, perfectly matching the sudden drop in mood. Letting out a heavy, tired sigh, Esterica looks up at the vast night sky with a sorrowful expression. Pulling out a vintage smoking pipe, she casually offers him one, but he politely declines, reminding her that smoking is terrible for her health. Sitting side by side on the edge of the stone terrace, she quietly mocks him, saying that caring about someone's health is completely unlike his usual cold self. Intarion's eyes soften as he admits he is well aware of Alfaria's deep inner struggles. Gritting his teeth with a subtle clench, clench, he notes that she feels an incredibly strong obligation to honor her original identity as Saria, a common serf. Our princess's dark past is finally getting some serious focus here, guys. The lore is getting deeper by the minute. Looking down at the tranquil water below, he explains that while she values her personal safety, she places immense weight on the moral purpose behind all of her actions. A dark, shadowy silhouette of young Saria appears on screen, wrapped in suffocating web-like threads as he reflects on her tragic history. He quietly acknowledges that she witnessed far too many tragic deaths and was forced to start taking lives at an incredibly young age. A painful memory of young Saria weeping in absolute despair flashes by as he explains that surviving alone left her with a crushing survivor's guilt that serves as both her cage and her driving force. The artist did an incredible job conveying her internal trauma with those dark threads wrapping around her. It's so heartbreaking. Hysterica listens intently, her expression turning remarkably soft and empathetic as she gazes at her brother. Interion bows his head, confessing with a soft whisper that he originally believed this shared pain made them incredibly similar to one another. Pointing out that he is speaking in the past tense, Hysterica gently breaks it to him that they aren't alike at all, confirming that Alfaria did indeed reject the idea of marrying Ewan. Looking up at the starry night sky, Interion solemnly admits there was one massive, crucial detail that he completely overlooked about her character. Interion, buddy, you're trying to act all calculating and cold, but we all know you're just a big softy who wants her to be free. A breathtaking, cinematic view of the brilliant, sparkling night sky fills the screen as he notes that despite the immense guilt she carries on her shoulders, a gentle step into the water creates glowing, rippling waves as he describes her pure, unyielding essence. A brilliant, contrasting light breaks through the darkness of his thoughts, showing Alfaria standing tall and radiant as he realizes her inner light shines so brightly that no dark cloud could ever hope to cover it. Turning away with the solemn expression, Intarion quietly declares that this is precisely why he cannot allow himself to harbor romantic feelings for her. Sitting quietly under the starry sky, he notes that it makes absolutely no sense for a highly calculating, ruthless man like him to fall in love when he views everyone as a mere stepping stone. The scene cuts to Alfaria's palace as her maid Liz, tremble in complete and utter shock, muttering the words 5,000 over and over again. 5,000 Dracos? Our girl is out here making the treasury cry. Her poor accountant is probably having a massive heart attack right now. Sweating profusely, Liz realizes that 5,000 Dracos were withdrawn from the treasury in a single day, prompting a nervous Alfaria to ask if she should try to avoid their strict financial controller today. Liz sweatingly comments that some people are already calling Alfaria a literal saint because of her massive boundary-pushing generosity, making our princess sweat drop in embarrassment. Alfaria admits she is glad the charity project is going well, but when she asks if everyone is pleased, Liz lets out a sudden gasp of absolute terror. Against a dark, crackling background of purple lightning, Liz hesitantly reveals that the residents of the South Hill slums are actually not happy at all. Alfaria's face instantly drops into a hilarious, wide-eyed cartoon gape of pure shock as a yellow star falls from her head. That face is just peak comedy. The transitions from high political drama to goofy cartoon style keep me alive. Liz explains that the local citizens are highly dissatisfied because they feel a massive portion of the capital's budget is being spent on remote, obscure regions while they themselves are starving. Chibi Alfaria sweats profusely against a cute cat pattern background, nervously wondering how on earth she can resolve such an incredibly complex, localized conflict. Shaking her head in frustration, Alfaria loudly declares that she is definitely not some all-powerful god who can make every single person in the empire happy at the same time. Pointing out a heavy leather pouch overflowing with gold coins, she explains that since she was once a lowly serf herself, she understands their pain, making it her absolute duty to handle these taxes with the utmost care. Folding her arms with an annoyed pout, sigh, she grumbles about how deeply frustrating it is to be heavily criticized by the public when her only goal was to help starving people. Welcome to politics, princess. You try to save the world and the taxpayers instantly complain. Talk about a rough reality check. Suddenly, another maid bursts into the room with a quick patter, politely asking if she may interrupt their conversation. Alferia turns around in a hurry, curiously asking if there is some kind of major emergency happening in the palace. Maid nervously reveals that a highly prominent noblewoman, Lady Beatrice Aquitaine, has arrived to see her. The camera pans to Beatrice, who bows her head with a soft rustle-rustle, delivering a formal and highly respectful greeting to the imperial princess. Both Alfaria and Liz instantly freeze in place, their faces morphing into hilariously blank, shadow-lined expressions of utter bewilderment. Wait, a highly trained noble knight showing up in a standard maid outfit? Is this some kind of bizarre fan service trap, or is she just extremely dedicated to her chore duties? Looking down from an overhead angle, Alfaria awkwardly calls out to Dame Beatrice, completely unable to process the bizarre scene unfolding right in front of her. Panning down, she stares in absolute shock at the crisp white apron and black maid dress Beatrice is currently wearing. Without a moment's hesitation, Beatrice drops to her knees with a loud thud, declaring that Alfaria graciously saved her life despite her previous acts of extreme disrespect. Bowing her head in deep, sincere gratitude, she emotionally confesses that she will never be able to fully repay the princess for her profound mercy. Shaking her head frantically with a quick shake, Liz looks on in absolute horror as Beatrice confidently announces she is here to wash dishes and do laundry to pay off her life debt. A legendary high-ranking knight doing household chores to repay a debt? This is the most ridiculous wholesome plot twist ever. I love this show. Offering a sleek black lacquer box, Beatrice bows her head deeply with a soft rustle to present her offering. She nervously mutters that she has brought a special gift for the princess, desperate to make amends for her past behavior. Alfaria tilts her head with a curious expression, taking a step toward the kneeling knight. Beatrice looks up with a blush on her cheeks, revealing that the box contains a legendary weapon named Eisen. Gazing down in absolute awe, Alfaria's eyes sparkle as she beholds a magnificent, masterfully crafted meteorite dagger. This legendary weapon has a beautiful golden hilt and a blade forged from the stars themselves. A tight cinematic close-up of Alfaria's dazzling blue eye highlights her intense inner conflict as her hand tightens with a clench. She silently reflects on the weapon's incredible lore, knowing it was forged 1,000 years ago and has never once lost its edge. Wait, a meteorite dagger that has survived a millennium without a single scratch? Talk about an absolute S-tier gotcha pull right there. Drawing a sharp breath in, Alfaria holds the artifact with a firm grip but shakes her head. She solemnly declares that while her knightly side desperately craves such a masterpiece, she simply cannot accept it. The screen transitions to a hilarious cartoon chibi art style as Alfaria waves her hands with a frantic flap. She pouts that saving lives is just her basic moral duty, so she doesn't need to be compensated, leaving a teary-eyed chibi Beatrice whimpering in distress. Set against a cute pink background covered in tiny cat paw prints, chibi Beatrice desperately pushes the box forward with a slide. She insists that Alfaria must take it, explaining that it serves as a crucial token of House Aquitaine's most sincere and profound apology. Aw, look at the adorable borders. The artist really knows how to break the tension of a heavy political drama with pure, wholesome fluff. Letting out a soft, defeated sigh, Alfaria finally relents and holds the small box. She warns Beatrice that she will accept it for now, but she is fully prepared to return it the very second Beatrice asks for it back, gently telling her to stand up. Alfaria turns around to call for Countess Tapaza to fetch some of her own clothes and shoes, noting that Beatrice is quite tall and her outfit should fit perfectly. The green-eyed Countess gasps in surprise in the background, her face lighting up with a sweat drop. Look at Countess Tapaza's hilarious, bewildered reaction. She is probably wondering why on earth she has to play royal dress-up with a giant legendary knight right now. A first-person perspective shows Alfaria reaching out her warm hand with a gentle stretch toward a wide-eyed, trembling Beatrice. Alfaria softly reminds her of her own words, pointing out that every single knight must serve as a humble squire at some point in their journey. The scene cuts to Beatrice being dressed by Countess Tapaza, who is struggling with a heavy tug to fit the elegant blue gown. Alfaria's voiceover gently explains that while squires and maids both perform labor, the fundamental purpose behind their service is entirely different. Look at Countess Tapaza struggling in the background. She looks completely exhausted, probably thinking, why am I playing dress up with a giant right now? Beatrice looks up, her vibrant green eyes locking onto Alfaria as she listens in absolute silence. Alfaria kindly states that Beatrice clearly did not come all this way just to act as a squire, urging her to return to her respected knightly order and promising to personally appeal for her reinstatement. Lowering her gaze with a sorrowful expression, Beatrice lets out a soft, trembling sniffle. She quietly confesses that her father severely rebuked her for her incredibly arrogant and disrespectful conduct, forcing her to realize just how wrong she was. With a heavy heart, Beatrice sadly admits that this harsh scolding allowed her to deeply reflect on her foolish ways, making her realize she is completely undeserving of her prestigious knightly title. Alfaria watches her with a look of pure shock. An elegant close-up of Alfaria's thoughtful face shows her digesting these words. She admits to herself that while she has only met Beatrice's father once briefly, his strict moral compass has earned her immense respect. With a soft, comforting tone, Alfaria gently points out a crucial truth, reminding Beatrice that her father isn't actually the one who bestowed knighthood upon her in the first place. A beautiful, glowing memory panel appears, showing a young, smiling Beatrice standing proudly next to her magnificent green dragon, Lexi. Alfaria reminds her that Lexi loved her so much that the beast remained perfectly calm even around the intimidating Sis, pleading with her not to diminish the beautiful bond they share. The glowing aura around Beatrice and her dragon is so gorgeous. Seriously, this artist is flexing their lighting skills so hard here. The camera pans down to Beatrice's massive dark maid skirt pooling on the floor as she peers up with a look of raw vulnerability. She softly asks if the princess actually hates her, to which Alfaria bluntly responds that while she doesn't particularly like her, hate is far too strong a word. Transitioning back to a cute comedic chibi style, Alfaria sweat drops with a pout. She deadpans that Beatrice immediately made terrible assumptions about her character, nearly causing Alfaria to lose her life while trying to fix the messy mistake. The camera pulls back to a striking minimalist white background, showing the tall princess looking down at the kneeling knight. Alfaria calmly tells her that despite everything, she believes it is far too soon to judge Beatrice's entire character based on one foolish mistake. An overhead shot captures the Grand Palace terrace as Beatrice slowly walks away in her formal attire, her footsteps echoing with a clip-clop. Her inner thoughts echo on screen as she reflects on her past actions. Beatrice's monologue continues, confessing her immature behavior was purely driven by incredibly petty and jealous feelings. She admits she wanted to remain completely unbothered by her emotions, but simply lacked the inner strength to do so. Look at Countess Tapaza whispering gossip in the background. Sibling and noble drama really is the best fuel for palace maids. A hilariously adorable chibi panel shows Beatrice's oversized feet sticking out of her elegant dress, fitted with chunky wooden clogs. The narrator footnote points out that her feet were actually much bigger than Syria's, so she had to squeeze into giant clogs. Hold on, she had to wear wooden clogs because her feet were too big? That is the most hilariously specific detail I have ever heard. Looking out into the courtyard, Alfaria watches a pristine white horse carriage roll away with a loud rattle-rattle. She hears Beatrice's final vow in her head, promising to return one day and deliver a proper, worthy apology. Standing tall against the Grand Palace background, Alfaria offers a soft, genuine smile that warms the cold courtyard. She quietly thinks to herself that it would make her incredibly happy if they could truly get to know each other as real friends in the future. A scenic cinematic shot of lush green mountains bathed in bright sunlight fills the screen. The narrator notes that the freezing winter snow has finally melted and vibrant blossoms have sprouted as the long-awaited spring begins. Alfaria stands with her arms crossed, gazing out of a towering glass bay window in her study. She reflects on how wonderful it is that the dreary, difficult winter season has finally come to an end, but her expression remains heavily clouded with worry. She turns her head with a sharp whip, her sharp blue eyes locking onto a dark brown parchment letter sitting ominously on her wooden coffee table. A close-up of Alfaria's pale hand gripping the letter with a rustle emphasizes the rising tension. The narration ominously warns that spring did not bring pleasant news to the Empire. The illustration shifts to a dark, chaotic battlefield splattered with abstract red paint splatters, capturing knights clashing with a metallic clang. The war between the two massive empires has violently resumed, rapidly worsening the severe food shortages plaguing the eastern regions. Whoa, look at that bold artistic choice with the red paint splatters. It really drives home the brutal, chaotic nature of the war. Standing alone in her luxurious room, Alfaria tightly grips the letter with a look of deep distress, realizing they had absolutely no idea how terribly things would spiral out of control back then. A dramatic silhouette silhouette of Prince Ewan standing amidst a burning red sky and armored soldiers appears on screen, Ewan, acting as the fierce commander-in-chief, is continually sending urgent requests for reinforcements to secure the front lines. Holding the letter near her face, Elfaria thinks of Antarion, noting that she hasn't seen his cold face in quite some time. Fortunately, the High Priestess Esterica has been sending her regular, highly detailed updates on the war's progress. A cute chibi Elfaria waves the letter above her head with a happy flutter, giggling to herself that Esterica always mentions her younger brother in every single letter, proving she must absolutely adore him. Sarcastic fine print at the bottom instantly clarifies, that's not the case. Oh, the classic sibling banter. Esterica's letters are probably just a giant complaint fest about her brother, and Elfaria's over here thinking it's sibling love. Elfaria's grip tightens on the page as she reads further. Ewan has requested that all Dragon Knights, including herself, immediately participate in the war, but the stubborn Chancellor, Archduke Amyrtot, keeps delaying the deployment. With her hand resting thoughtfully on her chin, Elfaria ponders the political chessboard. She knows the Archduke's selfish motives are crystal clear. Ewan is only the second prince, and the Chancellor refuses to let anyone other than the Crown Prince claim the glory of victory. A flashback panel reveals a furious, gritting Ewan trembling in absolute rage as maids gossip behind his back with a whisper. The Chancellor's desperate attempts to prop up Crown Prince Kyle as commander-in-chief have only exposed Kyle's pathetic lack of military success, drawing humiliating comparisons to Ewan's brilliance. A chilling, extreme close-up of Elfaria's beautiful blue eye shows her brow furrowing with a clench. She feels a deep, burning anger knowing that while these corrupt nobles play petty political games, countless innocent civilians in both empires are starving and dying. Turning her head with a sharp snap, Elfaria calls out to her faithful maid. Liz instantly responds with absolute readiness, bowing her head in respect. Throwing a heavy, dark blue cloak over her shoulders with a dramatic swoosh, Elfaria commands Liz to get her official knight's uniform ready, declaring with absolute determination that she is going out. Looking down at her soft blue imperial uniform, Elfaria tightens her belt with a tug. She admits to herself that while her father likely won't listen to her pleas, she cannot simply sit idle. Standing before a spectacular glowing stained glass window framed by pristine white flowers, Elfaria clenches her hands in prayer. She boldly declares that she is going to see her father, the Emperor, because she must tell him exactly what she thinks. The gorgeous floral frame and stained glass window design around Elfaria is absolutely breathtaking. She looks like a literal goddess ready to save the Empire. The scene cuts to the Emperor's grand office as his hand lowers the document with a soft rustle. Looking up with a cold, piercing gaze, he flatly states that he was not expecting his daughter to pay him a visit. A wide shot of the massive library office highlights the immense distance between father and daughter. Elfaria stands tall and resolute on the large rug, formally declaring that she has an incredibly important favor to ask of him. A sharp side profile of Elfaria's beautiful, determined face fills the screen. With a steady, unwavering voice, she directly asks her father to allow her to join the front lines and enter combat. Standing before her, the Emperor holds the letter in his hands, while Elfaria explains that the battlefield is desperately demanding reinforcements, and she must go immediately as a proud member of the First Order. With a slow, dismissive motion, the Emperor slides the document onto his wooden desk with the slide. He gazes at her with complete contempt, coldly muttering that she is incredibly conceited. Seriously, Dad? You're just gonna slide the papers away and call her conceited? Talk about an award-winning bad parent of the year. The Emperor glares down at her, sternly declaring that her only duty as a princess is to blindly obey orders. Elfaria's eyes widen in complete shock as she desperately asks if she is not even permitted to fight as a loyal knight of the Empire. The Emperor turns his back on her with a slow step, refusing to offer a single word of comfort. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the grand study as Elfaria stands frozen in disbelief. An extreme close-up of the Emperor's cold, calculating blue eyes reveals his dark inner thoughts. He reflects on the Crown Prince's pathetic performance in the war, bitterly wondering why his biological son is so useless compared to his adopted children, while strictly commanding Elfaria to stay put and wait for his orders. Elfaria stands outside the grand office doors, her shoulders slumping in deep disappointment. She lets out a heavy sigh as she realizes her father's answer was exactly what she expected. She mutters to herself, wondering if his stubborn refusal is purely motivated by his desperate desire to protect the Crown Prince's reputation. Suddenly, a familiar deep voice calls out her name from down the hall. Turning around with the swift flutter of her blue cape, Elfaria's gloomy expression instantly brightens. A warm, brilliant smile lights up her face as she happily greets the approaching newcomer, calling out to Antarion with a cheerful tone. But as she gets a closer look at him, her smile instantly falters. Antarion stands before her looking completely depleted, his shoulders slumping with a heavy stagger as a dark, exhausted aura looms over his entire body. The poor guy looks like he hasn't slept in an entire week. Transitioning into a hilarious chibi style, Elfaria sweat drops with a nervous sweat as she looks at her completely drained companion. She awkwardly points out that he seems to have an overwhelming amount of stress on his plate right now. Honestly, can we blame him? Sibling duty in this crazy royal family deserves a massive paycheck. Antarion raises a gloved hand to his forehead with a weary rub, letting out a faint groan. He weakly explains that he only came over because he heard she was visiting, wanting to check in on her. As they begin walking down the carpeted palace corridor with a slow pace, Antarion admits that seeing her here is a massive surprise, since she almost never sets foot in the main palace. Elfaria hums in agreement, matching his slow stride. A dramatic side profile highlights Antarion's dark, brooding eyes as a crackle of nervous energy sparks behind him. He mentally tries to convince himself that he only sought her out because she was acting completely out of character, stubbornly denying his actual worry. The hilarious narrator caption at the bottom immediately calls him out, bluntly stating that he is in absolute denial. Oh, the classic tsundere sibling trope never gets old, does it? Continuing their walk, Elfaria keeps her gaze forward as she casually brings up how she begged their father to let her join the military campaign, only to be flatly rejected. She then shifts her focus back on Antarion, gently teasing him about how incredibly worn out he looks. Antarion scoffs with a cold muttering that there is absolutely no point in wasting energy worrying about him. Elfaria's expression turns serious as she asks if the situation at the front lines has truly become that critical. Antarion explains that the sudden demand for reinforcements is actually a strategic move to aggressively pierce through the enemy lines all at once. In a cute chibi panel below, Elfaria sweat drops, wondering why he continues to overwork himself so much if that's the case. Stopping in the middle of the hallway, Antarion turns his back on her as he firmly states his agreement with Prince Yuan's aggressive tactic. He explains that seizing this window to end the war while the enemy empire's ruthless ruler is away is their best shot at total victory. A striking close-up of Elfaria's gorgeous blue eyes captures her intense focus as a cold shiver runs down her spine. The mere mention of the enemy ruler, Saladin the Terrible, instantly conjures up dark, chilling memories of his immense magical power and heartless reputation. A tragic flashback panel shows the towering silhouette of the heartless Emperor Saladin looking down upon a weeping, younger Elfaria who clutches a sword amidst a desolate battlefield of swords. Elfaria reflects on how his brutal invasion completely shattered her life, robbing her of both her home and her beloved family. Returning to the present hallway, Antarion remarks that she must hold the tyrant in very high regard, to which she solemnly responds that his terrifying ability to exploit every single military opportunity is undeniable. Wow, the emotional shift in this panel is so heavy, and the artist's use of that bleak, desaturated sky really makes you feel her deep trauma. Camera pans up to reveal the stunning glass dome ceiling of the palace terrace, bathed in soft afternoon light as their conversation continues. Elfaria agrees that striking now would definitely give them a massive tactical advantage. Sitting across from each other at a luxurious outdoor table, Antarion leans forward with a serious gaze. He explains that because Margrave Rodin recently doubted the royal palace's commitment to the war, sending another highly respected royal knight to the front lines would instantly ignite the military's fading morale. An overhead view captures the two royals seated on the quiet balcony, surrounded by lush green hedges. Antarion slumps slightly in his golden chair, sighing that for the time being, their options are severely limited. The frame fades into a stark, textured background as the heavy gravity of the situation sinks in. Elfaria silently prays, thinking that they can only desperately hope that no major disasters strike the eastern borders before they can act. Seriously, in these stories, whenever a character hopes nothing bad happens, you just know a massive catastrophe is about to drop in 3, 2, 1. A clean transition screen marks the passage of a single month, showing the pristine white palace towers under a bright blue sky. But the peaceful atmosphere is instantly shattered as a frantic messenger arrives with a dire, time-sensitive letter. Inside her private quarters, Alfiria stands tall with her arms crossed as she listens to her anxious maid. She questions her with a sharp, asking if an urgent message has truly just arrived from the main imperial palace. Tightly holding the dark parchment with a tremble, the maid reads the horrifying contents with a pale face. She frantically reports that the brilliant, ruthless emperor of the Harran Empire has launched a devastating, full-scale offensive, forcing the second prince to desperately retreat to Cairn County to avoid total annihilation. Elfaria listens in absolute shock as her maid reveals the ultimate tragedy. The entire Roden Margravate and all surrounding territories have been completely conquered, leaving behind a staggering 20,000 casualties. Look at Elfaria's face. She's totally horrified. 20,000 lives lost because her stubborn father refused to send help sooner? Talk about an absolute royal disaster. An extreme close-up of Elfaria's pale face shows her biting her lip in deep distress, her blue eyes wide with rising panic. She whispers to herself, fully realizing the catastrophic implications of this sudden defeat. The scene cuts to the high-stakes council chamber, where Antarion holds up the official war dispatch. He grimly announces that Prince Ewan is urgently demanding immediate reinforcements to scale up their military response before the front collapses entirely. Standing in the shadows of the chamber, the stern emperor watches silently as the Chancellor Archduke folds his arms in a huff. Antarion notes that Ewan is currently doing everything he can to reorganize their broken defensive line in Cairn County. Antarion raises his voice, looking directly at his father and the nobles, firmly declaring that the imperial family must step up and set a brave, undeniable example for the entire empire. The tension in this room is so thick you could cut it with a sword. You can practically see the sweat dripping off the corrupt nobles who just want to stay safe in their comfy chairs. From an overhead perspective, the emperor finally gives in to the immense pressure. He begrudgingly commands that they will begin by immediately deploying Elfiria and her powerful guardian dragon to the front lines. Antarion silently grits his teeth in rage, bitterly thinking that this horrific tragedy would have been completely avoided if his father had simply listened to Elfiria's initial request. The emperor turns his cold, calculating gaze onto Antarion, muttering that the crown prince's pathetic incompetence is dragging the entire nation down. He then calls out his adopted son's name with a sharp snap. Turning his back with a dismissive wave, the emperor commands Antarion to immediately depart as Ewan's strategic advisor after forming a contract with the Perunia dragon. He then looks at Kyle, ordering the terrified crown prince to take charge of the palace horse guards. A split panel captures the contrasting reactions of the brothers. Antarion looks over with a pitying gaze as Kyle begins to visibly shake, his face pale with absolute dread at the thought of going near any danger. Meanwhile, the emperor coldly orders the eastern regions to strip all their resources for the war effort, before bluntly declaring that he is leaving. Well, Kyle's hilarious panic spirals are always a treat to watch. The guy is literally vibrating with fear. Outside the Grand Palace, a massive, majestic white wing feathers with a loud flap as Elfaria prepares for her departure. She takes a deep breath, readying herself to soar into the sky. Standing on the Grand Palace stairs, Elfaria looks back at her loyal allies. She formally commands Countess Tapaza to watch over the household and keep everything secure while she is away at war. Countess Tapaza offers a warm, confident smile with a respectful bow, reassuring her princess that she can absolutely be counted on to handle everything. Elfaria gently reminds her not to forget their secret, critical arrangements. The tense atmosphere completely evaporates as the camera pans down to a hilariously cute chibi dragon rolling happily on its back with a wiggle. The narrator's playful caption highlights the adorable, completely innocent creature enjoying its absolute best life. Oh my goodness, my heart is melting. This tiny dragon is officially the cutest mascot of the entire season. Elfaria's majestic white guardian dragon, Sizz, looks down at the tiny intruder with a highly annoyed scowl. Sizz grumpily asks when this uninvited little pest is finally going back to where it came from. The narration notes that it will take quite some time to assign the creature, as Yavuz's next pact maker must be an exceptionally skilled close combat knight. Brushing off the small dragon's antics with a soft chuckle, Elfaria turns her head to look up at the vast sky, a bright, confident smile returning to her face as she prepares for the battle ahead. A gorgeous, dramatic transition panel depicts a silhouette of the war-torn landscape bathed in a fiery, blood-red sunset with broken swords sticking out of the ground like tombstones. Elfaria firmly proudly declares to Sis that it is finally time for them to head out and join the fray. The scene violently shifts directly to the chaotic battlefield, where Elfaria stands amidst swirling magical winds, her eyes wide with shock. She gasps as she witnesses the immense, ancient magic wielded by the enemy Heron Empire's knights. Massive, crackling bolts of red lightning strike down with a loud zap across a giant magical barrier, shielding the entire enemy army. Elfaria realizes with dread that this hereditary spell turns their defensive lines into a literal, impregnable moving fortress. Looking closely through the blinding red static, Elfaria observes the heavily armored enemy troops. She notes that while they are armed head to toe like traditional knights, they are actually incredibly powerful battle mages. Wow, look at that insane armor design and the contrast of the bright crimson energy. The artist is absolutely flexing their battle illustrations here. A massive blast of bright blue dragon breath explodes with a roar against the enemy's barrier, only to be completely deflected into harmless sparks. Elfaria's expression hardens as she realizes Siz's powerful breath was easily blocked, forcing her to find an alternative way to break through their defenses. A terrifying, pitch-black silhouette of Emperor Saladin IV, surrounded by a swirling, demonic aura, looms in Elfaria's mind. She grits her teeth in panic, realizing that a magic barrier strong enough to deflect a guardian dragon's breath must be the direct work of the enemy emperor himself. She can physically feel a dark, suffocating vibration pulsing through the very air around her. Suddenly, a massive shadow swoops down from above with a loud whoosh whoosh. Elfaria looks up with a sharp gasp, noticing a huge silhouette soaring high into the clouds from their own army's side. A spectacular, chaotic explosion of red and blue elemental magic erupts in the sky with a massive boom boom, lighting up the entire battlefield. A magnificent pink dragon with feathered wings gracefully cuts through the blast. Elfaria's eyes widen in sheer awe as her face is illuminated by the brilliant magical explosion. She gasps with a trembling voice, amazed, utterly stunned to see another incredibly powerful guardian dragon joining the fight, its breath weapon completely rivaling Siz's power. The majestic pink dragon flies alongside Siz, playfully teasing her by calling her a rookie. Siz instantly snarls back with a loud hiss hiss, fiercely shouting that she is definitely not a rookie. Elfaria watches the hilarious interaction, instantly recognizing the newcomer as Prince Ewan's legendary guardian dragon Icturus. Look at Siz's angry little face. Even ancient giant dragons can have hilarious sibling rivalries. Icturus smugly retorts that even though drinking dragon blood made Siz grow a bit bigger, she is still nothing but a rookie who needs to show some respect. In a funny chibi bubble, Elfaria looks completely baffled, sweat dropping as she wonders on Earth what these two massive beasts are even bickering about. Siz ignores the teasing and gets straight to the point, looking over at Icturus with a serious gaze as she demands to know why he is flying around the battlefield without his pact maker Ewan. Icturus's silent profile is highlighted against the colorful sky as the wind whips through his feathers, his expression turning solemn as the gravity of the war returns. Swooping down towards the massive military camp sprawling across the green plains below, Icturus commands Siz to follow him down to the tents alongside her pact maker, Elfaria. Landing safely in the camp, Elfaria is immediately met by two heavily armored knights who bow deeply with a metallic clink clink. She bypasses the formal greetings, instantly asking them where Prince Ewan is located. The knights look down with a somber tone, explaining that Prince Ewan is still fighting in the middle of the active bloody battlefield. Elfaria's face pales in absolute horror as she realizes the commander-in-chief is fighting completely on foot without his guardian dragon to protect him. Back at the military encampment, a cute little white elemental spirit floats beside Elfaria, completely flabbergasted by how stubborn the prince was during the strategic meeting. Elfaria stands tall with her hands on her hips, sighing softly as she acknowledges that while Ewan's stubbornness made him incredibly difficult to hold back, they still have to deal with the immediate aftermath of his rash decisions. Suddenly, we see a close-up of Elfaria's hand. She pulls back a sharp needle, drawing a small bead of crimson blood with a painful sting wince. Even though it hurts, she grits her teeth and resolves to do whatever it takes to keep things running until the Crown Prince finally makes his return to the front lines. Underneath a beautiful sunset sky painted in brilliant shades of orange and purple, Elfaria gently extends her bleeding hand to Siz. The massive white guardian dragon lowers her majestic head close to Elfaria's palm, sniffing the fresh blood while letting out a curious rumble. Siz's giant eye blinks as she looks at the tiny princess, noting that she finally understands why her little dragon has grown around so exceptionally fast. Elfaria looks up, tilting her head in confusion as she wonders on Earth what her guardian dragon is implying. Honestly, if getting giant dragon upgrades only requires a little blood, I'd be running around with a needle all day. Cease patiently explains that very few pact makers are willing to share as much of their own life force and blood with their dragons as Elfaria does. Elfaria's eyes widen in realization as she gasps softly, finally understanding the profound, deep bond that she's built with her loyal companion. Right on cue, Prince Ewan strides into the camp, clad in heavy plate armor. He chuckles warmly, noting that pricking oneself to feed a dragon is definitely not something most sane, sober people could do without hesitation. Elfaria turns her head quickly, calling out his name in surprise. Ewan steps forward with a bright, gleaming smile, extending his hand as he expresses his immense gratitude to Elfaria for arriving right when they needed her most. Elfaria stands there looking incredibly awkward, her cheeks flushing slightly as she tells him how relieved she is to see him completely unharmed after his dangerous stint on the battlefield. In a hilariously cute chibi panel, Elfaria sweat drops as Ewan admits he didn't expect her to arrive so incredibly fast. She sheepishly explains that she simply packed up and rushed out the absolute second she received the official orders from her father. Look at their tiny chibi faces. The contrast between a legendary war hero and a flustered princess is just pure comedy gold. Ewan's expression softens as he shares some crucial updates, explaining that Intarion was appointed as their strategic advisor and should be arriving by tomorrow night. He warmly thanks her for the update, while the narration highlights how Elfaria's timely arrival played a massive, undeniable role in securing their recent victory. A gorgeous graphic of Siz's glowing blue eyes fills the screen as the narration explains a fundamental rule of this world. Traditional magic cannot be used to directly defeat a guardian dragon. This means that Siz's sudden, dramatic appearance on the battlefield was the main reason the enemy's aggressive advance was brought to a screeching halt. Despite her monumental contribution to the war effort, Elfaria doesn't seem to care about getting any praise or recognition. She looks directly at Ewan, her eyes filled with deep curiosity as she asks him a very pressing question. Why on earth is he fighting on foot instead of soaring through the skies with his dragon, Arcturus? Ewan shrugs with a casual wave of his hand, explaining that Arcturus is so exceptionally intelligent that she doesn't actually need him to guide her, and he personally prefers getting down and dirty in close combat fights anyway. He adds that guardian dragons simply aren't built for physical durability, making them much more suited for long-range elemental attacks. Imagine having a giant flying mythical nuke and deciding you'd rather run around poking people with a sword. Turning back toward the sprawling camp, Ewan confidently lays out his master plan, declaring that this entire brutal war will finally come to an end if they can simply locate and completely wipe out the enemy's core forces. Elfaria stands quietly behind him, absorbing his bold words as the wind whips through her blonde hair. With a confident, dashing smile, Ewan insists that all they need is a massive, overwhelming show of force to get the job done. Elfaria nods slowly, trying to convince herself that since Ewan is the official commander-in-chief, with years of seasoned experience, he must know infinitely more about warfare than she does. However, as she looks at him, Elfaria's analytical mind begins to spin with doubt, realizing that while Ewan's plan isn't entirely wrong, it's highly optimistic. She anxiously wonders what will happen if the enemy forces refuse to fall into their obvious bait, especially since they just lost a major engagement 2 days ago due to a severe shortage of troops. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the camp as a mysterious, confident figure approaches. A partial shot of a beautifully drawn face with sharp purple eyes and a knowing, slight smirk appears on screen, instantly shifting the entire mood of the scene. The camera pans out to reveal a stunning, elegant knight with short brown hair, holding a golden ceremonial helmet under her arm as she boasts about their impending victory. Wow, the artist absolutely outdid themselves with this character introduction. The dramatic sunset lighting reflecting off her armor is incredibly gorgeous. Elfaria instantly recognizes the striking woman as Dame Elmira Mortot, a highly renowned and respected commander hailing from the prestigious First Order of the Imperial Knights. Dame Elmir stands tall as she salutes Ewan with a crisp salute, introducing herself as Yavuz's chosen pact maker. She confidently reports that she pursued the retreating enemy troops and dealt a devastating blow to their forces, though she had to pull back once the enemy emperor himself stepped onto the field. Turning her sharp, respectful gaze toward Elfaria, Dame Elmir politely greets the young princess, instantly recognizing her royal status. Elfaria smiles warmly in return, acknowledging her legendary title and expressing her gratitude for her heroic actions. It's so refreshing to see two badass female knights showing absolute respect to each other instead of starting some petty drama. Dame Elmire humbly places her hand over her chest, bowing deeply as she declares it an absolute privilege to be recognized by someone as great as the princess. She sincerely thanks Alfaria for her incredible bravery in saving their scattered allies during the chaotic battle. Ewan throws his fist in the air with a hearty laugh, loudly proclaiming that because they successfully stopped the enemy's advance, they should all kick back and enjoy a celebratory feast tonight. Elvaria's jaw drops in absolute shock as she sweat drops, frantically asking him if they don't have a million more urgent things to accomplish before they can celebrate. Dame Elmire looks back with a curious tilt of her head, asking what else could possibly be left to do. A dramatic flashback of Elfaria wielding her bow shows her explaining that on her flight back, she spotted Heron's left regiment making a stealthy detour around the castle to invade the surrounding villages, and they desperately need to be wiped out. Dame Elmire's chibi face pops up at the top of the panel, pointing out that this is an absolutely perfect opportunity to strike. Ewan's eyes gleam with excitement as he crosses his arms, declaring that he will personally lead a surprise raid alongside the powerful Dragon Knights to crush the remaining enemies. Because, of course, the Commander-in-Chief's first instinct is to immediately throw himself into danger again. In a hilarious cartoon bubble, Sis and Yavuz look completely exhausted and unamused, as Elfaria desperately pleads with Ewan to stay put and let her handle the raid instead. She knows Sis is completely out of magical energy and can't use her dragon breath anymore, but she keeps that critical weakness a secret so she can protect the prince. Ewan stubbornly shakes his head, arguing that because the enemy is already expecting his direct attack, his sudden movement will serve as the perfect distraction to split their focus. Seeing that he is absolutely set on his plan, Elfaria reluctantly gives in and allows him to proceed. As Ewan and Dame Elmire turn to prepare for their departure, Elfaria stands in the background, her expression dark and filled with silent, heavy dread as she watches them walk away. A voice suddenly calls out from the shadows, pointing out how incredibly worried Elfaria looks. She sighs softly, her deep blue eyes reflecting her inner turmoil as she quietly admits that she is indeed terrified of what is about to happen on the battlefield. You can literally feel the tension radiating off her. Something tells me Ewan's confident plan is gonna backfire As Alfiria watches Ewan's retreating figure, she grimly reflects that even though she is relatively new to warfare, she can already spot several massive fatal flaws in Ewan's aggressive style of command. Her mind flashes back to a previous conversation she had with her trusted strategic advisor inside the Quiet Palace. She recalls asking him what the true fundamental difference between a tactic and a strategy is, to which he simply responded that most common people mistakenly believe they are the exact same thing. Over a visual metaphor of a hand moving a black rook across a chessboard, Elfaria remembers his explanation. Tactics are merely the quick methods and clever tricks used to win a single war, while strategy is the comprehensive long-term approach to overall combat and recovering from devastating losses. Walking through the palace courtyard, her advisor had agreed that strategy is ultimately a long-term blueprint for victory. He solemnly reminded her that as a true commander, one must never allow their emotions to be controlled by the outcome of a single fleeting battle. Back in the present, Elfaria stares out at the burning red horizon as the wind whips through her cape. She realizes with a heavy heart that a real leader must maintain absolute composure rather than letting a single victory cloud their judgment. Looking toward the horizon, Elfaria sighs, thinking that while Ewan is undoubtedly a legendary, peerless master fighter, his vision as a commander is dangerously limited and reckless. It's the classic tragic flaw. Being an absolute beast in a one-on-one fight doesn't automatically make you a brilliant general. This scene transitions to a dramatic silhouette of the castle as the surprise raid begins, with the narration noting that attacking the enemy's unsuspecting left flank proved to be incredibly easy at first. Soaring high above the clouds on Siz's back, Elfaria pulls back her bowstring with fierce determination. Even though her exhausted dragon couldn't unleash her devastating elemental breath, they still managed to successfully draw all the enemy's attention toward the sky. Down on the muddy ground, Dame Elmire leaps directly into the fray under a chaotic, blood-red sky, demonstrating her absolutely terrifying and flawless close combat skills as she carves through the enemy ranks. With a fierce, battle-hungry grin, Dame Elmire swings a massive, heavy mace infused with crackling blue mana, completely crushing the armored enemy troops with a devastating impact. Under her aggressive leadership, the Imperial Knights absolutely decimate the enemy's defensive lines. By the time night fully falls over the Grand Castle, the heavily battered Heron army is forced to make a hasty, disorganized retreat, taking advantage of the darkness, since the Guardian Dragons can no longer coordinate their attacks in the pitch black. Back at the lively camp, the tense atmosphere completely evaporates as a rowdy group of soldiers clinks their heavy wooden mugs together with a loud clink-clink, raising a joyous toast to the legendary Guardian Dragons who saved their lives. Now this is the wholesome post-battle content we all love to see. Give these brave soldiers all the beer they want. Elfaria walks peacefully through the bustling camp under a beautiful starry night sky. She smiles softly to herself as she listens to the happy chatter of the soldiers, feeling a deep sense of relief that they can finally enjoy a warm, peaceful dinner together. Looking down at her plate, she observes a warm, steaming bowl of vegetable soup and a simple piece of baked bread. She thinks to herself that while she was highly worried the food quality on the front lines would be absolutely abysmal compared to the royal palace, it is actually surprisingly delicious. With her cheeks hilariously puffed out like a little hamster, Elfaria takes a big bite of her bread, though she silently gripes that she really doesn't care for how mushy and soggy the field rations are. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out her name from behind. Ewan walks up with a warm, gentle smile on his face, waving his hand as he asks his sister to step over and join him for a quick moment. Elfaria quickly swallows her food, nodding as she agrees to follow him. To her absolute horror, Ewan leads her right to the center of the cheering crowd, loudly announcing to all the gathered soldiers that his incredible sister, Elfaria, played the most critical role in securing their glorious victory today. Elfaria stands there completely frozen, sweat dropping as she frantically wonders what on earth he is doing. Ewan pats her shoulder, nudging her forward with a bright grin as he tells her to say a few words to the adoring crowd. Elfaria looks out at the starry-eyed, emotional soldiers, her face turning bright red as she stammers out a flustered greeting. Poor Elfaria just wanted to eat her soggy bread in peace, but instead, she got hit with the ultimate public speaking nightmare. In a cute chibi panel, Elfaria tries to compose herself, reminding herself that this is her very first time officially meeting the prestigious members of the First Order. Confidently, she proudly declares that she will do her absolute best to fulfill her duties on the front lines, not as a pampered princess, but as a devoted, loyal knight of the Empire. The entire camp immediately erupts into wild, earth-shaking cheers and applause with a loud roar as the emotional soldiers raise their drinks high to toast their beautiful, incredibly brave princess. Once the wild cheering finally dies down, Ewan bows politely, offering to introduce her to some of the First Order's most prominent and influential key commanders over a proper dinner. Elfaria smiles warmly, replying that it would be an absolute honor to meet him. Ewan eagerly drags her along, his face lit up with absolute excitement as he begins pointing out the legendary knights, starting with Sir Klein and Count Romeldian. Elfaria can only sweat drop as she follows him, amused by how incredibly enthusiastic and energetic her brother is when it comes to his beloved knights. Ewan introduces a distinguished older gentleman with cascading silver hair as Duke Villani, who immediately bows his head respectfully and offers a formal greeting to the young princess. Elfaria stands tall, trying to maintain her royal composure despite the chaotic setting around them. Duke Talia Villani introduces himself as the chief advisor of the expeditionary force, prompting Elfaria to respond with a polite and welcoming nod. It's clear this guy carries himself with a massive amount of dignity and experience, which is exactly what this messy war council desperately needs right now. Looking at the Duke's features, Elfaria's mind wanders as she hilariously imagines Antarion aging over the years and eventually turning into a perfect spitting image of Duke Villani himself. The tiny chibi faces of her trusted advisor and the Duke pop up side by side, perfectly emphasizing her comical mental comparison. Duke Villani raises a heavy wooden mug, gently clinking it against her own with a soft clink as he notes that she looks completely drained rather than excited about their recent defensive triumph. He points out that their current success was preceded by a devastating massive defeat, making the general mood much heavier than it seems. The Duke continues, mentioning that Margrave Roden is currently spiraling in anxiety over the potential end of their lucrative trade agreements with the hostile Heron Empire. Elfaria raises her brow in absolute disbelief, asking if they are actually still carrying out active business and trade with their literal mortal enemies. He explains that before the official outbreak of the war, this cross-border trade was completely open and highly vital, especially since their eastern territories rely entirely on importing salt from the massive mines located deep within the enemy's Heron Desert. Leave it to politics and economics to make a simple war of survival 10 times more complicated than it actually needs to be. He reveals that the overall value of Heron's gold is significantly higher than their own, making it far cheaper to buy salt from the enemy empire than to transport it all the way from their own southern farms. A tiny chibi illustration shows Elfaria sweating in confusion next to a huge stack of shiny gold bars as she admits she had absolutely no clue about these economic details. Duke Villani sighs softly, noting that the local territorial rulers are growing increasingly bitter and restless over the agonizingly prolonged duration of the conflict. He quietly states that they simply cannot afford to remain at war with their direct neighboring nation forever, as the long-term strain is slowly destroying their economy. He smiles warmly and expresses his deep gratitude for her arrival, admitting that the local lords felt incredibly relieved to see her, as they feared the imperial palace had completely abandoned the vulnerable eastern territories to their fate. Elfaria smiles softly, reassuring him that she could never turn her back on this region, especially since her fabricated hometown is nearby. As she speaks, her mind flashes back to her fabricated identity papers, complete with a beautifully hand-drawn map and a classic quill pen resting next to a glowing candlelight flicker. She silently reflects on the fact that when the imperial palace went out of its way to manufacture her fake background, they intentionally left her original place of birth completely unchanged. Suddenly, Margrave Roden leans in with a knowing, highly conspiratorial look on his face, asking Elfaria if she is aware of a highly fascinating piece of regional history regarding her own powerful guardian dragon. Margrave Roden excitably reveals that the legendary guardian dragon Cisraelia originally made her very first grand appearance on the lands belonging to his own direct vassal, Baron Harper. Elfaria's face instantly pales as she lets out a flustered gasp, frantically trying to hide her sheer panic while politely agreeing to visit the historic barony once the war is finally over. Duke Villani interjects with absolute national pride, firmly declaring that throughout their long, storied history, the empire has never once permanently surrendered its sovereign territories. He passionately promises that their current retreat is merely a temporary setback, and that they will soon vanquish the enemy to reclaim every single inch of their stolen land. Leaning in close to the princess's ear, Margrave Roden lowers his voice to a hushed whisper as he secretly informs her that the emperor himself had strongly demanded they deploy a highly specialized unit to completely cut off the enemy's vital supply lines. He continues his quiet explanation, pointing out that Prince Ewan stubbornly opposed the emperor's strategic plan, insisting instead on launching a reckless, direct, all-out frontal assault the very moment their long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. How fantastic! The Crown Prince and the Chief Advisor are actively fighting over military strategy while the enemy is literally knocking on their front door. What could possibly go wrong? Listening to this shocking revelation, Elfaria's heart completely sinks as she looks back at the two men, her mind racing with a deep sense of dread. She realizes that having the chief advisor and the commander-in-chief completely at odds with one another on the front lines is an absolute recipe for total military disaster. With an incredibly desperate and pleading look in his eyes, Margrave Roden begs Elfaria to step in and mediate between the two stubborn leaders. He intensely stares into her deep blue eyes, reminding her that as the beloved princess and a respected hero, she is quite literally the only person in the entire camp who has the power to stop their destructive infighting. Looking out over the sprawling, quiet camp under the vast, starry night sky, Elfaria takes a deep, heavy breath to calm her nerves. She tries to comfort herself with the thought that her brilliant strategic advisor, Intarion, will finally arrive tomorrow, hoping that his presence will somehow fix this mess. The scene suddenly transitions to a luxurious, dimly lit bedroom, where a handsome, smug, blonde man lies casually on a bed, propping himself up on one elbow. A mysterious, gray-haired woman stands in the shadows, her arms crossed as she bluntly asks him if he actually is romantically interested in Princess Elfaria. The blonde noble flashes a highly confident, incredibly punchable smirk, chuckling softly as he casually admits that one could certainly put it that way. I don't know who this smug blonde guy is, but he radiates massive, arrogant, second lead syndrome energy, and I already want to see someone knock him down a peg. The woman steps closer, a highly cynical and mocking grin spreading across her face as she reminds him of his massive, highly ambitious future plans. She dryly asks if the innocent princess has any actual clue about what a shameless, manipulative philanderer he truly is, but he simply scoffs, claiming he is more than willing to make a few minor compromises for her sake. Looking down at him from a high angle, she watches him sprawl across the bedsheets, rustle, as he smugly argues that marrying him would bring massive political political benefits to Alferia anyway. He arrogantly claims she will have no choice but to accept him in the end, especially since Her Majesty and his niece have already formally proposed that Alferia bear the crown prince as heir. The woman's hands clench into tight fists, her knuckles turning bone white as she furiously retorts that the sacred pact maker of an anti-Cisteria would absolutely never agree to such a revolting, deeply disgusting political suggestion. The blonde man simply smirks back, warning her that she should never underestimate the length people will go to for absolute power. A dark, intensely purple aura begins to swirl in the shadows behind them, casting a deeply sinister and ominous glow over the room. The air instantly turns ice cold as he whispers a dark, quiet warning, hinting that things are about to get incredibly dangerous for everyone involved in this twisted royal game. The next morning, a gorgeous but heavy orange sunrise bleeds across the sky over the distant mountain peaks. The scene shifts back to the enemy camp, where the narration notes that the hostile Heron forces were completely caught off guard by how incredibly fast the Empire managed to deploy a brand new guardian dragon onto the battlefield. Inside the Grand Imperial Tent of the Heron Empire, a high-ranking advisor named Narses speaks with a deeply troubled expression, admitting that the sudden appearance of a second guardian dragon was something they had absolutely failed to anticipate before the war began. Narses paces nervously across the ornate carpet, explaining that they had fully prepared to deal exclusively with the second prince's dragon. He grimly points out that since the Empire has successfully deployed a brand new anti-Cisteria, it is highly likely that they are planning to massively expand their military forces in the coming days. Standing tall with his arms crossed, the incredibly handsome Emperor Saladin IV of the Heron Empire smiles with a highly confident, dangerous grin. He notes that after Princess Alferia successfully decimated their left troops, the Imperial army strangely neglected to finish off their scattered forces and instead launched a completely separate attack, which suggests a massive disconnect in their leadership. Narses touches his chin thoughtfully, sweating slightly as he agrees that this bizarre, highly disorganized strategy is completely unlike Prince Ewan's typical aggressive style of command. He realizes that there must be another major player pulling the strings behind the scenes. Over a dramatic and sparkling golden silhouette of Princess Alfaria looking back over her shoulder, Narses grimly concludes that the brilliant princess herself must have actively intervened and forced the prince to change his tactical plans on the fly. Looking down at his advisor, Emperor Saladin IV acknowledges that while the princess possesses absolutely no magical energy, she is reportedly an extraordinarily talented, near-legendary master archer whose battlefield presence cannot be ignored. He confidently strokes his chin, reasoning that because she lacks mana, she will never be able to unleash the same level of raw, catastrophic physical destruction on the battlefield as Prince Ewan does. Wow, this guy is really downplaying our girl Alfaria's skills. Underestimating her is easily going to be the biggest mistake of his entire life. With a ruthless, battle-hungry smirk, Emperor Saladin IV orders his troops to temporarily halt their offensive maneuvers and focus entirely on rebuilding and reinforcing their battered army. He declares that they only need to worry about neutralizing the two guardian dragons, as the princess's physical combat skills pose no real threat to them. The camera zooms in close on the Emperor's sharp, calculating dark eyes as he admits that while the current situation is highly frustrating due to the sheer mobility of the enemy's dragons, he is still completely unbothered. Visualizing a beautiful, glittering golden chain adorned with crescent moons and stars, the Emperor proudly declares that despite these minor setbacks, the glorious Heron Empire will ultimately claim absolute victory in this war. The scene transitions to the next afternoon at the Imperial camp, where the heavy thud of footsteps echoes as Alfaria and Ewan stand together, waiting to welcome their highly anticipated guest. Saluting with absolute precision and military discipline, the brilliant strategist Antarion stands tall before his young commander, formally offering his greetings to the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force. Ewan beams with a massive, warm smile, eagerly welcoming his trusted advisor to the front lines. Antarion politely explains that he was officially assigned by the imperial court to serve as Ewan's personal strategic advisor, promising to do his absolute best to assist him in winning victory. In an incredibly adorable chibi panel, Antarion and Alfaria politely bow to each other, bow bow, against a cute background of potted plants. Ewan happily notes that he is thrilled to have him here and mentions that Sir Kyle is also on his way, though Antarion calmly estimates it will take Kyle at least 2 long months to arrive. Ewan shrugs off the delay, confidently stating that their current assembly of elite dragon knights is more than enough to completely discourage the enemy and guarantee their eventual victory. Antarion simply looks back at him with a silent, highly analytical gaze. Turning to Antarion with an excited grin, Eowyn declares that his timing is absolutely perfect and immediately offers him the prestigious position of chief advisor of the entire expeditionary force. Before Antarion can even respond, Duke Vallani suddenly steps forward from the shadows with a deeply tense expression, letting out a sharp protesting gasp to interrupt the prince's sudden announcement. Eowyn turns to the older Duke with a completely cold, unforgiving glare, bluntly declaring that Duke Vallani is entirely to blame for the devastating loss they suffered during the previous battle. Ouch! Eowyn really has absolutely zero chill when it comes to assigning blame. Talk about a brutal public call-out. Eowyn gestures dramatically, arguing that it is only natural and reasonable for his own brilliant brother, Antarion, to immediately take over the Duke's high-ranking position. However, to Eowyn's absolute shock, Antarion firmly declines, stating that His Grace Duke Vallani is far too capable and experienced to be forced into resignation. Antarion politely bows his head to Duke Vallani, declaring that he would be highly honored to work directly under His Grace's experienced command instead. Eowyn's jaw drops as he makes a hilarious childish pout-pout, completely stunned that his own advisor just chose the Duke over him. Huffing in annoyance, Eowyn crosses his arms and lets out a dramatic, childish sigh, as he grumbles that if that is truly how Antarion feels, he won't force the matter any further. Antarion immediately shifts back to business, sharply asking Eowyn if he has any plans to mobilize the main army anytime soon. Eowyn dismisses the question, arguing that they can't do much of anything until Kyle's reinforcements finally arrive, so they should use this time to carefully plan their next move. Antarion steps alongside Eowyn, firmly pointing out that because they currently possess significantly fewer active knights than the enemy forces, they must proceed with the absolute utmost caution to avoid another disastrous defeat. Eowyn reluctantly agrees, noting that they must also prepare themselves for the worst, as the enemy will undoubtedly use this temporary lull in the fighting to heavily reinforce and enlarge their own massive army. He quietly reflects that Duke Vallani had warned him of the exact same thing earlier. Standing over a large tactical map spread across a heavy wooden table, slam, Eowyn looks up in absolute disbelief as he asks Antarion if he is seriously suggesting that they disperse the highly powerful Order of Dragon Knights across the battlefield. Duke Vallani looks on silently, waiting to see how the young commander will react to this controversial strategy. In truth, the tone remains highly engaging as we dive right into the next chapter of this epic war. Antarion leans in, his deep blue eyes locking on to Eowyn as he points down towards the detailed war map spread across the table, urging the young prince to focus on the immediate geographical layout before them. A firm hand presses down hard onto the rugged surface of the table, pinpointing their exact tactical nightmare, as Antarion notes that Graf, the highly strategic port city situated in the North Sea, is now completely under the enemy's control. Inside the massive war tent, Antarion explains that with the port firmly in their hands, the hostile Heron forces can easily and safely deliver their military supplies directly through the open seaway. Antarion listens silently as the older Duke grimly points out that they cannot possibly extend their front lines that far, as they lack the army or navy to reach the port, and the giant guardian dragons are unable to assist at sea due to their immense size and demanding dietary needs. Yes, the classic dragon logistics problem. Even in a magical world, you still have to worry about how much meat it takes to feed a giant flying lizard. Antarion slowly slides a heavy black piece across the map, explaining that because the Heron Navy is heavily reinforced by powerful mages, their own empire lags far behind the enemy in terms of raw naval might. Eowyn leans forward with a tense, frustrated expression, noting that to make matters worse, the local residents of Graf are already submissively cooperating with the invaders without showing any real resistance. Alfaria stands tall, her golden hair catching the tense light as she confidently argues that if they launch a swift, overwhelming display of their guardian dragon's raw power, the residents' cooperative attitude will instantly shatter. Yes, our girl is ready to pull up with the ultimate dragon threat. Underestimating her was definitely Saladin's biggest mistake. As she passionately explains her hunter-style tactical approach of flying against the wind to surprise the enemy, a blunt, uncompromising voice instantly shuts her down, declaring her plan completely impossible. Against a hilarious backdrop of cute little green frogs sitting on lily pads in a gentle downpour, Chibi Antarion patiently explains that the highly analytical enemy has almost certainly anticipated such an obvious approach and prepared their defenses. Chibi Elfaria can only tilt her head in complete adorable confusion. Elfaria tries to argue, but the strategist remains completely realistic, adding that according to recent intelligence reports, the enemy has heavily fortified the area with a massive number of elite mages and hidden hidden spies. Ewan sighs, running a tired hand along the back of his neck as he suggestively murmurs that the only way to catch them off guard would be to launch a risky nighttime assault under the cover of darkness. And Tarion quickly shoots that down too, pointing out that their highly powerful dragons are completely unable to fly safely at night because they rely heavily on clear visual cues to navigate the rugged terrain. Wait, so these legendary godlike guardian dragons don't have night vision? Man, fantasy creatures really do come with some highly inconvenient design flaws. Ewan looks back at his brother, softly suggesting that they need to take a step back and carefully consider all of their remaining strategic options before rushing into a decision. With a collective sigh, they decide it is best to suspend the meeting and rest until Sir Kyle's reinforcements finally arrive. Elfaria steps outside the warm, crowded tent, letting out a heavy, tired breath as the cool afternoon breeze blows through her hair. She quietly reflects on Antarion's words, knowing that a swift offensive is crucial when suddenly a familiar, booming voice echoes from above, eagerly calling her name. Don't tell me our favorite majestic dragon is about to drop some ancient wisdom on her. The massive, majestic white guardian dragon Cisrelia towers over the camp, looking down at Elfaria with a highly intelligent, knowing gaze. Cisrelia leans in close, a playful yet highly confident expression on his face as he proudly announces that he has the perfect solution to her tactical dilemma. Back inside the quiet tent, Antarion mutters to himself as he studies the map, deeply worried that following the prince's plan will only lead them into a deadly trap when Elfaria suddenly steps back inside. Tarion blinks, looking up from his deep thoughts as the determined princess approaches the map table, announcing that she has a highly unconventional proposal to make. Ooh, the dragon has entered the chat and he's ready to cook up a master plan. You just know whatever Cisrelia suggested is going to be absolutely wild. She steps up directly beside him, keeping her voice low as she begins to detail her newly formed strategy regarding their army's immediate advance. Antarion pauses mid-drink, holding his wooden mug in midair with wide eyes as he tries to process her sudden, highly unexpected suggestion to detour through the southern territory. He points out that the legendary, highly perilous dark forest stands directly in their path, but Elfaria confidently counters that she intends to march their forces straight through it. Wait, marching an entire army through a place called the Dark Forest? Sarcastic. That sounds like the absolute textbook definition of a terrible fantasy horror movie setup. She explains that there is a relatively secure path cutting through the northern region of the forest, leaving Antarion completely stunned and demanding to know how she could possibly know that. Stepping out of the heavy tent flaps together, Elfaria casually reveals that her ultimate source of intelligence is none other than her massive guardian dragon, Cisrelia. She explains that Cisrelia possesses incredibly detailed first-hand knowledge of the dangerous woodland because he actually lived there for a significant period of time in the past. Against an incredibly cute and bubbly background of pastel teddy bears and floating hearts, a highly confident chibi Cisrelia proudly boasts that the local inhabitants of the northern mountains will easily let them pass without any trouble. Look at this smug little chibi dragon. He looks so proud of his local street cred. Honestly, this artist's chibi panels are consistently top tier. Antarion touches his chin thoughtfully, admitting that because the northern mountains technically belong to their empire, they could theoretically bypass the enemy's massive spy network completely undetected. She notes that this clever route completely eliminates the dangerous and exhausting need to mobilize their massive army during the pitch-black night. Cisrelia watches them quietly from the side, while Antarion continues to stare down at his strategic notes with a highly troubled, deeply analytical expression. Elfaria observes his grim face, sweating slightly as she notes that for someone who was just handed a brilliant war-winning solution, Antarion looks remarkably unhappy. Classic strategist behavior. They literally get paid to worry about every single possible way a plan can go horribly wrong. Antarion turns to her with a serious gaze, asking if there are any hidden geographical dangers or terrain obstacles in the forest that they might have overlooked. Pointing his fine gold pen directly at the dense forest region on the parchment, he grimly reminds her that cautious Prince Ewan absolutely loathes taking such extreme, unpredictable tactical risks. Whispers, he speaks with quiet, intense gravity, pointing out that because of her unique bond, she is the only person on the entire battlefield capable of leading such a daring operation. Standing together under the heavy, dark storm clouds rolling in over the camp, he tells her that the final heavy choice to proceed with this dangerous mission rests solely on her shoulders. Wow, the tension is real here. No pressure, Alfaria. Just the fate of the entire Imperial vanguard riding on your shoulders. Her eyes widen slightly as the immense weight of the strategic decision sinks in. Breathless, knowing that the lives of hundreds of soldiers now depend entirely on her next move. Antarian admits with complete honesty that while he formulated a viable path, it is so incredibly dangerous that he was secretly hoping she would reject the plan altogether. Alfaria softly asks if his hesitation is simply born out of a fear of losing a highly valuable military asset on the battlefield, but he immediately dismisses the notion. He turns his back to her slightly, admitting that while he can't quite put his finger on the exact source of his anxiety, a deep, unsettling gut feeling is urging him to speak his mind. That's our strong, independent princess. She's got a giant city-destroying dragon as a bodyguard. Honestly, what could possibly go wrong? Alfaria looks at him with unwavering confidence, reassuring him that as long as she is accompanied by her powerful guardian dragon, she'll be perfectly safe. Antarion clenches his hand into a tight fist, pointing out that while she might be safe, the ordinary dragon knights riding alongside her won't have the same level of protection, prompting her to declare she will only accept volunteers. She promises that if he officially sanctions a strategy, she will personally take full responsibility and see the dangerous mission through to the absolute end. After a long, heavy silence, Antarion finally relents, agreeing to formally present her highly controversial strategy to the War Council the very next morning. The scene shifts to the next morning inside the Grand War Tent, where Antarion stands tall before the gathered high-ranking officers, formally suggesting their perilous march through the dark forest. Instantly, the heavily armored lords protest in outrage, arguing that the route is far too risky and that they cannot afford to endanger a vital member of the royal bloodline. Oh, look, the noble lords are suddenly deeply concerned about her safety. Translation, they're terrified of the political fallout if the princess gets eaten by forest monsters. As they continue to loudly complain that no dragon knight has ever successfully ventured deep into those woods, a firm, authoritative hand cuts cleanly through the noisy chatter. Standing firmly before the dissenting lords, Alfaria loudly declares that because she is the true mastermind behind the strategy, she will personally shoulder absolute responsibility for whatever happens. Leaning forward with a fierce, commanding gaze, she announces that she will personally lead the vanguard into the forest, using only brave volunteers who are fully prepared for the danger. A cautious knight speaks up, worrying that the enemy might catch wind of their plans during the recruitment phase, but Antarion smoothly cuts in, stating that they have already fully accounted for that risk. Antarion lets out a confident, sharp smirk, explaining that spreading the rumor of their impending march will actually strike deep fear and apprehension directly into the hearts of the enemy forces. Ooh, using a massive, risky rumor as a psychological weapon. Antarion really is a top-tier genius strategist. I can't wait to see how this crazy plan unfolds. Antarion, or rather the strategist speaking, casually taps a dark chess piece on the table. He is incredibly confident that their clever psychological warfare strategy will completely stun the enemy, leaving them totally unable to mount a defense. Prince Ewin stands up and delivers an absolute bombshell, declaring with flat refusal that he will not grant permission. Alfaria looks completely stunned as the prince completely shuts down her hard-fought strategy. Clench, clench. Ewan crosses his arms, looking deeply troubled as he silently admits he simply cannot bear the thought of sending his future bride straight into such an incredibly dangerous zone. She challenges him directly, asking if he honestly plans to sit idly by for 2 whole months while they wait for the Emperor and Sir Kyle's reinforcements to finally arrive? Sweat, sweat. The prince stands in rigid silence, leaving both Alfaria and Antarion sweating nervously as they await his final decision. Talk about an awkward family meeting. Antarion quickly steps in with a smooth smile, assuring the prince that he isn't suggesting they act recklessly or sit on their hands. Alfaria lets out a massive whew, whew, now that the tension has been broken. He points out that the other legendary dragon orders are scheduled to arrive in just 2 days, making it the perfect opportunity to deploy such an overwhelming force. Ewan looks directly at Alfaria, his voice dripping with authority as he calls out her name, prompting her to immediately stand at attention. Clench, clench! His hand grips his cape tightly, reminding her that since this high-stakes operation was entirely her idea, she must carry it out with absolute perfection. Ooh, the prince is officially putting her on the spot. Beam, beam, Elfaria flashes an incredibly bright, radiant smile, completely unfazed by the immense pressure of the task ahead. She confidently vows to see the mission through to a successful end, prompting Ewan to officially appoint her as the deputy commander. Clench, clench! Ewan wishes her a victorious return, but internally, his pride is deeply wounded since all his past achievements were won solely by his own raw strength. Serious, classic royal ego. He's absolutely hating the fact that he's not the one leading the charge. Bow bow. A heavily armored knight politely bows to the princess, deeply apologizing for daring to question her strategic authority earlier. Elfaria looks out over the bustling imperial camp, quietly admitting to herself that while she acts confident, the sheer weight of her new responsibility is truly immense. The scenic camp stands quiet as dusk begins to settle over the tents, signaling the calm before the massive storm that is about to hit. Whispers, whispers, word of the princess personally assembling the legendary Dragon Knights spreads like wildfire through the camp, leaving many ordinary soldiers completely stunned. A pair of knights gossips about why the princess is taking charge instead of the commander-in-chief when the formidable, dark-skinned female knight Dame Beatrice suddenly turns around with a serious look. Oh, look who's back! The cool and collected Dame Beatrice is ready to lay down some facts. Beatrice comments that she's not entirely sure what the princess has planned, watching as Elfaria calmly walks through the center of the camp. Step, step, Elfaria marches forward with complete determination, while Beatrice quietly guesses a major strategic announcement is coming. Looking over the massive crowd of gathered warriors, Elfaria takes a deep breath, noting that every single key fighter has arrived. She commands the absolute attention of the crowd, announcing that she has brought them all together for a very specific, dangerous purpose. Gasp! The knights react with shock as she reveals she is looking for brave volunteers to launch a direct, highly risky offensive against Graf's forces. Step, step, she takes a firm stance, preparing to drop the most controversial detail of her master plan. Gasp! Here it comes, the moment of truth. Thump, thump. The crowd gasps in horror as she casually reveals that they will be marching directly through the legendary monster-infested dark forest to flank the enemy's rear. Knights immediately break out in a frantic protest, arguing that entering such a cursed woodland is a literal suicide mission. Elfaria calmly counters their fear, explaining that she possesses highly exclusive, safe passage information that guarantees their survival. Shouting, shouting, a knight gestures wildly, demanding to know the exact probability of them being completely wiped out. She looks them dead in the eye, refusing to lie about the dangers, but firmly states that the odds of total annihilation are incredibly low thanks to their guardian dragon's guidance. You have to respect her honesty. She's not sugarcoating the fact that people are definitely going to die. She passionately argues that if they successfully navigate the forest, they will gain absolute game-winning control over the entire war. The gathered knights listen in stunned silence, deeply contemplating the massive risk and the even greater reward. Standing tall before the silent army, Elfaria waits patiently for anyone brave enough to take the first step. Sweat, sweat. She worries internally that the silence means no one will step forward, knowing she absolutely cannot afford to lose this golden opportunity. Raising her hand high, Dame Beatrice breaks the tense silence, proudly announcing that she will be the very first volunteer. Yes! Dame Beatrice is a real one. She doesn't hesitate to back up our princess. Beatrice declares that while she hasn't forgotten the princess's past kindness, she is volunteering out of her solemn duty as a knight who fully trusts Elfaria's leadership. Step, step, Viscount Yephram steps forward next, declaring his absolute faith in the princess's incredible potential. Whispers, the other knights look on in sheer disbelief, amazed that even those who previously clashed with the princess are now eagerly joining her side. March, march! Inspired by their leader's courage, the rest of the proud knights begin stepping forward one by one. Kneel, kneel! The entire squad of brave volunteers drops to one knee, offering their swords and lives to the princess. Beam, beam! A wave of pure relief and joy washes over Elfria's face as she looks down at her newly formed vanguard. Shouting, shouting, the knights loudly pledge their absolute obedience, their gold-crested chains sparkling under the sun. Look at those shiny accessories. Nothing says Imperial Army quite like excessive gold trim. Yawn, yawn. A tiny chibi version of the Guardian Dragon lets out an incredibly lazy yawn, complaining that he is way too sleepy to deal with all this war drama. Sweat, sweat Elfaria, now dressed in her heavy vanguard armor, sweatily explains to the giant dragon that their incredibly tight schedule forces them to march through the night. Look, look, the dragon grumbles that he can't see a single thing in in the dark, highlighting the hilarious evolution footnote that dragons are strictly daytime flyers. Wait, a legendary world-ending dragon is defeated by a lack of streetlights? Elfaria turns her head in surprise as a familiar voice calls out her name through the cool night air. It's Antarian! He walks up to her, explaining that he wanted to personally inspect the knight's gear before they set off on their perilous journey. Sigh. He admitted he feels incredibly guilty for not being able to join her on the front lines, but Elfaria gently reminds him that his genius mind is desperately needed to assist Ewan. She reassures him that with so many elite knights and the powerful Fifth Order commander by her side, she is in perfectly safe hands. Wave, wave! Suddenly, a ridiculously energetic blonde knight waves enthusiastically from the background, completely breaking the serious mood. Zoom, zoom! He happily zooms right up to her face, praising her diligence, while Antarian glares at him with pure, unadulterated annoyance in the background. The contrast between the bubbly blonde and Antarian's deadpan stare is absolutely gold. As the cute chibi frogs rain down in Ewan's worried imagination, the prince smiles softly in the real world, praying his future wife returns safely from her honorable mission. Elfaria holds on to Ewan tightly, softly whispering for him to be careful and return to her in one piece. Internally, she admits she's been noticing something quite peculiar about him for a while now. She wonders if the prince is secretly an absolute hug monster, questioning if this intense level of physical affection is even normal. Meanwhile, Antarian stands in the background looking completely deadpan because he knows the hilarious truth behind Ewan's motives. Antarian's sharp blue eyes narrow as he silently watches the couple, keeping his complex thoughts entirely to himself. Oh, check out that dramatic close-up. The artist really wanted us to feel the sheer weight of Antarian's silent judgment. Looking up at the vast, star-filled night sky, Antarian quietly mutters his own sincere wishes for her success on this highly perilous quest. Standing amidst the military tents under the purple night sky, Antarian addresses the heavily armored princess with a calm yet serious demeanor. He tells her he'll be praying for her safe, unharmed return, while subtly mentioning he'll keep in close contact with Esterica regarding their highly confidential secret project. The energetic blonde knight instantly perks up, realizing they are talking about his family back home, but he quickly suspicious squint narrows his eyes, wondering what juicy secret the two of them are hiding behind his back. Giggles. Classic third wheel energy. He's completely clueless but knows there's gossip happening right under his nose. Breaking the awkward tension, a loud voice suddenly echoes through the camp, ordering every single soldier to assemble immediately. Underneath a sky filled with soaring, majestic dragons, the grand announcement is made that their primary objective is to march through the treacherous dark forest and reclaim Graf. The grand declaration promises that under Princess Elfaria's direct command, absolutely no one will be left behind, and failure is simply not an option. Antarian gently brushes his hair back with a heavy hand, feeling a deep mix of physical exhaustion and profound respect for her ironclad determination. Honestly, Antarian deserves a massive raise for dealing with all this high-stakes royal drama day in and day out, and the next morning, the bright sun shines down as the blonde knight holds open a tactical map, questioning Antarian's sudden request to personally patrol the surrounding territory. Antarian confirms his plans, explaining that he intends to perform a thorough aerial sweep using one of their powerful dragons to secure the perimeter. Blonde Knight hesitates, pointing out that Antarian is far too precious a strategist to be wasting his time on basic scout duty, though he ultimately gives in. Since their main forces are currently on standby and unable to take immediate offensive action, doing a quick scout run seems like the most logical use of his time. Or maybe he just wanted an excuse to get away from the annoying blonde knight for 5 minutes. As he prepares to set off, a sweet memory of Elfaria waving goodbye flashes through his mind, her cheerful parting words echoing gently in his ears. Blush. Antarian's face flushes a deep, bright red as he quickly covers his mouth, completely embarrassed by how easily her memory flusters him. He realizes that ever since that fateful departure, his analytical mind has been completely compromised. No matter how hard he tries to focus on his work, Princess Elfaria's radiant image keeps popping up in his head at the most random times. Look at him standing there like a lovesick teenager in the middle of a military camp. He fondly remembers how she joyfully brightens up over a simple snack, and how her golden hair dances beautifully in the wind during dragon flights. constantly worrying about her safety inside the dark forest. He scolds himself, reasoning that his mind is only wandering because he isn't working hard enough, deciding that the only cure is to drown himself in excessive work. Unfortunately, his plan to bury himself in work is immediately derailed when a local lord enthusiastically welcomes him, declaring it an absolute honor to host him. Interion confesses that the patrol was just a clever excuse. He actually traveled all the way to Harper Village just to find any trace of Elfaria's past. The dedication is real. He literally flew a dragon across the province just to walk where she walked. In the background, Intarion's hilarious chibi-style dragon stands tall, leaving the local villagers completely awestruck as the noble praises the massive assistance the beast provided. The elder admits he wishes he could thank the legendary sisters in person, though he doubts such high-ranking individuals would ever visit their remote, dusty little village. Rattle, rattle, a beautiful, pristine white royal carriage stands parked nearby, a stark contrast to the rustic village surroundings. Peer-to-peer conversation ensues as Intorion agrees that a royal princess would indeed have very little reason to step foot in such a humble place. If only this noble knew that the princess he's talking about literally grew up in these exact streets. He quietly confesses to himself that he wouldn't have bothered traveling to this remote corner of the empire either, if it weren't for his deep obsession with Elfaria. While he originally planned to gather intel through Esterica as promised, the elder cuts off his thoughts to politely ask if there is any specific landmark he wishes to inspect. Intorion requests to tour the residential sectors where the local serfs reside, claiming he wants to gather interesting stories to share with his sisters. Step, step. As they stroll through the village, the elder proudly boasts that despite its small size, this land is highly famous for being the location of the very first Cisrillia dragon sighting. You have to love how proud these fantasy town mayors are of their local dragon sightings. It's like their version of a tourist trap. He passionately claims that the mighty dragon deity was deeply moved by the villagers' heroic resistance against the invading enemy forces. The elder puts on a show of mourning his deceased relatives, Baron Harper's family, but Intorion instantly spots his fake grief, realizing the man is secretly thrilled to have inherited the rule of the land. Intorion's expression turns cold as he silently judges the greedy noble's transparent hypocrisy. Intorion abruptly shifts the topic, asking a sharp, pointed question about whether the families of the fallen commoner soldiers receive proper financial compensation. Go off, Intorion. Expose this little landlord and get those poor families their money. Sweat, sweat. The chibi elder begins to sweat profusely, stuttering, lamely making excuses that they gave out basic rations but simply lack the manpower to track down everyone. The elder dismisses the dead as mostly forgotten, leading Interion to conclude that the greedy administration completely neglected their duties to the fallen heroes' families. Intorion mentions a specific detail he uncovered in the military archives, noting that a young serf girl was listed among the casualties of the battle. He recalls her name was Saria, a beautiful, blonde-haired archer whose memory is decorated in sparkling celestial ornaments. Wait a minute. Blonde hair, incredible archery skills, and a mysterious past? That looks exactly like a younger Elfaria. Intorion inquires how a simple serf girl, destined for grueling manual labor, ended up fighting on the dangerous front lines of a war. The elder explains she was exceptionally skilled with a bow and was drafted under the strict promise of gaining her personal freedom due to severe military shortages. Unfortunately, she met a tragic end on the battlefield, and her body was mysteriously never recovered from the wreckage. The elder skeptically dismisses the local rumors, which claim she pulled off an impossible shot, driving an arrow right through a tiny gap in a knight's heavy plate armor. Of course, the greedy noble wouldn't believe it. He clearly underestimates the power of a main character's backstory. Interion counters that such a legendary feat must have some truth to it, especially since there were multiple eyewitnesses who saw her god-tier archery skills firsthand. As the elder tries to complain about the sheer difficulty of compensating so many victims, Interion firmly cuts him off, stating he wishes to visit her home directly. Step, step. The elder is completely taken aback, asking what exactly the Great Lord wants to see, to which Intorion coldly replies that he wants to see the dead girl's house. Panic instantly sets in as the elder sweatily begs him not to make the long trip, offering to have guards drag her poor family to them instead so they can avoid the freezing wind. Look at him squirm. He is absolutely terrified of Interion seeing how poorly the villagers are actually treated. Glare? Glare. Intarion shoots him an ice-cold glare, asking with absolute authority if there is some sort of problem with his simple request. Left with absolutely no choice, the trembling elder stutters out his compliance, completely powerless to stop the brilliant strategist's investigation. Under the wide, clear blue sky, the elder quickly leads an elderly peasant woman forward, warning her to show absolute utmost respect to the grand lord standing before them. The greedy village elder pushes the nervous peasant family forward, his pompous voice echoing through the dusty streets. He barks at them to show respect, telling them to consider it an absolute honor that someone of the legendary dragon bloodline actually wants to speak with them. The young boy and his mother hold onto each other tightly, trembling in fear as they face the high-ranking noble strategist. Intarion silently observes the older woman's unstable posture, immediately realizing that Alfaria's mother indeed suffered a severe leg injury, just as Esterica had previously warned him. Keeping his voice soft but commanding, he asks them to look up so he can finally see their faces clearly. He gently asks for their names to break the heavy tension hanging in the air. The young boy gulps down his fear, stuttering out that his name is Den, and that his beloved mother standing beside him is named Corite. Looking closely at the boy, Intarion asks if their deceased sister was indeed Saria, the legendary archer who fought so valiantly on the front lines. Den's green eyes widen slightly, and he sadly nods, confirming his sister's identity. Wait a minute, look at those freckles and green eyes. This kid is basically a mini male version of Alfaria, which makes perfect sense since they are siblings. Underneath the vast cloud-filled blue sky, Antarion asks if Den is proud of his sister's heroic deeds on the battlefield. Without a single shred of hesitation, the boy answers with deep emotion, declaring that she was incredibly important to him and that he carries immense pride in her memory. Den's eyes brim with tears as he confesses his deepest, most painful wish, that he could have traded his own life to bring his sister back. This is absolutely heartbreaking, and you can see how much the family truly loved her, completely unaware that she survived and became the kingdom's princess. Tarion suddenly turns his icy gaze toward the sweating landlord, demanding to know if Syria was promised complete freedom from serfdom as her reward. The corrupt noble flinches, stammering out a nervous confirmation, completely caught off guard by the strategist's sharp line of questioning. Since the brave young archer met a tragic end and cannot claim her promised reward, Intarion delivers a jaw-dropping decree stating that her freedom must be transferred directly to her surviving family instead. Oh yes, Intarion is literally using his massive political authority to bypass the corrupt local laws and do some real good for these poor people. Inside their modest brick home, the mother and son stand frozen in complete disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Intarion steps forward, proudly declaring that he will personally pay the full financial price to purchase their freedom from the territory. The corrupt elder is left shivering in panic as he weakly stammers out his compliance, completely powerless to argue with the strategist's supreme authority. Intarion offers the young boy a rare, warm smile, telling him that this miracle is a final gift from his sister, and urges them to live a long, happy life in her honor. The scene transitions to a beautiful, sun-drenched overhead view of the peaceful village as Intarion's parting words echo gently across the green fields. Honestly, Intarion just secured his spot as the ultimate husband material by taking care of Alfaria's family before they even officially get together. Talk about planning for the future.